Cloak does get a lot of damage, but here comes the Black Hole.
The serene scene of watching all these Dota heroes walk down these roads. What a beautiful way to start a Wednesday morning. Welcome back, everyone, to the CDPC. I am your host, Sophie, and I'm here with the wonderful Pilai Dai and Ninja Boogie. How are you guys doing today?
Wait, only he's wonderful?
Yeah.
No, but both of you guys are
No,
wonderful.
I'm teasing you. I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
You doing good?
Yeah, me too.
How does it feel to be back, Pi? It's been a couple days.
Yeah, I think I two whatever days, match days, whatever you call them.
Were you keeping up with the games?
A bit, yeah.
A bit?
I watched the Fnatic games and I think I watched the SMG games.
The SMG Fnatic.
Yeah.
Did you see that one?
Yeah, I saw that one.
That crazy comeback?
Yeah. No, that was typical. I don't know what.
Oh yeah, I mean this is the ex SMG boy.
Yeah, we can probably get a few more here.
Right.
SMG.
Let's never forget that. So we got quite the exciting games today. Are you guys excited for our games?
Yeah.
Do you know what games we have today?
Geek, Slate, and Execration. That's the one I know.
That's the one happening right
first
now.
one, right?
Exactly. I mean, it's gonna be quite hype though because I think we're kind of like in the middle of all of the games, right? We're like in the middle of the season now, so I think half the games should have been played already. So it's kind of like make it or break it time now.
Yeah, they're both undefeated, right? I think.
Geek, Slate has
Slate
one.
They have one loss?
I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
But Execration is
They're 3-0,
top
right?
king, yeah.
Yeah.
They're
Haven't dropped a single game. So, yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, almost unbelievable.
Almost unbelievable.
Like a conspiracy.
Why is that?
It's just what it is now, you know? Like, there's so many conspiracies.
I don't know.
going
'Cause
on.
yeah, true.
Well, let's look at some highlights for Monday. But you can go on about these.
Yeah, no, because when I watch them play, it almost feels like I don't know. They feel like a house of cards. They're just ready to collapse.
That's true.
Like, and I think like half of their games have been like comebacks, you know?
Yeah.
Like the SMG one, and I think both Boom games was pretty much like a comeback.
That is true, actually. I feel like the early game doesn't exactly go Execration's way, but they always manage to bring it back.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, I remember the first series they dominated, and after that it was like,
That is true.
I mean, when you win, you win. Like, there's no, that's just how it is. But
But
it looks a little shaky a lot of the time.
a little shaky. Kind of crazy because like what the bracket looks like right now, it's like flipped, like from last season. You have like the top teams all in the bottom three.
And Execration came from Division 2, right? I think.
Yeah,
Yep.
so it's like legit flipped.
Yeah, they're the only team, right? Because the other team sold their slot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
T1.
Yeah.
Lil Gun. No.
Yeah, look up.
Lil Gun, yeah, not T1.
Oh.
I mean, T1.
They're
I don't
Yeah,
no
T1
longer.
also did sell a slot, but yeah.
But I mean, like, despite like them usually having to come back, they're very composed.
Yeah.
They don't overextend when they're defending. You know, like I really thought the game against Boom, the one Lina had Divine, like that game, it was pretty much over. But just seeing how like they're throwing spells and not throwing bodies, just patiently waiting for the Furion to respawn. It shows like an experienced team.
Yeah. I mean, usually if you want to win tournaments, you need those type of games. I mean, this is like when you're playing a league, it's a little different because you can afford to drop 1 or 2 series or games.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely impressive.
This
But you don't want every game to be crazy.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, that would make every game like 70 minutes long, and that's kind of how it's been.
Yeah.
I really have an issue with the game lengths in Southeast Asia. It's absurd.
Yeah, no,
I've never seen so many tier 5 items like watching in all my...
No, there's something wrong, right? I watched a little bit of Western Europe DPC. And like when Liquid are dominating,
it's like 30
usually,
minutes game.
Yeah.
It's game.
It's usually after the second Aegis is like, okay.
Yeah. But it's also this, I don't know if it's the glyph change or something, but it seems like it's not easy to just walk high ground. Like, and often there's like a tiny that tosses you back. Like there's something goofy.
Yeah.
Where like if you push high ground, it's probably a mistake. Like they just go on a hero and you die, and the comeback is started.
SMG's kind of like showcase like the improvements that they made.
Yeah.
The way that they've been playing and like forcing these glyph, like they cleaned out Fnatic game 3. Like
which game was it? Was that game 3 where they like basically took?
It was like the off-lane tower, and then like they just like they forced the glyph, and then okay guys, there's no glyph, just go again.
Yeah.
Because unless you take the tower, it doesn't reset. Not like before, where it's like every tower, or is it just the first?
The first of every tower, yeah.
That game, they were taking the tier 3 at 18 minutes, I remember.
Yeah.
That was wild. They like looked super clean that game.
Yeah.
No, I'll give them credit there.
I mean, usually kind of looks like that when they play. It's just, I think you talked about it. They have the triangle there, the radiant triangle, where they always, I don't know, they go too deep or they go too aggressive or they like smoke away and don't D-ward a ward, and then they all die.
Let's talk about the standings though. So as we were talking about, Execration is looking really good. They're number 1, first place right now, followed by Blacklist. The two Pinoy, full Pinoy rosters are just killing it.
Okay, so Geek Slate hasn't lost.
Yeah. No, I thought I looked it up. I mean, they have lost 1 game.
Yeah.
Execration have lost no games.
So Geek Slate versus Execration is going to be extra spicy because, I mean, technically they're both undefeated, I guess. Well, Execration is really undefeated, but yeah. But Bleed is also doing pretty well, I would say. They're looking very strong, and I mean, we've only seen them play 3 series, so, you know, kind of excited to see more of them. We got Talon in 5th, which is a little heartbreaking, but you know, it's not over. You know?
Yeah, no, they're only like 1 and 2. You can, I mean, you could make a miracle run, but like you still have hope.
Yeah,
like
that's
if you're looking, it's Fnatic and Boom. That's where, especially Fnatic. Like
that's kind of despair.
It's the despair.
I think Fnatic, there's no choice. There's no chance of like qualifying to the major. It's more like, can we still stay in Division 1?
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
That's like, can we stay?
And then Boom is like, there's still that potential if they go.
Yeah, so I guess there's slight hope.
I think if everyone just loses from the top.
Yeah, but it's like you never want to be in that position where it's like it's not in your hands.
Yeah, that's
like,
true. You're doing all the calculations in your head, like running all the possible outcomes. It's not fun. But let's go take a look at the weekly schedule, what games we have for today. And for Friday, we have Execration, Geek Slate as our first game today, followed by Talon, SMG, and last Bleed and Boom. And for Friday, we have Execration and Blacklist, which is going to be very, very exciting. The whole Philippines is going to tune into that game, I'm sure.
And you end the day with a banger.
What, Boom and Fnatic? Oh, come on,
actually, who loses that is probably eliminated.
Yeah, that's actually true. But in the middle of those 2 games are Bleed and Geek Slate, so we've got quite some exciting games coming up. Yeah.
No, and like the Talon SMG game coming after this game is...
it's also pretty important.
Yeah, they're both 1 and 2. And like if you win that game, you're feeling hopeful.
Yeah, you start having some positivity. There's still a chance.
Yeah, exactly.
So here, we're taking a look at today's schedule, Geek Slate Execration. That game is what we're going to be up to in just a bit. That's going to be quite exciting. I mean, who do you guys have your imaginary dollaroonies on?
I haven't paid that much attention to Geek Slate, to be honest. I've more seen but
they seem a little bit shaky. What did they play on Monday?
No.
Well, their last series they played, they didn't look that impressive, but they still did win. And Execration, like I'm just a big fan of Execration now, because of Bob and just the composure that they show in those
King Bob. Yeah. King Bob.
Just rank 200 mid, like winning every game.
Yeah. No, I think the last Geek Slate game we saw was the Underlord mid ones. I think.
That's why. No, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
They went 2 times
I remember
Cox.
You just
Why
want an
nothing?
excuse to say it.
It's his name. What am I? I
But
can't
yeah.
dodge it.
Anyways, we got the Talon SMG game, which is also going to be very important because I feel like that's going to dictate a lot how who possibly will, maybe make that miracle run and go to the major.
Exactly.
Because, I mean, I think both teams still have a shot.
Like
Yeah, they do for
5
sure.
to 10%. Like
I mean, I would say slightly more. There are 2 losses.
because it's like you have Blacklist, Rivalry, Geek, Slate, and Execration.
Yeah.
And I don't think any of these teams are. I could be wrong. Maybe one of them has already fought Fnatic, and then Execration yet to fight Boom. But like a lot of them haven't played like the bottom of the bottom,
Yeah,
so it's like
right.
sure it's possible, but again it's up to fate.
Geek Slate and one of them are going to get a loss here, either them or Execration. So, and I don't know. I just feel like Execration, they're ready to start losing.
Why are you just like magically want that in the air? You like just little finger jazz hands
no, like it's something collapsing. It's like it's holding on by just a little bit.
by a thread.
So
Yeah.
at the end of the week, there could be a team that has 5-0, right? And then in China, Aster secured their trip to the major with 5-0, but they have one additional more slot.
They have 4 slots, right?
Yeah. So is it the same with C where, depending on how like the records go, like is 5-0 going to be enough?
I don't think so.
No.
No,
I think-
probably not. But it's like
It's
basic.
pretty high.
Yeah, I think you'll need like 6-0 or something.
I mean, that's for like the mathematical
Yeah,
absolute. But like if you're 5-0, yeah, you're
you could possibly, yeah.
90%. I'm throwing it out there.
Yeah.
You're
90%
guaranteed
qualifying.
tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, I just want to bring that up.
Nice.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, let's talk about our upcoming game a little bit, though. I'm super excited because I feel like I feel like we haven't seen enough of Geek Slate to really be able to be like, oh yeah, they're like knocking it out of the park. I mean, I feel like we can say that about Execration though, because like you said, like even though during the early game, like they might not be doing it, they always end up winning. Kind of crazy.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like the expectation coming in to the DPC. I don't think any of these teams.
I don't think so,
And like it's
yeah.
actually impressive Geeks like that they're 2-0 because Skem switched from playing position 5 to position 1 again.
But he
And he
played
only had,
pos
like, a-
1 before.
Yeah. But it's like when you play position 5 for a year, it's not that easy. Like it is impressive.
But I'm sure he's also like an MMR spammer and a lot of
Oh, he
times-
played a lot of pubs, yeah.
So a lot of times he's the highest rank, so you're like, oh, okay, I'm poor now.
All right, so let's see how the Execration versus Geek Slate game goes right after this break.
Three, two, one.
This crowd is actually able to do so for a decent amount of time. Time to take out like the Flame Cloak. Does get a lot of damage, but here comes the Black Hole.
We are back and we are ready to watch some exciting Dota, some exhilarating Dota, some very fun Dota. Pi, could you say a phrase for me? Can you say ang ganda niyan?
Ang ganda niyan?
Oh, but you gotta say it with like, there, yeah, go.
Oh, yeah, I did it. I'm not doing it again. I'm not doing it.
We almost got him. Man, I have those Execration voice lines like,
shut up.
I know, they're stuck in my head. Execration buddy. They're just constantly stuck in my head. But yeah, I mean, let's talk about the game. More importantly, let's talk about the game instead of voice lines. Yeah.
Wait, was that a voice line? Ang ganda niyan?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all of Execration.
Ang ganda niyan.
I really like the boss, but shut up.
Yeah, that one's so good. But let's talk about Geek Slate first. We've talked about Execration a lot, so let's talk about this Geek Slate. What do you guys think?
I mean, I think they're the most unpredictable team in terms of hero. Like they pulled out this Underlord, the Bounty Hunter. So yeah, I'm not really sure what to expect from them. And Scam kind of plays like those just natural, like Furion, Dro. He's like the stable.
Yeah. No, he's played a lot of pubs. He knows the carries. Oh yeah, I basically forgot their roster, but yeah, they have Force too. I like him a lot.
Force.
He doesn't really care about anyone. Like, he will play his lane like he thinks it should be played.
The only thing I have an issue with him is the voice lines. Like, if I'm there, the teammate, and you're like losing, and then he's playing the sad
Oh,
crap voice.
yeah.
Like, I'm like,
The whole time.
That's funny for us, but yeah, that could get annoying.
like, if it's your teammate, you know, like you're trying to like focus, get back in the game,
Yeah.
and then like you just hear a sad trombone every minute or so. You're just like, oh my god, muting this guy.
It's constant sad trombone. Which
true.
one's your favorite?
None.
None?
I generally mute everyone.
I like the honk. The honk is appropriate.
Yeah, I'm not really a fan of voice lines.
It was fun like the first year, and then you know like then OG obviously used it to their advantage. So now I'm just like going to TI, you know, you mute everyone because you don't want to get distracted. So now it's just like it's everywhere, you know, like even the pubs are just like I can't.
Yeah.
I'm an old guy now.
You're a boomer.
My patience is very limited.
So let's talk about Execration though. So what about their lineup? I feel like we've talked about Bob a lot. Let's talk about everyone else.
Let's see.
I mean, I think their carry player, I don't remember his name, but he's like
Palos.
Palos, yeah.
Palos.
He's looked really good.
Yeah.
And I feel like he also ends up on like good heroes. We've seen a few like, especially SMG, where they have like a weird carry, where I think that guy, CDR, he plays pretty good.
Yeah.
But it's just, the hero is just not there. And here, Palos is always playing like Furion or Lina, and he's playing it well.
That is true. I feel like there's a lot of carries that are called carries, but you know, when it comes to the end game,
The X Factor.
yeah, it just doesn't feel like a lot of them pop off, but Palos does.
He seems like to be like one of the carries in C that knows how to close out games. 'Cause a lot of
Exactly.
carries can farm fast, but not a lot of them know what to do, like reaching high grounds or like knowing how to start bringing the team behind him. Like, guys, just follow me, because like that's what Mushi would say. Like when he's like, or when he's recovered and he's strong, he's like, just be behind me, and you know, like so it's a clear direction. Just protect the boss and finish the game.
No, especially like they've had a few games where I saw that Lina game Execration played where it was him versus everyone basically. I mean, the team played well around him, but he carried that game. And another guy who like plays kind of like that is Jackie.
Yeah, that's
he's
so
also
true.
like impressive.
Yeah.
Like he started out very strong at Boom, and then I think like towards with the meta changes and whatnot, you know, he kind of like faltered. But again, showing signs in life. Yeah.
Let's talk about Shanks for a little bit, because you put a lot of respect on Shanks' name, NB.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably like the only one that has been pulling off this Marcy. We questioned his item choice with going crit over Basher, but you know, there was reason to his madness. But yeah, and then I feel like him and Tino, they're probably the best
Support
laners right now. No, because Tino's off lane. And Tino's heroes causes a lot of issues because he can play this Visage, the Brood, you know, like this Enigma. Like it's very versatile, and then I feel like it also frees up Palos' heroes because they pick him so early on, forcing the opponents to react to him. So like they'll show their carries, and then Palos will have the carry advantage.
So as these two teams, like as a whole, who do you think, just like without draft, just as like players alone, who do you think is kind of stronger?
I mean, if it's just players, obviously I'd pick Geek Slate, just because Scam has already built up a lot of experience playing against the top tier teams. But again, it's like that's just players aside. But I think the better team, the better looking team right now is Execration.
Execration.
Yeah.
I mean, if you just do a rank check, I'm pretty sure Execration doesn't beat anyone. I don't know if they have a top 100 player. I mean, but obviously that doesn't matter when you play.
It might be BDZ. BDZ is quite high in rank.
Yeah, I mean, I might just be wrong. I'm not sure.
Just
but
a hater.
I'm not a. No, it's fun to see a team that they play with a lot of confidence and they know what they're doing. Like their strategies, they look very comfortable, and that's how you come back to they also just trust each other.
I mean,
they're able to play.
They're probably very comfortable because they're I think the only team that has completely stuck together. Like their roster hasn't changed,
I mean, they haven't been together for too long.
Well, since last season.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone else.
But compared to all the other rosters, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
It's only been a couple months or so, They had a head start.
Yeah.
But yeah, and obviously you have March coming in, ironing out the
Mega Mind.
Yeah, the Mega Mind.
The blue man with the forehead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, because they seem to know what they want to do every game. So even if they're down 15k gold, they know we need this and we need that, and this is how we want to take the fight.
But you also brought up something really important, like trust, and that's very hard to have within a team.
Yeah.
And it's something that may never build, and something that just happens. And whichever, for Execration, the trust is definitely there. And I think a lot of other teams are still building that.
Yeah, I could imagine. It's hard.
Oh, sometimes you only have it for a few weeks, few months, and then it's all gone, and just guys, we gotta build this trust back.
Yeah, getting it back is the hardest.
Really?
Yeah, no, for sure.
If you've broken the trust and getting.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no. So that's why when you're Fnatic now or Serum 4, it's really hard to bounce back because it's the same thing every time. You just get a lot of people have different ideas what's going wrong.
Yeah.
And then it's very hard to communicate and come to a conclusion. And you will have a lot of team talks, but many times it doesn't lead anywhere.
The worst part is when everything starts ticking you off, their mannerisms.
Yeah.
You're oh.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely between one or two of those players. There definitely is something like that.
Aww.
That guy, the way he eats at his computer,
No, for sure. That's why, I say,
every little thing.
A Dota team is being with 4 girlfriends, right?
Yeah.
Everyone has their own personalities, their own egos. That the trust is very important, and once it's broken, it's
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I feel it's kind of crazy for the outside world because everyone sees Dota players as these robots who are just mechanically so amazing at this one thing, but Dota players are real people too.
Yeah.
Fragile.
Yeah, no, but it was especially true for because you, the Western Dota. We didn't know much about China, and so we looked at them they were robots, but apparently every team that's ever gone far in TI from China, they're almost throwing fists. They're so.
Oh my god.
I think Wings when they won TI.
I've definitely seen fists thrown in my not by me. I was a spectator, but yeah, I've also heard it's very extreme in China.
Yeah.
That's some insider info at the DPC, everyone. You come here for some juicy tea, but I mean, we have more important matters at stake right now, which is the Execration Geek Slate game. I mean, what else is there more to say about these teams? I'm just kind of excited to see how this is going to go down.
I mean, I hope they have maybe they let Alina through and they have a new cool solution. I mean, it doesn't have to be Lina, it can be any of the meta heroes. Maybe they have something cool for Furion or Pango.
But I think have we seen Lina be beat in a while? No, right?
I mean, the win rate has declined significantly,
but on Monday, I feel it won all its games. Right?
Yeah, Raven showed, popped off with Lina, but I'm I think Lina's already been figured out.
Yeah.
So I don't see teams prioritizing her as much or just blind picking it.
Right.
Because even for me, I felt it's a weird hero to blind pick, especially if it's just gonna be in one.
Carry no matter what. Yeah.
Normally, the first hero is very flex.
Would
Yeah.
you like to do the honors pie? It's draft time. We got Sand King. Oh, Troll today. Wow. What is he carrying? Like a pizza box?
Nice.
That was cute.
Okay.
Oh, they banned Bounty Hunter.
There's a lead
Oh,
Well.
speaking of Lina.
right on top of her
Execration
bouncer.
don't care.
Yeah. No, I don't know. Like, the hero is still... Her passive is just too good.
It is. It's pretty broken.
She hits too fast, too hard.
Magnus. I feel like we haven't seen Magnus in ever or a while.
Let me pull up the stat. That is, in fact, the first Magnus.
First,
Oh, yeah?
that's
Yep.
exciting.
Yeah.
Lena
Pretty-
Marcy.
it's they could like their minds if this is gonna be an offlane Magnus, they could just be like, let's spam her out, but then they pick Marcy, and then Marcy's like, don't worry, Lena, we can heal you.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm pretty sure this is offlane Magnus. But yeah, I mean, Execration, they're not changing anything up. Like,
Yeah.
they're doing exactly what they've been doing.
Because no one's really figured them out, right? So they
No, true.
They haven't like had to like adjust their
Play style.
Yeah, no, I feel like I've seen this a lot in DPC. Like, teams that are winning, they should stick. Like, I just remember Alliance from like 2 years ago or something. I mean, they would win every DPC and then they would place last in the
in the
LAN.
LAN, yeah.
But in DPC, they would pick the same heroes every game. Like, there was this Dragonite. Like, they figured something out, and if you don't ban it, they would just pick it.
If
and
it
they
ain't
would win.
broke, why fix it?
Exactly.
And that should be the case, you know. It's only like when you lose, because like in a team, you should have like these particular openings, and
Yeah.
then that like builds your system. and
Yeah.
then-
No, it feels very good when you,
Yeah.
like, everyone is on the same page. Like, yeah, they left the Lina, and everyone wants to pick it.
And the best is like they can't ban out all the heroes, so you're like
Yeah.
you just know which one you're
Yeah,
gonna
yeah.
go for.
No, for sure.
Furion and
Yeah.
Void. Yeah, no, Void with the Magnus.
I mean, in the Furion, people seem to, they like picking it versus Lina, and people just like picking it in general too. So
It's like Furion's not really known as like a face rush hero, but you know,
Yeah.
like the teleport can just put you on top of that hero. And
yeah,
So much global presence.
I mean,
I'm surprised they removed the Ember. Like Ember Magnus is
With the
pretty.
Magnus?
Yeah. like
I mean, it's also kind of funny to ban. Like, they see a Magnus and you ban Furion and Drow. So like that means you really don't care about this Magnus. You
Yeah.
only care about your Lina
Yeah.
and like the core matchups.
but in their defense, like Empower does buff up the draw
Yeah,
damage a lot.
yeah. I mean, it is fine, but it's not.
Yeah, it's just like the meta hero
Yeah.
that doesn't really go side and side with this Magnus.
I wonder what we'll get to see, like some PA or something. Okay. Oh no, never mind. So it's some other Magnus.
Could be a Magnus 5.
True.
Like I wouldn't pass it by Raji, you know.
Oh yeah. No, he likes to have some weird.
Before he started picking Bloodseeker, I was already like in TI9. Before they changed the Blood Rage, I was just like, I think this hero, you know, has
Yeah.
potential of being a support.
Magnus?
No, Bloodseeker.
Oh.
But then they changed it where the Blood Rage doesn't give you the life back. So
Oh.
you kind of like you're a heal bot.
Yeah.
Disruptor.
I'm curious if Force is going to be playing this Primal Beast or if it's going to be Cooks.
Or Bob.
Oh, no, sorry.
Oh, yeah,
sorry.
different
Yeah,
teams.
sorry.
Call him Cokes.
Yeah, sorry. Waking up.
I like Disruptive versus Brood. Like, if you want to chase her around, you can.
Never fun though after.
I mean, the
Street Lights
lane
level
is not.
6.
The lane is not good. But like for the game, it's good.
Glimpse and Storm.
And these guys usually they put Marcy with the Lina, right? So
Yeah.
That has been their thing, the Marcy Lena.
The one downside to Execration's draft right now is like, you know how Bleed, they put like the Pango to bottom.
Yeah.
They don't have like this kind of hero to just lane, delay the Brood.
yeah. I mean, like
You can't-
Primal can kind of do it.
But it's not as fast, right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. No, he's not. Like the thing is, when he wants to clear the spiders, he has to.
Walk.
And then
Get in there.
And then that's like an easy like lift into
Yeah.
the setup. Pango's like from a distance.
Yeah.
The
And yeah, especially early, it's hard to get him.
Is it the Silken Bullet that slows, or is it the Brood ult that slows?
no Silken Bullet.
The Bola, yeah.
Oh. So that's even worse against the...
But I don't know. I think Execration's lineup looks very nice.
But
It's super comfortable.
The slow's very mediocre, Sophie.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
so
12.
come on.
It's like
Well.
12%.
Come on.
I could be lying,
Yeah.
but it doesn't feel that bad.
All right, let's see. What does Execration... What are they looking for now?
Pyro.
Whoa.
It does look like a scam hero. Like,
Yeah. Oh, I don't know.
yeah,
I'm not really feeling that draft, to be honest.
Could also be a Raji hero, the homing missile.
Yeah.
But it's just like, why?
Could you play like a cool carry Magnus?
I mean, you could.
You just farm and your only
But-
goal is to just press RP on this
But it's
Lina
like
and
this
hit her.
Lina, like, yeah, sure.
You can play mid Magnus, no?
You can, but you don't see the
But-
matchup yet then, like...
And it's like, it's not a matchup that you normally win. It's just like you scale faster and you don't really rotate the best either.
No.
You want to go for the Echo Saber first, and then like that means you're just watching while so many things are happening in the map. Doesn't feel the best.
No, I'm wondering who's... Because I mean, it's actually more normal to play a Magnus 5 than a carry Magnus. So.
They banned out the Naga.
But there's no way you play Magnus 5 right now with this lineup. Like, you have nothing to buff.
Yeah, it's.
Buff the Brute. But
They
she goes
banned
like pipe.
TB.
They're probably just doing like coin flips.
I think they know that it's not like a carry, like their carry's not picked yet.
I mean,
Still
that's what they
banning
think
for
they
carry.
know, but they don't know anything.
That is
but at
true,
least
that is true.
whatever the case is, Execration's lineup is super comfortable. Like, this is exactly the heroes they want to play.
It's cozy.
Yeah,
It's people
cozy.
blanket.
It's people black.
Yeah. Yeah, and we've seen all of these heroes like played already from them. Like Tino was playing the Primal Beast.
Yeah.
Now, Bob.
I mean, they're just solid, right? They have good pick off. Like, when the Lina gets a few items, they can, you can roach, you can push towers. You have a team fight spell.
Like Bob picked Void Spirit here before,
Yeah.
and it's not exactly bad pick. They removed the puck, so that's one of the counters to Void. No, I mean I think you just go Void Spirit here for Execration.
Yeah, pan
Like,
span.
just play your comfort.
Yeah. No, it should be fine. I like it.
Why are people saying that like Void is not as hot as it used to be? Like, what happened?
It just like okay, maybe Storm's the weakest now among all the spirits, but before it was just like it was like Ember Storm up there and then Void's here. Like you don't need to pick Void if Ember Storm is up here because the like for him to start like being like a beast, it's
Right.
like a long
Yeah.
long ways compared to like the other.
Yeah, I
lot
think
of
his item build is not that. Like, I think most people go like Kaya Sanj early. Still kind of
Tiny.
Still kind of just die,
Bony.
and you don't deal that much damage either.
Could be a block pick for the Magnus also. They could go for like
I'm
a
so
Magnus.
curious now what Geek Slate are doing.
Yeah. Also.
Would this be a Bob Tiny?
Yeah. Palos,
And Palos
Tiny.
Lina. Wait,
Bob.
Palos? Wait.
Palos is the carry. Palos.
But-
I mean,
but you said
Palos,
Palos, Tiny.
Lina,
Yeah.
Palos Lina.
Bob,
yeah.
Tiny.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Wake up, bro. You had your 2 coffees.
Ah, yeah. I gotta finish my Americano. That's when I fully wake up.
When you awake. That's gear 3 or whatever it is.
All right, what's
Okay,
the last
let me see. I'm so curious. What are you gonna do? Like,
Predict.
if you want to be normal, you would go like. No, I actually don't even know.
I don't, they're they're
you
far
could-
from normal.
Yeah, you could play Magnus mid now. It's okay.
It's just gonna fall behind from all like the tiny rotations, right? Because you have like an RP versus Avatars.
Yeah, no. I mean, I think you do well in lane with Magnus. I mean, the tiny doesn't suffer that much. Okay.
Io? What? Well, they seem
little-
confident because like none of them are. What is Scam gonna play? Because I mean, I
Just
guess
Io Gyro.
yeah,
Yeah.
Io Gyro
Yeah.
and then Magnus mid. So
So they did do the Magnus mid. Okay.
Wow, guys.
what is the? Why prioritize the Magnus? So like,
Yeah.
because it's the first pick, right? It's
I mean, they must feel, yeah, they must feel like you skewer the Lina. Like it's definitely hard to push now.
uh-huh.
Eventually, I guess.
They're gonna,
I don't know. I don't
they're
really
gonna,
get the theory.
They're gonna
craft.
collapse on this Lina. That's the game plan.
with their Magnus. He's coming there with his ogre axe. Get out.
Horn toss, skewer back.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're gonna collapse on the Lina.
Yeah.
The Magnus is gonna collapse.
True.
True. Nice. But I mean, I do get that Execration draft is really comfy. I think for me, I'm definitely in on Execration. But I think that like Geek Slate's got a funky
Brood.
thing.
Root mid. Okay,
Oh.
that's really comfortable for the Tiny then. Like I was like thinking like Tiny was really good for Execration because he can move to bottom and just
Yeah.
start laning against the.
I mean,
Brood.
this, I don't know how this matchup goes anymore. Like, it used to be Tiny was so happy versus Broodmother. I don't know how, I mean, I guess we'll see, but I don't know if it's that good anymore. Because usually what you would do back in the day, you would like max your tree grab, and you would basically kill the Brood's tower by like 9-10 minutes, and you would have like really high net worth. The Brood would be pretty farmed too, but the Tiny would be like insanely farmed.
Nice.
But I don't think anyone plays like that anymore. So let's see.
Okay, well, let us see how they play. Let's get our casters. Ring, ring. Hello, are you guys there? We got SVG and Cap. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing good. I'm very interested in this Broodmother because, I mean, panel, do you guys have any inside information about this? Apparently, Cox has never played Broodmother in a professional match before.
Well, where you got your stat, that's also the stat I know.
All right, well, go cast, do your thing, and enjoy.
Maybe he misclicked it.
Yeah, after that very long pause where neither one of them was picking.
Or he just alpha clicked it. I'm going to play this.
Maybe they flipped a coin. Maybe that's why they took so long.
That's true. They flipped it a lot of times. I think they kept flipping it there, trying to get him to not play it, but he's just feeling it.
He was set on it.
Yeah, he has the cosmetics.
They said, okay, if it lands on heads 3 times in a row, you get to play it.
That's right. They flipped it another 6, and he still won, so we'll see what happens. It's been a long time since I've seen mid-brood.
Yeah.
I feel like it's been... I actually can't remember. I feel like the last time I saw it was when like Quakefa was playing it or something. That was a very different brood.
Yeah, it was.
The last patch that was in the meta was like the Matumba brood from a couple TIs ago. That was when you had the ability to go over the cliff and farm the ancients.
I think
that was broken.
Pretty interesting note on top of this never played Broodmother in a professional match before is also the fact that when they played in the BTS Pro Series, Brood was permabanned by Execration. They did not want to let Geek Slate get Broodmother on their hands because Force has like a very high win rate with it.
Yeah,
70%, so they obviously respect his Brood a lot.
His Brood's very solid, which is another reason it's kind of surprising they threw it mid.
Yeah.
Into what is arguably a kind of worse matchup, I think. I don't think Tiny shuts down Brood. I don't think mid Brood probably gets shut down by anything, but it's not really the hero you want to like go into to try and abuse super hard. As opposed to if you can get the levels versus Lina, you will kick her out eventually. And then you have that game plan of limiting your space and collapsing these 2 tier 1s. Mid-brood kind of doesn't do that. She's probably better at invading triangle, and if you can take the mid-tier 1s super early versus some hero you can exploit, then you'll probably have a pretty good game flow. I don't know if Tiny is that hero, though. That's why it's a little awkward for me.
Yeah.
But we'll see how much you can get done. At the same time, this is kind of a buff the carry lineup, right? I almost feel like the Magnus was there and then they didn't know what to do with it. They kept trying to figure it out down the road. Because this is kind of an empowered, tethered, amped gyrocopter lineup.
Yeah.
And then you have this Magnus and Brood who can support that gameplay. Like Brood can buy auras, but she's mid, so does she want to provide damage on her own? Then you have this Magnus who can... He's obviously a pretty solid utility hero. You can provide some displacement. He can also buy auras. So to me, the big question is how much does Geek Slate want to go into the all your eggs in the gyro basket?
Right, because you've already kind of a lot of your eggs with the IO gyro. So,
yes. And typically that's the way you want to use this combo. Like this is a combo you can put all your eggs in and then have it carry you.
So despite that term usually being a phrase of warning against doing something like that, you think it is actually the way to play it? You do want to put all your eggs in one basket?
Eggs are expensive right now, Cap. They've doubled in the last year or so.
They really have.
You just shove them all in there and pray. That's what I think.
Okay. Well, we'll see whether or not it works out for them. For those of you guys who may have missed it, we referenced the BTS Pro Series, and I'm sure the panel did too. They played in the best of 5. It did go 3-2 to the favor of Execration. But when it comes to this DPC anyway, it feels like Execration, I don't know if they powered up or if they've just got fate on their side or what, but they have not only just won 3 series, but they haven't lost a single game yet, despite maybe they should have lost some games.
Yeah, some of those I do not know if you count as dubs, but the score tracker will.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Geek Slate have faced up against the 2 quote-unquote weakest teams of the DPC Southeast Asian region so far in Fnatic. And who's the other team that they played? Either way, Boom. They're both at the bottom of the list right now. Not what I would have expected. Certainly not for Boom.
Skem just laying into him here.
Yeah, he's fearless.
And this was a lane swap too, so Palos trying to dodge, I guess, because Execration were the ones who forced this. They rather have the Lina versus Io Gyro instead of the melee hero.
Yeah.
Probably felt like it was going to get a little too abused. Generally, though, the melee offlaners can actually do okay versus Io Gyro.
Yeah, but it isn't like the whole idea of Primal Beast, like specifically, like you get on top of these ranged heroes, but Gyrocopter is like the opposite almost of
he's
a
a
ranged
fake
hero.
ranged hero.
He wants you to be near him so he could just...
I agree. This lane doesn't sound great for the Primal Beast.
Yeah.
I can understand why they did this swap. But this is not like some Lina Marcy domination lane we saw when they played it before, right?
No.
Where they were chain killing people. Maybe looking for it here, but typically this is a lane you wanna snowball a bit because it's just so strong, but they're actually getting beat back, so Io putting in the work early.
Palos is dead.
He is dead.
I
Just got missiled.
quite know what the thought was there. He challenged them. He had the missile on him,
challenged them, yeah.
and he challenged them with 3 melee creeps hitting him all at the same time, and the Gyrocopter.
I think Skem summoned the missile just behind the tree, and so they couldn't hit it while it was loading.
Yeah, you think he was trying to hit the missile, and he was just...
Yeah, maybe. It's just too little too late.
Weird.
That's a very nice start for Io Gyro, because this is a lane where if you start to get kills, you get the extra levels early, which is huge for this duo. One of the biggest issues with this combo is that you get level starved on your carry.
Right.
If you fall behind early and you have to maintain the tether. Because the other question is Io going to go and play with anybody else's game? Generally, you want another core in that mid game where you can go and play with them, make some action happen while Gyro clears jungle or stacks or triangle stacks and gets the solo levels up. And then you go back to him for the later part of that mid game.
I mean, if
This
you
type
go
of
like
lineup-
BKB Shard build on Broodmother, do you think Io is a good partner for Brood?
I mean, you can tether Brood and just play through the massive move speed on the webs, and Brood's an okay skirmish hero.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the game plan. It's not very conventional, but I mean, what does convention matter if it works?
Also, do you think the Shard is viable at all on Brood? Like in this kind of situation, mid specifically?
I don't know. I honestly have not seen the shard almost at all.
Yeah, me neither.
I don't even know if anybody considers it, but
A little bit of skirmish
Could be.
back and forth, but it looks like bottom lane. Narman, not going to die. And gets a chance to healing salve and turn around and do some damage to Tino. Force, you can see, is trying to get in front of him and will be able to burst him down with the next round of nukes. So Force and Narman get the second kill of the game. Seems like the side lane's going very well for Geek Slate.
that's a safe lane Primal Beast, so I'm not sure they should be losing this safe lane.
Oh,
this
and
hard.
mid is being won as Cox is going to be able to get a kill. They've just gotten a kill on every single lane now.
Okay.
Geek Slate dominating all 3.
But why not? The pressure's on, ramping it up. This is a very good start for a lineup that, to me, seemed maybe a little slow on the early lanes, right?
Yeah.
Like, this is like Magnus, Brew. It's kind of heroes that want to get to level 6 or 7, and then they're super good, but they're finding these level 4 or 5 kills earlier than I expected and putting them in an extremely strong position here. Because now you have level 6.5 Brood versus 5.25 Tiny. This mid lane is going to get destroyed in the next couple of minutes here if Execration don't bring numbers for 6-minute ruin, things like this. I think you have to help this Tiny now.
Yeah, simultaneously, Geek Slate also, well, I guess they don't have the best rotating heroes because they would just be a Rubik. But if Cox is somehow able to kill the Tiny again, then he
just
may
used
be
his
able to take the
whole-
mid tower. Okay, that was his... At least he's got the... Oh, no, he has a sentry, too! They're prepared for every single outcome it sees pop. He pops a Fairy Fire, but that removes his invis, and now he's dead.
Yeah, I don't think you can just use your combo on Spiderlings like that. And like I said, you have to bring the numbers because this Brood is already out of control. Like, she is way ahead in levels, got the solo kill. Now you're getting extra body blocks.
With
Geek
the
Slate
Siege
bringing the
Wagon,
numbers.
I think this tower may just die.
Yeah, I think it is dead. You have no teleport on Tiny. I don't think anybody else can defend this. Primal Beast doesn't have TP for 4 seconds as well. Yeah, this tower might just be gone here. I don't think anybody wants to come and fight Brood at this point in the game. Cox is already out of control.
Just to point out the skill builds for any of you guys who are maybe inspired by this mid Broodmother action. He did go Wraithband, Orb of Corrosion, and then back to Arcane Boots. And he's still going to be going an Aura build. He's not going to be going some like BKB right-clicking build. He's still going to be functioning as the normal off-lane Broodmother.
Honestly, I think he could just go damage with the start he's had. Some kill build, I don't know, like Fast Orchid or some old school Deso build. I don't know exactly what it is. I'd have to think about it, but with the start he's had, he's just going to take over the map. Like, why not? You have this Magnus to build utility anyway.
Just enough space. Raji does get over the cliff and away from danger there.
What could he build in this situation? It's actually a very interesting thought experiment. Like, what is the optimal build for a Brood in this situation with this good of a lead that's going to just take over the game? If it was a couple patches ago, I'd say Necrobook. That would have.
Yeah. I mean, Orchid is definitely a pretty popular item right now.
Yeah, Orchid does seem interesting. But honestly, maybe it doesn't matter what he goes. It's going to power up so fast he can go and fight. Like, the thing about Brood is she does damage with levels. As long as he just keeps getting levels and invades enemy areas, it's going to be pretty nice for this Geek Slate lineup. Remember, they're going to have Reload to play on top of this as well at some point.
Orchid, Silver Edge, BKB.
Yeah.
Start hunting down the Selena. Because that's the only hero that does. Well, actually, Tiny. Never mind. He's got a CS from Palos. He was the one who's doing okay when it came to CS in lane, but now has died twice in said laning configuration. Execration got to break things down or something.
Yeah.
I mean, Execration seems to be the kings of late game, but it doesn't look like it's going to get to this point, the way things are snowballing against them. Oh, no! Force, if you saw that one, he skewered the Primal Beast, but the Primal Beast had already had trample on, so he took a ton of damage while he was skewering backwards, but he is able to get away, it looks like, and it's just going to be the Disruptor who dies to Skem's rotation.
This early game is accelerating very fast for Geek Slate here. Like you said, kings of the late game, only if you can get there. Maybe that's what this Brood's designed to do. Just break the game open, abuse the supports who can't interact with her, and suddenly you have the entire map with a Magnus lineup. I also like the fact that Skem went this fighting gyro build. I think a lot of times when you have IO gyro, we used to see just like max flak with stats.
Sure.
And
yeah.
He's gotten a lot of kills out of it. He's almost level 7. So he has the early levels on this combo just off the kills and the rotation. Now he's back towards mid. And I don't think his farm is going to suffer too much because you can stack, you can play the Empower game, he'll get it later. If you take over the map, you're just going to stifle so much out of Execration here, it won't matter. Which is exactly what's happening.
Narman. Oh, he actually gets the telekinesis off first. Now, the combo's still going to be there. Actually toss him over to the Disruptor. Nice steal of the toss. Narman, Hustler, still going to die, though. Meanwhile, top lane. Ooh, that was a close one. Marcy barely able to TP back in time. Shanks gets away with like 50 HP.
Cox is still up here. You're going to try and pressure tier 1. This smoke is designed to hit the gyro. And they do have vision on it. He's trying to do some stacks, but he doesn't have the flak point, so he can't actually do them, so he bailed.
So which may end up saving his life, or not. He runs into Carlo.
Fight it out.
They're going to glimpse him backwards here, away from the Disruptor. Tino will be able to run down. He has to grab him with the pulverize and finish him off. Barely gets it in time, but the Gyrocopter does die. Now the question is, are they going to be able to get out in time? As Narman has stolen that ultimate, and now Tino is going to have to walk it off his onslaught, not up for a bit, so he's just going to be tossed back into his doom, it looks like. As,
into the pause.
Geek Slate continue to have some sort of mic issues here, but not that it matters. Primal Beast did go for a mech, by the way. Arcane Boots mech, so also going to be going for a Aura build.
Greaves is just too good. All it takes is a couple little buffs, and you see it every game. Now Force is going to steal those stacks, so why not? Skem is just playing 3 gyro here for his other 2 carries. Exactly what we expected out of this lineup.
Oh, interesting. Force is going... They really are all eggs in one basket. Because if the Broodmother is going to go Greaves, and we've got Force going for a pipe.
This is where I was saying, like, I don't know if the way this game is going, this is the right way to do it, though.
Yeah.
Because your gyro is kind of the one lagging a little bit, so you're buffing up your behind hero in a way.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I would have liked to have seen the Brood or the Mag go some more aggressive items than both going auras.
Right.
I think it's a little overkill considering they have such a good lead. Like, the auras help you solidify the lead if you can turn them into objectives, but they're already doing that anyway. Right? Like, is their 5-man lacking? Not really. So I would have liked to, maybe the Mag goes, you know, for the Blink Shard build and you just go around killing people, or the Brood goes some kill build. Double auras, I think it will give a little bit of some breathing room to Execration here, especially if they can get this tiny Blink online, which Bob is a long way away from, but This is what the smoke is designed to do. Try and get him that gold.
Oh, Carlo, he's having some trouble with some spiders, but the bait does work out. The relocate is not going to be there in time, but Skem, he wants to fight this one. They already have the Stony out. He's going to be pulled, grabbed, and Skem in just delivering damage with this build. 3 levels of Rocket Barrage is just tearing apart these heroes.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, that is a hard kill to commit onto when you have the
look
reload.
at him. Immediately TP to mid. They're not letting okay. Skem did it by himself. The wand keeps him alive for now, but Palos just eats Dragon Slate, but it's barely off the mark. Oh my god, the tree from the side. Bob catches him. He catches Skem. Okay, Skem maybe a little bit too ambitious in trying to protect that tower. Meanwhile, Narman seemed to have found Carlo.
No escape from the stolen pulverize.
Yeah, I guess he just, didn't die in that last engagement and was hiding in the trees?
Yeah, he was trying to chill a little bit, throw out some cheeky spells, but not every corner play works. I mean, huge kill for this Tiny to get the gold off the gyro, which, you know, Skem, as you said, a little over-aggressive there, just a little bit, but doesn't want to give up anything on the map.
Bob. It's going to start eating its way through these trees. Narman's going to run into him. He tosses them away.
Get out of here, son.
And trying to get out, but the skewer, it lands just in time, stopping that TP. And Bob is dead. Narman will make sure of it.
Another little cheeky side of the map play that ends up paying the price here.
Yeah. Geek Slate just reacting very quickly to all these moves.
Is under attack.
And you're not getting a real trade on the map. You're getting farm on Palos as he clears through a lot of this triangle, but outside of that, you're not opening too much up.
No.
And this game will get to a point where eventually Geek Slate can force the Roche or force the 5-on-5 with the auras that you're not going to be able to fight through. Because this Execration lineup is majority magic damage. There's not a huge amount of physical until later when you have like some extra sidekick levels. Lina starts to pick up the slack. You get this early pipe, which is already out on force. I don't know how you fight through this. It seems impossible. You can just go wherever he wants and control the map. Push them into areas, and then you play with the reload with the Brood running in. Seems pretty straightforward here for Geek Slate.
Crazy part is it looks like Narman, who back when he went by the name Hustler, I mean, he was well known for his Rubik play.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Constantly playing that hero. And he's going to have a Blink
Radiant are
Dagger
scanning.
before Bob is.
Yeah, that's a pretty good sign. Because the other thing about this lineup is maybe the one part where they lack is the assertive ability to initiate. The downside of going the pipe on Mag is you don't have a real just Blink initiator. Well, now you have Blink Rubik at like 14 minutes in the game.
Yeah.
You just Blink lift this Lina, start the fight.
Shanks hunting, runs into 2 heroes, thinks better of it.
Yeah, who's
Turns
hunting
back to Palos, and I think he's just trying to make sure that Palos has some room.
What?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what was going on there.
I don't know. I don't think either side wanted to find either side. Both just run it off. Very awkward. Meanwhile, Cox's going to get kicked out of this jungle. But I don't think he's too sad about it. He's kind of watching his gyro go to town on this ancient stack. Skem is living the dream. Gets tethered, gets overcharged, gets empowered, gets murderous daled.
I was like, what? What did you just say?
Yeah, trying
It's the
to catch
active
you sleeping.
of Seeds of Serenity. Learned something new today.
Yeah, they couldn't have named it anything more difficult to pronounce in a situation, but I guess that spell is not exactly in high pressure scenarios, is it?
You know, I think that somebody put that in specifically to catch some commentator, you know?
Probably. But they already have Locket up on the Raji too. So even Io is getting decent farm. 5 Io is not typically a hero you get fast items on at all.
Yeah.
And everyone you do get is huge. Keep in mind also, you have this Greaves meta. Greaves already coming out for this Brood.
Oh, glimpse back. Tino
Not there.
will be able to grab him, but Narman immediately intercepts. Bob, though, hits a 2-man avalanche, but the pipe goes down. They've taken no damage. Now it's Bob who's going to be in trouble as Narman looks for a position
They have
to
the
use this
detection
stolen
again.
toss. The detection is down. Bob once again breaking his invis because there it is. There's the toss put to work from Narman. Throws a rhino on him.
That's the 5-on-5. It's just not going to happen. You're fighting into Greaves, which got delivered in that pipe. Remember, they can reload in on top of it anyway and bail someone out with a tether locket. There's way too much early sustain in this lineup. On top of, I think they're just scaling a bit harder. Unless this goes ultra late with Lina. And every time I say, if it goes ultra late in this region, it tends to go ultra late. So
yeah, the average game time for these games in Southeast Asia DPC compared to the other regions is just bonkers.
yeah, maybe that's why you pick Mag. You're like, all right, Execration, you want to go 80 minutes every game?
Yeah,
We'll have a Magnus lineup, the king of late game.
that's true. Kind of got it all. He's got a damage steroid. He's got a big team fight ability, BKB piercing, disable, reposition.
Yep. There's a reason why this hero does well in most TIs, even if he's not top of the power board. Just gives it all to you.
Two-man smoke up, Narman and Force making their way to the gyrocopter. Palace and Shanks have been hanging out here quite often, but they are going to be caught this time around. Do we have the stun? We do. Yeah, nice little toss up in the air by Narman, followed by a skewer from Force. Shanks will be able to get away, but losing his carry isn't too happy about it.
Yeah, Shanks tried to tank that gank, but they said, no thank you. We prefer the Lina. Just ignore him, and why not? Ends up forcing him to base anyway. This map is going to collapse very fast here. Another skewer on a support.
Yeah, they're just catching heroes all over the place.
Arlo, you are not long for this world. Birdo's Dale not saving you there.
The Dale, save me. Yeah. Keeping two lanes pushed in. Bob really only had that bottom lane to get anything out of. I mean, he's got his Blink Dagger, but he cannot find an opening to get a kill on anybody.
They're way too tanky.
Yeah.
I don't know who you jump in this game. It's pretty much only Norman, I guess. He's got 1400 HP too, actually. He's got Bracer, Fluffy Hat, so he's not even that squishy. And I mean, look at the vision on both side lanes here from Geek Slate. Pretty good read of this game. They have the full map. There's not going to be any deep vision from Execration here. Ward up the two side lanes. You see Lina pushing deep on one. It only takes one hero with a stun plus that reload threat, and you're going to kill him. It's forcing Execration to play very clumped, which means you're getting out farmed. Almost 10k gold lead here. Just a matter of when Geek Slate wants to try and force the 5-on-5, I think. Which is probably Gyro BKB. I don't think you have to do anything before that. You play these three heroes together. If the Mag and Brood are close enough with the two auras, any fight that happens, you reload in, you have the 5-on-5, you're going to be able to take that fight easily. Just farm up your Gyro BKB. Pretty much the only play here is Execration find a smoke gank on the Gyro IO.
Yeah, they have to, otherwise they're getting relocated on, right?
Yes.
That'll be a bad fight. Bare minimum, probably a trade.
They don't have the vision to find this duo, and they haven't really been showing on lanes because they don't have to. They just farm the whole jungle because Brood is playing so aggressive. It's a tough situation for Execration.
The whole squad moving up here.
They're getting smoked on instead.
Yeah.
Who's going to blink first?
Oh, Static Storm, he actually managed to blink out of it just in time. There wasn't that tick of instant damage. Now they do manage to get Narman into a combo, but look at that, he's back up to full health. Maybe Raji, they can catch him with a Gleipnir. Yeah, Palace can lay into him with the IO dead. Force has to come in and hits the RP to stop this Lina from delivering the damage. They do get a toss onto Skim, trying to finish him up. Palace might be able to do it, and he does manage to get that kill before he falls. Shanks will die next, and yes, Geek Slate will, or should, clean up everybody else in this fight. Yeah, Bob's not getting away. So it is going to be a 2-for-4 exchange, though honestly, Execration probably got away with more out of that fight than they should have.
Yeah, that was a ultra kill for Cox. He's pretty happy about that one, but that was a very aggressive reload. I don't know if it was necessary either, because you'd already used the Static Storm, you've already glimpsed, you've already used the toss. I understand they felt super strong to take that fight. I don't think it's necessarily an incorrect play, but just decent position from Apollos, gets the Gleipnir, gets an LSA, takes out two. He'll get a lot of XP and gold off that. So like you said, not the worst case scenario for Execration, considering the 5-on-5s are still basically impossible. Now you have to worry about Roshan though.
Yeah.
And this is all pre-Gyro BKB. Imagine you had BKB in that fight. I think that's just a full wipe.
He's untouchable. Force also working towards a BKB, and then to add on to your troubles, you're gonna have Cox rocking an AC as well. So he's got protection for days, it seems. We'll watch this one again.
And decent RP to salvage this. Like, if he doesn't get that RP, you miss a lot of gyro damage, and maybe you don't clean up here. A nice job by Force to commit. But Cox is just cleaning him up from the back. And who has even begun to touch the Brood this game? Say this guy doesn't play this hero, but I'm scared to think of what he would do with a couple of games of practice, maybe.
Yeah, seriously. They obviously probably had some scrims where they played it, and I have no doubt that Execration either played directly against it in a scrim or probably got some information. So this is a pretty terrifying Brood team. If they were scary just with Force playing the Brood Mother, but now that they're showing in an official match that Cox can play it at a high level too,
yeah, it becomes even more obnoxious. He is living the dream with Empower on top of it, right? Just helps the extra damage come through. Like, Brood is not the worst of power hero. She actually has decent stacking and everything. He is an Agi hero with 3.4, so
yeah.
Level 15. She actually have more Agi than Gyro? No, but it's close. So this is not the worst hero to just scale into the late game with either. He's going AC next as well. I really like this item. This is an item that helps your Gyro, makes your team tanky, and lets you just right-click people with the power to create a threat of your own. So this is going to be a very difficult timing for Execration to come back into in the next 5 minutes here. You have to fight into the Gyro BKB with Aegis, this Brood AC coming out soon with Empower. Good luck, my friends.
This game is looking so bad that Execration, Tino's out here trying to gank spiders while Force is killing heroes.
Structures are fortified.
Big difference in the threat level of these individual offlaners.
Is there many things more satisfying in Dota than just whacking people with the mag hammer? I feel like that
the sound design that they put in.
Yeah, the sound and the satisfaction is very high.
Yeah. They haven't gotten a tier 1 tower yet on Execration. This bottom tower is 86 health, and Force is like, nope, not even gonna give you that freebie.
I wouldn't deny it. I mean, there's a decent chance you bait someone on it. You can kill them with a reload. It's just not that easy of a tower to commit onto anyway.
Bob's gonna sneak it at some point.
Bob might die on it, to be honest. Way this game's been going. He almost gets caught, actually. He's just going second item Ags, too.
Yeah, I mean, you need some high ground defense because at this point it's inevitable. I don't really think there's a way back into this game other than holding your high ground and hoping for the best.
Yeah, I tend to agree. This build just looks rough, you know?
Yeah. Well, who knows? Maybe they'll get the right kind of Gleipnir static
Dire's
storm
middle tower is under
with
attack.
a bunch of trees thrown in the mix.
Yeah, you need to get a toss back into the static storm, let Lina go to work. She does have BKB, so this is Palace's time to
the smoke is gonna break. It's gonna break out the gyrocopter. Who has the Aegis, but what a hit from Force! A 3-man RP. The static storm to stop the skewer away, but they are just getting wrecked by Skem as he turns around, delivers the damage. Palos tries to put it out to kill Narman, and he will get that, but no! That last shot didn't even finish him up. He has too much regen on the side of Narman. And that'll be a team wipe as Carlo tries to get away from these spiders. Actually will, thanks to the kinetic field, it seems. So not quite a team wipe, but for all intents and purposes, it is.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Skem
under
doing a little bit of damage that fight with almost 10K. Why not? I mean, this is a lineup built around the gyro, and he is delivering.
And he still has that second life too. So.
Yeah, that's the whole thing about that. Is like, oh, if they could have chainsed on that and killed the gyro, maybe that looks better. But he would have just come back anyway.
Yeah.
With BKB that you can't stop. That's a rough go. That said, crazy good RP by Force to just break up the fight, buy the time to heal up the gyro. Once the turnaround comes, there's absolutely no chance you're winning that engagement.
It's pretty interesting. He didn't go BKB, despite, they have so much farm. He actually went back for the utility of a Force staff.
Force staffs are good, right? Yeah. Especially 2 of them. The value goes up a lot when you could double up on this item. You can save the other Force staff carry, you can double Force a hero. Something we saw at this year's TI. Double Force was basically bought in every game down the stretch. And they don't lack the damage, they don't lack the staying power. Like, this gyro is basically out of control. He's gonna outscale everybody in this game unless an ultra late scenario. talking 90 minutes plus now, I think.
Yeah.
Even then, I'm not sure. Like, you can go Swift Blink on this hero and just Swift Blink on Lina and out-man fighter. This Gyro's in free roam territory.
All right, we got the Axe now on Tiny.
Top tower is under attack.
Is
Say
it
that like
possible?
it's, what is it doing exactly?
Yeah, I don't... It's not even going to do that much damage because he doesn't have the Echo Saber or Crystallis to back it up.
But yeah, we do have it.
And they have stacks and stacks of armor thanks to Cox.
Yes. He's even going Wraith Pact on top.
All right.
Extra lifesteal, extra armor. Why not? More buffs for the man in the helicopter.
Dire's top tower
He's just
is under
zooming
attack.
around right now.
Dire's structures.
Is it, oh. Nice little catch here. Ah, using the Force Staff to get back in front of Shanks. And hits him with the skewer. That was smooth by Force. I like that.
Rebound Marcy back into the well. Always satisfying. A nice little setup on the side lane. I don't know if this is who they were looking for, but this is the type of plays you have to do in this situation.
Yeah.
The one upside is you can maybe go for this like reload Force and then glimpse the IO out. That is always an option too.
Sure.
Kind of strand in like a numbers advantage fight, but obviously a bit easier said than done in this type of scenario, especially when Gem has come out for the Geek Slate slide from Narman. It's on Force and he is just dewarding everything. That's going to hurt when you lose the last words you have on the map.
Is it at all possible that Geek Slate is not pressing their advantage enough? Or do you think it's totally fine just to wait for a second Roshan?
I mean, they're really not losing too much in this scenario. They know they're stuck in base. They're playing the right heroes together. The 3-2 setup. You're just going to walk down lanes with this Gyro IO. I don't think you can just go on them. They're not under too much pressure to rush it here. And they're finding the picks anyway.
Yeah, they really are. It's just constant. They're just letting Execration bleed themselves out at this point as they just kind of set up on areas of the map. People are desperate to get out there and find farm, and Geek Slate is there to collect on the kills.
Yep.
So, Tino with a bit of a breakaway Force. He's on the hunt. Oh, he heard that. He's like, I know you're around here, Tino. You're not getting away from me. They're going to use the relocate to ensure that Tino does die here.
He's a tanky boy, but not that tanky. And they did get the reload out, and I think they knew they don't know they reload from down here, but the one play Execration still has is you find the IO Gyro on the map. You just bring everybody and you've managed to find them. Can maybe make something happen with the chain stun. Just they're fast as well. Geek Slate already smoking back bottom to cover this one hole. In fact, they're flanking all the way behind.
Oh,
with
yeah, they got a nice ward, and they got the BKB off on Skem. Got it out in time with the RP. That is the end of this engagement. 3 dead on the side of Execration. Maybe Geek Slate. Maybe they don't need another Aegis. Maybe they could just go high ground right now for a bit.
Yeah, you definitely go high ground now. That was Lina BKB down. She's dead for 40. No way you're ever taking a fight without that hero. It's just going to be game potentially here. I don't know what the base defense situation really is. Like, you have a toss back, but into what?
Gonna need several tossbacks.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Bob's coming. You need an alley-oop. You need to toss him over to Shanks. Shanks then disposes him backwards a little bit further, and then the Primal Beast grabs him with the Pulverize.
And then you get a 4-man black hole.
Yeah.
I think that's what you need in this game.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Save it for game 2. Yeah, get that spider. 9 gold, baby. That's what that Pulverize just netted, Tino.
That's a Pulverize for the morale. Don't worry, guys. Next game.
Oh, they got the skewer range talent now on Magnus.
Well,
It's pretty spooky.
Satanic Skem running in.
Yeah, they're just
Absolutely
running
no
up
fear.
into the high ground of all these heroes. And Darwin actually, he just blinks straight onto the static storm of Carlo. Instantly dies to Bob. The rest of the team will be here to catch up, and they should be able to grab some heroes. They're trying to keep Bob from being able to blink away. Nice toss, and the damage is still there, though. Bob not able to blink away. They're turning, though, perhaps. Palos, he tries to put out some damage, but the Glimmer Cape actually bailing out Force. Tino grabs Skem, just trying to stop the damage where he can, but it only delays the inevitable at this point. Palos popping his BKB, but Skem's gonna run right with him, side by side, collecting on the triple kill.
I think Skem is done with this one, just running into the base.
Hey, Carlo got a kill, though. Or you got a tower, rather.
That's true. There's that tier 1.
Go him.
Last one. This is definitely some morale boost.
Oh, that's a cute use of the Psychic Headband. Olay.
Just a brutal beatdown of the game.
Yeah, it really was.
I mean, Narman just threw himself into the arms of Angels there, and it didn't even matter.
Radiant's bottom barracks has
Too many auras, came on too fast. Cox just destroyed mid too hard. The help didn't come. That was the whole story. Like, pretty much very little recovery mechanism unless you start finding crazy pickoffs. Not to mention, they were just stacking triangle the whole game. Like, this Gyro got so many ancient stacks.
Yeah.
Interesting strat. Like, definitely a strat you could tell was premeditated, practiced, executed pretty decently here. That type of stuff just wins you games and puts you in a pretty good position to win series, and doesn't take too many series to go to the major.
I feel like itemization has been really on point for the strongest teams in C right now. I think we were particularly impressed by Execration's itemization
double
before.
fourth on fourth.
Beautiful pickoff.
Damn.
Just what you need to put that final nail in the coffin. A pickoff on the Lina with no buyback.
Just as you were talking about itemization, double force staff into blink, into skewer. That's why you buy 2. Can't hide from me, son. It's in the name.
Yeah, he just gets forced all around. All right, Mega's going to be inbound unless Execration can put together some sort of miracle fight. And they can't even touch Skem. Missile going to run down Shanks. Okay, they got a static storm. That's a little nice. Toss back into the fountain. Maybe they can at least get Force, or maybe Force is put in the perfect position to get them.
Yeah, that's a GG if I've ever seen one. I don't know who's getting tossed or skewered in, but nobody is dying here for Geek, Slate. And yeah, like you said, the itemization has just been on point for these guys in a lot of the series, right? Yeah, I feel like they're always on the same page. And like you said, these better teams, it shows they have a very clear idea of what they want to do in the game, how the lineup's supposed to function together. We were debating how many auras is too much, or what does this itemization look for from the Brood. In the end, it makes sense to me. Like, you get the Greaves, you get the Pipe, and then they both go for the offensive items. You get the Blink on Mag, he starts setting stuff up around the map. You get this AC Wraith Pack build on Brood, which is pretty nice for her own damage with Empower, and at the same time, you're helping your Gyro game plan.
Yeah.
Everything just makes sense in this game. You get Locket, you get Drum, the Gyro just goes to town with Ancient stacks. Execration didn't really have anything that stops it. You can maybe make some quick smoke plays to try and find them, but it's pretty difficult after mid goes like that.
Well, Execration, they probably learned their lesson. I feel like they already knew that lesson, which was ban the Broodmother away from Geek Slate. But, you know, they decided, we beat them before in a best of 5. Maybe we can show them something by beating the Broodmother. They could not. They could not. So let's head back to the panel where I'm sure they have a lot to say about a particularly interesting mid-Broodmother game.
Thank you so much, Cap and SVG. I mean, Pi, you said it. Execration, they were just on this thread.
Yeah, you can't keep losing like every lane, every game.
That is true.
Eventually someone will finish you off and you won't have that miracle comeback.
That mid lane was brutal.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I didn't think Tiny would lose that hard, but you know, Cooks definitely showed us why. There was a reason why they put Brood mid, and yeah, they lost all 3 lanes, and you know, I can see the reason why they picked this Brood. It controls the triangle. It's very scary. Normally, Lina's just able to just farm there, but with the relocate and the Brood always scouting and, you know, blocking these camps, it shuts down this Lina's farm.
No, I feel like Execration's lineup is better. It's just, it's too hard to play when you're down like 5k gold at 10 minutes.
Yeah. And Brood did a really good job, you know, like after they got the mid tower pre 10 minute, and then the next tower was the off lane, right?
Yeah, he rotated up there.
So it's like the map became so small so fast.
Yeah.
And you know, Disruptor doesn't really do much with all these team fights early on, team fight items. And
I mean, he's like level 4 and 2 of his towers are dead, and they have like Greaves.
Yeah.
It's not easy. It's not easy.
I mean, we were just talking about it though, like Execration, this is definitely like a comfy draft for them, right? Like this is what you typically see from them. Oh, here's our MVP, Cox. He did an amazing job mid, but yeah, like he played Brood mid, which is like super funky, I guess. You kind of wouldn't expect that. And like he was playing Underlord mid last series, and this is kind of the comfort thing for Geek Slate, is picking these like funky drafts. Like, I mean, what was it? Like the Underlord Bounty Hunter off lane game. Like that was crazy. They were so strong that game. And now they have Magnus, which we haven't seen Magnus all DPC, and Brood mid, and they're killing it.
No, yeah. I mean, they also like the way they control the map. The Execration were forced to like do a lot of this risky plays, pushing out these waves, but they're always there, punishing them. So whatever network they got, they instantly lost it. So no, Geek Slate looking really strong.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking, so like a strong laning team, right? So I'm thinking they're not called EG, they're called Shopify.
Shopify
But like if Shopify were to play Execration's draft this game, maybe they would win.
You think?
Like that's a little of the. Like it depends on how bad actually the matchup mid is. I don't know. I don't think it should be that bad as we saw.
I feel the best way they could have salvaged the lane was the Disruptor just let Primal be solo bottom, and then they tri-lane this
the Gyro IO.
The Gyro IO, and then you can either force the Rubik to go top, or you free up the Marcy to help dominate the mid lane with the Tiny, and you know, kind of go from there. But yeah, like if Brood gets this kind of game and starts controlling your map, it's really hard.
No, I mean it can't be like that. It's too much. But even with the lanes they had, I don't know. I just feel like they're playing the lane really bad, because you could see there were some fights. I mean, at this point they're like 15k gold down or 10k gold down. But this Lina is still like living through the RP, and you can see the Gyro is not a good matchup.
And Force had some impressive RP.
Yes.
Super.
No, but they were like the MVP. I mean, the Broodmother crushed the lane so hard and rotated so well, right? So like, I think the MVP is fair, but like the way he RP'd, and even like how Norman played too on the Rubik was also very impressive. So.
Well, let's figure out if they end up getting that funky draft again. But first, we'll take a quick break.
Three, two, one.
This crowd is actually able to do so for a decent amount of time. Have to take up like the flame cloak. Does get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.
Yummy. Mike, have you eaten any Malaysian food recently?
Just like nasi lemak.
Nasi lemak.
I had some, mee goreng and stuff.
Mee
Just
goreng?
simple.
Well, we are back to the CDPC. Welcome again. And we are on for Game 2 of Series 1, Execration versus Geek Slate. Boys, tell us, what's got to happen? What does Execration have to do to take it back?
I mean, I would ban the Broodmother. I think SVG and Cap said something similar.
Yeah, I think that's the only thing you really take away from that. Like, aside from losing all 3 lanes, but I'd credit the Brood for that because, like, it never looks good. Like, you're losing mid that bad. Like, he got solo killed pre-ulti.
Yes.
And then the tower goes down afterwards. So
Yeah.
you can't lose the mid matchup that badly.
Yeah. Because after that, I think Execration should be kind of happy with, like, I think their draft looked good. And it's kind of hard. Yeah, you have to say, play better. That's basically.
Get good.
Yeah, get good. That's like the last for me. Maybe I'm missing something, but that's kind of how I feel after that game.
Because like the summary is like, okay, because you have to do a quick like recap on what happened, and they're like, guys, we lost all 3 lanes.
Yeah.
Lost to a Brood. And like once you lose all 3 lanes, and obviously against a Brood, and Cook's played really well, like no team fight's gonna look good.
Yeah.
That's true. I mean, there's one sliver of hope, though, the one relocate.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but then that was like without the Brood, and then
Yeah,
the Brood shows up, it's
exactly.
like, hey, I'm late to the party.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was rough, but my gosh, that was, I mean, like you said, it's hard to be Execration that game.
Yeah. No, it just feels. Yeah, I mean, it looked impossible, then it probably felt even worse when you were playing. But I don't know, like, this is the strat they played, and they won a lot of games, and I don't think, you just can't play that bad in lanes. That's the takeaway.
So now that it's broke, I mean, like, it could just be a Broodmother problem, but now that, the comfy draft is broke, it's time to fix, right? So do you think it's time to choose a funky draft too, or do you think they're going to kind of just stick to this Lina-based draft, or change a couple heroes, or do you think they're going to change the whole thing?
No, it's as we said, they brand the Brood, right? And then, what else? What could you do? Like, it's a little weird, like, you pick Primal Beast, and then you dodge a gyrocopter. Like, I don't think it's not the greatest lane, but it's fine.
Yeah,
So
I think
maybe that's a different offlane hero.
I think they assumed that the Marcy lane would do good, but after that first kill at top, like they're already so far behind, and I feel Marcy. I mean, sure, the nerf like negated a lot of her roaming, but you still want to be freed up in a way where you can apply some pressure mid.
Yeah, mid or just TP to the other side lane.
Because she was like stuck at top, right? Like, because it's the Lina, right?
Yeah.
You feel bad leaving the Lina at top.
Yeah, you can't leave the Lina.
Why did they swap the lanes?
I mean, we've seen teams who run Marcy Lina in the past just go to the off lane just because they can do well there. But it's an Iroh gyro, so.
They also, they also thought about the Primal Beast, like, versus gyro. Like, you get rocketed, you can't really play aggressive. But I think they could, like, I mean, yeah, I bring back, like, if it was Crit playing the Marcy, right? And it was Crit or TC, like, the way, because when you're an IO, you can't stop creep pulls. Like, you can't do anything. But I don't know how they, like, messed up so bad with the equilibrium went straight away back to the tower. Like, they did something wrong in how they, like, pulled the creeps. Like, maybe he didn't block the camps with sentries, or he didn't pull the second wave. Like, they did something funky. So I think they could have done better in that lane. So that's why, like, a lot of it for me is like you have to play better than you did. Like, you messed up. You did something wrong. Like, I would have to look at the replay, but something wasn't right.
All right, we got a draft cooking up. Troll, bring us the pizza. Oh, that's not pizza. It's like one of those steam thingies.
Yeah.
I see.
Brood is completely ignored. So Execration sees that Brood wasn't really the problem, and they'll change up their first pick. The Lina being banned.
I mean, you just pick Brood, right? Oh, okay, they go Prophets.
I like that they have Mirana now.
Yeah.
That'll be fun.
I wonder if they'll do the
Ricky
classic.
Mirana.
Yeah.
Sleep Dart Arrow. Classic.
They go for the Marcy.
Funny that they banned Bounty and Magnus now, both Force heroes.
Yeah.
Force
No, he
owned.
definitely was a force to be reckoned with.
Nice.
Ahaha, but
I don't get the Magnus though. Whatever. Let's ban it, I guess.
It really seems to suit this current meta though. Like I'm shocked that it's only picked once, and you know, like the team fight. I mean, the team items. Like Magnus is one of the better heroes, in my opinion. A Bat Rider. So when all fails, just pick Bob. Bat. You know, he's level 30.
Yeah.
Fat Bob,
Yeah.
the Bob Rider.
And it's good against Furion, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised that was the first game Magnus was picked, actually.
It's such a fun hero. Like it's like it's a hero that makes a lot of highlights,
Yeah.
good or bad. Because it's always funny seeing a Magnus blink in and missing the skewer back, and then you're just like, haha.
Yeah.
Ricky's banned.
Ricky.
No more of the classic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
but-
I'm totally behind that ban.
and they could get ahead because of this Bat Rider.
Elaborate.
Elaborate.
The Ricky, why you're behind it.
Oh, me?
Ban, yeah, you.
No, I don't see a reason why you, like, if you don't pick the Mirana with the Ricky right away, like, it's a really strong combo. Even though it's like cheesy, there's no reason. You have 3 bans, like, just don't let them have it. Unless you have like a full plan in your head, like, okay, they pick Ricky there, and then I know exactly what we do to like crush them. But even now, like, you have a Prophet, like he will TP somewhere, and there will be a Ricky there, like, following him. Like, yeah, just ban it, get it out.
Disgusting.
Disgusting, abhorrent.
Ooh, it's a word.
Yeah.
Barely.
Abhorrent.
Holding.
What is he holding? Oh, it looks like Vix or so. I don't know. Like, a lip balm.
Paper hug.
Yeah, you know, Vix is common. You ever see like players stick? There's like the stick
Hi probably
version.
doesn't know what Vix is.
No, it's the
It's like the white rabbit. What-
yeah, like
No, White Rabbit's like the
Oh, no,
candy.
that's candy.
You mean the
it's-
tiger
it
bomb?
smells, yeah, you put it.
Yeah,
like
it's
you
got
have
the
muscle
menthol.
ache.
Yeah,
It's icy hot,
icy
pretty
hot.
much.
Yeah.
Use it when you have a cold too, right?
Yeah, I think in Thailand they have like the stick version, and they like people just stick both of them up their nostrils and they inhale. It's pretty pog.
Cures COVID. I heard.
Okay.
If only.
What else?
He's
Okay,
messed up.
the brood is
Boom
gone
ban.
now.
Definitely should.
Let's get rid of it, man.
It caused too much problems.
I mean, I like the bat. It's actually very awkward when you're a Marcy to try to hit especially when you're low level in your rebound.
And once he gets like that, like a lot of movement speed, it's
Yeah,
so hard to
it's-
let. And then you look like
Yeah,
like
it
such
looks
a
stupid.
dummy, you know?
Yeah.
Like I got flamed by Fate
Yeah.
on one. Like, dude, I'm just trying to learn this hero. Man.
And a lot of the time too, when you're jumping around, you get just hit by some flame break.
Yeah.
It can be miserable.
Finally, a game with no Lina, no Doom, no Broodmother. I'm excited.
Now, I wonder what we will pick for the bat mid. Like, what are the classic heroes now where you feel good?
WAP was all like, but yeah, it's banned.
Yeah.
That's normally I think that's the best.
Ember.
Ember.
Okay. Because this lane it's not bad for bat at all.
Yeah.
But I know.
You're picking at a disadvantage, but I mean, sure, Ember will just still be able to do Ember things.
Yeah. No, I mean, like the thing with this matchup, it can be like 50-50-ish or like 55 for bat, but it can also turn out like the bat crushes you.
Yeah.
Like the Ember will never crush the bat, but bat can.
But I feel like
Smash
with how Geek's like connecting with one another, you know, you have to have this communication before the game. Like, guys, okay, just be ready to TP, and they have a
Yeah.
Furion that can TP without using the TP, and then Marcy. So it could, you know, like
Yeah.
false. What's the word? False.
Hope.
Not false
Confidence?
hope. Yeah, false confidence. Like Bat can like start living, and then like, oh,
Yeah.
this is just one person TPing, and then all of a sudden there's a Furion also.
Yeah. But if you're safe with the bat, you can at minimum get a 50-50. Like you're just farming versus farming.
Willow and Primal Beast.
They love Prima.
It's one hero that can like run into this Furion and, you know, break a lot of trees, so you don't have like those sprout shenanigans TPing out and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I'm guessing when you hit like 3 on Primal, you just go on the Prophet, hope you kill him.
Mm-hmm.
But until then, he will be hitting you in your face. Should be okay though.
Pre-nerf Primal would love that. You know, all those charges.
Yeah, true.
It was so disgusting playing against this hero when it just came out.
Yeah, actually, he would just get that level 1 and then level 2 would just kill you.
Yeah.
Because he would be slowed like.
Like I really wanted to stop playing Dota, like pub games. Like it was just so broken this year.
Yeah.
Because you couldn't ban it either.
Yeah.
You know? Like
Whoever picked it first.
What's worse, Primal back then or the Razor Bloodstone now?
Primal for sure.
Like Primal was up there with like the pre-nerf
Marcy?
Earth Spirit.
Oh, Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit was the Earth Spirit or Monkey King. Both of those guys
Oh,
were
yeah.
when they were.
King.
Monkey King was more of like the FPS issues that.
No, but like if you remember the original, like when he had like his stacks never.
Oh yeah, the
disappeared,
Jingo, like it was really ridiculously high.
and like all of his spells were like 3 times as good.
Omni Knight. So I'm assuming this is gonna be an Omni Knight position 5.
Okay, yeah.
Could be it. Like
A Force could play it, but
Yeah.
yeah, it makes more sense as a 5, right?
Yeah.
You can TP if the bat dives.
because like there's no way you're gonna crush the Furion lane. So you're just like, I'm just gonna chill, get a support that
Yeah.
can keep me up.
I mean, it's kind of a chill pick because it's nice if they land an arrow, you just dispel it and dispel lasso. Like they have a lot of things that you want to remove.
Yeah, Heavenly Grace is a really good spell.
Yeah, and I think this also does a bit like I don't know the Primal's timing now. It needs to be like level 5 because if you try to go at level 3, I don't think you have enough damage to kill a prophet with an Omni Knight behind him.
Yeah.
Too much heal. I like it.
I'm wondering if that's the first Omni Knight. Could be. I haven't seen
Omni
one.
Knight?
Yeah.
I think there was one.
Okay.
Just one, I think. Yeah.
So, Geek Slate has overall last pick again, but potentially they've shown all cores.
Yes. What carry with Execration want?
It's Apollo's hero.
I mean,
Both these heroes are gone now. It's Furion and Lina.
yeah, because it's like if you pick a weak core, that they can opt to put this Furion to lane against you. He could go for like an Ursa. They don't really have ways to deal with like an enraged Ursa.
Ursa is fine. I think like a Drow could be okay. Prophet is like semi-annoying, but it's not... I don't know, like how the Prophet plays now. He does like 1 or 2 rotations and then it disappears with a Midas, so
Yeah.
it can work.
What happened to Faceless Void? How come that's just like...
Too
Gone.
slow. Like weak
Oh.
laning. I mean, he's not the weakest laning, but it's like he's a really non-factor when you know Chrono. Like,
Oh, yeah.
and just with like all this natural team item utilities, it's like it just makes him even weaker in the Chrono with like all the mech and like.
Great
I mean, this could be a game, you could play him here. It's not too bad. I think Tundra has played it a couple of times.
As a carry, or
Yeah, done okay. Like it's seen some play there, but yeah, it's not the greatest.
because for like a lot of teams they copy the meta,
Yeah.
and they're not really the ones innovating. So like when the hero kind of falls off, then a majority of the teams will shy away from that a certain pick.
Yeah.
What does Geek Slate need now? Off lane?
They're open ended, right? Like
Yeah.
That's true.
Spectre. Yeah, ban out the Viper, Death Prophet.
It's a pretty nasty lineup, but it's also very prone to just losing in 10 minutes. Can happen.
So now, Geek Slate has multiple options. I mean, Omni Knight can fare well and pressure the Spectre a lot because, I mean, it's just Spectre lane.
Yeah. At least they got rid of the Broodmother. I mean, there's a lot of offlaners if you just want to win the lane. You said they played Underlord before, right? They played it mid, but
They did do that.
it looks like they
Do
found something.
Do they opt to something like go for something that has a break mechanic? Because what has a break mechanic?
Is Viper banned? Yeah, they
yeah,
banned
Viper's
Viper.
banned.
No way you pick Spectre
Wait.
like last pick and then.
No, I think I've seen it before. It happens. And you're like, oh.
If they pick Hoodwink offlane, I'm gonna shave the side of my head.
Interesting, but I don't think that's.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they would do it either.
I hope they pick it.
I would hope
3
they would do it
seconds.
too.
Tide?
Oh, Tiny.
Oh, Tide.
I mean, Tide.
Yeah, that's a.
You know,
That's a
group
good
up
pick.
around like Hyde when he has all his stuff.
Yeah.
Kind of scares away like the haunt.
I mean, because I was thinking like a lot of offlaners are good, right? Like you can have Underlord. I mean, even like Centaurs or whatever. They have fat strength heroes, but the Bat Rider rotation is annoying. But for Tide, he has
still
the
a-
spells, right?
But I mean, like
Kraken shell.
it's gonna be like low level Kraken, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the first one might be annoying, but eventually this Tide is kind of untouchable for a while in this game.
We haven't seen much Tides though in CDPC.
Yeah.
I feel like.
No?
Could be the first one.
Is that what you're saying?
I'm a broken record.
Could be the first Tide on
Yeah. Could be.
Not the strongest lane though. This Tide Marcy lane
Tide Marcy.
against a Mirana position.
Yeah,
5,
the Mirana will just
the double star
Jump away.
She'll just be hitting and hitting. They should do fine though. Later on in the game,
into Anchor Smash.
later on he can start dying with like a Manta style Spectre and like high level Bedlam. But I like it. It's a good pick.
I feel like Geek Slate's draft might have a little stun problem though. They don't have any.
What do
like,
they have?
They have rebound and the chains, Ember,
And
Ravage.
and Ravage.
Yeah,
Like a 120 second stun. or
You're right.
I think Bob's angry. He had a miserable game 1, so
Yeah.
he's
No,
just
this
picking
is
bad.
now we can show off. Like now he has a free lane, and yeah, it's his time.
Yeah, well,
Time to shine.
let's see what our casters, SVG and Cap, have to say about the drafts. What do you guys think?
Yes, it's our time to shine now. Apparently, they are correct. Both Omni Knight and Tidehunter have not been picked so far in Southeast Asian DPC, leaving 42 heroes after this unpicked in C.
Wow.
That's a lot.
Wow.
Do you guys feel like it's, how do you feel hero diversity is?
It's really bad
Yeah.
like, right now. Like I feel like the hero pick like pool is very small.
Yeah, it's a lot of Lina and a lot of Broodmother.
All right, take it away, Cap and SVG. We are ready to watch this game.
Thank you. That's right. Geek Slate will at least increase the hero biodiversity pool a little bit more. What do you feel about each of those heroes individually and then together in conjunction?
Tide Omni? I mean, Tide Omni gives you everything.
I feel like you say that about a decent number of heroes. It gives you everything. I feel like we just talked about Magnus giving you everything.
It gives you...
I mean,
gives you
Omni
bro
Knight
should
doesn't
give-
give you a stun.
This combo is a little overlappy for me.
Okay.
Like, I think Tide is a hero that just innately, when you pick him and he's strong, he naturally frontlines, he naturally creates this wall that you can't get through, anchors the fight, decent aura buyer. And then Omni kind of turns heroes into that.
Right.
So he's kind of like, to me, Omni is a hero that turns other heroes into a kind of Tide, but you already have a Tide.
Okay, but if you put it on the Tidehunter, it becomes a Giga Tide.
No, then he becomes a normal hero. It actually cancels out. It's like too much strength for one dude.
Oh no, he's gonna hit too hard with that anchor smash.
Exactly. So, well, we'll see. I think this game, the overlap is not bad because I think a lot of Execration's lineup is built around stacks and these debuffs and stuff like that. So the extra Dispel, you know, there's a reason they pick these heroes, right?
Sure.
Playing versus Willow, Bat, the Mirana Arrow. Dispel and the buff is very strong this game. And they need it because they want to help this Furion out. Like, this Furion was first phase. He's getting counterpicked by a BKB Bat Rider that's going to be unstoppable, a Spectre that's going to get on him every time, Mirana ult to help them gap close, and he has to live in the fight for them to win the fights. Sure, Omni Tide can make your lineup tanky and you sustain, but Furion actually has to be the guy killing people at a certain point. So if their lineup is built around to help Skem get there and be able to stand in the fight, which is what it's designed to do, then it makes sense to me.
So once again, it seems like they put a lot of eggs in one basket situation.
Yeah, to a degree. Like, Skem has to be able to stand and deliver in the fights at some point and be able to man fight. And that's what this Tide Omni are designed to help him do. There were other routes they could have gone, right? They could have...
Are we sure Skem's playing carry? The way he started this laning phase, he's just pretty much playing a support. He was like, I don't care about this CS. I don't care about the first melee creep. I'm just going to be swinging at Tino the entire laning phase.
to be
I want
fair,
him to know.
Is Skem ever really playing carry, you know? Is he ever playing one role? I think this guy's always playing a couple roles in any game, so...
That's true.
Give him benefit of the doubt.
I mean, it's working. Tino has already lost like 800 HP in total because he's burned through some tangos as well.
This is a strong lane. Like, Zomnia is not a weak laner anymore with the new hammer. You can play very aggressive early. It's difficult to trade, so they should definitely win this lane early on.
Oh no. He did a Nature's Call, but only got one treant.
All right, well, you know, what can you do? Sometimes the call's not loud enough.
Force also taking a lot of pressure in this top lane. We've seen the, obviously, Tundra used to 5 position Mirana to great success, really abusing the stats on that hero to just constantly harass.
Yeah, but what good are stats when you have to leap away from the ultimate stat hero? The power of anime.
Look at her go. She's just walking around with a windlace, a few branches, and a mango.
That's all you need when you're a god. This is a pretty calm lane for them. Like, Force is not going to get pressured in this lane. He's just going to farm. He's going to get to his regen item. See if he probably... I mean, I expect he probably goes like Pipe or Wraith Pact this game. Wraith Pact isn't as appealing because a lot of the damage is magic from Execration.
Sure, yeah.
But obviously Vlad's on Tide, I think, is still pretty strong, and it's good with the ranged Furion carry.
Yo, show Force real quick. See what he just did. He did that thing, you know, when you pull the creep wave behind the tower? And what some offlaners are really good at is you only pull half the wave. He did that here, where he pulled the creep wave over, and then he only caught half of his own wave. So he killed 1 melee creep and 1 ranged creep. Which is a really good way of securing the creep wave, just sits next to your tower. Really cool stuff.
Yep, and he's just pushing towards that ring. So he's happy to trade a little bit to get to his item. I mean, he's full HP anyway. But like I said, he's going to have pretty much free farm. Even maybe think of some ancient stacks for him this game. Like, you could really accelerate this Tide into a beast.
Yeah, Mirana kind of did what he could, but that time of being an effective harasser is rapidly dwindling.
Have some watermelon, son. Calm down.
We'll get level 3 off this wave, get Ring of Health off of this wave, and then Mirana's damage just ceases to exist.
I mean, he's even getting full solo XP here. Like, Norman's not even on the lane.
Yeah.
He's just getting bounty runes and probably chugging a water rune. And, yeah, up to Ring of Health, so Force pretty happy. Whereas Tino is still getting beat by Skem, and his single tree and summons just massacred in the regen department. But he's doing all right for CS.
How's our mid matchup? Because now Narman doesn't have to be at the Tidehunter. I was actually watching it. With the Mirana hitting him, like on auto attack, Tidehunter stays at the same HP with this Kraken Shell Ring of Health. So you really don't need him there. So Narman can just play around mid lane, which is not the best lane for Ember Spirit, right? It's annoying.
I mean, they picked it into the bat, though. I think people are getting more comfortable with this Slate Chains build versus bat.
Sure.
I actually feel like it's not even that bad. You kind of win the lane a little, and then it's going to get harder over time, but I feel like you're pretty decent in the game until badass BKB. And even then, Ember's just a powerful hero.
Nice gank by Narman. That'll be your first blood. And thanks to the help of the Omni Knight, is going to have enough survivability that Tino cannot get the counter kill, and Tino actually just kind of baits himself into taking a bunch more damage.
Heavenly Grace. Too strong. Kraken Shell, too strong.
Look at them. They're so desperate to try and push him out. They're just throwing daggers and star storms and anything they can.
And he's still here. He ain't going anywhere.
Nope.
He's getting a little low. Like, they are still harassing him, but... I mean, he's going to get double starfalled.
Yeah. Is this actually a death? Do they have the kill? If Palos had Desolated, it would definitely be a kill, but nobody really goes that anymore. Skem going to be run down. Ooh, that is unfortunate. Especially after that gank from Narman, you would think they would have been well set up, but I think not.
I feel like Skem always has a random death in the lane phase.
Yeah.
But it's a good comeback in the lane for Tino, because he was struggling down here, especially the gank doesn't help. The real winner, though, is Cox, I think. He is pulling ahead decently here in this mid.
Yeah, now they should be able to secure the power runes just because, well, let's see. The Dark Willow is coming over, but Narman's going to challenge Bob first. Pull him back, Cox. Let's see if they, oh no, we missed the stun. If they landed the stun and the chains, maybe? No, doubtful actually. Bob actually had 5 Magic Wand charges and a Fairy Fire. They do secure the power rune though. That was the whole point.
Yeah, that's a big
Oh, he's going for it. Throws out the remnant, spots him and hits the Slight Chains to get the kill. Cox absolutely destroying this lane now, and even tanks the tower shot so his wagon will live a bit longer. Force still staying alive in this top lane, getting low all the time, but may actually be able to get a kill on Carlo. All Narman, all him, gets that one by himself.
Man, Force really abusing this 1-on-2. It's just putting so much pressure on them to try and kill him, and they're not getting it.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Narman's had impact on the other 2 lanes while this Tide's still sitting up here. That's why they feel so bad, and they're trying to force this issue. But the Watermelon, not getting juice cap.
The Watermelon endures.
One of the oldest forces of the universe. Astral Light, demonic forces, and Watermelon.
Watermelon.
I still don't really understand where Cox got all this extra net worth. Like, the CS is pretty even, but he was 300 or 400 ahead of this bat. I guess just off regen or efficiency abuse. But then the ruining of the kill, now he's really far ahead.
Oh, didn't actually complete that TP. Is going to show up now. Is it too late, though? The Treant's doing just enough, though. Oh, he doesn't get that final hit in.
Feels bad for Skim.
Yeah, he stopped a TP earlier, too. I feel like if he had completed that TP, they definitely would have gotten that kill.
Yeah, he definitely hesitated a little bit. Not going to work out for him there. I think he wanted to rotate up here anyway at this point.
Yeah.
But you much rather have the kill, because that's like a level 6 on top of it. Now he has to farm it the hard way.
This Primal Beast Dark Willow is nothing to trifle with, so
no,
better to get your carry out of lane now.
Yeah, you'd rather sit the Omniscience down here and let him soak it up. Honestly, one of the harder supports to kill with just magic damage, because his EHP is so high in the early game with Grace.
Yeah.
Like, you're even worried about overcommitting on Raji down here, and then you set yourself up to get turned around by Ember and a Furion port.
Yeah. And if you're going to go for that kill, you probably need to go for it sooner rather than later. Otherwise, his solo experience makes him have even higher EHP pool to work with. So
this is a good map setup as long as Skem doesn't die.
As long as Skem what now?
Yeah. It's a rough one.
Unfortunate for Skem, and Narman's going to join him in the grave too. Nice little double kill for Bob. That'll help even things out between him and Cox a little bit. He's still pretty far behind, and Cox, well, he's just really taking it to Bob right now, and might be able to get a kill. He will. Woo.
That didn't seem like a kill that was going to happen, but I guess sometimes you just right-click him down from full. Yeah. Why not?
Cox takes on 2, comes out on top, and now they have a 2,000 net worth lead as a result.
He is having a dream game right now. He's going to get another kill.
Yeah. I mean, he's like, Carlo, did you not learn? I showed that Bat Rider what was what.
I just told you not to go there. Don't make me do this to you.
Well, Geek Slate, man. Laning phase. This team, I mean, they talked about it on the panel. Execration, they really got to shore up this laning phase. You cannot afford to be losing all of your lanes all the time like this, and they're going to get their camps taken.
I mean, they're losing the lanes, they're losing wards, and they're losing their triangle stacks now.
Tino's going to try and take what he can here.
Tide is tanky, though. He has Grace behind him.
Yeah, he does a decent amount of damage and takes some of the stacks, but even just taking away half the experience. Air comes through. Lands on Force, but our Primal Beast is still dead. But if you drew enough time that they could finish up these Ancients without anything being taken, I almost feel like it's okay. Because
they got one of the Shamans, but yeah, Bob got most of that. Maybe worth it in the end. Still, the pressure here is pretty large from this Geek Slate early game.
Yeah.
And it's going to get faster, right? You have a Furion lineup. He can convert on these kills or objectives pretty fast, especially with how strong this Ember is. Cox is going to be able to force people out of areas. He has full rune control, well ahead of the pack. This is a scary momentum-based lineup from Geek Slate here. And another kind of slow lineup from Execration that wants to get into that mid-late game with Spectre. They have Primal Beast. Sure, he can fight early, but again, it's hard for him to go and fight early into this Omni Knight Tide because the early sustain is there.
Oh. Raji, a little bit too slow there to tank the arrow for the Siege Wagon. So they will be forced back off of the tower for now, though I'm sure they're... I'd imagine you just kind of keep it going. Guess not. Narman, you got to jump away here. Oh, lost the creep to be able to jump away too. And Palos, he's going to join in on this kill. Actually, can Raji save him here? He gets the heal off, and now he's going to hit a two-man stun, and he's got the level 6 too. Narman looking at fighting this one back. They do have the Dark Willow coming in, might be able to land the Brambles. Narman tossing back the Primal Beast, 1 versus 3 essentially with Raji. Oh, what a hit there from Skem, coming with the Wrath of Nature. Then now the Hand of God itself from Raji will collect the double.
Wham bam. Skem happy to clean that one up. I was thinking that whole time, like, where is the help on this go? It's taking so long for 2 supports.
Yeah.
Surely someone will TP in and clean this up. Skem just chooses to let his ult do the work for him. And maybe he wanted to let one of his supports die there so that when he comes in, he gets more XP. Like, I'm not going to share it 3 ways. One of you pays the price, then I'll join.
Yeah, so I only rotate for kills that I can get at least half the experience from.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That would be quite a Dota philosophy. I only rotate the disadvantageous positions.
I like to test myself. Well, 3K has now become a 4K gold lead.
It's looking like last game.
And if towers start falling too, it really is going to look like last game.
Another haste rune.
So much damage. Tino can't get away.
Dire's middle tower
And
is
that'll
under
be the
attack
tower
by
dying
Skem.
too. Oh no, and Skem, they actually got the scan on Bob, so maybe that was the one upside that could have been there for Execration, is Bob getting another pick off on the carry.
This is just rough. You have to get a lasso kill at some point here, right? I mean, this bat is designed to set up the kills for her supports alongside this Primal Beast just charging in and pulverizing somebody, but it has been difficult to do into this Omni Tide. Skem's not even really showing anywhere. This Ember has perma haste rune. No easy targets on this map, and they're defending these tier 1s as well, similar to last game. This next fight can just break the game. If you get a good... We haven't even really seen Ravage yet.
No, he literally hasn't used Ravage yet, right?
Yeah, I don't think so. Unless he ravaged some creeps or something, but...
Should have ravaged that ancient camp. That's what he should have done.
Eternal Envy would have done that.
Yeah, you're talking about the next fight breaking things open. If he has pipe for the next fight, I don't know how Execration gets a kill.
Yeah, it's getting more and more difficult. And they're getting to their like first set of items.
They're gonna try and catch Cox here. Oh, the Bramble nabbed him. And now they can get the lasso, pull him back into more Brambles. They're gonna use the Terrorize too. They are desperate for kills at this point, and they wanted no chance for Cox to be able to get away, because he was worth a pretty penny there. Basically almost 700 gold.
Yeah, that is the kill they needed. That is the lasso kill on one of the few targets they can set it up on. Now, TPing top, Skem does have leaps though.
And he's got plenty of leap charges.
Dire's top tower
But this will be a
is
tier
under
1 either
attack.
way. So Skem happy to make this rotation.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Look at
attack.
Narman. He's setting up. He does not want to give them a trade.
He's invis.
He's going to use Force to rebound off of, hits the stun. Should be able to pull back the Spectre into the Ravage.
God damn it.
Easy kills. There's no way out for this Dark Willow. So he'll die as well. Really nice setup.
The only way out is death.
Yeah. It seems like maybe the only way out of this series for Execration is with their first L. They got their first game loss. Now it looks like they may be on the receiving end of their first series loss.
Whoa, hold up there, Cap. You're saying that this game is not going to go to 70 minutes into a game 3?
I mean,
That's saying something. This is Execration we're talking about.
I'd probably take more Execration magic than we've seen so far to be able
Dire's
to
bottom tower is under attack.
get these games to stretch out longer, because it seems like Geek Slate just have a really solid game plan of how to tackle Execration. Start choking out the map. They set up kills, don't really let Execration get back out.
Dire's bottom tower is under
I think this
attack.
game is a better comeback game than last one, though. Like
Why? Because they have Spectre?
I mean, that definitely helps, yeah. The last game was like Io Gyro with a bunch of auras that just becomes invincible. And you do not have the damage to really kill anybody at a certain point.
Oh, Bob. Bye-bye, Bob.
Yeah, this is rough.
Maybe they could get Raji. Oh no! Are they going to run out of damage? Do they have any magic damage? Okay, ran into a bramble. It's still not enough. Carlo's sticking around to try and finish off this Omni Knight. Raji, he will finally die. The rest of the team is looking to be able to escape the killed Scam. They're going to turn around. Another round of this Pulverize as Tino Arrow comes on through, but the Primal Beast is still going to fall, and Palos can't take this fight any longer. Carlo, he's got some leap charges, but Cox will be able to chase him down. He's going to stay after that Mirana, and Carlo will be the third death. Still, though, killing Scam in that, not too bad for Execration.
Was amazing for Execration, considering that's the pipe fight. Well, that's a very difficult fight to get anything out of. And they got the carry. Spectre gets kills and gets out, and then gets to go bottom and farm and maybe even take a tier 1.
Yeah, he's already got the Sacred Relic.
Yeah, he's going to Radiance, which is not an item we see a lot on this hero as much anymore, but it does seem... There's some decent aspects about it this game, right? You get some hybrid damage through like the Omni Tide type deal.
Okay.
You get, if he goes the Manta build, you get some extra lane shove on the map. We'll see what happens, but honestly, there's also some downsides. Like you're building Radiance into a natural pipe lineup with...
Yeah, that's my thought. I feel like most of your damage is just going to be...
Yeah, you have an Ember shield as well. Honestly, I'm not a huge fan of the Radiance this game. But maybe there's some other reason he's thinking about why he wants it.
The best thing that, in my mind, the best thing that you said was the Manta push-out potential.
Yeah, that part.
Because they want to stall out the game, right?
Yes. If he goes that build and the illusions actually can live on the map, and it helps deal with the Ember Nature's map pressure, I could see that argument being solid. But I feel like you can do that with Manta without the Radi as well, to some degree. Not as well on Spectre, but we'll see. I mean, I don't even think like the evasion is terrible here, but it's not amazing.
Middle tower is under attack.
I don't know. Normally, I think you would go for a higher single target build because his goal is pretty much to haunt on Furion and kill him everybody.
Yeah, that's what my thought process was too.
Like if you do that, you're gonna be pretty happy this game, which is pretty much what that fight was. Right? You haunt, you kill Schem, and you get the hell out.
Yeah. Plus, like if you ever get a lasso opportunity, right? Like then you can haunt and try and burst that hero down.
Yep. And that would be like your traditional Ags build, right?
Yeah.
Something like Manta, like Yasha, Manta, Ags, maybe Diffusals in there in certain games, but that gives you that low CD single target jump. You can keep finding this Furion across the map. So you're going to lose out on that with this Radiance build. But he is going Radiance Manta, so maybe that map control idea and stall the game is what's in his mind. There's another Moonlight Shadow as well. Looking for Skim, but Skim's out of there.
See you later.
That's going to be the story of this game, I think, for a long time, because Execration cannot fight the ball that is like the Tide Ember Omni, right? They do not want to just run into this formation. It's finding the Furion, killing him. Everything about this game is going to be playing the map and trying to find that carry that's the most killable target and on his own. And round 2, Skem not getting out this time.
No, he's not. There's still a neutral on the ground.
Though.
Okay, Denver Bike just picked up that BKB. I love that. Shanks, you probably weren't going to get out anyway, so grab that neutral item before you go.
Yeah, that's another shawl. That's why not just steal this neutral item that flew to him off of Furion ult? That funny interaction.
Unfortunately, I'm not sure who really wants another shawl in this game, just because Geek, Slate specifically don't have a ton of magic damage.
It's not the best one they would have wanted, but I mean, you'll take it.
Sure.
That's mental damage, you know? Now they're going to be talking about where our neutral item is for the next 10 minutes. They're going to get distracted and somebody slips up. That's when you strike.
Wow.
That was a very good timing of that BKB delivery, though.
It really was. Carlo is getting close on completing a pipe, so they'll have pipe Greaves on Execration with the Radiance. I mean, once you stack all of these auras, I feel like the more auras you have, the better the Radiance mischance looks. If that makes any sense?
It will be annoying in the late game, but I still have some doubts. But we'll see if it pays off. If he gets to the Manta and it starts doing things, I'll be a believer.
The prize is mine.
Radiance in an aura meta, though, just sounds rough as well.
Yeah, it sounds bad against auras, but it sounds good with auras in a way, right? Because like the higher effective HP heroes have, it means the more chances that the mischance comes into play, right?
Yeah, as long as you're alive.
Yeah.
Dire are scanning.
I agree. It's an interesting item in this meta. Do not see it a lot.
Yeah, what was the other time that we saw the Radiance? It was with Riki, right? We had the smoke screen Radiance going.
It was a Slark Radi.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, that one
Phantom
did some work, I think. There's a missed smoke from Geek Slate, so Execration getting some time on the map. They've actually shrunk the lead
Dire's middle
Yeah,
tower
they
is
last minutes
under
here, so
attack.
they're doing a good job of splitting it up and
Radiant's
stalling
top
this game
tower
out,
is
which
under
is
attack.
their bread and butter at this point. And they did get to Bob's BKB.
What is different about, is it Execration? Are they playing differently? Like, what's going on? Like, they're actually getting out into the map instead of last time where it felt like they were just kind of like running down lanes and they were just constantly getting ganked by Geek Slate.
I mean, they have better heroes for shutting out these lanes with the Spectre Haunt on top, and I think there's less threat as well. Oh, arrow!
Ooh, the save comes in from the Omni Knight, preventing the arrow chain stun. Tino? Ooh, sadly not quite enough. Cox is able to collect that kill. And second time they've tried to go on for this Furion, but the BKB, look at Skem. He's like, no, I cannot walk there. I must teleport to this Roshan.
They have the right idea. Find this Furion. There's an Omni save in the game, and if anybody else is around him, that fight gets turned.
Yeah.
So this is Roche, and there is Haunt up. You have BKB Bat with Lasso as well, but can you fight without Primal Beast? Execration seems to think they can.
Is under attack.
Maybe
It's a
they're trying to,
tough fight.
oh no! How did that happen? Our Dark Willow ended up on the high ground there. Tumblr toyed
thanks.
himself up there.
He's got another one in 5. So Roche is actually getting stalled. I'm surprised Geek Slate did not just commit.
Yeah, I'm surprised too, but
They don't have Fury on BKB, but
the funny part was with that Dark Willow play, he was out of range to Terrorize, which was what I was afraid of. I thought Terrorize inside of the pit was going to be your big play, but well, they got some opportunities now.
they're just waiting for Skem's BKB, I guess.
Yeah, that's probably for the best. Force will just continue to hang out in the area to make sure Execration can take it for themselves, and Skem will be ready to teleport back in when needed.
Yeah, I mean, remember, this tide is mech pipe tide, so Spectre's damage is very mitigated at this point in the game, which is why I think just forcing these objectives makes sense. They also completed Lincolns on Cox, so you have to be careful about your lasso and your Yules, stuff like this. Does get popped.
Nice little pick off this will be.
You can take this fight if you're Execration, maybe.
Yeah, if Shanks manages to get off the Terrorize,
Man.
maybe. They quickly remove that fear, and Tino decides not to go for it. The Shadow Realm TP out. He managed to get away, but now without the Dark Willow, they're going to go for the hunt. Bob, pop of the BKB before Narma could catch him. Once a lasso here, but it's hard against this Omni Knight, especially with the rest of the team not really ready to go. So Geek Slate just kind of, even though they didn't get a kill, they forced enough of out of Execration. They could take Roshan.
Yeah, they got a TP back to base, and they got the Bat BKB, which is the biggest thing here. Like you said, that Grace just sitting there. You can't lasso anybody.
Tino making the noise with Onslaught, I think trying to scare Geek Slate that he was going to charge into the pit, but had no intention of ever doing so.
I think they would have welcomed his charge gladly.
Yeah.
Come, sir.
All right, BKB next for Tino. And a Silver Edge on its way for Skem. So now you've got the break mechanic against the Spectre.
Yeah, it's huge. This early in the game, just devastating for him. Trying to find Tino, and the trees get the body block.
Cox, I like this. You see what he's doing? He's not bothering to slide chains him. He's just following him until he knows for certain that they've got him in range. He can blow his stun, and Narman can stop the TP.
I mean, is this just like a high ground scenario? I mean, maybe you don't have to force it because you can just keep playing the map, but you are getting ratted. You're not really building a net worth lead. Like, this Spectre has actually brought in a huge amount of gold with this Manta Radiance now online.
Yeah, that conversation we
there.
had last game about, like, are they giving up,
Radiant's bottom
like,
tower is
are they
under
stalling
attack.
out this game too much? I feel much more so that they should just go high ground this game because Execration is out of the map getting farmed like you're talking about.
And you're not shutting that down.
Yeah.
If you were shutting it down, it'd be a different story, but they have like this clunky tie to Omni 5-man, and I think this is the type of lineup you want to just go high ground early. You have the sustain, you have the saves. There's no real clear, easy initiation from Execration, right? You can't just walk in and lasso somebody. So what is the downside of just pushing here and forcing Execration back? And
Carlo He's going to snipe a creep wave. Skem, how fast can you get your damage out here?
Pretty fast.
Yeah, that's all he needed. Whew.
All right, I mean,
Well,
he should have left again.
Yeah,
Ganda niyan.
A little too fast there.
should not have risked it. Oof. Has the Hyperstone, so maybe they'll wait for the AC, the completion of the auras. I don't know.
I don't know if you have to. I really think you can just push it here.
Yeah.
Because you don't even have BKB on this Primal. Like, you're going to give him time to get to BKB. You're giving Spectre time to get to another item.
Did we see a Ravage yet?
Dire's middle
No.
tower is
Oh,
under
yeah, we saw
attack.
one. We saw one bottom.
Oh, okay.
They had the double Ravage.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, the toss back into Ravage.
He has Blink, too. Blink
Yeah.
Gem. So they're trying to take over the map a little bit. Which is the other route. If you're not going to force the high ground, okay. But then at least try and limit the map
Dire are scanning.
and play, like, to limit where the Spectre can farm.
Yeah, an early gem is the best way to do that.
I mean, you can still scale fine in this game. I don't think they're on a clock necessarily. It's just I think they are in a very dominant position, and their lineup is pretty good at just balling up and taking objectives. You have the push hero, you have the auras, you have the saves. Felt natural to me.
Maybe they will take
Dire's bottom tower
the
has
rest
fallen.
of these towers out on the map, complete the AC, and then maybe they'll go for what we're talking about. You also still have the Greaves to complete as well.
Radiant
Howl's going
structures
back
are
for
fortified.
Vanguard.
Will spread thrice.
Pretty interesting.
Okay.
Trying to go towards Abyssal, but
Yeah.
I don't know if you're
Radiant's top
normally
tower
buying
is
this
under attack.
Vanguard first.
Well, I mean, the one thing you said was the Radiance works if you actually stay alive long enough. I mean,
Yeah, it's true.
Vanguard is still, I think it's still value at this
Dire's
point in the
middle
game.
tower is under
It's
attack.
okay. It's just he has a lot of evasion because he got Elven Tunic as well. So he's
Oh, yeah,
actually
he
up to 30% evasion. Lowers the value a little bit. I think Basher's slightly higher value, but I can understand. He wants to survive, put the Radiance to work.
Dire's middle tower.
And they're kind of playing on the
Dire's
defensive
middle
footing as
tower
well.
has fallen.
Like they want to let the fight develop into them. That said, Force might just blink Ravage somebody if he feels like it. Cox going to work.
Yep, finding the supports as they just kind of have to put themselves out here as Carlo's going to do the same at top lane as well.
So now you're starting to constrict the map a little bit. You are building a lead here. Skem is running away with the space he has.
Yeah, little things like what Narman's doing up here at top lane,
Radiant's top
where he
tower
pulls the
is
creep wave to cut it. Trying to chase after Bob. Trying to force his BKB. Not successful in their endeavor. Skem gonna put a little bit more pressure on him, but he holds it.
Still limiting his space, the right idea. This will result in net worth advantage. You have AC finished on Furion, you have Ags finished on Ember. Pretty big damage power spike here for Geek Slate. Probably just gonna play for next Roche. And that fight will probably determine a lot of this game. If Execration can contest that fight with the, you know, they have their own Pipe Greaves, they have this Radiance, so their 5-man is getting there. Maybe even gonna choose to fight before it gets to that point here. Age is out, they have a window. Again, trying to find this Furion.
But the Furion's gonna link up with the rest of the team. They see that.
Oh, it's gonna take the fight, but try and get the flank. I mean, they want to find Omni, right?
Yeah.
You have to find his Omni Knight so that Bob can actually use his spells and not get graced into oblivion.
They're gonna run into Skem first. Raji, he's the target. They do manage to get the lasso on him. The Terrorize goes out as well, so they ensure the Omni Knight dies first. Toss up in the air onto the Tide Hunter. Yule Scepter for a moment, and they disengage away from that potential Ravage. Cox, though, he still wants to take this fight, but he can't see him, thanks to the Moonlight Shadow. Spots Shanks for a moment, chases after him. Shadow Realm. No TP just yet, thanks to the Flame Break, is going to land into the Brambles. Okay,
All out of there.
got a buyback out of him, and didn't really use too much for it.
Yeah, I mean, Haunt on cooldown for 100, but we're going to see if Geek Slate try and push the issue. I mean, that's an Omni kill into an Omni buyback. You do it once more, might be able to commit to the fight.
Tino, pop your Greaves, TP out. Oh.
little too low on mana.
Yeah.
think
Kind of
he
wish
felt
he
it was
had
too late.
TB'd out, because then it would have at least forced the Ravage out.
Yeah, that's probably true. Maybe there's another scenario where I feel like Geek Slate could just push down a lane if they wanted to.
Oh, it's
the
forced.
cooldowns.
Needs a little bit more mana, but they don't need it. Ooh, Scam's damage is intense.
He's got Quiver on top. Has
Yeah.
the leash talent now as well. So now playing the map becomes a bit easier. I mean, if you're getting picks like that, then you're pretty happy.
Yeah, that's a good point. The 20 talent adds so much.
And Cox is limiting the push out of this bottom lane. So this is very good. Like, now you're actually constricting a lot of the lane pressure from Execration. You're not letting the Spectre get out to the other side. They're going to get clumped up mid, and then you have your choice again. You can go for another pickoff. You can shove down a lane. Or if you're Schem, you can keep farming triangle.
Farm, 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 farm.
This is just about the next Roshan now.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And if he gets Satanic before that next Roche, which may be up in 12 seconds. Let's see what the actual spawn time is soon. Force is going to go for a Scythe, so continuing to add on to that threat of pick-off potential, not letting anybody be able to push out waves for free.
There's an aggressive smoke from Execration. Haunt back up. Basher flying out the Palos.
Vent.
So if he just jumps on the Furion, he can stick on him. Pose some problems. Again, they want to find Omni Knight here, though. I think it's on Raji to not show himself early.
The worst thing would be showing on a Force right away. The Moonlight Shadow helping to protect their smoke as some of it breaks. They get up onto the high ground, but again, Force seems to be a bulwark between Execration and the rest of Geek Slate.
No way to break him yet. Tino is too far away from that Ags.
So they give up on him for now.
Decent attempt to find the angle again. And even that said, it's not the worst case because now you get to stall out the game a little bit longer as well. Just Execration's favor at this point.
The prize is mine.
There's also a question of, do you say buyback on Spectre in a game like this? If you think you're going to take some fight where it's like a Roshan-based or a high ground-based scenario,
Radiant are
you
scanning.
can't just run in as Spectre, kind of sacrifice
Radiant's
yourself,
top
and then
tower
use
is
the
under
buyback
attack.
haunt play to try and squeeze a little more tankability of your network. But
For now, he says, no, I want the Abyssal.
yeah, and I don't disagree with that choice. I think it's a read of the game thing. Like Abyssal's very strong here.
He's going to get the 20 talent too, which I assume with Radiance you go the health. Pretty big increase in effective HP if you do go the health, combined with his evasion and dispersion and
Seems pretty
everything.
solid. I feel like that dagger bonus is more if you have the Ags.
Yeah,
You're
exactly.
throwing out these single targets. So yeah, I'd agree with that one. Pretty big boost for him, and he will take it. So 3,000 HP almost on the Spectre with 30% evasion built in Vanguard. Downside is she can get broken and probably die pretty fast from some minus armor, but outside of that, she's pretty tanky.
Cox going to take a short little nap here.
It's a full Hex on this Tide.
Yeah.
Blink Hex. And there's not much defensive capability against it.
You know, I kind of want to see him get the shard next. Because
That's
then
true.
you become like a chain stun threat without using Ravage.
Yeah, and there's no interrupt, there's no save from this Execration lineup. So if you blink Hex a core, they're just gone. I mean, what is the turnaround? There's nothing. So you're just going to Hex them, you can Ravage them after, then you can Tendril them.
Give him the tendril of the deep.
Quick smoke here. Looking for somebody on mid lane.
Yeah, nice position from Carlo. They blink on him, immediately get the Scythe, so didn't leap away quite fast enough. Good read by Force.
Yeah, that was pinpoint accuracy on that blink. He knew where you were.
And even just, I mean, when you're up by 11K, even a small pickoff like on the position 5 is enough to likely give you Roshan for free. The rest of the team's kind of set. Now, Force really wants to make sure they don't get a chance to interrupt this Roshan attempt. The lasso goes down onto the Omni Knight. They find him with the Haunt coming in. They will be able to get that one kill. Now Scam, Palos actually doesn't want to challenge him anymore. Instead goes for the Ember Spirit with the grab. They might be able to kill him as well. That is a 2 big pickups for Execration. They may lose Tino for this one. It's a Ravage covers it. Tino does fall. Hits the Ravage onto everybody, and look at the damage go to work. They were trying to stay away from Scam, but thanks to Force, Scam was able to catch up.
That turned around very quickly. I thought that fight was looking pretty decent there. I'm like, all right, they got the Omni, they got this Ember. The Spectre was still full HP. And then Ravage comes through with Ember buyback into breaking the Spectre. And I mean, Narman also doing a pretty insane amount of damage now. We're in that late game Marcy territory where you can single target first a lot of heroes, but Scam obviously pulling the most weight there. That was just brutal. Buybacks hurt. Like, his Execration lineup is not the best at taking these super extended fights. Once the Bat and Primal committed, BKB's committed to ults, that fight goes longer, you start using buybacks, things get really murky.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Did get the tendril.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Might have been off the Roche, but either way.
God, he's got the Kraken shell damage block talent. This guy's untouchable.
110, not too shabby.
Watch that fight again. I mean, we saw they're fighting away from the Furion basically the entire time.
Yep. And at this point, this fight doesn't look the worst, right? But the cleanup is just so fast here off the back of that Ravage.
Yeah, combined with the buyback of the Ember Spirit and everything, who they did give the Aegis, so.
That's what the Tide does for them in this game. Like, it anchors the fight. If the fight goes long, he'll win it for them, and it helps Schem stick in there. You can't focus the Tide. If you can't focus the Tide, it's hard to focus the Furion. Sure, you claim an Ember, but you're only getting one of these high damage cores. The other one can clean you up. Difficult puzzle to break here for Execration. The answer is, like most of their games, just go even later. Push it harder.
Can't win the game yet? All right. Push it another 10 minutes.
I mean, if you can't win the game, then you make the game go long enough until it no longer becomes Dota.
So when you can't win, just focus on not losing?
Exactly. The next best thing. Maybe something will happen, you know? They did get Ags on Primal, so now they have a break.
Interesting. But I'm not sure if they'll actually ever, because it's kind of weird how that, you know, that break works, right? Like Primal Beast needs to get in there, tank some hits, break the Tidehunter, and then they've got to like lasso him and focus him down.
It's definitely not the easiest to use, I would agree, but it's still something in the middle of the fight, right?
Sure.
That little runt.
Like maybe this Tide gets broken and randomly 5-second arrowed, you know? You never know.
Happen.
Satanic for Schem.
Yeah, with the 25 talent too, so he's going to be all over the map.
Shadows take up.
Gold for me.
Like looking for him on the side, but he has been hard to catch this game.
The prize is mine.
I mean, you've got Sidekick running through all this lineup too.
Yeah, that's
so disgusting on top.
Satanic is one thing, but you basically have a second Satanic thanks to Sidekick and the 15 talent that Marcy has.
Pretty brutal. Skem's just going to fool his 6th slot here. Pick up a Lincoln's. Doesn't need the boots anymore.
No. Well, you are kind of running out of slots. That is one upside to Execration.
That's a rough upside, I'll be honest. I feel like whenever people talk about that, it's some real copium, you know? Hey guys, they don't have any slots to use their 30,000 gold advantage. As Tino gets destroyed here on the charge.
The charging bull stopped in place. Cox doing his own little charge here, running after Bob. He's got BKB, so unlikely that he gets the kill here, but maybe.
Got the Sprout post blink.
Yeah, the Yules, and Bad Rider's dead. He never popped that BKB.
Interesting.
Oh dear.
I mean, I can understand not wanting to pop it, because if you pop it, then you're basically useless anyway. That's a rough one. Skem's going to make you pay here. Now is the time to walk it down the lane. You do have Ags on Spectre. Skem's just in the back, got arrowed.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
What?
Skem?
What is this Ags gonna do though when they're all just clumped up? He can't really. I mean, if he ever sees Raji, maybe.
I mean, it's some extra damage. You just start throwing it out.
Yeah.
But they need Bob to fight, and Bob does not have buyback. So this is probably just 2 lanes at least. Throwing the sidekick on Skem, throwing the Lincolns on him. Even got a little telescope for him.
They're gonna play it safe apparently and call it quits, just taking the 1 melee barracks.
No, they're not. They're gonna smoke back in.
All right, that's more like it. High octane gaming right here from Geek Slate.
No, they're just gonna chill. They're gonna wait, play it patient.
Have a little smoke break.
No, they're not. Cox.
All right, Cox trying. He's baiting him in. He's baiting him in. That's what he's doing. They think he's all alone, but all of a sudden, Force. Okay, never mind. He doesn't pop the Ravage because the BKBs immediately go out. Faked out the BKBs, and now they Skem. Immediately got arrow, but it doesn't matter. He has the damage to lay into him, and they've got the stun still. The Ravage finally going off, hitting all of these cores and allowing Skem to clean house. This is no longer Execration's base. Skem has kicked him out and will take over and force a GG 2-0 Geek Slate over Execration, previously undefeated in games and series before this.
Brick wall this series. That was brutal. I mean,
seriously.
Outlaned them, early gamed them both times and snowballed off of it, which I think has kind of been one of Execration's weaknesses. You can say, oh, they're a very resilient team. They're very good when the games go late. Well, some of that is if all your games are going late, sometimes it points to your early game isn't as strong.
Yep.
Just got exploited in this series. And
yeah, you'll have to see when the analysis pans out. We're like, yeah, this team's undefeated, but here's some holes, and then those holes get blown wide open by Geek Slate. It says a lot about Geek Slate. It feels like they were very well prepared.
Oh, yeah. I think they had a very clear idea what they wanted to do in this series. I think they've looked very good this entire season. Like, all the games I've watched them, they're all on the same page. They know how to play their lineup. They know what they're playing for. This is another game where play around Skem both games, boost him up, make him a god, let the god deliver.
One less undefeated team in Southeast Asia. Be Geek Slate now looking 3-0 as we head back to the panel. As, yeah, I think that's maybe our panel is quite ready for that abrupt finish
of the game. They did not expect the level of snowball that was coming out from this lineup.
Yeah, I mean, they did end it pretty quickly. Like you said,
too
late to barracks, they backed up, they smoke, and they're like, okay, let's go.
I mean, let's be fair. They looked at this game, they saw it was Execration. It's going to go 70 minutes. We don't have to be there. Well, guess what? Skem says, take your 70-minute games and get it the hell out of here, because I got business to do.
Yeah, we've got business to do, so we'll now hand it over to the panel.
Thank you so much, Cap and SVG. We definitely were not expecting that snowball. I mean, what a clean series by Geek Slate. They definitely played both games very, I mean, clean. That's the word.
Yeah, they made it look super easy.
Yeah. Unbelievably easy.
Cox, he crushed mid, dude. Like,
yeah.
I did not expect to see this Ember do so well mid. And like, normally I'd see Bat be favored in that matchup. But, you know, from the Brood to this Ember, he dominated, man.
I didn't expect it to be like this much, though. Like, this, I mean, these games were, what, 30, 40 minutes? Like, the first being 30, second 40.
Yeah.
And you're against Execration, who's, like, top of the board right now.
This bottom fight, man. It was just so funny seeing 2 supports fight 2 cores and, like, get the win.
Yeah.
It was not looking good. And I feel for Execration, like the casters mentioned, like, their early game is looking weak. And I think we kind of inflated their success because they kind of fought the weaker teams.
Yeah,
they had the easier week. You know, they faced Boom, SMG, and I'm forgetting the other one. They haven't faced Fnatic yet.
They beat
Talon.
Talon,
yeah.
Yes.
So the easier teams.
Damn. Shots fired. I mean, I forgot who was saying it. I'm not sure who, but they were saying that like Execration are definitely getting away with too much because, you know, a lot of these games, they're not really winning in the early game, but they still end up winning in the end, so.
Yeah. I mean, but you could see here, like, I don't know, like if you're just a spectator watching the game, especially this game 2 was probably kind of boring because there was some action in the first 12 minutes and then basically Geek Slate, they just farm and pick off and they can't do anything. Like, Execration are just stuck.
I was mentioning, you know, like while we were watching, like I don't really see the strength in this Primal Beast offlane. Like, or maybe it's just Geek Slate looking so clean that's making it look even worse. But you know, going this mecha build, sure it can pay off, but you know, when Primal Beast first got introduced in Dota, it didn't seem like a mecha.
No.
A mecha hero.
No, maybe you're forcing it a bit too much. Like the meta seems to be you want a pipe and a mech. Because the Mirana's inventory looked kind of funny too. Like he had brown boots and a hood because he was just rushing pipe. And they get these items, but they don't want to fight because they probably can't fight. But yeah, so you just have this wasted gold and you're just waiting. They have like 2 or 3 small timings. Like they try to fight for Roche and then they lose that fight and then then it's time to wait again. And then you wait 10 minutes and they push your base and then you lose. So
yeah, but we have Cox here as our, I believe, back-to-back MVP, our Rivalry MVP. He played amazing.
Yeah,
he dictated the pace of the game and he crushed both lanes.
Yeah, no, it was not. I've never seen either. He had the max searing chain. That was his build. He had the 4, 3, and then 0. No, because I looked at it, I was like, because I think usually you get at least 1 point in Flame Guard to like push in the first wave versus Bat. But I don't know. He has got Slate and he was spamming, and eventually Bat started getting owned.
Because he was already doing pretty well before the Marcy started rotating. And it was just so funny trying to see Execration punish the Tide at top. But they couldn't.
Oh, yeah, that one. I wonder if you can do that better too. Yeah, we were talking back there. I think if you're Spectre, you have to hold a point there.
And go for the Desolate, right?
Yes. Yeah. I think you might have to get a point in Desolate. Especially if they leave him that early, right? Like then, the second he leaves creeps, he should be dying. Yeah.
No, I mean, whether or not it will like change the factor in the game, but they could have gotten a couple kills maybe because there were so many times where he was just surviving with like 100 HP and
I mean, he was just sitting there.
Yeah.
Not cool, man.
I'm definitely a Geek Slate believer now, though. I think like it's so much more fun to watch them because, like Cap said, their drafts are like increasing the biodiversity of the Dota hero pool, and it's like we're seeing all these like fun new heroes. How many times Mike's saying like, "Oh, this is the first time we've seen this."
It's kind of funny though, like the fun new heroes.
Yeah.
And they bring back Tide Hunter.
Yeah, well, that's true.
And it's even more tilting like when a player, like for example, Ice comes to mind. Like he's just taunting in front of you.
Yeah.
And then now like Force is kind of becoming that kind of player. You know, like all these all chat wheels and the taunts and whatnot. He's just like touch me. Yeah.
No, he looked so. He was doing whatever he wanted that game. He was just running around.
I mean, Force played so well too.
Yeah, no, they all play well.
Yeah, they all popped off.
Yeah. No, it ended up looking like 4 cores versus 1 core.
That's true.
Like I think you've seen that previously a bit in Execration where it's like very 4 protect 1.
Yeah.
They have this Lean or Furion that has like a lot of farm and he's supposed to carry. And the Spectre was farmed. But in the fights, it's so hopeless. Like they use their spells, they might get 1 kill. But then it's like, now you have to fight Marcy, Tide Hunter, Ember Spirit, and Furion. And like maybe you kill one of them, but I don't know. You don't have any steam left. You have this Greaves Primal walking around.
I don't care.
Yeah, and he looked so underwhelming.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think Geek Slate are doing a fantastic job. They're quite entertaining to watch. Force has the Polaris line stuck in my head now. The coincidence, I think not.
Yeah.
What a fiend.
No, but I think I called it a little bit before too. This because, like, if SMG were playing, right? Like maybe they would have thrown one of these games. It's possible.
It's true.
But the way Geek Slate play is just so. I guess you can say boring. They're just so boring. They like refuse to mess up. So they're like, okay, you guys wanna.
It's very
methodical.
methodical.
Want to fight? Okay, we don't fight. Yeah, we'll just farm 80% of the
like
map.
how they secured was, I'm not sure if it was the first or the second. Like they were just poking and then forcing a reaction. Like bad BKB, and Dark Willow had to like throw her terrorize and TP out, and like easiest Roshan of their life. Like without even getting a kill.
Yeah,
so.
there was only one moment where you felt like Execration were like they were getting a bit of farm. But that was like a period of 5 minutes. And after that, eventually they got Hex on Tide. And then, I don't know, they picked them off everywhere.
So would you rather have a boring 30-minute game? You can't even say it's boring. Like, it's just like perfect, like a perfect 30-minute game.
I mean, stall, basically.
Yeah, or a like 70-minute game full of like brawling.
I mean, for the entertaining value, definitely the throwing back and forth is very nice to watch. And I think only like people like high skilled players can like appreciate the boring methodical way of
that is true.
Dota, because it is pretty boring to watch.
Yeah, I mean, because the only frustrating part maybe is Execration should push for fights earlier maybe, like, but they could have also in their mind they had some timing there with Spectre, but they were a little too passive. But also their lineup, maybe that's how they have to play.
So I believe we have an interview with the star mid player, Cox of Geek Slate. Congratulations. How do you feel after your win?
Good. Just normal.
Just normal? It's, normal to be, now top of the leaderboard of the SEA DPC?
Just normal, yeah. Because we're aiming for 7-0.
Wow.
Ooh, I like this.
Wow.
So Cox, are you a brood spammer? Why was your brood so good in game 1?
I'm not really a brood spammer. I just tried it. Yeah.
It's just gifted.
Who does your drafting?
What?
Who does your drafting?
Our CEO.
Oh.
Damn.
CEO and coach?
Yeah.
Naks naman.
Impressive. I'm just wondering, like Bat versus Ember Spirit, is that how it's supposed to be? I feel like Bat should do way better. Am I wrong?
Yeah. But
Are
should
you
win more.
just too good?
I'm not sure. Maybe just lucky.
I feel that way. Like this series, it felt a bit like a mid difference.
No, you definitely played well this series. Let's see. Let me think of a question. How about you, Sophie? You got a question? No?
I did. But then how did you guys get together as a team?
What? Like together?
Yeah, like how did you form the team?
I'm not really sure. Maybe Kit just scout us one by one. Yeah.
Why the name change?
The name? I'm not really sure. I don't know.
Okay.
What do you mean, like avatar mode to
no,
talk?
I know.
Yeah.
I thought the team name.
No. Your nickname, because saying Cox kind of sounds like
Cox.
Cox?
Yeah. So it's a bit funny to say on the
It's my
street.
nickname in our place.
Okay. I did not know that.
You guys have any final questions to wrap it up?
I'm good.
No, I'm good.
All
Made
good?
it look easy.
Yeah.
Looked like a Smurf. Whatever.
Yeah, you guys crushed it, man.
Yeah.
Well played.
All right. Congratulations again. And thank you so much for joining us on this interview. I'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Hope you guys make your 7-0 run.
I like how the whole team's just, it's either support or pressure, Like, I feel like it's more of the pressure. It's just like, I can't screw up the answers.
Was that the CEO behind
I think
it?
so.
Probably, yeah.
That's pretty cool. CEO and coach.
He's,
I mean, you pay for the team and you're like, I'm drafting.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, he's clearly doing a good job.
Yeah. No, for sure.
No need to spend the extra money on the coach.
Yeah.
Wow. That's, quite impressive. That was an enjoyable interview with Cox, too. So, next game. What do we have next? Is it Talon SMG next?
Yeah.
I think so.
That is the next game, and we will be checking that one out right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Three, two, one.
This crowd is actually able to do so for a decent amount of time. Have to take up like the flame cloak. That's get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the CDPC. I'm your host, Sophie, and I'm here with Pilot Die and Ninja Boogie again. Nothing changed. We're all still here.
We're back.
We're back.
Stomped too fast.
Yeah, they did do that. But we are back to talk about being in the middle of the season. So we're officially in the middle of the DPC season. Half the games have gone. So now we can kind of gauge which teams might go to the major and which teams might not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Being...
Geek Slate definitely looks like a force to be reckoned with.
Definitely.
With a player with force.
Yeah. No, I definitely think Geek Slate, they're looking... And I felt even before I said it right before the series, like I didn't really feel it for Execration. Like maybe they would, like they're still 3-1, right? So they're not looking bad, but like the way their games have went, I'm not so sure.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the standings so we can really see and visualize where everyone is. Now we got Geek Slate on top. I mean, they were just talking about it. They want to go 7-0.
Yep.
No, and like if they maintain this, like they're looking really clean.
They are.
Yeah, going back to like Execration, they kind of had an easier week 1, so their stats are kind of inflated.
Yeah.
Having to,
because we don't like they're already at 3-1, right? So they only need 1 or 2 more wins to like start being there, like either for tiebreakers or for just straight up qualifying.
That's true.
So they're definitely not out of it, but
yeah, but they're also in the position where like if teams start picking up and like you know like ironing their kinks, like
it's still murky waters.
Yeah, if like let's say like they end up 3-3 this week, like it's gonna be hard mentally, you know, like guys, fuck, we had such a good week 1 and then week 2 was rough.
Yeah.
So.
But Geek Slate are followed closely by Blacklist Rivalry, who are also undefeated per series.
Yeah. No, they've looked. They've also been looking solid.
And I like their approach to the game. You know, like in the BO3, you do want to try to fight your opponent at his best. You know, like how Michael Jordan like used to trash talk the opponents to try to like. So that's I think they're following that route.
Yeah, every series is 2-1, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
We just witnessed a game by Execration 2, which they just lost. So Pi was saying they were on a thread. I mean, hopefully it's not a losing streak for them. Hopefully it's just, you know.
Wait, so who did you say they faced? They faced
Boom, SMG, and I believe Talon. Yeah.
Okay.
Now
so you know, like they're all on the second page.
Yes. But they still have Fnatic left to play.
So okay, we'll assume it's 4-1. I mean, it's just
I'll follow.
4-1,
Yeah.
and then so like
they need to pick up a gamer's bleed or blacklist.
Yeah. So
yeah, it's possible. And
so going into against blacklist, they just need to let blacklist win game 1, and then now blacklist is like, well, we're never in this position. Catch them off guard.
Good. No, because watching Geek Slate now and just I don't know. I don't think. Yeah, they're like the ones that look the strongest to me. Yeah. I mean, maybe this series was a bit too easy, but the other series too. I don't think like they had some even like close-ish games, but it wasn't like Execration when they like 2-0'd. I don't know who.
Talon.
Yeah,
the stomp.
That was like.
That's what it looks like. Yeah. But I mean, Bleed also looks strong. They're currently in 4.
Yeah.
I think they're definitely a force to be reckoned with as well.
Yeah. Jackie definitely a very strong carry that I feel knows how to close out games.
Yes. They're a little similar to Execration, except their laning is just way better. And then their style is similar, where they let their carry, he's basically the only one with like real farm, and they all support him. But they play, like later on Execration, they do play kind of discipline as well.
It just takes long for that engine to start rolling.
No, because Bleed they can actually have an early game lead. They feel more focused on lanes. But I'm really curious about the game coming up now, the SMG Talon, because they're on the second page. But I think that series will like tell a lot if any of these teams can
possibly go to the major.
Yeah.
I mean, like you were saying a while ago, you need Talon to hit that royal road to be able to have a chance at. I mean, what did you say? 5%, 10%?
Yeah, I said like 5%.
Yeah, Mike.
5%.
5-10%. You need to hit that.
Yeah, because it's like, let's say they do go 2-2, but like a lot of their upcoming games, like they have to play Geek Slate.
Sure.
And then Blacklist, you know, like all these teams that are already like feeling more comfortable. And they have to play with that pressure behind them, so it's never fun.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, and they have to win. Yeah, whoever loses the series, SMG or Talon, they're definitely not. I mean, you can't say definitely, but. Oh, you said 5, yeah, so 95% they won't.
It's never 100%.
But SMG, they played. Have they played any of the top guys now, the Geek slates and stuff?
I will pull it up.
Because I feel like they haven't. I feel like they played.
SMG played Fnatic.
Yes.
Yeah, Fnatic, Bleed, and Execration. So yeah, they have to play Geek Slate. Geek Slate. Blacklist.
Yeah.
And Talon now.
Yeah.
Is that
and
it?
Boom.
Yeah, Boom.
But Boom's.
No, so for me, I think the guys there, Blacklist. If I would have to pick, it's 3, right? Yeah. So then it would be Blacklist, Bleed, and Geek Slate. Those are the favorites for me right now.
So let's go more into Talon for a bit.
Okay.
So last year, Talon's road was from Season 1, they were in Division 2.
Yes, and that's when they had Flying Gabby.
Was that Season 1?
No, that was season. They opened with Flying Gabby.
Yeah, that was because they played Division 2.
And then I think after one season.
Oh yeah, because they didn't move up from Season 1. Then Season 2, they switched Flying Gabby out for KP and Hyde.
For KP and 23.
Oh yeah, KP and 23. And then Season 3 is when they got to the Major.
Yeah.
Which then they got to TI. That was...
Wait, KP, they got KP...
No, they always had KP.
They got Q.
Yeah, they got Q.
Yeah.
Now they don't have KP and Hyde, who are both with Fnatic.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow, what is the worst trade deal now? We can't go that hard yet. Worst trade deal of all times.
But yeah, I mean, last season they were doing really well. Last season they were second, I think, behind
Talon?
Boom.
Yeah.
It was Boom, Talon, Fnatic.
Or they placed first or second.
Yeah. But now they're on the second page.
Second page?
Second page. Your second pager.
I mean, at least they're not 0-4.
Yes. That is true.
No, there's still hope.
Yeah, it's definitely not looking all gloom. And their players definitely have a lot of, you have the Thai connection now with Jabs, Q, and 23. And 23 looks to be, he kind of, slumped a little bit after his TI run. He didn't really have much success after that. Right, because he came from T1, and then it was with Carl, Cuckoo, and then they replaced Carl. I mean,
they did 2 replacements in that.
And then he didn't really find much success then, but it seems he's building that confidence.
Yeah. Well, speaking of the Thai connection, we got an interesting video coming up of one of the players on Talon of Q, the Pause 4. Let's take a look.
Due to the success of the full Thai Motivate Trust lineup, there has been a new influx of Thai players into the Dota scene. People like to talk about the talented Masaros or Jackie, despite him being from Laos, but they often forget to mention Q. Q is an incredibly solid position 4 player that is currently playing for Talon Esports. Today, we will be looking at his competitive history. Q's first recorded competitive team was #Z. One of the 2 teams owned by the Thai esports org, #esports. Back then, Q was not playing the support role. He was the carry. The team mostly competed in local tournaments. #esports decided in 2018 to merge their #Z and #team into a super-powered punctuation team called ? During the merge, Q changed positions and became a mid laner. ? had questionable results, mostly only succeeding in local qualifiers and country-based tournaments like WESG. After 8 months of staying together, the team decided to import Axmo, a Russian mid laner, into the team. This forced Q to move into the 4 position, and they continued to play together for 2 more months, after which the team disbanded. The next iteration of ? would have some familiar faces like Jackie and Fearless, but Q would not be included. For a while, Q would remain teamless, and occasionally play as a stand-in for other punctuation-based SCA teams like ! And no, I am not making these names up. These teams really exist. Remember that other iteration of ? I just mentioned? So they went on to become To Be Continued, but found no success, only making it through a couple of rounds of open qualifiers. That's why the team lost their carry, Jackie, and they picked up a 4 position? I'm just kidding. Q changed positions again, became their carry, and they actually started winning stuff. Sure, small local tournaments and national competitions, but they actually got first place now. This led to the team getting noticed, and they finally entered the big leagues, being picked up by RRQ Trust. Small sidebar for those of you who aren't familiar with old Thai Dota. Thailand has always had a decent amount of organizations supporting Dota. You've had your hashtag Esports or Alpha, your Links, now your Udvesuan, etc., etc. These orgs would usually combine with one another to form teams. I'm sure many of you remember Alpha X hashtag, which is just 2 orgs helping field a single team. Back then, though, there were 3 organizations that would essentially take turns fielding the very best Thai Dota talent. Those orgs were Signature Gaming, Trust Gaming, and Made in Thailand, or Myth. Trust Gaming started out with Myth as the best Thai team, called Myth Trust, and then Signature would take Myth's place and become Signature Trust. This is where the original generation of Thai Dota players grew up in. Your Lackles, your Mypros, your Jabs, they all come from a combination of these orgs at some point in time. Being picked up by Trust Gaming, especially in combination with Rex Regum Kaon, the biggest Dota team of the time from Indonesia, was like making Division 1 nowadays. It was the final step before making it into the international scene. To further this point, the team would even pick up Lackles, the best known carry from Thailand, Naga Siren Spammer, as their coach. RRQ, however, would leave Dota after only 2 months of fielding this team, and they signed with another Thai organization, Motivate Gaming, which would become Motivate Trust. Despite all these org changes, this team remained the same, and so did their results. It looked like a huge break for this new generation of Thai players, but they were unable to improve the Thai standing in the SEA scene. That is, until they made some roster changes. They kicked their offlaner and their 5 from the team, the 2 veterans, Mypro and Tigger, and decided to field a new squad which fully represented the new generation of Thai Dota players. They rejoined with Jackie, who now had some international experience under his belt, and picked up this promising offlaner called Masaros from Seth Gaming. This would be the last time that Q would play the core role, as he retook the 4 position and let Boombell become the captain and the 5. This roster was something else. Results and praise started pouring in from everywhere. Before the DPC, they won a couple of BTS Pro Series and people started looking out for them. That is when disaster struck. The 2 star players from the team, Jackie and Masaros, got poached by T1 and Fnatic respectively. Meanwhile, Fearless and Boombell left to create a new team called Hoyo. Q was left all alone, unpoached and unapproached, to create a new team. And he certainly tried. He joined with some of the old veterans like Lionax and Mypro, but was unable to qualify for the DPC in its first season. Q was not the only one that struggled though. Hoyo? Yeah, same story. Unqualified and disbanded. Meanwhile, Jackie from T1 gets replaced after qualifying to the Singapore Major as 23 Savage, who was originally going to Vici Gaming, became available. Then Masaros, who had a fantastic season, underperforms in the Major and he gets replaced by Chuen. All of a sudden, all of Q's old teammates are available. Since Q had already stayed in Motivate Trust, he was more than happy to welcome them back with open arms. They managed to qualify for the DPC this time, and they dominated Division 2, not losing a single series. They participated together in TI-10 qualifiers and had solid performances and good chances, but were ultimately unable to qualify. Despite this, they stuck together this time. Next season, despite seeming promising, they don't deliver, ending up 7th and being relegated to Division 2 after some difficult tiebreakers. Now, it was Q's turn to be poached. Talon Esports had an unsuccessful first season SEA DPC, but were looking to remake their roster. Q seemed like the perfect fit, but once again he was forced to change positions, this time into position 5. Q, the ever-adaptable, succeeded once again, and managed to make it to upper division, becoming one of the strongest teams in the last season of SCA DPC. He even went back to 4 to really showcase his talents. They didn't perform well during the Arlington Major and dropped in groups, but during the close qualifiers of TI-11, Talon Esports pulled through and made it to TI. They came in as one of the stronger teams and dominated everyone but Polaris. This would be Q's first TI. But, you know, we all know what happened. I don't think C needs to talk about this TI. We're just gonna skip over this part? Yeah, let's skip over TI 11 for now. Post TI, Talon made some roster changes and included 2 more Thai players into the team. Little by little, Q got closer and closer to his roots. Now, will he be able to showcase the talent that bedazzled us in the last SCA DPC? Does a Dota team get better the more Thai people you include? Only time will tell, but we will sure have a blast finding out.
Oh, I love that so much. That was so cute.
That was well edited.
That was so perfect. I really want to see that for more players now. That was so enjoyable.
Yeah, that was nice.
I actually got a when I made like a Cebu-based Dota team during the pandemic. Like Q and Fearless was actually we tried out with him, and I was really impressed with Q. Like even though he didn't really speak English, but the way he like moved around the map, like he was very well in connecting, and he was one of the players that I was looking forward to playing with. But obviously things.
Yeah, Q's an amazing player for sure. I totally forgot that he played Pause 5 at the start of when he first joined Talon.
And then they noticed that it was just better if he played position 4 and Hyde played 5. Because even Hyde, when he was playing 4, he had like a 5 type of style.
Yeah.
Like he didn't really...
I actually remember scrimming against them when he was still playing, when I was in SMG. They were pretty bad.
Damn, all the flame today.
But yeah.
Could have been a bad week.
Yeah, it could have been a bad week, bad day. But that was really nice. Like I really enjoyed that content piece. I feel like I never knew all of that about Q.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like even if I tried to look, it would be hard to find all that information.
Yeah, I mean, most you scour through Liquipedia, right? But then you need the context of like, you can see all the teams or whatever.
Yeah.
But then you need the history. Like, I don't know anything about the Thai scene, for example.
Yeah.
Like the Thai Dota scene. I have no clue.
Now we do. We know quite a bit.
Yeah. No, I'm wondering about Talon in particular, because I feel like when they started to get good, like KP was a big part of that team.
Yeah.
Like
Very true.
their strategies and how they played. Now they switched them out, and like they had a bit of a rocky start. So yeah, if they're to come back, I don't know who's supposed to lead them.
The Thai connection.
The Thai connection will grow stronger.
Well, let's see if the Thai connection does grow stronger. We will have Talon versus SMG right after this break, so don't go anywhere. Stay cozy.
Three, two, one.
Let's get a lot of damage, but here comes the Black Hole.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Southeast Asian DPC. Talon versus SMG. Stay moving under gunfire is coming up right now, and I have returned to the Mamak stall. Yes, it's me, Tsunami, and I leave these Execration boys for one series, and they fumble it. One series, and they got 2-0'd, Pi. This wasn't even just like a competitive series. They got 2-0'd.
They got stomped.
What happened?
I mean, these games, they looked like, what did it look like? It looked like a big skill difference just across the board, especially in the mid lane, where like I think he had like a bad matchup game 1,
sure,
but it went like even worse than bad, and then game 2, I'm pretty sure he has the favorable matchup, like Bat versus Ember, but that also did not go well.
Dude,
like
Cox
the Ember was insanely farmed.
Cox was on point that series.
Yeah. No, he was running amok.
And now we got to see how these Thai boys do, as you saw in the content piece, Winter. We had Q as the foundation for Talon originally, and now they've brought in 23 Savage, they've brought in Jabs, and it's been on and off so far. They were able to 2-0 Boom Esports, but then they lost 1-2 versus Blacklist Rivalry, and they lost 2-0 versus Execration. Although their Execration series was like literally the very, very first series of the entire DPC, so I'm sure they've shown growth since then. I know I asked you on Monday what you thought of Talon. You said you needed to see more. Now we saw them 2-0 Boom. So now where are you putting them?
Unstable.
Okay.
I feel like this match, maybe everybody is expecting them to roll SMG over. I feel like SMG might be able to take this match. You know, it might be a close series here.
And you are encouraged after having seen their Fnatic series?
Not really, though. I just feel like my feeling for Talon changed, you know, across the week.
Okay.
In the beginning, I was kind of impressed by how they are picking their drafts, the heroes, and, you know, selecting how they open when they are first pick, second pick, etc. But the more I see them, the more I feel like they are not exactly sure in a lot of things, and their play is lacking in some of the games too.
Which I suppose could also be said for many components of SMG's game. Pi, I know you weren't on the broadcast, but how many of these previous series did you get to catch? Did you get to see the SMG versus Fnatic series?
Yes, I saw that one.
Okay.
Almost fully.
What was your opinion of it? Because I know it's the bottom of the bracket that was going head-to-head, Fnatic versus SMG.
Yeah.
Do you still feel like there was a substantial skill difference, or not really?
How do you mean skill difference? Like,
well, because SMG and Fnatic were both like no series one, and normally you'd kind of rank them similarly, but most of SMG's series were competitive, even though they got 2-0'd. It's like more them finishing, not finishing the game properly. Yeah. Whereas Fnatic just looked lost from like beginning to end.
No, I mean, for me, SMG looked dominant to me. And they had that one game, like the cleanest game, I think, in CDPC, where they just went from tower to tower and pushed and finished them off. They had that classic SMG game, though, where they lost, I think it was game 2? Where they had... did they have Megas? Yeah, and then the sniper just pushed down mid with the Mine Rapier after they all died.
Yeah, that's why I feel like SMG has a lot of potential. You know, they lost a lot of games where they should be winning. Yeah. That's why they are here. You know, and if you look at Fnatic, the games that they lost, it's mostly they're gonna lose anyway. You know, it doesn't really matter much what they did in the game. So I feel like this SMG against Talon series has a lot of interesting things that might happen.
Yeah, I guess my attitude now will be coming into like a blank slate, because both of these teams have kind of shown strengths and weaknesses. Like you said, for Talon, there are draft strengths, but maybe execution weaknesses. And I guess for SMG, there's, I don't know, late game decision making continues to be a struggle for them, which I don't, like, normally I have always associated Southeast Asia with being the most aggressive region and being the most eager to finish games. And yet, I don't think we've had like a sub 25-minute game in this entire region yet.
No, I think that has changed with C. I think the past 2 years, it's been like very safe and like very slow. Like if you looked at Fnatic, the past DPCs when they were like doing really good, their games were like so slow, like unbelievably slow. They would often last 50 minutes and they would just kind of grind them out. And I think it was similar. I don't remember what the other top teams were then, like the past few seasons.
You think they are playing too safe? Or?
A little bit, yeah. It's hard to say now, like the meta changes, and but it's comparing like to other regions, and you saw that too when it came to LAN. Like it was just, it just looked too slow. It's not fast enough. And I don't know, this season has it been that way? It's hard to say. I think it's been more like we have seen a few, like the games we remember have been kind of sloppy, like a lot of throws.
Yeah.
But there have also been like some good games played.
Even the wins I see though are. I don't know, maybe I'm being corrupted by Western Europe and China, but like China has had a ton of 20 to 30 minute games.
Yeah.
And we have not had that many. We've had our average is probably like 35 to 45.
Yeah.
And Western Europe, same thing. I mean, maybe teams are just more willing to GG out earlier, but even like I'll see like at least 2 Raxes go down in these other regions and then they'll GG out, which is a reasonable time to do it.
I feel like if you look at how Dota has been changing, you do not expect the games to actually get longer. You kind of expect the games to be in the region of like, I think 25 to 30 is the reasonable amount. And I feel like a lot of the C games have been definitely extended, not because of the meta, but because of how the teams themselves are playing, you know. They are not utilizing their advantages enough. Like when you're having a lead like from the lane and you're trying to sweep the map and take control, especially the triangle or the ancients area, and how fast you're transitioning from the ancients area to sweep the map to kick the enemies, because when you take the ancients area, the enemy is going to take the other side of the map, or they are trying to split everywhere. And I feel like the C teams, they're not very good at controlling the position from there on.
I think that the map control has definitely been comparatively lacking, and that is what concerns me when it comes to C going internationally.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like SMG sometimes they play a bit, because they really do try to do this that you're talking about. They really try to shut down the map. They're like hunting people. They 5-man often at the correct times, like they look really good. But they have these situations where they like kind of go overboard.
Too fast?
Yes. I mean, maybe too fast or like too weird. Like they will leave an area to like chase someone out and then they will try to go back.
Yeah.
But they haven't like properly dewarded. Like they go in a bit awkwardly and they get wiped. And like that's how they lost, I don't know, like 3 games or something. So there is a balance to it.
But it's a good sign, right? It shows that they know.
I think so, yeah.
They know what they should be doing, but sometimes maybe execution problem. Like you get a new player, then the guy doesn't really fully understand what he needs to do at that point of time. Because if one person messes up the thing, the whole move doesn't work.
Yeah. You can also say like maybe like if you can play it, like if you can win by playing it kind of safe, and you can win the DPC, like just do it.
Yes, but can you win the DPC? But can you beat other countries? Can you beat other regions with that type of?
Yeah, I mean, you have to have because usually when you get to a place, right, you get a few days to scrim, and then you have group stage where there's a bit of leeway.
Yeah.
And that's when you have to like adapt. So like if you can do that, I think it's fine.
How about in your interpretation of the current meta? Do you find fast-paced Dota or slow, methodical Dota to be more successful these days? Because beyond looking just within Southeast Asia, obviously it seems like the more practice teams are doing well, but strategically wise.
Yeah, no, you just have to be careful when you go high ground.
Okay.
I think a lot of games you're supposed to be 30k gold up. Like if they won't GG out, like you're just supposed to, like you let them farm what? Like maybe they can get 1 camp, but they're like so, and then obviously you have to be ready to kill them. Like if you're not killing them, then yeah, you're just splitting farm or whatever. Not that. But there have been a few games, like the latest game we saw here with Geek, Slate versus Execration. Like the last 10 minutes, they just got into this groove, right, where, yeah, they're just farming, and the other team can't do anything. And they try to like sneak out on a lane, and they just kill them. And you have to keep doing that. It was the same. Tundra lost a game yesterday, I think, or 2 days ago. And it was similar. They lost versus, I don't even know what they're called.
Into the Breach.
Yeah, exactly. And that was one of those games. They were up like 40 kills.
Yeah.
But they wouldn't push high ground, and I agree with that. I think you have to be careful when you do that.
Okay, then I definitely like the concept of mapped dominance being a recipe for success in this current meta, as opposed to like, I don't know, skirmishing, Rambulan.
Yeah, the scary part, because especially here in C, here we go, Tiny. Like there's a lot of Tinies. Often there's a Batrider, Tuskar, and like when you're pushing high ground versus these guys, like so many weird things can happen.
You're gonna get
like,
tossed. You're gonna get snowballed.
You're just giving they're like, yes, they're going high ground. We can finally fight.
I mean, is this Phoenix banned to protect the Treant?
It seems that way. People love Phoenix versus, I think, SMG and Bleed have both done it, I think. Alpha plays a lot of Phoenix. Where I guess the point is like, you use your fire spirits on the treant and he attacks so slow.
Attack.
Yeah, but like in my head, I don't know if this is. I guess it's fine.
I mean, in the team fight as well, right? It's an area control versus an area control. If he comes in with the old growth, you put the egg and you try to fight in the same place.
Yeah, I guess, but I feel like it could go both ways. Where he uses egg and then you overgrowth his teammates and you kill the egg.
Yeah, I actually much rather be the tree.
Yeah, I don't know. And I don't feel like the lane should be that good, but he uses fire spirits, then you just back off and wait. But a lot of teams do it, so probably wrong about this.
Yeah, so SMG, is this like the second time, right, they did this opening, Rubik Tiny, or someone else did it? Was it Geek Slate? I think they did something similar, Rubik and Tiny.
Yeah, they did Rubik Magnus, I think.
And Boom also did Rubik Tiny.
Okay, yeah, maybe they were there. Because I don't think SMG have done this, right? I think Alpha is usually playing like Treant, Phoenix, and Marcy.
Mm-hmm.
I feel are like his heroes he's been playing so far. But I know Moon Nana, he likes Tiny mid, so that's a possibility. And then obviously Playard plays Tiny really well.
Yeah, you've been talking a lot. Was it you that say that they always put Moon on a semi-core? They need to give him like some priority.
Oh yeah, he's played like Slark and Monkey mid, right?
Oh
yeah, I mean, they better know this talent. Like he will play Slark if he can this game. He loves Slark versus Ember.
Yeah, it's pretty good against the Treant as well.
Yes.
And what do you think of that kind of playstyle? I feel like overall in this DPC, not many mid players play like this. You know, in C, I think he's the only one. Like this team, the way they set up the draft, the mid player gets a lot of priority. He gets to be on a semi-core that can carry the game. He gets to have a very good matchup. He gets a lot of things. You know, like he's truly the CEO of the team.
No, but I think they did lose their Slark game, but I think that was actually a game where they played pretty bad.
Yeah.
I don't think it, like if you just make it up the rest of the draft, it should be fine. I don't mind it. Because Slark doesn't need that much, and like if you know he's gonna win this lane, then you're already halfway there.
Talon is also kind of like that, except instead of their mid and their carry kind of being alternating between semi-core and core, it kind of seems like the carry in the offlane, because we saw 23 Savage play Doom and Jabs played Naga.
Oh, wait, how did that game go?
They lost.
They lost that
It was not good.
I mean, I think the draft was okay. It was just I feel like 23 he wasn't comfortable playing like the pseudo offlane role.
Why did they do that?
It was the last pick.
No, we were even saying, wouldn't it be better if they just put Jabs on the Doom on the safe lane and put 23 on the Naga on the offlane?
Right? Because I tuned into that game just quick. Because the Naga was, I saw him in the offlane.
It was first pick.
Yeah, but he was going like a normal Naga build. He just was building Manta. I was like, okay, so it's an underfarmed Naga.
And we were also mentioning that most of the drafts, Talon, they always open the first two heroes. One of those heroes could be Jab's hero. But this time they are actually not doing it, so they are changing the way they are drafting.
Or you don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Could be offlane Ember Spirit. It's not even that crazy, you know?
Yeah,
actually, I kind of, if you go like deep, right, I kind of like it. Because you know SMG are the type of team that you see Ember Spirit, they're like, all right, we're going Monkey King.
Oh,
and then bam, you hit them with the Bat Rider.
Or the Slark that we mentioned.
Yeah, Slark. If they go Slark, you go left track.
And then you pick some other, hero just to...
You're just baiting them, because they're not banning.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised the team that during the first game of the DPC, they gave Lina.
Ember is the most uncharacteristic of those, though, because Jabs has played a lot of
these. Event Slug.
Okay. The Monkey King's still available.
Dude, I'm pretty sure he played like a decent amount. He played a lot of Puck offlane on Fnatic. Like they won so many series.
If he's on my team, right, I'm gonna give him like Death Prophet, Viper Razor, all these kind of half carry offlane heroes. You know.
Even this DPC did Pango, Bat Rider, Tusk. It's all these mid/offlaners.
Yeah, you're not gonna see him playing like some Underlord Darkseer offlane.
Yeah. Maybe Darkseer, but I do prefer the ones you said. Because here they go. Like I wanna, because they ban bats, so like they're both kind of smart. I mean, this lane is semi-playable for Ember. It's not like GG.
It can't be worse than against Bat Rider, right?
I don't know. Did you just see it? Did you see the game? Ember beats Bat Rider. Apparently.
Cox Ember. That's Bat Rider.
You have to put Cox Ember against Cox Bat Rider.
Oh, the true test.
No, because now I feel like this should not be a surprise at all.
Yeah.
Like if you're surprised by this Monk King, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
But I mean, SF, Prophet, and Slark are also like good bans against a mid Ember as well, just for the game, not necessarily for the lane.
Yeah, I mean the Shadow Fiend is fine, I guess. I don't know. I already don't really like what Talon are doing. I mean, it's only 3 picks in, so things can change. But just I don't know. They don't seem that prepared.
Yeah, it's definitely not the similar opening that they've been using. You know, they've been trying to. I think they've been trying to switch things up, try to adjust towards what's happening. So now with the Tusk there, it seems like we might see some. Okay, I feel like the DP is gonna be Jet. Actually, maybe not. You know. Maybe you're right. They are just baiting with this Ember early pick. Make them pick the.
I feel like Mikoto loves Ember Spirit. Like he's one of those mid laners. He's just grinding MMR 8 hours a day, playing Ember Spirit and Templar Assassin.
If they do that, couldn't Chidori just play Monkey King safe lane then?
Yeah, they could too, you know.
No, because that's what's a little awkward for me. Because now, in that case, you would have to run like Ember Tusker off lane, which is like...
Yeah. It makes more sense if Tusk and DP are the off lane, Ember and mid, and then they just pick a carry last, you know. Their draft makes more sense that way.
Yeah, if you're drafting from first pick, I don't think... You can't be clever anymore. You just do decent lanes and hope for the best.
So then how about just DP in general? What is she doing in this game? Because I have not seen her picked at all in this DPC, at least not in Southeast Asia.
I think OG had a game. They played it mid though. Looked pretty good that game.
I mean, it's just I feel like it's just a hero that works really well with Trion, the armor, and I feel like it suits the way Jabs play as an offlaner. Like I feel he's very, very strong at bullying the carry in the lane, making life hard, and you can take towers quickly, like a Beastmaster in a way, and just pressure the map from there, you know, and be greedy.
Yeah, I mean this game too. Like he basically has the most powerful spell on the map, I would say, like his Exo. So. And he doesn't have to be that afraid. Like he has Treant armor, he has a snowball save, so he can go kind of crazy.
So this Weaver is a carry?
I think they're doing what you said. So they have Nana mid with a monkey, right?
Yeah.
And they don't want like the hard carry, so they go for a Weaver. And Weaver's not bad versus DP. It's like
what's the lane matchup? Feel like Weaver against DP.
I don't think
it's
Weaver.
Good for him.
I don't think it's that good.
Yeah, that's rather strange.
I mean, if you get ganked, it can snowball for the Weaver. Like if the Tiny comes, you know, like 3-4 minutes in, and then the Monkey starts coming, like the game can get unplayable. But if it's just a straight 2-on-2, I don't think that, especially if there's a Sentry War down, like I think the DP
he needs
wins
a different pos 5 maybe if he wants to fight that lane. If it's a Rubik Weaver, the lane doesn't feel that good for the Weaver.
Oh,
I think it's okay. It's like fine, but...
You think he can still like 50-50 the lane? A Rubik Weaver against Tusk DP?
If it's only those two for like 8 minutes straight, I think they lose slightly, like 40-60 maybe. I don't think it's that bad though. Like it should be really hard to kill the Weaver. It's not that easy to harass him either. But you can't really go aggressive, right? Like if you try to go on them, I think you die.
More like a farming lane, I think.
Yeah. Yes, you have to wait for the Tiny or the Monkey to come to your lane, and then you can kill easy.
Talon cover the possibility of it being an offlane Weaver though. They ban out Spectre as one of the carries and Beastmaster is one of the offlaners.
Yeah.
And so now when you see what mid one wants to do, Doom is still available, although maybe not that useful against a DP and a Tusk.
Yeah, I think they would have wanted
Bloodseeker?
Beastmaster perhaps. Bloodseeker again, yeah.
As a Weaver, Monkey, Bloodseeker, pretty good for Talon. Wow.
For the Morph? I think that's... wait, the 23, yeah, okay.
Okay, so they're gonna probably pick a lane counter towards the Morph here.
They're laughing. Why are they laughing?
They picked Morphling last and you're laughing.
So you pick Doom? Is that what you're gonna do?
No, that has to be something else. I mean, like if they could have a hero, they would want something that could pressure buildings a bit, I think. But I at this point, I don't think they should care. They should only care about killing people now.
So pick a Viper? Like something to bully him in the lane?
Viper. Maybe.
Darkseer is still available.
Darkseer? It's not terrible. Yeah, no, I wouldn't mind that either. They have a few. Everyone is laughing. Talon are laughing. It's just, we got him, and the other team's like, no, we got him.
Jabs is like, they'll never see this offlane Ember Spirit.
If they do, I would be so surprised. No, that would be...
Oh man, I love this 50-50 cam that we have. That's a new production development.
What does mid one want to play?
Dude, he's...
Because the Darkseer is cool, because the Monkey can really, like, he gets a lead mid, he's like 800 gold ahead, and he starts rotating to the sidelines. Like, if you have a Darkseer there, he's super strong, and then, like, Weaver with Rubik.
Is Centaur okay? Like, the stamp hit can be good against...
Stamp hit is okay. Okay, so they're just going full, like...
What?
No, this is actually pretty nice.
This is actually, yeah, it's pretty good against the DP and the Walk. It's a core A?
Let's see, I think so. Yeah, I think I would prefer it core over... Like, instead of, like, offlane Tiny, I think.
So the lane is going to be AA Tiny offlane. Oh, that sounds crazy.
Yeah.
That lane is amazing against the Morphling lane.
It can be good. Like, if the Morphling gets... like kind of a free first 2-3 minutes, I think you don't have enough damage, but it might be annoying.
Yeah, but I feel like the overall structure of the draft is just like, oh, I'm just trying to counter whatever the enemies doing, counter the lane, counter this, counter that. But if you look at the true synergy with their 5 heroes, do their heroes have very good synergy? I would say no.
I feel
SMG,
like, right?
Yeah, I feel like Talon's hero makes sense together. They have a purpose. Everybody has a job in the game. But when I look at SMG's lineup, it just feels like, oh, I'm going to counter this, I'm going to counter that. Okay, but they don't work together, you know.
Also, they can't really take objectives either. Who's
no, they have to keep killing
just
people.
killing people. Like a bounty hunter draft, you know.
Yeah, let's go. And hopefully that's enough. There's gonna come one point in this game, like hopefully for them they're ahead, you know, like 5-6k gold, and then they can like keep that lead.
Because if they win, ahead, man.
Yeah, they're gonna have to win this game later.
Oh, great.
Or
later.
Like super early.
We love seeing SMG go later. That works out great every single time. Right, casters? You guys are more than prepared for a late game SMG game, right?
Oh, yeah. We were very prepared. In fact, we called that last pick in the draft, actually.
Word?
Yeah.
Did you know that mid one would play it, though?
Yes, we did, actually.
Okay, then. Well, then my work here is done. Clearly, you guys are the true analysts, so the game is all yours.
Thank you, Tsunami. No comments about
Just
that.
Just asserting dominance on the panel, I see. That was real smooth.
To be clear, Avery called it out. I wasn't paying attention to the draft.
You know why I thought they were going to... You know why I thought they were going to AA, though?
Yeah.
You know, obviously, there's like some morph. It's because they were laughing so hard.
Oh,
I think they were discussing it, and they picked this... Because I think they were thinking about AA when the DP came out.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking, you know, it'd be nice to have an answer to prevent this DP just running in and killing your whole team here. Yeah. There really isn't much. AA is one of the historic better heroes at doing that as long as he can play Dota. So I think they're already thinking about it. And then when the morph comes out, they were like, oh, now we're fucking laughing about it because, you know, mid one's actually going to pick it now.
Yeah.
I think it makes sense from the counterpick's perspective, but I do agree. AA is a very, very exploitable hero. It's hard to execute. I think it's one of those heroes we see, it looks great on paper, and then once you get in the game, it's very difficult. Core AA, a bit stronger than support AA, I think, because you can just get the ulti faster, start snowballing.
Oh yeah, one is support, the other is core.
Well,
of course,
yeah,
the core is going to be stronger.
I think the thing is, it's about the shard, you know? Like,
okay,
you get the shard, and you can start doing some lane shove, then he's like a real hero.
It's like he actually has a way to farm for himself instead of pitifully last hitting one at a time.
He's not just running around the map trying to hit his ult on everybody, he's actually contributing to map pressure a little bit. So it changes the hero a lot, and I think that's just more reliable on the core AA.
I don't like it for a reason that none of you guys have stated. I don't like it because mid one, I think, has been putting on some serious carry pants for a lot of these games for SMG.
True.
And I don't think Ancient Apparition is that kind of hero.
Well, he's about to prove you wrong.
Okay. I mean, I will be all the more impressed if he puts on some of those, what are those like, you know, the pants you wear when you go fishing? The waders.
Waders?
Yeah, he puts on some of those waders to carry with an Ancient Apparition core.
I feel like this guy has never put on waders in his life.
Probably not. I don't think most gamers have.
The one upside, though, is I do think they have some okay synergy with AA. Because they had the stuns. Like, they had Monkey, Tiny, and Rubik.
Okay.
So they have a lot of mechanisms to set up for his ult, set up for the cold feed, stuff like this. Generally, when you play AA, you just want lockdown with the hero.
Yeah.
Like you want these Kunkas or Faceless Void, things like this. I think Monkey is pretty solid with this hero. The way the late game fights pan out, like, imagine a late game scenario that SMG just is forcing Roche with Bug on Roche. You have this Wukong command you have to fight into and you're throwing vortexes down. It's pretty annoying, you know? Because the Talon lineup does have to just kind of walk into you. The Morph has to just waveform in, man fight, the DP has to run in and man fight. So if you can stun him and land the AL, you might be in pretty good shape here. That's the aspect about it I like.
Okay. I was actually thinking almost the opposite in the fact that, yeah, they do all have stuns, but I don't feel like any of those stuns are necessarily long enough to ensure an Ice Blast, you know? You don't have like a Mars-type hero that really keeps heroes locked in a certain area for a certain amount of time, you know?
It's not amazing, but again, like this Morph and DP are going to be running at you, right? You want to be in that scenario where they're going into you, and then some quick lift, quick Jingu slap, and then that's enough time.
Okay.
You don't even have to hit him, right? As long as you clip him, you're going to be happy in this game. So, but he does have to be very careful. Like this is a game where you last pick A, mid one needs to be on point with his spell casting. And
very nice. Boomy.
First blood.
Take the first blood. Well deserved off of that 2-man avalanche he hit.
Also, this lane is pretty good for him. Like core AA is pretty strong on lane. It's not that easy to use anymore. So you're looking at 3 lanes that SMG should be pretty confident in, right? Both their side lanes with ranged cores in pretty decent matchups, and they have this mid Monkey King, which is the counter pick. They were debating if it was a bait or not. Ended up deciding it wasn't. So this should be a decent early game from SMG in terms of the lanes.
Well, let's see if they can get a second kill here on Q.
Oh, there's Shukuchi in one.
Shukuchi plus the Fade Bolt. They're going to have to dive in deep for this one, and they decide against it. Chidori does not want to give up his life for that Tusk. He maybe could have gotten it, but he certainly would die.
That was the right decision for sure. There's no need to overextend, especially for a non-first blood kill. Does have a huge wave pushing into this bottom tower, though, for Jabs, so this Death Prophet having a pretty good time here.
Yeah, 14-3 with this many creeps still left. That's a very high amount of CS.
We're going to find out who the true CEO is this game.
Yeah, that is true. A mid lane matchup, we saw a little bit of that Moon versus Makoto, and Monkey King obviously has this pretty big advantage over the Ember Spirit.
Definitely not as big as it used to be.
What changed?
It's still pretty free for the Monkey. I think Ember's a little... I think Monkey's just weaker.
Okay.
Like Embers are... I think Ember players are better at getting out of these hard Ember lanes now, but I also think if we go way back to the super strong mid Monkey, that was just an unbeatable mid laner.
Yeah, I mean, that hero was
so
silly. I was going to say that I felt like the water runes are advantageous for Ember Spirit in this matchup because he takes a lot of harassment, but then he's just able to keep Flame Guard. Like, he pops Flame Guard and pushes it in the wave. So as long as he has the sustain to kind of deal with the Monkey's harassment, he's going to be okay.
Yeah, maybe the water runes plus some extra flag bearer regen. You can just pull aggro into your tower and keep trading some waves. It just seems like you can get out of a lot of these mid matchups better than you used to.
Yeah, that's true.
You're not going to get destroyed so hard. There's no gameplay. I mean, he's getting doubled up in CS, and Monkey has 16 denies. So this is a little rough. But even that, he still has a game, right?
Yeah, just hit level 6 and then run around, do Ember Spirit things.
These mid leads are only as good as you can transfer them into something.
Okay.
Either bringing people there, forcing like the 3-on-3 mid skirmish where your mid's way ahead, or you solo kill the guy or something like this. So right now, Moon is in a very dominant position, but he has to transfer it into something valuable. Like to me, this is great, but it's not just auto winning you the game, right? If Monkey dies once, all that goes back.
Sure.
So to me, is he going to get some fast levels and try an all-in solo kill Makoto here before he gets 6? Is he going to call for supports to come 6-minute rune? This is what SMG should be thinking about because they have a pretty independent carry as well. Like I could see this Rubik rotate, leave Weaver alone. Try and abuse the level advantage. I'm also excited to see this Weaver. I think this hero is actually a hero that has been on a lot of people's radar, been played a lot of pubs and kind of experimented with, and looks pretty strong, but hasn't been in a lot of officials yet. So this is the first time I feel like we're seeing a pretty solid Weaver pick in a game where it might pop off if he can go and skirmish with like his other 2 cores early.
I'm not sure if I've ever heard someone say that they're excited to see a Weaver pick.
What's wrong with the Weaver?
I mean,
of all the spiders in the game, he's the most fun.
I guess that could be true. He is actually a spider.
Do people actually not like watching Weaver? I think he's a super fun hero to watch. Like a super aggressive carry. You run in places, almost die all the time. You need to go like 20-1 to win the game, usually. That's hype, you know?
I guess so.
I mean, throw a
Moon. Oh, he gets off the ultimate. This might just save him. Combined with the lifesteal, he's going to be able to force Talon back. And he actually gets the restack, so he can get up to full health here.
He has another boundless in one, too.
Oh, yeah.
Gonna slap somebody. Mercy.
Yeah, gives him mercy for now. Gets should be able to get the full heal. He really like stopped spamming that. He doesn't have to worry about the glyph this time around, which is why he was stopped spamming it earlier.
It's just fun to spam, let's be honest.
Yeah, that's true.
He's
yeah, look
still
at him
running
go,
at him.
man.
Oh, got juked. No third set of stacks. Ooh. 23 gets frozen.
Yeah, there's a couple times where he's kind of been riding the line here, has gone down to 100 health.
Might just die here. This is kind of awkward for him.
Oh, mid Moon overexerted himself this time and got off who killed in the process.
Well, so much for that monkey lane dominance, right? There's the one kill that kind of just throws it back, and now you're dead even despite doubling the CS.
They finally get him. 23 Savage. Took a while. But we had to take a little break and look at mid, but eventually they did get that kill.
I feel like mid one has destroyed every lane I've seen him in almost. There was one series he didn't do amazing, but it seems like this dual offlane for SMG just sets the tempo every time.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to the Weaver discussion.
You're really upset that I call them a boring hero, huh?
I still don't understand that. In a game where there's normally people say that about like Treant or something. How is Weaver boring?
I don't know. He just kind of like exists.
You're just a hater. That's
I
all.
mean, maybe it's because I'm like I'm a 4 position. You know, like I like running around and ganking heroes.
I mean, you don't know what you are.
Weavers.
And second off, you're just a pango. You're just a dirty pango spammer. Well, honestly, yeah, that makes sense. Weaver's probably boring.
Oh, he's running back into that sentry. That's rough.
Yeah. If only you were a pangolier, you could have escaped there.
That might be true. Well, that's going to be the
A blast.
Yeah, it's going to hit, but they don't really have. Maybe
Power
that
toss.
telekinesis. Toss back, not quite enough damage. And now Afu's just kind of killed himself trying to chase after that kill. Maybe Boomy can get it, though. He doesn't have the mana. Somebody use some spells so my man can pop his wand.
Living armor.
He gets something off here. Chidori looking for him in the trees, but he ran back through the lane. Chidori, one more second. Doesn't get the bugs on him, but the Shikuchi run over him and finish him off. Okay, got it in the end.
Damn, wasn't that chase exciting from Weaver?
Oh, yeah, it was very enthralling.
Okay, so what I was going to say about this Weaver, to go back to the original point that has been so delayed now, thanks to your horribly off-base comments, was this is a Gleipnir meta. And this hero is one of the ultimate Gleipnir heroes.
Yeah,
right?
that is true. It is one of the best heroes for that.
If you think about the carry items that are in the meta, like Falcon Blade and Gleipnir and BKB.
Yeah.
It's like up Weaver's alley, right? Okay, now I'm done with the Weaver discussion as
Boomy's dead!
They are dead again mid.
Yeah, Makoto's back. Who needs a good laning phase in the first 5 minutes? Now he's actually ahead of net worth.
Yeah, this is not ideal. I was saying you have to transfer this mid lane into something. It kind of went the other way around.
Yeah.
Which is a worst case scenario, I feel. Because now you snowballed all that CS advantage into nothing. Instead, Ember's playing with you, getting runes. And okay, he's just dead.
He could have made that jump earlier. I think he was being
hold it so.
He was being greedy. He wanted the power rune. So he wanted to see if it was bottom, and he would have collected it. But once it wasn't, then he jumped to the other side.
Greedy man.
Yeah.
Did they have this ward, though?
Scanning.
I feel like he did see.
Well, yeah, but he waited so long to see if it was the bottom power.
Yeah, but he's like,
he didn't have a choice.
I mean, sure. I guess he was trying to guarantee it, but well, he got killed for it.
Yeah, he guaranteed his own death. Signed his own death certificate.
All right, so both mids throwing a little bow in each other's way.
Yeah, it's a game of catch.
Moon says, I'm done with that. I'm just going to hit some creeps. He's got a nice little stack. I haven't seen any other A ults in the one bottom, right? Something to think about when you have it this early. You just start throwing them around. 60-second CD. He's also going to go Rod of Atos Rush for this offlane A. Give him some extra early stun.
Double Gleipners?
Maybe,
now
yeah.
That's a build.
Oh, now it's exciting. Huh?
I mean, I'll be honest. Gleipnir is an activatable item, so it makes Weaver a little bit more enticing.
Okay, well, I think I'm done with this discussion, to be honest. One of us is right.
Smoke's gonna break.
You.
And Makoto says that's all. I just wanted to scare you. Little jump scare. That's all that was.
Panel was talking about there's little objective taking for this SMG lineup, so they do kind of have to take the skirmishes they get, as EXO is just going to clear out bottom tower for free.
Yeah, the first one almost finished off that tower by itself, but
I think this is kind of sad, to be honest. It's like, I think you really want to keep your tier 1s up if you're SMG this game so you can fight around them, especially when DP goes to the tower. You just blast her. This type of kill is very nice, though.
Big, 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 big. That Slate wasn't ever going to be enough due to the ticks that were coming in from the Ice Blast. So really good gank. Gave up their tower for it, but they do kill the Ember Spirit in the end. They're going to go for the kill on mid one now. Jabs shows up, and he's got a Yule Scepter, so he is very fast and should be able to keep pace with mid one. That's going to be one. Moon actually dropping in here. They've got the stuns, but Jabs, well, yeah, toss up in the air. He had 17 magic wand charges, but it wasn't going to be enough. Too many heroes from SMG. They're just bringing more heroes to these engagements than Talon right now.
I guess nobody else wanted to go.
Nice find. Catches Nolly still.
Wow. I mean, good from SMG to bring the numbers right. These are the types of skirmishes they want to be taking. It's sad that Moon goes down there, but you're happy to clean up Death Prophet, who is so far ahead of the pack. I don't even know where Jabs got all his gold. Last hit on the tower plus that kill, I guess. Well, like you said, he already has Yules. He's beefy.
They rotate Moon back to defend the mid tower, so they're not going to give that up. So top is free. They'll defend mid as long as Moon doesn't die when he jumps down on them. But
yeah, this is not a tier 1 you want to give up if you're SMG. Because this is the tower that you want to keep up long, so DP feels pressure to go and try and take it, and you get the fights out of that.
If he jumps down on them, do you think they can burst him before he gets off his a hit? Because if he doesn't go right away, he may actually lose the tower. Okay, no, he's just going to drop down from the tree.
Back that slap.
Hits him real hard.
Sends Q back to another interview with Avo.
That was a good little piece of content. I enjoyed that. It was very nice. I know they got some other things cooking up, so I'm looking forward to seeing all that.
I want to have Avo do one of those on himself. What is Avo's competitive history?
Yeah, if you talk to Avo, he's got quite the history.
A-Blast, it's gonna hit. No heal for you, sir.
23 is dead. A lot of Atos ensures it. All right, Ancient Apparition.
The raw power.
The raw power of the heat death of the universe. You know that's what Ancient Apparition is?
Really?
He's the manifestation of the heat death of the universe.
That's kind of cool, I guess.
So as time goes on, he just gets stronger. Technically, every patch should be buffing Ancient Apparition very slightly.
Maybe it is. Zero's come a long way, right? He's slowly upgrading the core.
Yeah, that's true. Very rarely was that ever the case.
I can only remember 2 other times, and they were all mid.
Yeah.
They didn't tend to end well. Early EXO, gonna try and take the A's life once more.
Yeah, they got him. To get the kill and maybe do a bit of damage to the tower, though Jabs is gonna get decently low off of that combo. They really want to keep the pressure up here on mid. Boomy rocking an Arcane Rune. He actually used the Tumbler Toy to get over, toss the Ember Spirit on top of the Monkey King, but no! They need a little bit more damage, and now with Jabs here with the Exorcism still out, by the way, he is delivering justice to SMG. He's gonna run down Moon next, who tries to fight for his life, turning into a tree, popping back out, but Q catches him in the end with a swift slap to the backside.
Disaster of a gank gets turned around. Makoto living on almost no HP, living armor, maybe helping a little bit. So then you have to think about when you just have this physical burst of the monkey. And of course, AA was dead from bottom, so your most powerful skirmish here right now is not in that fight.
Yep.
And those are not the type of fights you can throw away in this game, because this Talon lineup is going to power up really hard, really fast, especially with the start this Death Prophet's had. Just a monster. And the problem is, if you give these heroes a lead, you're going to run into the issue of there's too many threats to A blast, and you're not going to hit them all, right?
Yeah.
If Morph's super strong and the DP are super strong, you have to choose between one or the other. You're giving a free-ish fight to the one you don't choose. And
He uses the shards, but the telekinesis puts him on the wrong side of those shards. Snowball just trying to create a little bit of time and space before he inevitably dies. By the way, Weaver, boring hero. Not going Gleipnir, going Desolator.
Deso, my god.
Yeah, he wants to deliver the harsh single target damage, which makes the Ancient Apparition's life a little bit harder. Ice Blast does land, though, onto Ollie.
Why does he want Deso over Gleipnir? I feel like this is an amazing Gleipnir game.
Maybe he feels like
it's better objective taking, single target burst for the DP.
Yeah, I was thinking about the Death Prophet. Like, better to put the pressure on the Death Prophet and actually have a chance of killing her quickly.
I don't think the Deso's bad, but depends what they do with it. I guess if they're going to play super fast, they take like mid tower, do some earlier Roche with the minus armor, then it'll pay off for sure.
Yeah, that sounds pretty nice. That's
especially if he gets extra charges because they're skirmishing a lot, then it'll really pay off. And I guess they have an Atos on the A already.
What's going on here?
I don't know. Some tossing around.
Stop fooling around. Chidori taking the last hit on the mid tower, so that objective is down, and we'll see if they're able to open up a time to do Roshan for themselves, like you're talking about.
There was a smoke flank as well. That was just too slow to connect on that mid fight, but they might just transition it into a bottom gank.
Yeah, they got the scan on Moon. Hit him with the shards, not able to jump away to the trees. They follow up with the silence now, and with the Spirit Siphon plus Exorcism, he's very dead. Moon not even bothering to get out its ultimate. Meanwhile, they did fight mid. Looks like Boomy catching Makoto. How did they get that one?
Stolen Overgrowth.
Stolen Overgrowth? Is he going to be able to get it off? He will not. He gets silenced and run over by 23 Savage. Thought he had an opportunity there, but this is twice now. Jabs making really good moves with this Exorcism.
He's destroying.
He gets a kill and then TPs to another lane with the rest of the Exorcism.
Just super fast play from this Death Prophet, taking over the game. 7-1, highest net worth by. I mean, look at how farmed he is. God, man, Jabs. The true CEO has come to play in this one.
He's going to have BKB soon, and then he'll be pretty untouchable. I mean, he'll just have the Desolator to really worry about, I guess.
Yeah, that's the thing. Once you have BKB and Yules and this Hood, sure, you can A blast him, but is he even dying in the duration? Feels like he's not, right? You living him, armor him up. He can buy time in a Yules. He can just run away. There's no BKB pierce this game from this SMG lineup. And this hero becomes pretty fast as well. Let's say he just exo BKBs and runs in. You're not guaranteed to A blast him. So Jabs is just powering through the counter picks here. Does not care what he plays against. He will claim your life. This hero's kind of quietly looked pretty good this season, to be honest.
Radiant are
You think so?
Yeah, I think he's actually one of the underrated heroes right now. His spells are still very powerful, his laning's solid, and I think he uses the aura as well because he innately gives you the objective taking. Let's say you build a pipe in Greaves, he can even build it. You can always just go in Roche and force the fight around your timing, right?
Sure.
And I think that's just super nice. On top of his spells are just good the later the game goes. I don't feel like there's too many downsides to this hero right now. I'm not saying he's some crazy powerhouse, but I think he has like decent win rates in a lot of regions, and I think he's a little underrated for sure.
Free Roshan. Talon knew about it, but can't fight because Exorcism on cooldown. Plus, the BKB is closing in pretty fast for Jabs, considering the way that his game has gone. Probably best to protect that. Try to get it off. Wukong's command will get a couple of hits in onto Ollie, but Jabs will protect his support with the help of the Yule Scepter. Oh, that's actually a Blink Dagger on Ollie. Very nice.
Made sure to farm it up, so he's going to be able to counter-initiate with it. Might be able to just overgrowth the monkey and buy time for people to get out of Wukong.
Overgrowth the Weaver and then get the silence out from the Death Prophet.
Yep. Also, why don't people buy Shard on Tree? I still think the Shard is super good.
Yeah, I always see it's picked up like second or third item, seems like. People always want the Blink Dagger first, which, I mean, the Blink Dagger makes the Shard much better, right? Because you could jump on trees and bonk somebody.
I mean, I don't think you have to rush the Shard, but I do feel like it's a pretty underrated Shard in these later game fights.
Well, Ollie agrees with you. He's going for it.
Ollie knows. They have double blink on their stuff.
Up, running into Boomy, but if Boomy... Oh, they don't want Boomy, though. They want Midwan. They want to be able to catch the backline glass cannon hero once again. Jabs popping the Exorcism and eventually getting that kill. He was looking for more, unable to find it, but his team does find Boomy on the other side of things, so Jabs just run down the lane.
And that is the A in a nutshell, right?
Yeah.
He's kind of slow, kind of clunky, no survivability. If you ever get jumped and found, you just die. Your lineup loses so much value because not only are you down a hero, you're down a hero that's supposed to remove the free roam of other heroes. So you're eliminating their team fight and freeing it up for your team at the same time. It's just too easy of a kill that rewards you too much.
I'll argue that Ancient Apparition support looks stronger than Ancient Apparition core because at least you're not targeted quite as heavily. You can afford to sit back and do nothing but cast your ultimate. When
I agree. In a lot of ways it is because you can just position to play around your one spell. And when you do that, you're not missing out on a core's equivalent of net worth, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I do think it is a double-edged sword here. And it's like, is this AA using the core network that well? Arguably not.
Tossed up. Boomy.
Punches.
He seems to always get the toss.
He has a blink.
He does. And the rest of his team is here to bail him out. Mid one.
A blast.
Trying to land the Ice Blast. It's just going to be shy of clipping Q.
I don't think you can throw like that anyway. Even if you're throwing it on an Ember, who cares?
Oh, this is going to be... Oh, no, Moon! You can't miss that stun! BKB now goes off from Jabs, and he'll keep his distance while simultaneously putting the damage. Nice save there from Afu with the shard, but the roll on in. Q's revenge with his dying breath will ensure the death of the Monkey King, and a +1 with Boomy, thanks to Ollie's overgrowth.
Very unfortunate misspells there from SMG. They will pay the iron price for them.
I don't consider myself the best player. Yeah, you didn't outplay them, Jabs, in that situation. Moon might have just outplayed himself, that's all.
It's a forced error.
Yeah, walking in a straight line.
They didn't expect the movement. I mean, I do think mid one has to think about this ult. Like, I don't think you can just throw like that regardless. You kind of have to save it as a deterrent and make sure it hits on this DP.
Yeah, trying to use it to kill a support seems pretty whatever.
I mean, you're either hitting Death Prophet with it, you're hitting Morph with it, or your fight becomes instantly worse. We do see a lot of the physical bursts come out. Like Deso on this Death Prophet plus Monkey King ult, pretty nice.
Yeah, if they had landed that stun.
But he might die, yeah.
Yeah, then I think they would have been able to burst down the Death Prophet and the Desolator would have paid off. Not the case, though. Supports, Ice Blast, Telekinesis trying to keep him in place, but it just wasn't going to land. And even if it did, it's not like they had the damage. Again, trying to force things with these Ice Blasts that are not going to work.
Another thing about the Deso on the Weaver's game is you're playing into living armor. Just instantly counteracts it.
Oh, yeah. Mid one. Dead again as long as the Yules goes off, and it does. Just in time, Jabs gets the vision of mid one.
Back to the heat death, I suppose.
The best player?
Yeah. Like, that's the problem with this lineup. Like, this DP Treant combo is something China played a lot last year. and has historically really liked. Because DP is one of those frontline objective takers that happens to not be intelligence or agi or strength, right? So she benefits a lot from any types of bonus armor. That's why a lot of times you just see extra plate mail on the hero, but Treant does it for you.
Oh yeah, that's a
combo is just super nice. Because she has decent strength gain. Like she has 3.1. She just only lacks the armor.
Yeah, it's better than a couple of strength heroes actually.
Yeah, she's an amazing frontliner if you can boost up that physical resist. So this combo is super strong, and it's really nice this game because the only way she dies is in like the Weaver Monkey burst.
Oh, Yule's catching a mid-air. Now the TP rotations. Morphling's going to be first, but they're still long TPs. Q still able to close that gap, though, and Moon is looking like he's in trouble. It's a big stun, but Chidori does what he can to combo off of that one. If this Ice Blast lands on Jazz, only clips him and can't really chase up the high ground to complete that kill. Have we seen an Ice Blast kill yet?
Nope. I mean, not on the heroes that matter, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Outside of maybe, there was that one Morphling kill early on where he got run down in bottom.
Oh, yeah.
But that wasn't really like, oh, Ice Blast sealed his fate. I mean, it was good, but it's just hard. This is a hard hero to utilize. I think we're seeing it, right?
Yeah, you got to be very crisp and clean with the combos.
The other thing about Dota nowadays is, I mean, I think it sounds weird, but killing a hero is not as impactful as it used to be. Like, let's say you go in some later fight, you A blast his Morphling, he dies. What happens if he buybacks and then go for Roche or something, right?
Yeah.
What happens if, you A blast kills DP, but he did enough damage, he just BKB'd, he kills someone else.
People are better about when they get picked, they're better about like cutting creep waves and stuff like that. Than used to be. People are better about using buybacks like you're talking about and using those buybacks to facilitate objectives that are important, abusing cooldowns. Yeah, I could see what you're talking about.
Like, kills are good, but it's about how you get them and what it costs you to get them. And sometimes this A hero just is expensive. The kill's expensive, right? It's a semi-long cooldown ult that is hard to hit, so you need other heroes as well.
Especially, again, you pointed out how they basically their best play is to be reactive. You saying when the Death Prophet and Morphling are running at you, that's when they're in the best position. Which
yeah, I mean, as long as you can see them. If you can get the aggressive vision and jump them, that works too, but it's proven to be very difficult this game.
Yeah, they do break the smoke here of Talon.
I mean, this is good for SMG.
They're going to try and fight back.
They're going to lose their ward. I think they should have held that ward.
Yeah, they may have backed away a little bit too defensively.
Like, if you can't fight on your vision when the Talon's running into you, you're going to have troubles this game. Because it's not really getting better. These heroes are just outscaling you, I think.
Outscaling you and going to have the vision advantage thanks to Ollie's gem.
Just thinking about Roche here. Does SMG want to try and force it? Also, this amazing dire ward of seeing everybody around this river. Would not be surprised to see Talon just try and make a quick play off it and get the jump. Q thinking exactly that.
Shard catches him with the snowball. Now he is going to be caught the Ice Blast at the same time, so they're going to trade out supports. But that Ice Blast being on cooldown gives Jabs free precedence. Look at him run. They're going to have the Ember Spirit chasing down Boomy, but at the same time, Jabs just cut across the map and ran straight on top of mid one. So he's going to be able to collect that kill. Back over to the Ember Spirit. Well, he fights it out with the BKB, making sure that they can now take Roshan for themselves. Pretty free engagement for 23, who had to do basically nothing. Shows up with a Scotty and now gets to take Roshan.
Again, I just don't think you can A blast a Tuskar. I don't think it's good enough for like a core AA in terms of how these lineups interact. And if you want to win a fight like this, right? This is exactly what we're talking about. Okay, you get a kill, and then you're just screwed. Because now you can't take the extended fight versus these cores who have free reign, and eventually you lose Roshan, and now you feel even worse.
Yeah. It takes a lot of patience, though, I think, to be reactionary and not go for the first guy who shows.
Yeah, it's hard. It's tough. This game is by no means easy, but that's just kind of the position of how these lineups interact, I think.
I just think that it means fundamentally they didn't set up the core Ancient Apparition enough, you know? Nice slight chains from Makoto, catching both of the backliners here. And the overgrowth from Ollie will ensure they're both headed to the hospital. To the morgue, actually. Bye-bye, Boomy. That's 4. Talon just clean it up. I don't think there's anything to stop him at this point.
No, this game is in the final stages, I believe. It's just going to be a matter of 23 deciding how he wants to use this Aegis and how much he wants to get out of it, because I don't think there's a lot stopping him.
Man, honestly, he might as well just keep going high ground.
Well-executed game from Talon. Another game where Jabs is just dunking on the haters with an 11-1 performance from this offlane Death Prophet. Just rolled him. That said, I also think SMG should have, like, they should have defended the tier 1 bottom and tier 1 mid more concretely. This DP should die once or twice, ideally, trying to get those towers with an XO into that AA blast, right? Because AA sitting top or something doesn't do anything. You can't push the tower. You can't, like, him kicking Morph to jungle is who cares. So the best play is you shut this DP down, and instead this DP just got very swiftly out of control.
Boomy wants to go for the jump.
This is a good blast.
Straight up with the blast, but again, 23 is able to make the waveform. Yeah, he got clipped by it, but they can't do enough damage to kill him once, let alone twice. And Jabs has just free run of things. He just goes straight down mid, barrels at the enemy as soon as the Ice Blast is used every single time. Once it's popped, he pops Exorcism and just runs at the enemy. Nothing else there to stop him.
Moon's just still in the trees, waiting for something. Okay, he'll TP to the other trees.
Gets off the ultimate, goes for the kill onto Ollie, slows him down, and Chidori does a pretty decent amount of damage with that Desolator. And they do have the detection to see the Morphling, so they can take the first light.
I have A blasted too.
Nice silence though from Jabs. That'll ensure there isn't a instant disable on 23, and he's able to morph out. And Jabs doing something similar with his Ogre Seal Totem, turning back into play though. Rubik overextending himself. They got the silence on to Chidori as well. Uh-oh, a blast lands. Moon, can you do anything about this? Oh, getting kicked out by the Agate Interceptor of the Tusk. Tossed up in the air. Makoto is stuck here. Back to the fountain they go. Can they retreat in time? No, the shard blocks them in. 23 will collect, push back everybody else, and they can just focus on the buildings now. These last two heroes aren't going to do much.
Too many spells left in the team.
Oh, nice moves there from mid one. Gets the Force Staff before Q could actually get the blink kickback.
All right.
He was stranded in no man's land.
Well, at least they get some core off the back of that, but it's 1.5 lanes here are pretty devastating.
Look at this. Ollie and 23 just hanging out.
Yeah,
waiting for somebody to push out bottom, and that somebody might just be the perfect target to go for.
I really like these kind of plays. There's no reason to just back off the map completely and give an enemy who probably let their guard down after a quote-unquote one fight, right?
I don't consider myself
Very high chance you get some cheeky kill off this.
Yeah.
Especially with the shard tree. Like, you can just scout with Invis now. You find this monkey, he has the quelling still on Ollie.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
It's a very easy way to just find Moon in the tree, cut him down, easy fight start. You don't even have to risk showing yourself.
Coincidence? I think not.
Weaver did hit 20, but he does have his Geminate damage. Just like the big later power spike for the 0.
Yeah, especially if you have a crit of some sort, which he's just got the Crystallis, not a full-out Daedalus just yet. Found the Rubik. Bye-bye.
It's just a little.
Afu's not having a fun time with this game. Too many mobile heroes.
Yeah, it's one of those Rubik games where when you fall behind, you just impossible to not die every fight.
And if it's bad for Rubik, it's going to be even worse for Ancient Apparition. Once again, okay, the stun. Ogre Seal Totem actually getting a little bit of distance, but Jabs actually just following with him. And Ember Spirit, good jump away after that slight, but at least they get the kill on Jabs. That is, what is that, 2,000 gold almost for that kill?
I mean, this Weaver is going ham right now.
He's going to do a little bit more than that. He gets kicked back. Snowball, BKB ultimate, and the Snowball puts him in an awkward place. They do hit the Overgrowth after the BKB. So Chidori, he's going to have to go back to the fountain, perhaps. Going to try and assist Moon a little bit. Ember Spirit threatening him with the Remnant. Gets the kickback. Moon knocked into the Scotty reach of our Morphling, who maybe everybody else can't deal with the Weaver's damage, but 23 Savage certainly can.
Yeah, if anything, this Morphling has just used the Weaver against him harder. Like the amount of Sakuchis and bugs he can throw out in a fight. Mobility hurts him as well, because it just makes the stuns even more necessary.
Almost bursting him down there. Toss back. Oh, the toss back. Can they get the telekinesis? Pull him back into the fountain, and yes, they got him.
Tiny Airlines, always willing to book you a ticket. It's a Moon buyback, but he's happy to make it.
Oh dear.
Might get more out of
Talon.
this.
Q blinking over to the side. Cute play. Don't have the stuns available to stop the TP.
I mean, that is a base defended right there.
Yeah, it's a game prolonged for sure.
Message sent. Don't mess with our throne.
I guess that's one message to receive from that. The other message being, we are so far behind that we can only win a fight if our, what do they call it in Dota 1? The fire bush? That's what it used to be called. The fountain is involved. For those of you guys who don't know, some Dota 1 history, yeah, the fountain, there was actually a unit, and it was called a fire bush, I believe. And that was what shot people from the fountain. Oh, that was very pretty. He still gets off, has the opportunity to get off his ultimate. But that was pretty cool. The kick over straight into the silence, perfectly chained.
Not too shabby, not too shabby. This is the power of the Blink Gags. Tusk can just do these plays off low CD and force things. Now you have to fight without Weaver BKB. I mean, you gotta find the DP or the Morph with an A last year. Morph is respawning.
Oh no, the kick didn't land. Now he's gonna be snowballing over to the Rubik, but jabs. Okay, that's gonna be a bit tiny. The Avalanche is gonna go through. At least the Tusk is out of position, so they can kind of get a 1-for-1. Well, 1-for-2 actually, with the Rubik being chased down. Mid one's trying to get away from this Ember Spirit, but the Death Prophet will slow him down. Moon, he's gonna get on top of the Death Prophet. The damage coming in from the Weaver is pretty intense, but Jabs gets away. Wukong's command will only last as long as Monkey King does, and he is now gone for 100 seconds. GG is called. Talon take game 1 over SMG.
Just the jab show. What else is there to say? 14, 2, and 15 on this offline DP. Ahead of the pack basically the entire time. Won his lane, made great rotations. He had one bad death top, but can't expect a perfect game every time. And yeah, he's pretty happy about that one. Drinks his coffee and says, "You're welcome, team. I'll see you next round." Rough game for SMG though. You feel like this A pick is great on paper, but that's the nature of the beast, I guess. It's like this hero either destroys games or gets destroyed. There's not much in between. And then the second you start to fall behind on the items, it just gets way too rough too fast.
I feel like 90% of the time it's a bad, like it ends up going bad. Because it only needs once or twice. And then it just starts snowballing.
Yeah, but the Weaver
over and over.
The Weaver looked pretty good. Let's be honest here. 6-2 in a losing game. Not too shabby.
Couldn't carry it though. Couldn't carry it like Jabs carried with that Death Prophet. Let's go ahead and head back to the panel so they can talk about that victory for Talon.
SVG, ever the optimist. Yes, of course, the Weaver looks good, but I want to take some notes from a pessimist. Winter, the floor is yours. Give me your thoughts on game number 1 of Talon versus SMG. I am all ears.
I mean, I didn't really like the way they focus so much on countering the opponents with the draft for sure. That's number 1. And after that, I feel like okay, they have this draft, right? This AA kind of draft, so they have to be snowballing. So you need to do well in your lanes. You need to snowball. So Monkey King won his lane. Yep. I would say pretty hard. AA did okay-ish. Bot lane was okay. He lost a little bit, but I feel like it was still enough for them to move into the latest portion of the game. They were like getting some kills with the Tiny, some very nice kills with the Ice Blast and Tiny, but I feel like they were trying to fight too much, whereas they are not considering when they should be fighting, like which item timings they should be fighting with. Like the BKB on the Monkey King got delayed so much. I think Pai even mentioned to me he felt like it was maybe a bit too greedy to go for the Echo and the Diffusal before getting a BKB. Unless you're really snowballing really, really hard. Because if you look at this lineup, right, if you want to take over the map, it has to be with the Weaver and Monkey double BKBs. If you don't have that timing, then you're not going to be able to run across the map and just fight them head on, because the DP and the Tree and they're just going to destroy you with the Ghost and Overgrowth.
Yeah. It definitely feels like your takeaway, though, is that like the draft had potential. Obviously, it was a little too tunnel vision-y on counters, but in theory, they could have executed it in a way that maybe...
They could have played better, even though I don't like the strategy, but they have an idea, they have a plan, and they just have to execute, but unfortunately, they didn't do it. It's more like, this draft requires the players to play in a very unnatural way. So in a normal game, like when you're playing Monkey, you don't really want to run away. When you see the enemy invading your jungle, you want to fight, But in this kind of game, like, because the Monkey King is such a focal point of the draft where he needs to have a very good game, he needs to have BKB, he needs to be able to carry the game. That's why he cannot play so risky. And that's why I feel like the draft has a way of winning, but the players don't really play the correct way to win the game.
This is a surprisingly measured analysis from you, Winter. I was expecting mindless flame, but I feel like I actually learned a fair amount. Pai, our Rivalry MVP, is indeed jabs on the Death Prophet. It wasn't the offlane Ember Spirit that we were hoping for, but still a hell of an offlane performance regardless.
Yeah, no, he played well throughout. I really liked how he played. He obviously did well in lane, and then he wasn't forcing his ultimates to like objectives. Like
I saw so many times that he would try to get a kill bot with the Exorcism and then TP mid.
Exactly. So like that's a lot what happened. And the idea is just he's fine with just getting a pick off on the core and then like getting a bit of farm. But like in his case, he got a little lucky because every time he popped his ultimate, SMG took a fight next to the tower somewhere else. So he just gets the pick off, TP's there, and he would just have his cake and eat it.
SMG is playing into the DP's timing.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he's
right when he clicks it, they're like, let's go. That's fine.
Exo's down, right? Yeah. As soon as he presses R, it's down. We don't need to worry about it
his
anymore.
Item builds, I feel like made a big difference as well. Like after he got the use, he didn't try to finish the BKB, right? It would be like a core greedy. He tried to just buy a hood. I think the hood helped him survive like the early couple of fights. And then after they won the fights, then he decides to get the BKB.
Yeah.
I think most players will be, I'm having such a good game. I have a early use, I would just rush my BKB, And then maybe if you're rushing the BKB, you don't have that hood, 2k gold, and then you come to the fights, then you die, then your game is totally different.
But do you think that itemization was kind of railroaded by the fact that there was an AA in the game? Like you get the BKB, you're still probably frostbitten. Maybe your Spirit Siphon isn't as reliable.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some truth to that, but I feel like it's also smart that he deviated, instead of trying to just go for the BKB right away. And I feel like it shows that he's thinking a lot about the team. They need the DP to stand up in the game to defend the towers, to fight so that the Morphling can have some space, because I don't feel like Morphling had a very, very free start. He got pressured a little bit and he got picked off a couple of times. So DP was the one that really got a good game. Ember got a bad matchup, so he wasn't really that rich. So I feel like he understood that he's the person that has the most power in the game, and he needed to give away some of his power to ensure the other players get farm.
The adaptation brings Talon to success in game number 1. Now let's see if SMG will have a solution for game number 2.
Three, two, one.
Take up like the Flame Cloak does get a lot of damage, but here comes the Black Hole.
SMG were on the path to recovery, at least in this DPC. Honestly, their game ratio is not that bad. They are 3-6 overall in games won. They are 1-2 in overall series won, but their games keep going. You know, they're putting in an honest effort. This game, however, not so much. You saw it from the ticker, Ancient Apparition, I'm done, mid one. Again, going for some exotic core picks that we're not really seeing. He did the Ancient Apparition this time. He did the Earthshaker core. Pi, I don't know if you caught that game.
Yeah. Lotus Orb first item.
Yeah, Lotus Orb first item. That's right, I forgot about that. He's going off the beaten path where I feel like we have all come to the conclusion that he is at his best on these, like, Dooms, these Mars, these heroes that go in and assert dominance, which I guess Earthshaker can kind of do.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I think the Earthshaker game he kind of misread.
Yes, that's true.
Because he played pretty good that game.
Yeah,
it was just he probably needed a dagger earlier, and then the rest kind of made sense.
Let me ask you a question, Pi.
Sure.
So if you have this kind of offlaner, right, he has all these kind of like crazy ideas. Do you think that it's actually better that he's not the guy having the last say pick? He can give all his ideas, but he shouldn't be the one clicking the hero, because when he's the person deciding what's the strategy going to be around, it might be biased towards a little bit towards his own playstyle instead of the whole general play, you know, the whole team, you know.
Yeah. I mean, this particular last pick, I feel like it was like a team. Like someone suggested Ancient Apparition, right? Because you saw he was thinking for a long time, like, do I really want to play this?
Yeah, it's not just about that last junction. It's about how they built the draft to get to this corner.
No, you're right. Because as you said, if it's true, like when he plays Beastmaster, right, it's often really good. So like, I think you're right. You get one of those heroes earlier, preferably with some bans like available. And so you get him a Beastmaster, you get him a Doom, and then like you can ban 2-3 heroes, and then you can pick, and then you have like this team fight or whatever already. Yeah, so that's probably smart.
Yeah, I feel like giving him like the overall last pick. I'm not saying that he doesn't play enough heroes for that, but I feel like sometimes he has too fancy ideas.
Yeah.
And it kind of like disrupts. And because he's the one picking it, so it's going to be a little bit biased towards what he wants to play as well. And sometimes as a player, I feel like it's not so good for the whole team when somebody is doing that. Maybe it's intentionally or not intentionally, but there's going to be a little bit amount of bias towards the idea that he likes.
Yeah, but I also, because I feel like it kind of connects to his team too, because his team, they don't play that, like so far they haven't shown that many heroes. Like, so like for him to pick, I don't know. So like you kind of know what they're going to have. So you have this setup of like weird single target pick-off heroes. And then he's supposed to pick last. So he's going to counter the Morphling and be team fight and push or something.
Yeah.
And it's just, it doesn't seem very good.
Why not just give him like a hero early and then pick for the teammates later?
No, I think that's probably... Because I think mid one has lost like one lane this DPC. He had like a Primal Beast game where they lost a lane. Otherwise, like they usually play really well.
I agree with you, but maybe that's because he's giving himself the last pick, that he always knows that he's going to be able to win the lane. Because like I am looking at it like, oh, he's arguably the most consistent player on SMG right now. So why is he being given so high priority when like you could probably pick him first and he'll probably still do well?
Yeah.
But maybe it's just like a survivorship bias where like he's doing well because he's always last pick. So it's tough to get a read. Meanwhile, game number 2, Treant first pick. So they steal it away from SMG and now Mirana. Ooh.
No, SMG steal it, right?
SMG steal it from Talon.
Are they gonna? Okay. They're gonna wait for this Ricky.
This is the Jabs hero, potential Jabs hero coming out.
Dude, if you do that, you have to be cooler, right? You have to go like Meteor Hammer or you go Pipe Greaves, like.
Or just let 23 play the hero. If it's gonna be like some meta hard carry, you know, don't. Maybe they're gonna adjust, you know, because from the last game we've seen that they made some kind of adjustments, so it might also be. I feel like they do a lot of thinking.
There's no way they do the exact. You just see 18 net worth Naga with Manta style, like off my off lane.
Well, I think that I'm kind of okay with him playing it. Just don't give 23 Savage the initiator. Like the Doom, any sort of hero that's supposed to go in first, that's not 23 style. He goes in second or third.
Unless he has 10,000 more net worth.
Yes, okay.
But what if he is like just playing? What if he's just playing the Naga? Wouldn't that just be better? Like just put him on the Naga. Why do you want him to?
But conceptually, if they want the flex all the way to the last phase.
But there is no like if the Naga is still going Manta style, like there is no flex.
That is a good point.
Exactly the same guy.
That is fair.
Just in a worse game. But yeah, but they basically they stole their opening. They did.
I like how like they are just like using the enemies.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a pretty good opening. Let's just pick it. You know, I feel like this kind of opening works really well with like a CM. You know, like if you have a CM Ember Trian, because I feel like when you pick Trian, I feel like you want a partner that can do a lot. Like Phoenix would be also a good example. You want a partner that can push out waves or do a lot of damage in the team fights to combo with the overgrowth. And last game they had like a Trian which I mean they won, but I'm not really that big of a fan of that combination. But it does allow your offlane to have a lot more options, because if you pick Tusk as a pos 4, your offlane hero pool gets larger, whereas compared to be CM Trian.
Yeah. No, but I mean Jabs basically made up for like everything they were lacking that game. Like he was so farmed. And he was like, his team fight presence and just everything.
So what's the bans they did last time? Was Pudge Primal? I think there was a Pudge when they picked the Naga, and maybe it was a Lash as well. They just like used all the bans to show that, oh, this is a carry Naga, and they did offlane.
No, because I've seen, like KP used to play a lot of offlane Naga. That here is pretty annoying.
But it's with Meteor, right? He doesn't go, I remember he doesn't go.
No, you don't go carry item builds.
Yeah, you don't go the carry build.
You go either Meteor Hammer or you just go like
Aura
pipe.
build?
Yeah, Aura build. And then like maybe like way later on you can think about like
the heal. Do you get the heal on the shard?
Yeah, you
That's
get the
nice,
shard.
right? Yeah.
I mean, preferably you want to see something that the shard is good against before you get it, but you usually get it.
SMG didn't ban the Ricky.
Ricky is not a problem.
Says who?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
For an Ember Spirit? Yeah, I know Living Armor's good, but I don't think it's that good.
SMG is not a team that'll be afraid of Ricky Mirana.
Perhaps they should be, though.
I mean, judging by the way they're drafting there, I feel like they have no fear, you know. They stick to their ideas. They feel like, oh, this is gonna work. We don't really care about what the opponent is doing, like what kind of funky shit that they're trying to do with this Ricky Mirana.
What? You say that, and then last game, literally all of SMG's picks were to counter Talon picks. They're like, oh, Jesus, they got a Death Prophet. Gotta pick AA Core. Oh, God, they got all these things. We gotta pick Weaver.
I mean, they still have a way to... I feel like... I don't like the draft, but they have a way to win the game.
Yes, but their way of winning was, let's counter everything the other team wants to do.
Wait, so they play the Monkey versus Ember now? Are they just gonna swap it up?
So mid-Monkey.
Let's trade drafts.
This is not gonna go well for Talon, I think. I mean, do you think could this be like some Jabs hero?
I mean, you don't know yet, right? That's the problem. Like, you can't just be Monkey, I think, offlane.
And then SMG is gonna, okay, we're gonna do the offlane Ember Spear. Oh my god, it's...
Yeah, like, I like this.
Counter Troll.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't just say that. Please explain why you like Troll Warlord.
Oh, no, I just think it's a pretty decent hero versus Naga.
Okay.
And with Chakra, so do you get the Axe build with Cotter? Is that a thing?
I mean, you can. But I mean, you already have the Cotter is already really good with Ember Spirit.
Yeah.
Because you just
so you just
always
go
have your
like
spells.
carry items, yeah. Battle Fury, BKB.
I mean, you could go your, but I mean, you want more disables before you go Axe. But I think like Troll is a decent hero versus Naga. Like you're not scared versus him early, and then you push towers fast.
But what about Ensnare?
It's fine. And you can get Axe, you can BKB, you can Manta if
click
you
your
want.
R button.
Yeah.
R, but he doesn't get a dispel on his battle trance.
No,
yeah, he
right.
does.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. Yeah.
Basic dispel.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then it's actually not that bad.
I mean, he's not an amazing hero. Okay, here we go. Ricky.
Here we go, man.
Okay, so I think you're right. I think it is like some weird offlane. Or maybe they'll do what you said. They'll get him like a Viper or Razor now for the offlane.
You're talking about SMG?
No, I'm talking about for Talon, for Jabs.
Talon.
It's just the draft is just, you know, they throw this dart, right? And I feel like they don't have enough damage to follow up.
Yeah, he's gonna need to be some really high damage hero offlane. But for SMG, they're looking to, I feel like they are looking to run out their draft rate. Probably, I feel like, do you think that the Ember can be offlane? And then they have this like Kotal Ember offlane, and the Trian will lane with the Troll.
Yeah, no. They could. Why not?
I mean, it's against Naga, right? So
you know what they even could do? They could even run like Kotal mid there if they wanted to.
Okay.
I don't recommend it, but
yeah, it's kind of fallen off.
Okay, they ban out the Night Stalker, so maybe you're onto something.
I don't even know how good
Okay,
Coddle
so
is.
the
versus
conventional
Monkey.
hero here is to pick like some Naga counter, like some Pit Lord or some illusion hero, like can deal with the illusion and can be frontline.
Yeah.
That's the conventional hero, but they are not a team that will do conventional things, you know.
Yeah.
Also, you're kind of operating under the assumption that this Naga will go core items again. What if Jabs learned his lesson if he is playing the Naga and he goes utility? Then who cares about an anti-illusion hero?
But I feel like I don't think he's gonna play the Naga because I feel like the lane matchup is not so good for him, and I feel like they prioritize his lane a lot. So I think that the last pick might be his hero.
Okay.
I don't think he's gonna be playing the Naga, but I could be wrong. I just
so curious.
Just my assumption.
Because are they just gonna run Monkey mid themselves?
Yeah, most likely. But I don't like it like you just won and then you try to steal the draft of the opponent that you just beat. It's not a thing that I would do.
No, it's like a really alpha move by the mid laner. Just play the opposite matchup.
I'm gonna show you how to play it.
Again.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you how to play it.
If Jabs is the final pick, Brewmaster is an option as well.
Oh wait, Brood is not banned, huh?
Brood also not banned.
They banned it in the first phase the last time.
Yeah, they did.
I don't know if a Brood. I guess it's fine.
Yeah, maybe a little too late for it.
Oh, never mind.
I mean, for me, like the simplest heroes are like Viper or Racer. Someone who can like go in and deal damage.
How about Lash? Do you think you might want to play Lash?
I don't know if there's enough space on the map to play Lash.
You
better win the lane.
He's gonna win his lane, right?
I mean, I don't know. Like Lash Mirana lane? I think you do that well.
Storm Spirit banned out, so SMG considering the possibility that Monkey might not go mid.
Yeah.
Why Storm Spirit of all heroes, though? What is that protecting?
It's good against a Kotal.
Yeah, it's like a decent hero for them, for Talon. I don't know though.
Yeah, I don't think I would pick Storm.
I mean, you see the ban Night Stalker. And, I mean, actually, they are banning anti-Coddle heroes. So I'm wondering, is this is this like a core Coddle, or they're just banning for their support Coddle?
That's true. I mean, who cares about protecting?
Oh, okay, they go Zeus.
So, okay, Zeus to deal with the illusions. I mean, overall, this is solid. Let's pick. So it's an offlane.
It is offlane Ember, or is it offlane Coddle even?
Huh? Offlane. So you think the Ember might be a support? Ember +4?
It's better to play the Coddle support, I think, yeah.
Yeah, but overall, this time I like their setup a lot more. It makes more sense together, their heroes, not just blindly countering the enemies. And for now, Talon, they have to find... they need a hero that can deal with this Zeus.
Tusk still available?
I feel like they need to deal... I don't think they're dealing with anything right now. That's the thing.
Yeah. I think they'll be dealing with
dealing
with the game.
You got Mirana Ricky. Who needs to deal with stuff?
Yeah. No, I mean, these guys probably have like the most practice with it. Okay, they just go for a solid little...
So who's playing? So offlane?
Yeah, it should be offlane. Jabs loves... Nope. They're going back for it.
So it's a mid Pango?
Mid Pango.
Yeah, of course. Mid Pango and then offlane Naga. We get the repeat.
But why?
And it is offlane Ember against
against
safe lane Monkey.
Yeah.
So you have to play the matchup anyway.
The monkey still managed to get into the lane with the Ember somehow. The monkey is laning against the Ember somehow, you know, on the top lane. Oh. I think we're gonna see a game 3, man. I feel it for SMG this time. I feel like Talon is trying to be too fancy with their draft, like trying to outflex.
You think Talon's being fancier than offlane Ember Spirit and a Coddle who we rarely ever see? These are rare picks.
That's true. You have a point.
I mean, we did see Execration play Coddle, I think. They played an offlane even.
Really?
Yeah, they did, and he went Greaves. Yeah, no, it's been kind of done before. It's kind of, I just want to see, because I'm thinking like how the lane should go. Maybe with this Pango, like they have enough damage. I'm not sure.
I mean, the Pango is a good matchup for the. The Pango is a good matchup for the Zeus.
Perhaps
that's why.
Cap and SVG might have some further insight. Which side of the coin you on for this one, Avery?
This one's a tough one because, you know, I like SMG's lineup, but I don't know if this offlane Ember is going to do anything, I'll be honest. At the same time, it's an off-lane Jabs Naga. And last time I saw that, it was also pretty hit or miss. So I feel like whatever team's off-laner has more impact with our low expectations, they probably are just going to win.
Perfect. I'll keep my eye on those lanes then. Cap and Avery, game number 2. Enjoy.
So instead of the high jump, we're going to be going through the low jump, trying to get over the very, very low bar that we've set for both offlaners here, huh?
I mean, it's an audible. You know, you first face some hero, you throw it somewhere else. It's about what your team does. You know, you're taking up the pain. You're going into that off lane, suicide lane, with a weird hero in an unfavorable matchup. You can't have all the chips be on that one hero to be, all right, this Naga or Ember is going to carry the game, right? So well, it's about what they contribute. So your later picks carry the game.
If you're looking at the offlaners, performance-wise this series, Jabs popped off in game 1, so he maybe with that confidence, he's like, no, guys, give me the Naga Siren again. I'm going to prove that we can win with it.
Redemption.
Yeah.
Redemption game for Jabs. I can see it. I can see it. I mean, it's not like his Naga was terrible or anything, but it didn't stand out to me either. It was just, it was solid. That game had other problems maybe, so that didn't help. But I didn't get the sense it was something like, oh, they have some super unique idea with offlane Naga. It was just kind of playing carry Naga in the offlane, which is fine.
The battle begins.
Also, you called something an audible? I'm not sure if, I think that's an American term. I just looked it up. Apparently it's...
Well, I guess not if you didn't know what it was.
No, I knew what it was, but I was like, I'm pretty sure. I was like, I think that only applies to football. American football for, yes.
I feel like that's a general word definition, though.
So if anybody knows, an audible is just a change of tactics midway through.
I mean, you're pulling an audible in this cast right now. I don't know.
I'm just trying to help the audience understand what you're saying. Is that wrong of me, Avery?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, listeners. You guys don't get to understand what Avery's saying anymore. I tried.
Everybody's lost. What can you do? Another lane swap, though.
Yeah, I like this. This
one makes sense.
Troll Treant Protector against a Monkey King? That looks sick. I don't think Ricky's going to do anything in this lane.
No, this looks like an amazing lane for Troll Tree. I think SMG is going to win 3 lanes off this. Zeus is pretty much always guaranteed free farm mid. You get this Troll versus Monkey core matchup, which you're super happy about. Treant probably just stronger than Ricky in the man fight, at least early on for sure. And then this Ember gets to dodge that Monkey lane, go safe lane, which should be kind of chilling for him with a Coddle. Can always shove it out and play for the pulls, worst case scenario. I mean, you're playing versus a Naga, so I don't think you're going to get too pressured here. Should be 3 very solid lanes for SMG.
Yeah, if he gets... what do you think you built as an off-lane Ember Spirit? Do you go the Chains build?
Excuse me, safe lane Ember Spirit Cap?
Hey, excuse me, safe... Well, he's 3 position Ember Spirit. How about that?
I mean, if I've learned anything from these SEA games, it's the positions don't mean anything. Like, what does a position mean? A position is just what your coach tells you to do. But nobody listens to the coach, so... You know, is Jabs playing 3 Naga when he buys Manta and Heart?
Yeah, that definitely wasn't a 3 Naga Siren last time.
So I just wouldn't put too much stock in it. I feel like mid one's playing Ember. This is one of his old school heroes when he was playing mid 2, right? Yep. He might just be like, yeah, screw it. I'm just going to carry the game. Can't ever have too many carries, right?
Well, it does leave our offlaners laning against each other. Which puts all the more stock in the whoever performs better in this low bar setup.
Well, now it's a high bar because now they're against each other.
Oh.
The 2 low bars have combined into a medium height bar.
Mid lane matchup, we've got Zeus versus Pango, which I think is a pretty nice lane for Zeus to be hanging out in.
Yeah, he's chilling. I mean, even when you get the Rolling Thunder, his hero's not the most straightforward kill with it.
Yeah, you just jump away from the roll.
Yeah, you can like even play on the cliff line and like jump over the cliff.
Well, they are trying hard for this kill, but they're not going to get it.
This lane is very shoved in, so Chidori very happy up here with the equilibrium and where it's at. Even rushes in early boots to see him get aggressive. Beta 1 just dealing with some illusions. The other upside of this is you get the Coddle versus the Naga lane, so...
Yeah, that is nice. Oh, hit the ensnare, but look at that boomy made the read, and he gave his horse a yeah. Dove in front of that arrow for mid one. So first blood still on the table for somebody.
They have no regen though. Kind of just stuck down here. Now the lane's gonna shove out. What do you do if you're mid one? I guess nothing.
Yeah, you've got a headdress coming out for the Coddle. You're right. They actually have 0 regen.
Something extra?
So I don't know. Maybe just not buying enough or misreading the equilibrium play out. But a rough spot for mid one here for the next minute. Can't even really walk up this lane. That said, he was doing slightly better, so everything's a trade-off. Just abuse the mango region. Netted
Another
again, bottom.
Snare, another arrow, another block from Boomy, but this time he's going to give up his own life for that first blood that goes to Jab. So at least somebody's going to be bringing regen to this lane finally.
Yeah, Q has boots and level 2 arrow, so they're just playing the net arrow game. This is like some old school off-lane Nagamurana.
Yeah.
I remember this lane used to be a lane at, what was it, TI6, I think? Was the meta for this one. You just played 3 Naga with 4 Mirana and just chain kill the lane. Nobody knew what to do. The technology was too powerful.
What do you do against this?
I don't know, it's back. It's still too powerful. You gotta tank it for your boy, apparently.
You just gotta keep tanking it, and Jabs will just keep collecting the kills.
I mean, this lane doesn't really have an answer to it.
Yeah, and the Coddle is playing against them now because the Coddle pushed in the wave, and once the wave is pushed in,
I mean, what should be happening is you shove in the wave and you play for the pulls, and it separates the heroes on the lane, right? Naga has to take creeps under the tower, the Mirana has to go and contest or play in the jungle, unless you get
arrow lands.
They're kind of just playing the lane straight up, and this is devastating because their 2-on-2 is just getting abused from the chain kill.
Okay, well, it looks like Jabs, at least for now, is the winner in the offlaners. But look at this rotation. I am not convinced this is going to get you a kill, but maybe. He's going to have to dive in for it if he wants it. Yeah, he's going to have to go to tower, but he gets it. Wow. That was a lot more damage than I expected.
Yeah, it's kind of the rough and tumble way to get that, but pays off. And now mid one back to mid.
He's back. He never left.
Just when he thought he was out.
The mid lane pulled him right back in.
So I'm saying he's not playing 3 this game. I'm done playing 3. You guys go to this off lane.
Oh, he's playing a poverty 2 right now, if that's the case.
He got ganked, you know what happens. Little go on top here. Should clean it up with the Zeus ult especially. Ooh.
I think the Zeus, yeah, he didn't get the kill, which makes me think, did he dodge it with the trickery?
He might. It didn't look like it, though.
Or it just didn't do enough damage. Oh, the arrow right on point. Nabs Moon as he leaps through the air. Q is on fire right now. He's going to keep chasing after him. Oh, hit behind the top. You're not getting away there. The ward on the high ground. Is that there? Oh, no, it's not. Q could still see him behind that tree, huh?
He's just a god among men.
Yeah.
Cannot hide from Mirana. That's what Crimson Cosmetics do. They give you better stats.
Ah, I see.
That's why they're worth so much.
Better vision stats.
Well, his bottom lane got out of control very fast.
Yes, yes it did.
So, according to my prediction, that means Talon just won, I guess.
Congratulations, Talon. 2-0.
I mean, his tower's just kind of dying. No one wants to go here.
No, because they will suffer this fate right here.
I mean, this is really rough. This is not the start you want to hear like Coddle, who's supposed to be very hard to kill in the early game and can abuse the move speed plus the outspam. I mean, Boomy's just feeding at this point.
I feel like in Snare, Arrow is like it's the Dota equivalent of shooting fish in a barrel. Moon is dead. Oh, Ollie baited him in deep for that one, and Talon make the full rotation across. And now even the Rolling Thunder is going to land on Afu. It's the Arrow as well. Talon just, again, pulling a whole bunch of heroes to an overextension and fully capitalizing on it.
Yeah, but I mean, that's your offlane Zeus, right? So you're not the worst case scenario.
Offlane Zeus.
You still have mid-Ember farming up mid, and your carry Troll farming up in the offlane. So.
Yeah, your mid-Ember who just hit 6 at 8 minutes.
He had a rough start, but I mean, he's on par with the Monkey. I've seen worse.
Well, I've seen plenty better.
That's true, but you know what? He's got Mithril Hammer queued up. What's he flying out? He's flying out the Javelin, mid-ember online.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I like how you talk what items he has queued up. Like that could possibly make a difference. Like if I just looked at like Boomy and Boomy's got a heart queued up though. I mean, could make a difference.
Gotta dream big. The biggest dreams start with the smallest dreams. I don't know where that was going.
All right.
There's a motivational quote for your day.
Avery will not be on any motivational posters anytime soon.
Well, Boomy is dead again.
Yeah, we get an arrow. Oh, Q already used it earlier. Well, they can Rolling Thunder off of the ensnare, and he's getting some really good hits on the back line, too. Bumps into the Emperor and the Zeus. Not quite finishing off any one hero, though. Jabs, 3 more seconds till another ensnare. Uh-oh, Makoto chained up for a second. Takes a lot of damage, and that'll be the first down. They have the ensnare. Oh, look at Boomy. Right place, right time again. Jabs will have to pull the trigger on it. He calls quits. Song of Siren, TP's out.
See you later, boys. I'm out of there. Not the worst exchange for Talon, I guess, considering how many heroes went bottom for SMG there. Finally bringing everybody to try and defend one of these coddle deaths around that tier 1. That tower still took a lot of damage. Remember, this is a tree in lineup, so ideally you want to keep your tier 1s up a little bit longer. Keep armoring them and taking the fights around it.
Yeah, he needs more levels.
Yeah.
Only got level 1 living armor right now. Hop back right into the arms of Makoto. I don't think that's where Moon wanted to go.
That looked very weird. What even happened?
I think he was going a direction.
Turned last minute?
Turned last second.
I thought he got disposed for a second. My brain is so... oh, there's a Marcy in this game.
It was definitely the exact opposite direction he wanted to go. That's why it's always important to have a key command for directional move, kids. Find that in your setting bar. Ensnare arrow lands again, mid 1. Back to where he started, dying in the bottom lane.
I mean, this combo is good, but I don't know if it's supposed to be this good.
This looks like the most unbeatable thing I've ever seen in my life.
This looks unstoppable.
Yeah.
Who needs Ricky Marana? You just net somebody with level 1 net.
Man, they are getting greedy for these kills. They let Ollie finish up Afu, and they're going to use the Rolling Thunder to try and get Boomy as well, and they got him with the shield crash. And now even Moon is in an awkward position. He's got Heavenly Jump. Oh, God. No, he's stuck inside the screen.
Just getting run over. You have Chidori trying to create something.
Oh, can't even get that. 23 Savage jumps away to the trees.
Well, Jabs is redeeming himself with this one because he is very far out now.
Wait, redeeming himself? Oh, right, because the first Naga performance. I mean, was that his fault, though?
No, I'm just creating a fake storyline.
Oh, okay.
That sounds pretty good, right? And now he's really far ahead.
Same, you have learned some things from me about being a caster.
That's very true, yeah. Just make shit up. And then when people complain about it, just tell them they're wrong on Reddit.
Yeah.
And if you do that for long enough, eventually people stop complaining.
I've learned from Slacks in that regard. You just ask for their Dota buff. I can't be wrong. Link me your Dota buff.
You're not a real person. Neither is Ollie. Deleted by the mid-ember.
Really sticking to this. I mean, soon enough, he will be eclipsing Moon in levels.
He is the mid. He's been mid the whole game. He got netted 3 times bottom, died and said, screw that, and just went mid. Said, go do something, Moon.
Yeah, but then nobody else went bottom.
Now Moon's died like 4 times.
Yeah, they're just taking turns. Soon Chidori's going to be like, all right, guys, I'll take the bottom lane. He's going to finish up his Battle Fury and say, okay, I got it now.
It's actually insane how farm Jabs is. Absolutely disgusting. Because this troll has had absolute free game. And he's still 1,500 behind this Naga.
Oh, Chidori's in trouble. Inside of the smoke screen, can't get off his ultimate. He's trying to get out, pop it. He gets it off barely. Now he's very still dead, because that's kind of what Troll ultimate does early on. Oh,
is he though?
Actually,
Coddle
the heals come in from Boomy. and the magic wand. And now they're turnaround. They slowed him down with the diffuser blade. He's burnt out of mana. Another heal comes out. They're all in on this troll, and they will finally get him with a shield crash. But boy, did it take a long time.
Damn. Troll looked pretty good right there.
I mean, he still died.
Yeah, but he looked good dying. I mean, it took him forever. Had the moves.
It's like the Weaver all over again.
Hey, you say what you want. There was only one hero that was played last game that Talon banned this game, and that was Weaver. So
when did they ban it?
They felt the heat.
What is
second phase ban? This is Arrow setup.
They get it.
He's dead.
Nice combo.
That is unavoidable.
The best player? I don't consider myself the best player.
Jabs really likes that line.
He's level 11. This is very high level for a Naga. Traditionally a hero that can sometimes struggle to get the levels. But he is just running around killing everybody, so...
Right, because you get a lot of CS, but you're not necessarily there for the experience of a lot of it, right?
Yeah. But this time he is the highest CS and the highest kill count. Making this Naga look busted.
Boy. 7,000 net worth lead as we hit the 15-minute mark. And there is not a whole lot going for SMG besides the fact that they've got a Battle Fury Troll who can just keep farming. I mean, Troll can kind of beat everybody in this game, kind of.
Yeah, if it goes very late, I think he's very hard to deal with. But you have to get there on even footing.
Nice catch. Good chains from mid one, ensures the pick off there on Q.
I do think
kill is worth it at this point.
I do think the Ricky Morana support duo is gonna become very annoying in this game though, because the early game was rough. This duo excels at playing the map, and the map's gonna be open for a very long time now.
Yeah, when I was talking about the troll, I was looking at it, I was like, you've got Dart, Smoke Screen, Morana leaping away from you, Pango disarm, potentially Ags ensnare from Naga Siren. There are a lot of ways to create problems for a troll.
We're seeing some of them here. He's living though. Again, the heals, not enough.
Not quite enough. The Wukong's command finished him up, but at least he gets the counter. 23 Savage does fall.
There's definitely a lot of utility that makes Troll's game very annoying.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard for him to stick on people. But if he can just stick on people, he has some of the buffs and sustain to do it. Like heals and from the Coddle, the tree and armor, this type of stuff is very nice for him. And of course he has 2 mids to pick up some slack, so...
Jab seems to think that this is just the way you build Naga. Manta, Orchid again. I mean, this is just carry Naga Siren, basically.
I mean, if you're killing people, it's good. There's a much different game.
He is going to go for the kill. Dart, smoke screen, ensnare, arrow. All of it done from a distance. Nobody really needs to commit too much to be able to get that kill.
Very clean. I mean, this is the kind of active off-lane Naga that's gonna feel very good.
Ouch. That had to hurt.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Walk too close and you get slapped.
Yeah, all he's just daring people. Smoke screen on out. No immediate disable. From behind, Jabs catching the Coddle. Mech really only gives him another half second of life before death consumes him.
It feels as though every single net has been a kill this game.
Yeah, seriously.
Has there been a single net thrown from this Naga that didn't result in someone dying? Now he has Orchid on top of it. Another Moonlight Shadow just to try and find Troll on the run back here. They're gonna find him.
Smoke screen.
Go to sleep, son.
Arrow, and don't even need the Rolling Thunder.
This map is becoming way too hard to play.
Yeah, look at the rest of SMG are trying to make a move towards bottom, but
he's gonna get Orchided.
He's gonna get Orchided. Oh no! No, SMG.
Yeah.
This is looking like it could be a very fast series.
You have no map left. It's gonna be a tough one. You're also playing versus Rick. You can break all your moves on top of Rana ulti.
Hello guys,
this is a near unrecoverable position almost from a theory standpoint, but obviously Dota is a game played outside of theory.
Yeah, Total Plus does agree with you on that one. Giving old SMG a 5% chance at victory here.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that.
And if Talon secure Roshan for themselves, I feel like that gets cut in half at least.
Troll is not a hero that fights well from behind. Yeah. And he's going to be quite far behind after this Rosh goes down. I guess it really just came down to Ember and Naga gets ahead. That was it. Jabs never looked back. Came to play today. The Jabs haters in shambles.
Who are the Jabs haters?
I think it's like 90% of C chat.
Well, that's just hate in general. It's not centered on just one play.
Yeah, but I've watched enough C chat at this point. I know this man in particular. What is there to hate about him today? Just destroyed both games. It's like a combined like 30 and 2 or something.
Yeah, he really did carry the squad today. And who did not get a chance to carry the squad? Mid-1.
Yeah.
I mean, the offlane Ancient Apparition, that was my big concern with it. That's not a hero you can pop up with. And, well, his Ember Spirit lane went so poorly that he stopped being an offlaner and became a mid lane.
Which isn't going much better.
No.
Because they're just too far behind.
Roll it up. Makoto on the hunt. Blinking forward.
Nice
running
double.
up to the tree. Hits the Zeus as well. Very nice double.
Song to catch as well. We're going to find Troll. No BKB.
No BKB. He's got a TP, but he can't really use it.
It's a rough one. It is a rough one.
Oh boy. Talon's certainly making a statement with this game 2, that's for certain.
Absolutely. I mean, this is an important series to win too, right? I feel like for both these teams, if you don't win this, your major dreams are pretty tough. This is kind of a do or die, so Talon, Jabs especially showing up today.
Yeah.
Making these lineups work. Ags rush Mirana. I mean, that's how you know the game's going well. There's Brown Boots, Ags, Mirana.
Yeah, for those of you guys who don't know, both these teams are currently 1 and 2, though it's looking like Talon's going to make that score even for themselves. Talon having lost to, they beat Boom, but they lost to Blacklist and Execration, who look like 2 of the strongest teams. Obviously, Execration maybe no longer looking in that top 2 spot after their loss to Geek Slate today, which was quite convincing.
There's a lot of convincing matches. The SEA.
Yeah, this first season of SEA is definitely kind of turned on its head for me. When it comes to like Blacklist doing well was like I think expected, but
the best player.
At least when it comes to the standings right now, there are definitely some teams at the top that I didn't expect and teams at the bottom I was not expecting. Shout out to Fnatic.
I had to give him their one, huh? Definitely feels very, almost, a lot of this also feels rock, paper, scissors in a way. Like certain teams are very comfortable and natural to play versus certain other teams, but then the third team comes in and has their number, right? It's like these circular trade-offs.
First time they try and make a move, and it just starts with Chidori almost flat out dying. Makoto has put himself on the high ground. He'll swashbuckle down in a second here. Chidori just trying to get the extra attack speed, but Jabs puts him to sleep. Now 23 is going to get off his ultimate. They're going to hit the arrow off of that with the swashbuckle as well. They have the overgrowth. Boomy comes in.
Gets the right click.
Finishes off the Pango with just a swing of his staff. Gets that 1 kill, but otherwise, actually they killed Ollie too. And maybe 23. Boone and Boomy with their fighting power from a distance. 23 has to pop the BKB. They'll be able to get the ensnare. The arrow is on point, so they'll at least get that one. Ooh, nice dodge there, mid one. It's the slight at just the right time. And still wanting to fight. Jabs is low, 23's a bit low. They have the Orchid though. Uh-oh, ensnare, another arrow. Arrow's coming up. Is it gonna land in time? It does. He is gonna fall. 23 stacking up. Those Jingos taking a while with his living arm, but eventually they do get that kill. And by the way, 23 still had the Aegis that entire time.
Yeah, he was happy to go down there. I mean, he even went Mage Slayer this game, so he's happy to just play like that pseudo front line and role, just set the fights up.
It made the difference in that fight for sure.
Yeah, he was tanky. And I mean, Q just sits back in these fights and has free arrows all day. Just throws them on net, throws them on sleep. He has this ag, so they're doing insane damage as well.
Yeah.
Like, Chidori runs in, takes an arrow on the chin, he's a 3rd HP. And then he just has to ult some Pango on a hill, gets slept, that's the whole fight. There's a lot of kiting mechanisms and not enough BKBs for SMG to fight them. I can see this lineup, if they hit those early BKBs on their cores,
yeah,
they can just man fight in, like they have the damage to do it. But without that anti-control, it's impossible.
Jabs with the hard pickup. Oh boy.
Another sleep arrow. Look at the damage.
That is so much damage. Living armor trying to help him out. They get the force staffs through as well. Chidori will be able to get off his ultimate here. See how much damage he could do before he dies, because 23 is going to stick on top of him. They've got lots of stunts to throw around. He'll come through. Chidori gets a little bit more, but 23 is just able to stand there and fight him. But hey, they killed Q. Mid one. He sees Q has been rather troublesome here. Swashbuckle, he didn't get to the right side of that cliff area. Will be able to get a good slight chains as he retreats out of mana. Especially if the swashbuckle hits. Oh dear. Now they've caught him with the ensnare. And 23 delivers the final blow with that double damage.
Well, Mid One has identified who he wants in these fights, which is the arrow out. He's tired of dealing with that. I tend to agree. That does remove a lot of this like small combination that's tripping them up. Still just not enough for this troll to stand there. I mean, they can heal him up, but he still doesn't even have BKB. Possible to fight without it. Even if you do have it at this point, might still be impossible, but at least you have a chance to maybe just kill this Pango in an overgrowth or something. And of course, Jabs did complete Heart and Nether Shawl, so he's sitting at a comfortable 5,000 EHP or whatever it is.
5,000. Yeah, he's got what, 64% physical resistance, 40% magic resistance. Yeah, you're looking at well over 5,000.
A big fish.
Are scanning.
He's going back for Mage Slayer. That's cool.
Yeah, finish up the Bloodthorn.
Finish off the Bloodthorn, and thought maybe you would still go for bags at some point, just because the BKB's online for Troll.
Probably just doesn't even feel like they need it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Troll on the loose really has shown not to be able to do very much damage, so it's like you need to control him.
I don't think they have too many Troll concerns this game. I mean, SMG does, but I don't think Talon do. I think they're feeling pretty comfortable with the game state. Probably itemize however they want. They have Ags on Makoto now, and full Nullifiers got flown in for 23. Just gonna make the life even harder here for these cores to try and kite, because you have an E-Blade on Zeus and a Force Staff on Coddle, so those Nullifiers are moving a decent amount of the net worth from this SMG side in terms of save.
It doesn't stop Heavenly Jump, right? No. I assume not.
No way.
So he will have one little hop to be able to get away from 23 when he Tree Dance jumps on him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
This Diffusal too. Remember Diffusal 2?
Diffusal 2. I do remember that.
See, I think they should have
refresh your charges.
Instead of taking Diffusal 2 away, I think they should have just added more. You have like,
you might make it like Dagon.
Yeah, we could have like 5. We could have like Diffusal 10 by now.
Burning 100 mana a hit. Medusa falls off. No longer a hero. SMG playing around their ward right now. Similarly, Talon
Ricky
kind of on their own ward, but Ollie steps a little bit. Oh no, they missed it. Ollie was able to hop away just in time, and now the Monkey King is exactly where he wanted to be. Kills the Coddle first, chases everybody out with the Wukong's command. He'll deal with the ward too. Chidori forced to use his BKB.
He has no mana for ult.
He has no mana. Oh no, his BKB does last long enough. Midwan, he's got a BKB as well. 23 is not letting him go so easily.
Almost committed for the chase there. The mana burn is just disgusting on these heroes. It's like Troll only has 430 mana. I think if he gets swashbuckled once, he doesn't even have mana for his entire kit.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Troll is just too dumb. He needs more intelligence. I don't know.
Somebody give this man some mantles. That'd be the ultimate move from Talon. Orchid out with no BKB. The Troll is defenseless.
These fights are just way too hard.
And now he's got another illusion on jabs. The 20 talent just means you're constantly riptiding. You start hitting things.
It's the power of Naga. Control the map with fast hard Ilus that are really hard to kill. Send them into the fights, you see everything. You get some pickoff lineup like Mirana Arrow on top of some combos. Second one hero dies, the fight just becomes impossible to take. A very well executed Naga Mirana opening. Would make Tundra proud.
Yeah, I hope they're watching. They woke up early to watch some C games before playing in their own. I was like, what the hell? 23 dropped his BKB for a second there. Meanwhile, he still has a branch and Wraithband in his backpack. You can sell those, 23. I promise you can. I don't think you're going to use them anytime soon.
No, that branch is very important.
Yeah.
When you die with the Aegis, you slot that branch in, and when you come back, you plant that. You get out.
So you can hop onto a tree instantly. Yeah, very cool.
Honestly, I always hated when players do this stuff. You have like 2 branches in your backpack, and then you get to some later fight in the game, and you're doing Roche, and you forget they're there. You try and pick up Aegis, and you can't because your whole kit's slotted with random branches.
Or somebody's 200 gold off of buyback, and you're like, you have a Wraithband that you were never going to use again.
There's some small efficiency stuff you can like play with this, but
yeah, like what? Isn't he gonna put the ultimate orb in when he loses the Aegis?
I mean, yeah. You can manipulate your net worth up and down, right?
Oh, okay, that.
As mid one gets manipulated out of base and into the Pango's role. Swift death is all that awaits SMG in this game, I believe.
Chidori's like, can I play? Can I play the game? Please. Somebody let me play the goddamn game. Oh, Boomy dies. The Troll was able to get away back to the fountain at least. In 23, he jumped a little far forward there, almost losing his Aegis, but at this point, might as well just refresh and go again. All right, here comes with the buybacks. The last fight for SMG. They lose this one. There is no way back into the game. Straight into the Wukong's command with a nullifier on out. He used his BKB earlier. They try and get a 4-step out, but the nullifier slows him down. He's sitting on the edges. Jabs comes forward with the Orchid and will finish him off. Mid one, his BKB now worn out. He has to retreat. Otherwise, he's going to get caught by something, surely. He's been burned out of his mana. The ensnares landed onto the Zeus. The smoke screen isn't quite enough, but they will get the Zeus, and that's it. GG, Talon. A very dominant game too, and I would say a very thorough series by them, getting themselves out of that, out of the bottom part of the 8-team bracket. Now 2-2, looking a little bit better. They keep their hopes alive for going to the major.
Not exactly what you want on a day like this. Is kind of like the make or break day, I feel, for some of these teams in terms of momentum. They're going to gain a lot from this series, probably very confident now. They got to show some strategies that look pretty scary. They executed them well. Jabs fully online in this series. Makoto had a great series. I mean, they all had great series, but to me, Jabs really stepped it up today.
Oh, yeah.
He was just so farmed in both games. That was absolutely insane how much net worth he's pulling out of this off lane. And maybe some of these lane swaps and stuff just seemed a little uncomfortable for SMG in terms of like how they want to use their lineups and especially what mid one was doing, because he was the dominant force in a lot of their games. In both these games, it was like, what is his role and how do you get there?
Yeah.
Just difficult.
Certainly seems like with all these series going late in Southeast Asia, we've hit a kind of a turn. All of a sudden, the laning phase has become super important, and teams are just rolling off of that one. Talon taking it 2-0 over SMG.
This time, the Jabs Naga Gambit pays off, and they are able to close out this series against SMG and beat them 2-0, which yet again leaves SMG in a very, very tricky spot. They are now 1-3 in cumulative series score. Meanwhile, Talon are sitting reasonably middle of the pack at 2-2, so not necessarily a lock for Lima, but an upwards trajectory is what we're noticing. They had issues week 1, starting to fix them.
Yeah, no, I mean, like when we started the show, like I predicted that. Basically my thought was that whoever wins here, they have like a small chance, but I still don't put Talon in like my top 3 of who's going through. But I mean, they looked. We also talked about earlier like how sloppy the SEA games have been and how long they've been, and now we have had 2 series that have been very clean, like very dominant by the winning team. So.
I mean, it should have been over faster because they just didn't
even faster. Oh yeah, true. They did.
Game 1, definitely.
They did stick in it.
But it's not because these teams are necessarily like lopsided in skill. Like I could have seen these going the other way around, like Execration versus Geek Slate. I could have easily seen that be a 2-0 the other way. And SMG hopefully may have gotten some momentum off of the Fnatic series, but now I'm just starting to realize that Fnatic are just in shambles, and if you manage to beat them, maybe it doesn't say too much about you. It says more about Fnatic.
That's definitely possible.
Yeah.
They didn't get to play Dota though this game. It's just the lane just went too bad for them.
How did you feel about the recovery plan to send the Ember Spirit mid and steal the lane from
just
Zeus?
Fucking up the Zeus game.
Yeah.
I feel like he just had to suck it up and just deal with the lane,
Yeah, it's kind of funny, right? Like you're losing your lane really bad, and then like you think you have to do some grand plan to like save the game, but instead you ruin everyone else's game as well. Because it's just a chain reaction where you kick the Zeus away from mid, and then Zeus goes to your lane, he dies because Zeus dies even easier to net arrow, and then the Zeus, he still can't go mid, so he tries to gank top, and then he dies again. And now you have like 2 heroes with no game.
If it's a puck, or something is harder to kill, I can maybe understand, him making the switch. But because it's a Zeus, then he goes down, then he dies. One ensnare arrow, and he's dead.
Yeah.
And then he feels like shit. He doesn't know where to go. Then he makes another rotation, and he dies again. Okay, I'm done. I just feel like that's his feeling after that point.
Jabs with our double MVP for this series, a rivalry MVP. Death Prophet, Game 1, Naga Siren, Game 2. This time, they gave the Naga Siren, it was first phase priority, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and so that returns to, I guess, the talent that we've been seeing from week 1, which is let's have Jabs flex early on. Yep. Except this time, instead of giving 23 Savage a Doom, they gave him a slightly more traditional carry hero on the Monkey King.
Yeah.
Which I thought was a step in the right direction.
I mean, he's definitely more comfortable on Monkey, I would say. But it's not only that. It's just also, at the same time, like you get the feeling that this game he could have played anything.
Yeah, game is too easy.
It would have been fine. But I mean, Monkey King is a very good hero at just surviving the lane. And I mean, the plan was that he was going to face an Ember, right? So he was going to have a good lane.
Face an Ember, and then I guess, well, actually they picked it before the Troll Warlord was picked. So yeah, I guess it was anti-Ember.
But like how it turned out, like they had a really bad lane, but
23 Savage sucked it up. Exactly. He was like, I'm gonna sit in this lane. My Ricky is going to do literally nothing to help me, but I will suck it up because that is my responsibility this game.
Sometimes you have to just suck it up for the team, take one for the team. I think it was a brilliant idea that they did the lane swap.
Yeah.
They had the Ember bot instead of the Troll.
Yeah.
That was brilliant, just the way they played the lane. We were talking about it when we were watching. The Cotter wasn't like blasting the wave. He was so reluctant to push out the wave, but I felt like he just needed to do that, push out the wave and just pull, push and pull and make sure you get XP,
You try to pull. If you can't pull, then you're just trading region with the Mirana. You just hit the Mirana, she hits you, and then
the Troll is fine against the
Naga. They were literally like doing nothing in the lane except for trying to CS and control the wave, and the Ember got chain and slide instead of the shield, and they didn't push out the wave, so it just felt so bad as Kotal.
Yeah.
Well, let's get some information from Mirana, because we got Q on the line. Congratulations on the win, Q. It's okay. I can understand. Would you consider, what was your contribution in that game number 2? Tell me.
Yeah.
You just there to follow up on the Ricky, basically?
I mean, I just follow one setup and I just hello.
It worked out. It looked great. You got the 2-0 victory. I was curious about the, I guess, shot calling structure of Talon. So typically whenever I see Jabs in these teams, he's seemingly like the in-game leader. Who's the in-game leader for this Talon squad?
Jab is called Big Fight, but shot call me Mikoto call.
Oh, so you are involved in the shot calling then?
Yeah, when I see fight, when I see chain to fight, I will call.
Okay. And how does it feel to be playing with two more Thai players? Does you feel a little bit more synergy?
Yeah, I feel more confident and so easy to talk with them. Yeah.
Do you speak Thai in the game? Thai and English?
In lane we speak Thai, but after lane we speak English.
Yeah, nice.
Pi, you got any questions for Q?
I'm just wondering, because I saw the first time you played Mirana, you went mech. But after, like, you had the same sort of combo, but now you've changed your mind and you just go straight Ags. Like, that feels pretty good, right?
Yeah. But my team like a pick off, no need team fight. That's why I buy Scepter first.
Yeah, okay. And how do you think SMG played the lane? Like, what did you expect with the lane? Keeper of the Light Ember versus your lane. Like, how should that go?
I think they kind of dodge so much. I think they should keep chain me and charge to me. Just make me low and I cannot pay it.
Yeah, okay, yeah. No, it looked very easy for you.
Yeah, if they feel it, kind of like, I kind of like.
Yeah.
The second week has, from our perspective, seemed like an improvement for you guys. I know you didn't win the Blacklist Rivalry series, but it still looked pretty good. What did you guys work on between week number 1 and week number 2? And I guess has, because your coach is Sunby?
Yeah, coach Sunby.
Yeah, so what have you guys been working on after week number 1 to improve your game?
We keep talking about hero, what we gonna pay, what we should pay, or what we fail. We keep fix the problem.
So mostly draft oriented?
Now we let Jap decide to draft and we help him a bit.
Well, if you guys keep getting your hands on this Ricky Murata combo, I think that's a recipe for success. So thank you very much, Q, for taking the time to speak to us, and congratulations on the win.
Yeah, thank you.
And we also had gotten more information from Q in that history lesson.
True.
That's anything that you learned that Avo's research shone a light on?
I mean, it's just... It worked a long time to get a shot at a good team, and then immediately played really well. So that's impressive. No, I mean, I was also just thinking now, I'm pretty sure Q did the first interview as well for this team. Anyway.
Was it Q or Ole? You guys told me it was Ole.
No, Ole did it, but they have had... Okay, no, you're right. It's only been 2 interviews. No,
yeah.
Only 2 wins. You know?
Only 2 wins.
Only 2 wins.
Oh, for some reason, I feel like I've seen him on this TV before.
Yeah, but
he's been smiling a lot on the cams.
But I agree with you, Neil. I feel like this week definitely I see a change within this team compared to last week. There's definitely a lot of things that are clicking better in terms of draft and play, and I feel like they're definitely going in the right direction right now in the team.
Yeah, and it is a direction that it didn't necessarily bring them a win against Blacklist Rivalry, but they got the win against SMG today. And next week, their opponent will be against Geek Slate, so that will be a true test of how much they've grown, because they are done for week number 2. And we're done with this series, and it will be a little bit amount of time before the next series, because we've actually had 2 2-0s today, which is a rarity in Southeast Asia. But we will have a little bit of a discussion for you in just a little bit. So while it might not be some Dota gameplay, I think you should still stick around, don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back after a few minutes.
Three, two, one.
cloak does get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.
2, 1.
This crowd is actually able to do so for a decent amount of time. Have to take up like the flame cloak does get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.
Son ya casi 10 años haciendo esto. En ese tiempo he tenido la suerte de viajar, ver los eventos, sentir la emoción. Y yo siempre pensaba, oye, ¿cuándo nos tocará? Será en otros 10 años. Y bueno, los old school sí hemos esperado. Va a ser lindo cuando se entere la gente que ve su dotita camino a la chamba. Los que se van al baño en la U a ver cómo va la partida. O los que se meten su ranked en cabinas como ha sido toda la vida. Ahora, por fin nos toca.
That's right, what we're building up towards with all these DPC leagues, at least this first league, is the Lima Major over in Peru. And ticket sales have already been on fire, is what I'm told from the internet. And I will trust the internet, because anything I read on there is true. And so the other thing that I can verify on the internet is Liquipedia rankings. We are at the halfway mark to this first winter league. It has been 1.5 weeks, and it is a 3-week league. We're in the middle of Wednesday. And so I thought it would be a convenient time to check up on some of these other regions and quiz my panelists on how much they've been watching not just Southeast Asian Dota, because we are contractually obligated to be watching this region, but the other Dota as well. So I would like to see how you guys have been keeping up. Let's start off with Western European Dota. Western European Dota is currently being regarded as the strongest region, at least after TI. It definitely seemed like Western Europe has a dominant foothold in the scene. And I think I've even seen some China interviews where they agree that they are no longer the strongest region. They agree that Western Europe is the strongest.
Yeah.
And so these are the rankings right now. Liquid, currently undefeated. Took Matumba Man out, although I guess he kind of left voluntarily or militarily.
Yeah.
Yeah. Has some Finnish military obligations to complete, but they got Nisha, hell of a replacement, and they are undefeated right now, Pi. And they're making it look good, and they're making it look fun in all these games that they're playing.
Yeah, no, they basically look like they're in a league of their own. Most games I watched there from Western Europe has been, like Liquid has been involved, and like, cause honestly, even like I'm looking at number 6, they're Into the Breach. Like, if you're just a casual fan, like you wouldn't know who those guys are. And when they play, they don't look bad at all. They look pretty good. But, and like Tundra, TI winner, they're also really good. But when you see Liquid play in these games, they just, I don't know.
Looks like they're smurfing.
Almost, yeah. It's another level.
I mean, this happens every year. I feel like at the start of the season, there's going to be that 1 or 2 teams that had a roster change that gelled so well together at the start. They're so far ahead of everybody.
Yeah. That has definitely been the case for them. And yeah, one of the teams that you may not be too familiar with, Into the Breach, was a Div 2 Promo T team. And I actually worked Western Europe last year, so I got to kind of see a little bit of their journey, and I was encouraged. They got promoted, obviously, at the same time as Nigma Galaxy did. And then I think the very last series of Div 2 last year, Nigma Galaxy just stomped all over Into the Breach. And now, in Div 1, Into the Breach beat Nigma Galaxy.
Yep.
And that is quite the development, seeing as Enigma Galaxy also had their own roster changes. Miracle inactive for this year, and ATF, the former offlaner for OG, now playing carry. But it still seems like he's still playing a lot of the same heroes, Pi.
Yeah, and he's like widened it a bit. He plays a bit of Ursa and Slark, I've seen. But a lot of the games he seems to end up on either Mars or Timbersaw anyway. And I don't know, like some of their games they do really well in lane, but they do have like very lane specific lineups. They get 4 or 5k ahead and then they lose. In other games they just lose from the start. But
yeah.
Something is not gelling in that team. I think it's definitely draft related, but also just something is wrong with how they play.
And on the bottom of the list, Winter, Team Secret, 0-6. They haven't won a single game yet. They did not come out of this roster shuffle looking very good. It's Crystallis Boom is the replacement that they got for Nisha, who was the former mid laner for Game & Gladiators. And then Resolution, Zayats, and Puppy. But that's still 4 out of the 5 that got grand finals at TI. Winter, what's going on?
I mean, Liquid got Nisha, they're 6-0. Secret lost Nisha, they're 0-6. That tells a lot.
Simple math.
And Nisha's probably, I feel like, one of the most sought after players for sure after TI. Like the way he's been playing in most of the season with Secret. Secret as a team had a lot of ups and downs, but I wouldn't say that Nisha had a lot of ups and downs. I felt like even during the points where Secret they were down, Nisha, you can tell like Nisha is the one playing so well.
Yeah,
I agree.
Would you? There's a lot of argument on who the best player in the world is right now. Nisha is regularly brought up in that discussion. Would you rank him that highly? Or you think there are other contenders right now?
I mean, there are definitely other contenders, right? But I think it's completely fair to put him up there. I think still 33 from Tundra serves like he...
Yeah, he's the best offlaner, I think.
He basically invented a offlane meta.
Yeah.
And, I mean, Pure, I mean, like if you're just talking, like he kind of carried that entity team a lot.
You want to talk about Pure, then let's talk about Eastern Europe, which is another one of the regions that are in their halfway mark right now. Top of the charts, it's Bet Boom, but it's not the Bet Boom that you may remember from last year. That roster was Dahak, Laurel, Noticed, Roger, and Seneko. None of them are on this roster anymore. Now, Bet Boom is Pure, who, as you heard from Pi, was formerly on Entity. And then GPK as their mid. Nightfall, the former offlaner from EG, is their offlaner now on Bet Boom. And then Save, their 4 position. And Toronto Tokyo, TI winning mid laner, is their 5 position. And it's looking good because they are currently undefeated in series.
Yeah, that's very, very strange for someone from the mid lane to transition into the support, right? Like, I would see the transition being like, maybe he goes from mid to off lane and then slowly towards the pos 5. But from mid straight to pos 5 is a very, very stark difference.
Yeah, it's very not original. What is the word? Like, I mean, it's a novel thing because what I say, like, sure, you can go mid to off lane, but I think the most common is mid to position 4.
Yeah, that's
because you're playing like kind of similar heroes. Like you obviously have to change how you play the lane, but it's a bit similar style in how you move on the map, like ganking and stuff. But I mean, yeah, if you like look at their roster, like, I can see
these are all killers.
Yeah, I mean, probably something after last TI, like they didn't do that well, and like they all felt maybe they needed a change. Maybe he felt it.
Yeah.
So he just went.
Or maybe he feel like he sees the game in a very different way, and to execute the idea that he has, it's much easier to do it as a position 5. Because
for sure.
You can dictate a lot of where you're fighting on the map, where's the observer wards, when the smoke is happening. Whereas if you're playing a mid laner, it's a lot harder for you to have control over those things within the team.
Yeah.
Second place is Darkside, which the team you may not recognize, but the players you'll definitely recognize. Ramses is the carry. Mid laner is Rabel, who may be a little bit of an unfamiliar name. Offlane, DK Fogas. 4 position, Roger, and 5 position, Seneko. They are the second place. And DK Fogas was is a relatively recent introduction. He's only 22. And I guess he had kind of been playing for a while, but
22, so young still.
Yeah.
Wait, is there a guy called DK Phobos, or is this?
No, it's Fogas, and I assume a shout out to DK Phobos.
Okay.
But this is a different guy.
Yeah, because that guy played forever.
That guy was like a War 3 pro way back in the day.
Yeah.
But this is the next generation.
Okay.
And then, Rabel is also pretty young. He's 21.
Yep. But I feel like he's been around for quite a bit.
He has.
Yeah. Definitely played versus him a lot in pubs.
And it's crazy that Ramses is like one of the older players on that roster. He's 23 now.
I mean, and their support duo is like a very veteran duo.
Yes, Roger and Seneko. They've been around for a very, very long time. And they are second place. Third place, or actually, we can look at the other end of the spectrum. At the bottom, one move. Actually, most of these players are not very familiar. Nemiga, also mostly not familiar. Navi. Okay, Navi's mostly the same as previous Navi. It's V-Tune as their carry. Nikki Cool is their mid laner. A Kazakh mid laner. Laze is their off lane. Sweden Strong as their 4 position. And Malady as their 5. I remember being pretty impressed with Sweden Strong last year.
Yeah, no, he was good. He had some ideas, and he played with them. I remember in the TI qualifiers.
Yeah.
He played a lot of Clockwork, and he had his Aghanim idea. He would rush Ags every game.
That's right.
Spam rockets. It was pretty good. They didn't make it through though, right?
No, they didn't. And so far, they're not looking too good in this region either, having lost to... Navi lost to Spirit and Darkside, and they beat one move.
I'm wondering about BetBoom. Like, that team just feels like a like a cauldron, like something is boiling, and you really have to push it down because they have.
That's true for like every single Eastern European team.
Maybe, yeah.
Spirit was like the exception in that role, but other times
more prevalent in a GPK team.
Yeah,
Maybe.
that's how I feel. I like what I've heard about Pure. He can be a little bit of a hothead too. Like all of them. And another cool thing, but like Save, their 4 position, like he was just left out after the.
I was so surprised he got left out.
Like he was so good.
That guy was so good. Yeah.
But I mean, it's good to see him back, and like it's not a surprise that he would be in the #1 team.
Yeah, I feel like he has one of the highest skill as a support player.
Yeah, no, he's like a Saxa type of guy. He's casually a couple of counts in the top 20 or top 10. That's just plays all the time. Yeah.
And the last region that we'll take a look at is China, because they're a little bit further than their halfway point because they started early, and they're actually done for a little while because they're taking a break for Chinese New Year, and they won't return for play until January 31st. So these standings are looking pretty similar to what you may see come Lima. Aster are already a lock for Lima. They are undefeated in series score. Aster is Monet, XYW is their mid, XXS is their offlane, Bobica is their 4 position, and Siamese Cat or Rubber Ball or Pichu, whatever you want to call him, is their 5 position. And this is kind of in the wheelhouse for Aster, is to look really good in China, and then you put them on international lands and they fall to pieces.
Yeah, I feel like we might see that with a lot of Chinese teams this year. I'm not sure though, like it's going to be interesting to see them play everyone else, but like they've usually been the #1 region.
It might change this year because they have a different coach. They have ROTK, right, this time?
They have
instead of Lamb.
ROTK, that is correct.
Yeah, but hasn't ROTK like coached a different Chinese team every...
Yeah, quite a promiscuous coach.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is like the last season they always do well domestically, but when they go to the international events, they don't do so well. So maybe with a different coach this time, a different perspective towards the opponents, they might do differently.
Yeah,
I always feel like they have a lot of potential, but during the tournaments they always don't play so well.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean they played okay though, but yeah, not what you would expect from like the #1 team.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how they do come Lima because they're already a lock for it. Meanwhile, second place is tied between Knights and PSG LGD. Knights is Ego as their carry. Southeast Asian superstar Alacrity is their mid laner. And I actually watched their series yesterday. He was playing his signature puck, and he was making it look amazing. And their offlaner is Flyby, 4 position Felix Chauba, and 5 position XCJ.
I mean, it's kind of funny that because Trona's struggled in C for like 4 or 5 years.
Yep.
And then he goes to China and...
Alacrity?
Alacrity, yeah. Oh, yeah, sorry, it's not... And he goes to China and now it's... I don't know, he's just doing this well. Is it that easy?
He is. I feel like he is someone that, because I've played with him in a team and coached him before. He is someone that I feel like he doesn't fit in a SEA team.
Yeah.
Like the way he wants to play, the way he sees the game. I feel like it's better that he's in China. I think he'll be able to play much better there. I feel like in C, he's always. He's not around the right players to enable him, because I feel like he's a very, very polarizing mid laner. He needs to have a lot of the draft, the strategy around him, and maybe in SEA, a lot of the off laners want some piece of the pie. They want to be prioritized. The carries, like, you can't forget me. I'm gonna carry you. You know, and then it's hard for the mid laner to be that person. You know, and the way he plays mid lane is also more, like, I would say, in towards the greedier side. So maybe in a different team, he's able to perform much better.
I can actually see that, because in that series that I watched yesterday, Flyby was definitely more sacrificial as an offlaner.
Yeah, he needs like a offlaner that's not farming a lot, a carry that fights, so that he can do his natural playstyle. Because for me, that's his strength, but his weakness is like he doesn't adapt well in towards the game. Say like if he's required to make certain sacrifices in the game to allow other people to get back into the game, he doesn't really usually see that in the game. He always sees it as my game is more important, so I have to do what's comfortable for myself. So he needs the team to be around him. So maybe in China, in this team particular nights, he's allowed to do that.
And for the third place, PSG LGD, who it's not the PSG LGD that you would remember. It was unfortunately Faith Beyond, Shinkyu, and Ame no longer on that team. Instead, they have Shiro, and I believe the offlaner's name is pronounced like Shang Yu, formerly a CDEC player. He's relatively young. He's 19, but he's their offlaner. And Planet is their 4 position. They both came from eHome. Shiro and Planet both came from eHome, and now they're on LGD. And yet somehow, still the brand prevails. Third place, 4-1. They're looking good still.
Wait, who was their 5 position?
Why?
Oh, yeah. It was an ex-Nova for some time.
Yeah, and Nothing to Say is their mid laner still.
Your Mandarin's great, Neil.
Did I?
Yeah, that's how you say that. Yeah, that's how you say that.
Really? Yeah. Hell yeah. I think that's more of a shout out to Wikipedia giving me the phonetics. I saw the accent mark over the U, and I was like, I think I know what's going on here. But yeah, they're continuing the legacy of the brand, doing the previous players proud, and hopefully making their way over to Lima. Although, then again, all these teams in China, we're not 100% sure how easy it will be to leave the country.
But I think they've started to ease up like a lot. They started a few months ago. With
they're coming to Malaysia. There's a lot of China tourists coming to Malaysia now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, because they started complaining about a new strand of COVID.
Yeah.
Because China has started traveling now.
Okay, well that's encouraging, because like it would be a shame, because Stockholm Major didn't have any Chinese teams last year.
No, they were on hard lockdown until it was just a couple of months ago.
Okay.
So now they finally gave up.
Yeah, and same thing might happen for Southeast Asia, not necessarily in terms of COVID, but in terms of visas, because you got to figure out how to get your way to Peru.
Yeah.
How is the? Oh man, is he Indonesian? Corden.
Singaporean.
He's Singaporean.
He's fine.
Singapore, their visas, their visas like the most powerful in the world, I think.
It's Indonesians and Filipinos. They should be worried.
Yeah, so
I don't know how strict Peru is, but
I'm curious how Corden's thing will go, because obviously our next series is going to be Bleed versus Boom Esports, but also we got a chance to speak to Corden, a relatively recent introduction into the Dota Pro scene. We wanted to know more about this kid, so take a look at this video.
I just realized that if you just play Dota and you're like high MMR or something, it doesn't matter. Like if you have no achievements, you don't earn money or anything, it doesn't matter at all. Like you have achieved nothing as a player.
Wait a minute! Who are you?
This is an interview with lead Smith player
Corden.
You're ruining so many people's lives. This team is ruining so many. Okay, that's fair. So you start realizing this, and then?
Yeah, then I gotta do something, like make something of myself in Terra. So I started to take it more seriously, and I kind of network walk with people. And yeah, that's how I kind of ended up here. Yep.
How do you get started with Dota? What gets started your relationship with it?
So when I was young, like when I was 12 years old, my father used to play Dota 1 a lot, like versus bots. So yeah, I had nothing else to do at the time. So I also popped on his PC and played versus bots. I would pick like Juggernaut every game and Omni-slash the bots. And I feel like I'm a god. Yeah, then I think after that I stopped for a while. When Dota 2 came out, I stopped for a while. Then, but when I was 13, I met a friend in school and we used to play with. He also played Dota, so we played Dota together a lot. And that's how I got like more into the game.
How important do you think that networking is to the pro scene? And to meet players and everything?
Well, probably huge. Like, I think I'm kind of new to the pro scene, but I think in a lot of cases, people are there because of their connections. Like, they're there in the team because of their connections. And like, they feel good to play with each other. Not because like of how good they are actually. I mean, of course, the skill plays a big part, but connections are really important too.
When you ask, I think if you ask the average player, the 3K, 4K person that like watches Dota, they think it's all selected by like skill, right? Like, they think it's like the best team wins, and whoever wins the tournament is the best team in the world. And that's it. They're hitting more to it. But it's more complicated, right? Like you were saying, the relations between the teammates matter a lot.
Yeah. Even if you're not the most skilled team, I think chemistry can definitely make up for it. Because I think Dota has like evolved a lot from last time. Like last time, Miracle would just destroy everyone in the tournaments. But now it's more of like a team game. So yeah, chemistry is really important.
Do you like that? Okay. Do you like that evolution of Dota? Or do you like on skill and Google?
No, I like it, I think it's more, it's less shallow of a game.
Okay.
Yeah, it's more complicated. And I like that.
What is it that drives you to compete? Like why, I mean, you said earlier, right? You want to achieve something in Dota. But like, why? Why not just go and say, F it and leave and do something else?
Oh, I mean, the feeling of winning, I guess. Because you can imagine how is it like to win on the main stage. Yeah, I think it's a great feeling. And of course, but I don't know if I can say this money.
No, I think it's fine. Of course. Is there a little bit of time sunk fallacy where like, because you've already spent so much time playing Dota, you want to make something of it as well?
Oh yeah, I think that's definitely like a part of it.
Okay. What would you do if you went TI? What would you do with the money?
Oh, it's a classic question.
Yeah, that's a question.
It's kind of boring answer, but I'll probably invest the money.
Oh, so you're a smart man.
Yeah, because
you splurge on something stupid?
No, because I really got into stocks. Like when I was in the army, I really got into stocks and investing and stuff. Then let's see. Yeah, compound interest is crazy, man. I will probably invest the money from TI and probably spend a bit.
Okay. If you had to do one dumb purchase from the TI money, what is something that you like never allowed yourself because you know it's stupid, but if you have TI money, you would?
Shit, man, I don't know. Cause a house and a car is like too expensive to buy with the TI.
To buy a dumb purchase.
Yeah. Cause like I know in other countries people say like they want to buy a house and everything.
Right.
But this is like too expensive. It's
I think that's rough when you play in Southeast Asia, and like a lot of countries, the spending level is lower. Obviously, it's like things cost less. But Singaporeans, you're essentially the same as the West, but you still get the same salaries. Yeah. Compete with SCA teams.
Yeah.
Does that ever affect you? Like, have you thought about that?
Singapore's a great country, of course. It's very safe and all.
Nobody doubts that. Nobody does.
Yeah. And I think it's worth it.
Okay.
It's a good trade-off.
Have you visited Southeast Asia?
Have I visited?
Like other countries, Malaysia maybe?
Actually, no. When I go on vacation, I probably go like Europe. Or I went to Korea and Japan.
Okay.
But not really like Indonesia, Philippines, those kind.
Where in Europe have you been?
Oh, I think in 2019 I've been to Finland and Norway.
Okay, that's great.
That's cool, yeah.
You ever been to Spain?
No. Why?
Missing out. I'm from there. I tell you, Madrid, Barcelona, Madrid, great places. If you like European food.
Sure. Maybe I'll think about it. Next
When you win TI, you can come to Spain. That's your dumb purchase.
That's my dumb purchase. Going to Spain.
let's about your Dota career now, starting blossoming. As you get into the season, is it easy for you to concentrate on just the games? Or is there a lot going on because it's all new to you? Like, are you thinking about, oh, what's my future like? Is this concerns for you? Or are you just laser focused on the game?
I'm definitely worried about, not worried, concerned about this stuff. Like, I don't know how this career will lead me and everything. But like, someone told me to just go for it. Because I tend to overthink a lot. Usually, if I just don't think and just go for it, like, things will change, the situation will change, and I'll just see how it goes, you know. Like, right now, I'm kind of noob, so I really trying to focus on the game right now, mostly. But yeah, of course, I'm kind of concerned about how my career would end up. But I try not to think about that.
Who told you to just go for it? If you can share.
Oh, my brother.
Your brother?
Yeah.
Was he someone that, like, you respect and, like, gives you advice, something like that?
Maybe, like, he talks a lot of, like, nonsense, but every once in a while he drops this kind of wisdom, you know, and I just take it.
How much older is your brother?
How old is my brother?
Yeah, how much older than you?
3 years older than me.
What do your parents say about starting this career?
Before I got the bleed offer, they kind of thought I was playing Dota for fun.
Sure.
So one day I just told them, like, oh, I got this offer, then they're like, they kind of don't even know what is esports. Like, yeah, so, but they were cool with, yeah, they just asked me some questions, then I told them, like, oh, how's it gonna be like, you know, and they're like, okay, yeah, go for it.
Yeah. So they're supportive there, and he's let you do.
Yeah, they're definitely supportive. And
can we touch on that a little bit, because you're a mid, right? You're the mid player for the team, so you get strong. You don't like a supporter who stays weak. You're like, you can be a win condition many times.
Yeah.
Is the power fantasy an important part of Dota 2? Like the idea of, like, look, I'm the strongest player in the game, or like an outskill pulls?
Well, I think that's like a very like boomer way to think about Dota. I think Dota is like, it's really such a team game right now. Yeah.
Interesting. What do you mean boomer? Like, you think older players think that way?
Yeah, older players like to just, you know, they call it like 1v9 again.
Sure.
But right now I trust my teammates, and I think they're really good players. And I think sometimes, like, you gotta make sacrifices for your team. It's not always like, yeah, I gotta win the game for my team and all that. It's a different game now.
What a shockingly well-adjusted individual he is. He's responsible with his money. He's got a pretty good outlook on how to play Dota. His parents are supportive of him. Why can't it always be that easy?
Compounding interest.
Compounding interest? Bro, he's 20. You shouldn't be compounding interest. You should be making it rain. What are these attitudes about winning TI? He's like, I can't buy a car with TI money. I can't. Well, actually, Singaporean taxes may be pretty heavy.
I mean, if you win TI, you can probably buy a car.
Yeah, you can probably
anything
buy
less, maybe not.
A nice, practical Toyota Corolla.
Yeah.
A used one, but yeah, he's a very, very new player to the scene. We had done an interview with him after Bleed had won their first series, and he's 20. He said he was born in 2002, so making his way to 21, and uncharacteristically mature also for a mid laner, because so many times I feel mid laners are hot-headed.
Yeah.
Egotistical.
I mean, there are different type of players, but like generally, if you want to have the stupidest, most reckless person, then it would be the mid laner.
Right.
The TA players, right?
Yeah.
But you can see
one drop HP blinking in.
how he talks about Dota, like he really plays it like this. I don't know what he's talking about, like older players think whatever.
I actually think like how he plays the game. Like, it's a team game. I don't want to 1v9.
But anyway, like because you can see when he plays, like he's usually underfarmed, and he plays like very disciplined with his team.
Mm-hmm.
So like he doesn't feed much.
He doesn't take that extra creep wave.
Exactly. Yeah. And then like he's in position like basically all the time. So yeah, at least he does what it says.
Well, let's see if he can bring that level of consistency to their next series, because he is going to be going up against Boom in just a few minutes. So stick around and we'll be back with Bleed versus Boom after the break. We're having a pretty quick day here in Southeast Asia. It's uncharacteristic of the region. We might actually have, oh no, we did have one day of 3 2-0s last Wednesday. Maybe Wednesday is just a blessed day here where we get rapid fire games and ones that seem pretty clean also, because I think a lot of these games are going late because some teams are maybe a little bit reckless with finishing the games, but here things have been good. Geek Slate were able to cleanly 2-0 Execration. Talon were able to cleanly 2-0 SMG. And speaking of that, yo, Mike, did you catch that SMG game?
I wouldn't miss it for the world.
You wouldn't miss it for the world? The 2-0 Talon versus. What do you think about some of these? off-lane choices, though.
I mean, someone tried to be a raging potato.
Oh man, that's a name I haven't heard in a while.
Failed miserably. But you like to see that. And you know, the AA actually seemed like a really good pick. I could see, like when I saw it, like great counter against Morph, great counter against DP.
Yep.
But I didn't really catch majority of the game. I just knew the game was over.
You didn't miss much. It was on paper good in execution and not so much, but now we get to look forward to Bleed versus Boom Esports. And did you get to watch that video about Gordon?
Oh, dude, that was a wonderful interview.
Yeah.
Like he looked so happy, and you know, it was good to like kind of like pick his mind a bit and see what a new player going into the scene, you know, thinks about and whatnot. Yeah, and he's very mature.
When you were his age, did you have similar attitudes? Not necessarily about finances, but about Dota.
It's hard to say because Dota was in such an infant stage.
Okay.
But I was fortunate enough where like even though I was 16, I was already competing in like WCG, the qualifiers, and I knew the head of Mineski before Mineski became a thing, and he kind of poached me when I was 13, and then you know further on he approached me again. But yeah, Dota was in such an infant stage. We weren't even thinking about going overseas. It was just like trying to dominate in your country.
But it does seem that like your foundation, since you were playing competitive so early on, you understood the spirit of a team as opposed to just being a pub star.
Yeah, for sure. And we kind of like, we knew that China was the best region, and we preparing for SMM 2000.
SMM, whoa.
What is this? What is
so
SMM?
this was like kind of like the TI of Dota 1.
Okay.
All the teams in the world, you have to like pay for your own expenses to come here. But at that time, it was a $50,000 prize pool.
Ringgit.
No, dollar.
No, it's ringgit.
Was it ringgit? No way, it's ringgit. It's dollar, dude.
No, it's ringgit.
Dude, I would bet my life it's dollars, dude. Like, it was 50,000, but it was the biggest prize pool in all of Dota.
Okay.
Dota 1, and we qualified there, and we did like a strict resume, like boot camp. Half of the salary had to go for our travel expenses, and salaries was already like very minimal. I was like surviving $10 a week. Oof. Yeah. But no, it did like we did like replay watching before our tournaments, and then before our scrims every day, and then we 3 or 4 series of scrims, and then after that we'll like play some kind of mid wars just to like cool off at the end of the day, and then rinse and repeat. Wow. We became robots by the end of the 1 month boot camp.
That is a lot more structure than I would have expected for that era of esports.
Yeah. And then we alternate like the person dictating the replay, so you can get like. You can understand what the person discussing the replay and what he sees value in the replay.
That's very smart.
Yeah. I did not think that things were that organized back then.
Oh, it took the fun of Dota out of the game. Like when we won like the Cyber Cafe tournament, we looked just like we knew this was gonna happen. Like we were against Happy Feet. This was like the Jules and like the Cuckoo. They were very young. But yeah, it came to a point where no one wanted to play against us.
Yeah, I mean, especially because I think you were probably the exception. Your team was the exception. I can't imagine, because the stories that I hear is people are like, oh, I had to wake up my mid laner to show up to even like an official game and stuff like that. And like we would be, like a boot camp in general would have been ambitious.
It was very strict, but it definitely played dividends.
I don't know why I'm ringing the bell. Someone told me to ring the bell. Oh, never mind. Boom Esports, on the other hand, they've got some veterans. They are currently, well, actually, they're not doing very well. They are 1-6 in terms of games, and they are 0-3 in terms of series. They have lost to Talon. They have lost to Execration, and they have lost to Geek Slate. Mm-hmm. I can't believe Boom might be in relegation territory.
They still haven't played Fnatic and SMG, so
yeah.
True.
I don't know if that's something you look forward to, but
yeah, where are you putting them right now, Winter?
They look really lost right now. I feel like a team just like a shadow of their own self from the previous season. Mm-hmm. I mean, sure they did like a couple of roster changes, but the whole team just the synergy is not there. The chemistry is not there. And if you look at the drafts, they're mostly like a very, very similar style of Bushi's team. You get what he's trying to do. You look at the picks, the bans, and everything makes sense. There's logic behind it. But it's just that the play in the game, the way the team is playing off each other, it's just not there, you know.
In my opinion, I think it's what you're saying about cohesion, because I think for some of these other teams, like the Fnatic's, I'm seeing like individual players underperform. Whereas on Boom, I'm not necessarily like, oh, FBZ really dropped the ball here. They all look like consistently...
Everybody is just not there.
Yeah, but is it not there in terms of like the bar that they've set? Or is it just not there in terms of the competition that they're facing? Is everyone just that much better than them, or is it?
I don't think so. I think their players, they are definitely skilled. I feel like maybe they don't have the best players in each role. Like if you're looking at the whole C region, you know. But I feel overall their players are not that far off, and they should be competing a lot better than what they're doing right now. And sometimes it's the little things, you know, like the communication. Maybe it takes some more time to iron out things like how they are talking to each other in the game, because the one thing that I remember most from the games last week is like the way they are doing the smokes. It's always very slow. Like it takes a long time for the team to coordinate that. Yeah. And I think that usually when you see that, it's mostly down to two possible reasons. Like the communication is not smooth, or players having multiple different ideas result in the smoke being slow.
Yeah, no, and it could also be like their adaptability in the current meta, like because of like the shift in the meta, like with all this team fight and whatnot. Like because C was very like individual based for a long time.
Yep.
And like with the mech and everything kind of going back into you know, the meta. Fights that they feel they should be winning, they don't, because they're behind, you know?
That's a fair point, because I think like ever since the genesis of like the Wraith Pact era, Southeast Asia has kind of been like, how do we play this kind of style now?
Yeah, no, for sure. They've never been the best region in like team play.
Yeah.
Like, sure, they have amazing team fights and whatnot, but it's because of individual skills here and there, you know, some crazy black hole or, you know.
Yeah. I think I've lost bell privileges, so Mike, if you could you bring us into the draft?
Let's go.
What? Oh my God, Troll Warlord.
Put it there.
All right, we got Alina and Rubik taken out by Bleed, Ember Spirit and Treant Protector taken out by Boom, and first phase Tiny.
What would Mushi be thinking right now? I think they would be eyeing this Pango.
Team fight hero. I feel like usually when you see like Tinies, you want to have a draft that's drafted around like so that you can stay together and don't get picked off. But this opening is rather peculiar. Tuss and Mirana, it's more like a pick off, maybe flex Tuss kind of idea here. And it's not, I would say it's not something that they usually do when they're on the second pick phase.
Could you see the stats for Tuss? Because I feel like the win
Southeast Asia or for
just Southeast Asia, because I feel the Tuss win rate is actually quite low.
Oh, you are anecdotally very correct. 11 picks, 27% win rate.
Yeah, so it's like, why not go for Clockwork, where I feel like has more success and can do more, and I
think it's the flex. It's because of the flex.
But would you rather have a 5 Tuss or a 5 Clock?
Yeah. Of course, I would rather have a clock.
But with the mid lane flex, you'll never see a clock go mid.
No, I know, but that's why I'm bringing the win rate into it, because it's like, why pick a losing hero?
But then I liked your original suggestion of Pango, because Pango has been picked 10 times, 60% win rate.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Like, and it's also kind of like a block pick for Bleed. You know, like you remove one of the coordinates, go to hero.
Wow, 8th pick Disruptor. I mean, I know they really like this hero, but 8th pick Disruptor in the first phase.
Well, I mean, like, what else did Dubu play besides Enchantress? You know, and I feel for teams, the systematic gameplay should come from the supports rather than, you know.
Yeah, but I'm looking at more of the angle of the draft strategy, because I always emphasize that when you're on first pick, the 8th pick is your strongest pick. You usually pick your win condition or like some hero that would dictate the whole strategy, and I wouldn't say Disruptor is a hero that would dictate the whole strategy. It's just something that they pick a lot and they like to use it. They're comfortable with it.
And but I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. But I think like also Bleed is learning from their was it their first game series where like they picked Jackie within the first 2 phases, and Jackie's usually their win condition, right?
But where would you do it then? If you're first pick, right, you're gonna get counted the next couple of picks. So where do you put Jackie's pick?
When you see more cores, like the more cores you see.
Yeah, but it doesn't guarantee. Okay, they're gonna pick one hero.
There's gonna be one core that's gonna counter his core, but you know, like as long as he gets like a favorite matchup in the offlane and something that can, you know.
So you save it probably for the last, even though it's not the overall last.
Because I don't see the value in saving Corden later on. And also you give Masteros, you know, Masteros has taken over games, right?
Yeah, he has a very wide hero pool.
Like Timbersaw, like we see him like go 0 deaths and Timbersaw.
Bounty Hunter.
Yeah. So I can see why they picked this. I probably would have preferred Pango, but Tiny Pango looks weird.
Yeah, I agree.
And you lose that flexibility of putting this tiny mid.
What's with the recent fall off of Nature's Prophet? I feel like I was seeing a lot of 8th pick Nature's Prophet, and today, nothing.
I mean, Scam played it.
Oh, that's true. Scam did.
Yeah, and he, you know, destroyed that game. I guess it really depends on the team and the player preference.
That's true. Jackie has not played it at all, and
doesn't seem like a Jackie hero. I'm sure he can play it, but just like again, if the heart's not there with the player, you can't bring it to like that 100%. Draw.
And Beastmaster.
Look at the bans here. They banned Beastmaster, Batrider, and Drow. Do you see anything like with these 3 bans? What they're trying to do here?
From Bleed's point of view, let's see. Batrider, I can see just because it's an overall, you know, strong pick. Disruptor doesn't really do anything in the versus a Bat.
But then it's the same for Beast, right? Because Disruptor doesn't do anything against Beastmaster offlane.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think they're just like banning. Well, we'll probably see, you know, like in the once they pick their 3rd and 4th pick.
Maybe it's just some melee core that would get abused, like a Monkey King. You don't want to get slapped around. Oh, they banned Slark.
I like these bans from Boom just because, you know, they're banning the win conditions for lead. So yeah, now this is gonna be either an offlane Tuss or position 5. Also could be position 4. Kunkka should definitely be going mid. I don't see him in either side lanes anymore, unless like Bleed picks Brood.
Which Masteros did play. Death Prophet shows up. Now, is this an offlane flex or is this mid lane?
I think its strongest lane is in the offlane. Like
it might be a reaction to the Kunkka, because DP is good against Kunkka in the lane. It might be that. I feel like DP is like overall still a very solid hero.
Yeah, teams have been ignoring.
They just ignore. Yeah, teams just ignore.
It's the first time I've seen DP play today. I mean, I think in all of DPC in Southeast Asia.
No, she was the last series. Jabs was.
Yeah, no, that's why. Like today.
Oh, today. Yeah. I sudden resurgence for her, but she looked fantastic in that previous series.
So now you probably pick the Corden hero, but then Corden could also be this tiny. They're debating.
I feel they should pick a hero that can be swapped off lane and mid lane.
That's already the DP, right?
Yeah.
So
DP plus. So you want to make sure the other hero can also be swapped around. Because if you don't do that, then you have to pick a carry here. And
I mean, that's why they're probably using more time, right? Because it's like they have to decide now. You don't want to be flex all the way to the.
Yeah, they have to show something.
To the last pick.
I think they should show the Jackie hero. Let Masteros or Corden figure things out amongst themselves with the last pick.
If they want to do that, yeah. Then,
good Jackie hero. What's there available now? Like what? I only see like maybe Lifestealer here.
Lifestealer seems good.
There's a Kunkka.
But then like you have 2 cores that are going to counter it if they pick it now.
I mean, if you want a neutral hero, it's like some Chaos Knight.
I think they're looking for a Masteros hero because he's been talking. So
it's easier. I feel it's easier if I pick the offlane hero, which can be swapped around with the DP, and then just see what the opponent picks first, then decide last what do I pick for Jackie.
Oh, okay.
Wow. TV right away.
So I can see why the Batrider gets banned.
Okay, yeah.
TV. Beastmaster, sure. Eventually you can chase him out of the lane. And then
they're banning the fast heroes, I think.
The Timber can also like kind of backfire for Boom because Timber can...
I'm saying that the Beastmaster and Drow might be because of the pace. They are banning the fast heroes because TB is slower, so you don't want the enemy to be taking over the
Isn't
map.
that slow though? It kind of goes well with the EXO, right? Like you have, like the cooldowns are kind of similar.
So you feel it's just maybe for the lane, the Beastmaster, because if you take Axe, you can push the TB out of the lane.
You're definitely correct with that.
So for now, for Boom, the core-to-core matchup against TB.
Morphling, but Morphling hasn't had much success. I think it's...
Is Arc Warden still a thing? Arc Warden is like a Natsumi hero, right?
Yeah, but do you want to go late game against like a TV EP? You know, and then you're gonna assume the Disruptor's gonna have Ags.
Yeah, but what other options do you have? You know, what do you have here against TB? Like, I feel like nothing much scales against him.
Nature's Prophet versus TB.
That's a good pick against TB. The Dispel on the illusions in the team fights.
Yeah. One of the laners that can do well against TB. And I'd actually prefer a toss position 4 here and then have the Mirana.
Post 5 with the carrier.
Yeah.
I mean, you feel the lane stronger with the toss, or you just...
Because it's a Disruptor 5, right? Like you can really bully this guy out of the
that
lane.
makes a lot of sense. With the Cinder Brew and Snowball.
And then every time like the meta's down, you know, he's not gonna have too much levels on the glimpse, and you can always snowball past the kinetic field.
Phantom Lancer taken out by Bleed.
Yeah,
Boom.
that's...
Ban out the puck.
I think that's probably the best carry besides Morphling to deal with a late game TB. And then there's obviously like Zeus, but Zeus, their lanes become really
if they
messy.
pick Zeus means what? Kanka is the carry? Probably not.
You don't want that. You don't want to break your draft just because of a favored matchup.
How's Faceless Void?
It doesn't also seem that good because you're playing against a DP, right?
2 silences actually.
Yeah, it's going to be rough, and you're just going to assume you're going to lose that lane against DP. Sure, you can survive it and probably not die, but then once you come to the mid game, it's going to be rough.
I feel like at this point they just have to see what the opponents pick and try to just counter, like maybe if it's a good Ursa game, and try to just win the lane and outpace the TB and that buffer. I feel like there's not many carries that are particularly good at this junction. It's more about the game that they are trying to play. You know, what kind of game are they building into? They have this Kanka plus Brewmaster, so it means that their team fight department's already there.
Yeah.
So it's more about how they want to play the game with the carry.
Okay, then I would say get a carry that can maybe take objectives, because so far Boom can't really push towers very well. They can win team fights, but what do they do after that?
Yeah.
You're talking about like some Lone Druid kind of hero? Or?
No.
We keep suggesting Lone Druid, and it never shows up, and I'm so sad, because there's so many times I'm like, this looks like a good Lone Druid game.
I'm just thinking, do they put the DP mid against the Kunkka? Or like, I mean, Pango still seems good for, it hasn't been removed. Like, okay, they heard me.
Which means that you're expecting a Corden hero to be this last pick for Bleed.
Yeah, I mean, if Pango was still open, I'd take that. But if Corden feels comfortable to play the DP, I think put DP mid and maybe pick a Masaros here that can...
Mars? I mean, line up with Mars, DP, and TB sounds solid.
He has Primal also, not much time.
Phoenix,
wow,
yeah,
Phoenix,
Masaros here.
Phoenix the core.
That's actually like pretty good. Like if he can have good egg placements, only like against 3 melee, it's pretty. It's like you already control the area, right? And then you have Sunray to back, support the DP going in.
This is a tough last pick for both.
It's a tough last pick.
Very, very tough.
You have so many boxes you need to check right now.
They don't have an egg hitter.
No.
What egg hitters are?
Probably Ursa. I can see like Ursa being the best, but it's still really rough because you need a lot. You obviously need to go Battle Fury to scale. You need BKB.
Just go Arc Warden. Seriously, just go Arc Warden.
I
think Arc Warden. I feel like the lineup can still have a chance of winning with Arc Warden.
Yeah, Arc Warden does. Now that I think about it, Arc Warden does look pretty good. High five.
High five. High five.
Oh, genius Winter.
I mean, he's an Arc Warden spammer, you know.
So now Boom just has to make sure they try to delay the game for this Arc Warden. They have to take fights when, Bleed's ready to go in and EXO, and hopefully they don't lose those fights, because if they do,
It's gonna be tough.
rough.
It's very tough, you know. I feel like it's a lot easier
But
to...
you have to take those fights.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to play the game if Bleed sign up. Way, way easier.
At least they've, at least they can take objectives now, because that was my main concern with what Boom had on the table to begin with. It was a lot of great team fight, which still they are excelling at.
It's funny because a lot of these big ultis, they all like kind of link up with one another.
Yeah,
like Blue Split, EXO. Obviously, boat's gonna be always up.
It's gonna be a very crazy.
Yeah.
Great. Well, I know that that's probably Avo and Seek's wheelhouse and what they're looking for, especially after they've done, I don't know, what's it, like 4 or 5 60-minute games?
There's a high potential this is gonna be a 70-minute game.
Oh my god.
Like if it's like head on, like, and they always get 50-50, yeah.
Why would you do this to them? We've only seen Arc Warden once before, though, and it did not look very good. So we'll see if this is a perhaps different change of pace for the hero. Avo and Seek, are you looking forward to?
I won't be able to make it home tonight. No, they just picked Arc Warden. No, I'm sorry.
Why are you calling your cat like that? It's so weird.
Why you gotta call me out?
Winter's not getting fed tonight.
No, he's not. I could make this panel go even longer. He really wants to eat some rice. It is cooling down with each passing minute.
Sorry, Tsunami. Winter's is Richie's cat. That's Winter too, actually. That's what we're doing.
Well, this one's not eating tonight either, especially if this game goes late. So we'll see how the game goes. It's all yours.
Thank you, Neil. Yeah, and thanks as well for blessing us, cursing us, blursing us with that 70-minute prediction.
I'm excited, though. I want a 60-minute game this time. I have some of my favorite heroes being picked. I think some of Arc Warden, of course, being my favorite. But I also have the Brewmaster, the world's hardest hero in the history of heroes.
World's hardest hero, quite famously.
I do think this hero is really strong right now. I'm in the Monkeys Forever train of this hero is very, very good. I like him a lot in the Terrorblade matchup. I think it's probably one of his best matchups in terms of carries. So I actually think this is one of the better drafts we've seen from Boom, with a very clear identity and style. The only concern I have, of course, Arc Warden is crap, but we'll see.
We'll see. A couple good lucks, so plenty of friendship between the two, which you'll love to see here ahead of our very first game, especially if they're about to be locking horns for 70 minutes here.
Yep.
It's good to see at least they're heading into it with some smiles. And I do think we have a chance to get there. I look at both teams, and I actually see quite a bit of comeback potential, some really good high ground on both sides, right? Bleed, of course, with the Tiny, can always threaten for tossbacks. They have Supernova and Glimpse as well, right? Which makes team fights really difficult, especially when you're trying to push up for an objective. Pushing high ground, of course, they can look to leverage that Tiny for the tossbacks as well, a bit aggressively, so maybe that's how they get into the game. But, given that Boom have an Arc Warden, the Rum buff, this lift, this constant lift from the Brewmaster, like, I really see a difficult siege for both teams. I think team fights are going to be really, really quite something special in this game.
I know, there's going to be an SCA game. I feel like, especially because there's so many small things that can completely turn a team fight around, like being able to finish off the egg, right, or not, or being able to, or catching people in the static storm, for example, would make a huge difference. Whether Tusk manages to get a snowball and kills a single support early or not, right, is these small things which is really just going to be by a hair, right, that the team fights will be determined. So I am particularly very excited about this game. I didn't think I would be, I'll be honest with you. I had low expectations for Boom in this game. I think they're doing pretty poorly in the season. I think Bleed is one of the stronger teams as well. But I think this draft is very promising for them. I also like that they're back to their comfort. I think FBZ Brewmaster is incredible. Obviously, Yopaj is classic Kunkka. Like, we're on some really good heroes for Boom, and this is the thing a team needs to do if they want to come back into the season.
Yeah, very true. I think what I also like about both drafts, Boom's, yes, still very true, but also if you look at Bleeds, they also have someone that does the same, which is kind of force objectives, right? You have something that is very clearly going to be go time. For Boom Esports, it's whenever the Brewmaster pops his ulti. It's go time. You're here to fight. It's up to Bleed to respond. Bleed have the same thing, though, right, in this Death Prophet. You force the Exo, we're going for a structure. We're committing to this fight. Both teams very much have this like very clear fight condition. So I'm really eager to see the shot calling from both sides as far as the macro gameplay and like balancing their strengths compared to what enemies have already committed in these fights.
Right.
That to me is actually one of my favorite parts about watching competitive Tier 1 Dota. It's trying to very clearly see when teams feel like they have the advantage and when they should get the hell out of there.
Right. I actually think that's a very good point. I think the amount of commitment that you mentioned is huge, actually. The only thing I imagine being a non-committal play, quote-unquote, is like the X into arrow, for example, for early pickoffs, and on the other side, the tiny tossback. Yeah. Besides that, you are going in and you're staying in.
Yeah, very true. I mean, you look at other heroes, right? Kunkka Boat, in the early game, is certainly a pretty heavy commitment. Kunkka's not going to be super confident fighting without that.
Yes.
Obviously, the ultis on the supports, the big one being, I would say, Metamorphosis on the TB is a big committal to these team fights. So, yeah, it's stuff I'm really excited to see here. This quote-unquote new Arc Warden, not that new, right? But his change that highly incentivizes you to fight with your Tempest double, given he loses half of his damage if you're not next to him, also excites me, right? Because that's also quite a bit of a commitment if you don't have the clone or if it's been sniped. So, yeah, it should be really fun to watch. Masaros able to escape here, that little spark wraith.
But X-Nova on the top lane could still be in trouble. He snowballs back to the creep wave. Nice job, X-Nova. But look at Masaros, he's committing for this. He sends a Fire Spirit forward, but the spark wraith will deter this aggression as Playhard gets hit instead, tanking it for his Phoenix friend.
I really like this Phoenix into Tusk, by the way. As of course, because What?
So why do you like the Phoenix to Tusk?
Well, hold on. I think Playhard is actually in a little bit of trouble. They are using at least all that physical damage and the tag team to really get through these low armor heroes, and they will do so successfully for first blood into the pockets, into the coffers of Natsumi. Of course, with both of these heroes being strength heroes, fairly tanky in the early game, and pretty decent brawlers, the biggest weakness, right, for these two is harass damage, physical harass damage in lane. 0 armor on the Tiny, 1 armor right now on the Phoenix. So this tag team is going to be doing a lot of work. However, you know, you start maxing your Fire Spirits, which you want to do anyway on Phoenix these days, is going to at least relieve a little bit of that impending damage. So I really like the Phoenix for that reason here.
Yeah, I like that idea as well. I'm also interested in how he's going to scale this game, right? I feel as an off-lane Phoenix, you have many more options. We've seen those like Shios pickups later on in the game. We've even seen like the Ags, which I think off-lane Phoenix can actually build.
Yeah.
A little more commonly, and that could also make for some very exciting 60-minute matches, which again, I think is going to be the case here.
If I'm not mistaken, we've seen a couple of core Phoenix games so far. I believe we've even casted one.
I think it's mostly Masaros who's playing.
It could be. It could be. My memory fails me at the moment, but I know for a fact that whoever was playing the Phoenix was always pretty keen on picking up that Scythe of Vice. Tends to be an earlier pickup.
True, that's a very good point. Yeah.
And so that can be really strong, of course, against heroes like this Beastmaster, even against heroes like the Zephyr Marana, right? When you are looking for these arrow combos to really, you know, seal the deal and extend the stun durations on some of these annoying heroes. So, you know, I think we'll probably end up seeing that as far as the item build, as Dubu is going to be able to evade death for now.
Yeah, Zephyr might actually be in trouble himself, but there's no Metamorphosis, so Jackie cannot commit to this kill. Interesting build by FBZ, by the way. Notice that he's maxing the Thunderclap over the Cinder Brew. And usually when you max the Thunderclap, the issue with this is that it's more mana intensive for the damage you deal.
Right.
So I'm interested if that's gonna... If the choice of that is just because it's more immediate damage, which is certainly more useful against Death Prophet, or if he thinks it's going to be a better lane, because it is better for last hitting as well.
Yeah, it probably is. I think it's a little bit of both, right? Top lane.
Yeah, we're going to lose the Tusk immediately. X-Nova, it's the effect you were talking about. You've put the Spirits, tag team is no longer impactful. It's only Natsumi that's really dealing with damage then.
Yeah, that's true. And again, this early magic damage ain't really much to write home about against these two very, very tanky strength heroes. Phoenix, especially in a core role, right, with that extra little bit of bonus strength, has got a pretty decent strengthening, 3.6 per level. He usually just kind of dies quickly, of course, because you always want to lock down this hero, and he has very little armor. But when he's just tanking magic damage, it's like he's purpose-made for this. So yeah, and mid lane, right, the only lane we haven't talked about, you brought up the DP in passing, I've brought them up both in passing. It's because this lane is actually quite boring to watch.
Yes.
Decent body blocks from Corden, but it really shouldn't result in too much other than just a bit of harass back and forth here.
Oh, in the top lane, though, Natsumi could be in trouble. Natsumi is being burnt to a crisp here. The Arc Warden will barely live, 50 HP on him. And they give him a salve as well. Oh, he's like Tusky. He should have given you Tango. This is more efficient now. Have you read the... Anyway.
He'll get another Tango in just a bit. Yeah, they wanted that Arc Warden extra crispy, but did not come through there, unfortunately.
I'm glad you mentioned, by the way, the mid lane matchup, because every time I see the DP Kunkka or something like this, right, it reminds me a lot of back in the day when... Oh,
hold on. There's some heroes here to gank.
Back in the day when Yopaj was still alive. Now, unfortunately, he's dead. Nice trick with it. X marks the spot.
Good effort.
He's going to die regardless.
Very
That's
good
cool,
effort.
though.
Yeah, I can respect that.
Yeah, but for those old Dota players, right, there was, remember the days when mid was mostly like Quaps and Pucks and all these like super flashy heroes. And then occasionally you would get this Chinese mid laner called Super who would just pick the DP mid and not care.
Oh, Xnova. He's got shards and snowball here. Good shards.
Oh, not good enough.
No, he's trapped himself. He's actually committed both tangos to try and evade death. There are no more fire spirits, so Playhard's just giving chase. And the speed difference, I think he's going to be okay.
I mean, you could commit the Icarus Dive plus Spirits. He has both, but there's no need to play that aggressively. I heard an X as well mid. But Yopash didn't want to use the boat. He's going to have it, actually.
Lots to do about nothing. I think the thing that kind of sucks for Xnova there, he's just really relying on this one Mango now. It's about all the regen he has, so not too sure what he's going to be looking to do in this lane. They also have a ward underneath him. Playhard now recognizes that Xnova's got a ward on him now, so this is a little awkward. So at least Xnova won't be died anytime soon with his ward he placed out. Continuing to cover Natsumi, and that's real important here. Especially because they're going, by the way, for a double hand of Midas here on the two boom cores. What about thought? Because they are now making a play onto Natsume.
Yes, Masaru's leading, but now Playhard together with Corden with the haste rune. That's going to be an easy kill on Natsume, who doesn't have the resistance to tank this. However, he does get a kill on Masaru's at least. Little counter kill, and does buy the Midas before he dies, which is pretty major.
That is pretty big. However, Corden also got the last hit on the Tempest double, so it's another 100 gold and a little bit of more experience in his pocket off at that gank. It's not really as much as a double kill, not anywhere close even, but
it's pretty big.
It's nice, especially because the nice part, yeah, you can see 180 gold, right? The nice part about that especially is that, you know, sometimes you kill the Arc Warden, but his clone lives, and it just like, he pisses off into the jungle and farms a little bit, and he still gets that little bit of efficiency, right? Yeah. He gets nothing here. That's the biggest deal.
No, I agree with you, and I guess the concern as well with the play here is that Corden is usually a very ganking up mid laner as well, so giving them an extra 100 gold for someone who doesn't farm.
Very good point. Didn't really expect that on the DP, especially without the Exo, but he makes it work. Mid lane, they are sparring a bit here. First boat being called on a Dubu.
Dubu gets hit by the boat, now the arrow as well. They stack the stuns a little bit, but it's fine. Unfortunately, they don't have the damage though, which was what they're really lacking. As Yopash activates the regen rune, and maybe he tries to gank top. He needs to create some space for the Dark Warden.
Dubu's coming though. Dubu's gonna sniff this one out. He has no HP, however, very limited mana.
Oh, Yopash is farming instead. Corden, he stayed in this top lane. Remember the Fluxes now, they still deal damage even if you're near creeps, but they don't slow.
Toss back.
They're gonna try with Playhard. Corden still using the Spirit Siphon on Natsumi. The Snowball, they're saving from a little bit of damage as Yopash joins as well. Zephyr gets glimpsed back, but Natsumi's already dead. And Zephyr, oh, he didn't get glimpsed back. That was the X that saved him, actually.
Yeah, really good play there. Corden's still going to get that kill.
It was the Kunkka, sorry.
Yeah, I think it was the Kunkka. So
yes,
good selection there by Dubu. That's all he really needed to do in that fight, and pretty much aced it there. It's another death on the Arc Warden, and maybe even his tower going down. Yeah, you're totally right about Corden really wanting to be a team player. Right? We saw that in the interview, as he calls it Zoomer Dota. Xnova experiencing a bit of that himself now.
Yeah, if you like the 1v9, you're still a boomer, is what he said specifically.
Yeah. As he is going to go on to Dubu to try and live here. Cryptswarm just swings wide. There's a glimpse that'll kill him here. Dubu just trying to be a really good support, giving vision for his ally. Absolute Giga Chad support move, by the way. I can kill you any second. I'm just letting my core do it.
Yeah. But you know, actually, it was cut from the interview, but Corden right afterwards, he wanted to check my ID and my age. I don't know why. He kept trying to take my wallet to check my ID.
Yeah, I think that's what he wanted to do.
Yes. And he finally realized that I was halfway between Boomer and Zoomer.
Yep.
And so I play 1v5 Dota as opposed to 1v9.
That's the most copium thing I've ever heard from 26-year-olds.
I am not old, Richie. I was 26 just recently. I'll have you know.
In any case, what I wanted to get back to on Corden was, you know, the fact that I said earlier, right, he's playing this hero that can definitely force objectives early around the Exo. The fact that he's doing so so actively on a DP, you know, it really, I think he's going to make this hero kind of shine a bit more than I think some other mid laners could. Yep. I really like the way that he's playing around both of his supports. Phoenix, in the meantime, is looking to farm up his first item here in the middle lane for Masaros. I feel like Boom, you know, especially since they are going for this double hand of Midas build, triple if you want to count it on the Spark or on the Tempest double, but double, right?
Double.
FBZ is still building up his. It's a bit slower.
Yeah, it is wild that FBZ is going for this, by the way. Usually the Brewmasters these days, they go for like much faster items. Like we've seen Brewmasters go for pipes, for example. Vlad's is very common these days, obviously into the Wraith Pact.
Right.
The Vessel's usually a great upgrade, especially for this kind of game.
I've even seen Ag Scepters, you know, for the drinking companion. I really like that.
That's incredible. The Accept is really good too. But usually that's one item, like Vessel, Vlad's, Pipe, or Hood sometimes, it's immediate, right? And the fact that you go for Midas is very courageous by FPC.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he heard our panel kind of say this is going to be another 70-minute game, and he went, oh boy, I want to scale.
I definitely think that's the case, because Brew, he actually farms quite quickly. He did end up maxing the Cinder Brew, as you can see here, so he does farm quite quickly, but the Midas helps him get farm in the map while he's ganking, which is something he's going to have to do a lot.
Right now, though, oh, hold on. Actually, they're going to look to go top lane. They actually save Xnova here with the Moonlight Shadow, but Boom are bringing in a couple of reinforcements. Okay. Let's see if he makes the run all the way up here. Bleed are going to know there's trouble coming, pardon me, and they're actually going to camp underneath a couple of sentries that they have here.
Yeah, Yopaj is trying to match the tempo that Corden has, but Corden is just straight up an offlaner now, so it's really hard to do that. This is really enabling Masaros as well, who we've talked about before, likes to play these win condition heroes. I wouldn't put Phoenix in that category, but it's certainly his style to like to farm, actually be relevant to the late game.
I wanted to talk a little bit about the farm here, as Corden's going to pick up a DD rune. They might actually be spurred into some action here, but you can see both teams actually really racing towards that first little power spike, and then we're going to see a game. I've seen a couple of stacks. I'd be curious who stacks the most here, given you've got a Kunkka, you have a TB. Like, I wonder what those stats are looking like right now. For now, though, it's Bleed who definitely feel a bit stronger. If they may even contest a bit here. They're going to go into the triangle. They're going to find Natsumi.
They are going to find Natsumi.
There's a Yules on court.
They have kinetic field still, and they trap him in it. Natsumi's dead.
Wow, easy.
Yes,
really easy kill.
Yopaj is nearby. Masaro's a little bit crazy. He goes directly for Xnova. Yulsifter should set up for something here. It's going to be the Silence or the Avalanche instead. As the bow tries to protect Xnova, it will hit Corden, as the arrow does as well. Cinderbrew on top, Aesthetic Storm to cover his retreat. Nice. Corden's not dying here, but he's not activating his exorcism either. He activated the magic wand first, just trying to save himself best he can. Unfortunately, the Tidebringer will finish him off. And they even catch Playhard with the X marks the spot. This is the first use of the split, and it worked wonders. As FBZ catches one last hero, it's going to be Dubu, triggers the Cinderbrew, and that's going to be two supports and a core dead. Boom, finally retaliates.
Yeah, and a really good call for them to take that fight there. I think if Bleed want to make that move, they really have to bring Jackie, and they have to have this Phoenix in a good position to use that Supernova. The fact that he Icarus dives so aggressively is actually kind of what spells disaster for Bleed in that fight. You know, he goes in a little bit awkwardly. They actually kind of end up initiating on Masaros, or sorry, make that onto Corden. As a result, he doesn't get his ulti off. Like, you know, these small little things, like I'm saying, really end up making a big difference in these team fights here. One thing I do want to bring up real quick is that because of the way that Supernova counts as a ward unit, I don't believe any of the Bruling's auto attacks count against Supernova.
No, they don't.
So
they don't.
It is really good, but Tempest Double does.
Exactly, I was about to mention that. Yeah. But yeah, that's why it's one of the bigger counters to the Brewmaster in general, right? And that's why it sucks. But, you know, he could always go for the 80 attack speed talent.
He could. And look at this, actually. The first time the CPC tour, the Brewmaster picks up his Hand of Midas. He is going to be going
it's not a common build. It really isn't.
Yeah, we used to see it a lot before.
Yes.
But
before, Brew was a late game monster with Ags Refresher.
Well, it was, yes. It was with the old Ag Scepter that gave you 2 splits, and then you'd get Refresher, and you would just, anytime you heard an enemy hero sneeze, you would just use Split, and it was impossible to fight into you.
And then you split and split and split and split.
Yeah, that was some good stuff right there. That was a vintage Brewmaster patch.
Yeah, it really was.
Good vintage. Fortunately, that is well beyond us. I like this new Axe a lot better. A lot more skill focused, more balance as well. But I do think it suits the hero a lot better too.
Yes, I really like it personally. Yes, I agree. The only thing that's difficult is the control groups with Brewmaster actually with this new Axe.
Yeah, fair enough.
Because you now need an all control group for Brewmaster at all times. Before it used to be the Earth Ruling. Because now you summon the Earth Ruling and Brewmaster too. I like this combo. The arrow will trigger the Cinder Brew, or it should have. There we go. Play hard will get hit by the Torrent. Play hard should die. Yeah. They really did try to heal him with a Sunray.
It's really good poke, actually, from Boom here. And yes. I think that's something that I haven't really expected. When I was explaining high ground, I didn't really think it out like that. But you have maxed Ice Shards, you know, Arrow, X, all the setup you need for that. Toss some beer in his eyes, right? In addition with these spark rates and fluxes. Like, if you get caught here, you know, I think that's going to be the warning bells for Bleed to start getting some Force Staffs online to help out their allies. And even then, that isn't not a great, pardon me, it's not a feel-good item versus Kunkka's X, is it, always?
Do you think that's what happens when the Cinderbrew's ignited? It's like in your eyes and it's on fire?
Oh, that's what he says. He says beer in your eyes.
Yeah, but then with the fire?
It must be.
That sounds...
It must be. You know what we need? Ice Rock, bring back fire damage.
No, please don't. You know what I'd be interested in, though, is why does he use beer, not like some higher alcoholic thing? It clearly takes a while to burn.
Actually, that's true, because you can only ignite things that are higher than, 50 proof.
So Brew has his own keg of beer that he makes in his toilet. That's 50 proof.
I mean, the thing is that really wouldn't be beer because you have to really listen. I know way too much about this, but you would have to really mess with like the volume, or sorry, the pressure.
No, but he calls it
and
beer.
the temperature.
He's like this old man that lives in a village, and you go and it's like, you want to try my beer, son?
That's very true. Yeah, and it makes you blind, quite literally. There it is, full circle. Beer in your eyes, you go blind.
There you go. Play Hard has been hit by the by the Tidebringer first. Now the Cinder Brew's triggered by the Spark Race. Now the X marks the spot, and they have a Torrent combo plus Ghost Ship. They don't even need the Ghost Ship in the end, as now they use the Torrent for Dubu instead. He got hit by the Cinder Brew too. And thanks to the extra attack speed, Dubu is also going to fall. Boom! They're coming into their own. They're looking good, Richie.
Yeah, they're fighting with this Kunkka BKB, right? Which is why Bleed are so hesitant to counter-initiate. They know, like, if there's a static storm or whatever, he just doesn't care. He just BKBs. He's got Arcane Rune. He's just begging for you to throw ultis at him. Because he's not going to care. He doesn't care, man.
And Brew's in a similar position right now where he is tanky enough with his passive in the Cinder Brew that is very difficult to bring him down early, so he probably doesn't die in a single static storm unless you commit everything to him, and then Arc Warden's free to hit you and Spark Wraith you to death.
And I have to say, I'm not the biggest fan of this playstyle that Jackie's kind of showing us here on this TB. I really like the more active, you know, help me out here. Who are some of the best South American?
RDO.
Thank you. That's who I was thinking of.
He was on our panel.
Yes.
RDO, Costabile, I think those are the two guys that are like TB specialists.
And the thing that they really showed me that was possible on the TB, and then, you know, let's give him Jackie a little bit of credit. That was a really phenomenal TB patch. He's not as stellar anymore these days. But the thing I really liked is he would show up and fight basically almost any time he had Metamorphosis, right?
Yep.
And I do think Bleed need a little bit of that extra firepower here in this next couple of fights, while Yopaj is still as strong as he is with BKB.
Okay, just goes for it. Throws a stone at the Phoenix. Only one bird, one stone this time, but they will catch the actual real stone on Play Hard. Sunray not going to help him enough. They even Ghost Ship. Can they actually combine this properly? Ooh, that was a good Yules. Corden showing his his youth there with his reflexes. Corden, though, will be stopped now.
Here he is.
With a Thunderclap. He's quite slow. FBZ could be in trouble. FBZ's going back in because he's been forced to due to that glimpse from Dubu. And unfortunately, Boom will be losing their offlaner, only taking Play Hard down in return. They did force a lot of things on cooldown.
Yeah, but Bleed can, exactly, convert this into a Roche. They feel pretty strong right now. They still have Supernova.
Oh, they also have... Apparently, we have the Tempest double activated. Gleipnir as well. Double Gleipnir, but Dubu barely survives. A little more chip damage. Natsumi's trying to send the clone, and it's going to be Yopaj who kills him off with the Tidebringer. As Natsumi is fronting with that clone. They force a really defensive Supernova, now capable of retreating. Going back in, Play Hard to target. They're trying to get vision for the X marks the spot, but he's not quite in range. Boom, however. Bro, you like the second you are a little bit out of position, they punish you.
Yeah,
this Boom is looking good, Richie.
That was a meaty Gleipnir reveal from Natsumi, wasn't it? I mean, that completely... Jackie was not ready for that whatsoever. I completely supported the move for Bleed to try and turn that immediately, you know, and pivot into the Roche. They realized we're not really catching anyone else out from this fight. We need to force another objective. Agreed. Tier 2 mid's way too far away. Roche is the next big thing. But Boom, they were just showing up, packing some serious heat there. Really well done. And I think Bleed...
Ooh! That is not a it's this own team. It's okay. It's
Wait, did you see he moved?
Yes, he didn't move.
He did move.
He did move.
He moved so fast, he still left his fire back there.
Interesting.
What the heck was that?
Now we know that Phoenix has two layers, bird and fire.
Yeah. That was wild.
Anyway, I mean, Boom was looking good. I like this build as well from Natsumi. I think he went for a really earlier build, no travel early with the Maelstrom. Screw farming, just fighting.
Yep.
Gleipnir is huge as well because the damage from Gleipnir, not only the passive but also the active, it doesn't get affected by the 50% damage reduction. So you can actually use Gleipnir to push creep waves really effectively as well.
I wonder what Natsumi's preferred build on this Arc Warden hero is. Like, if he had a more comfortable game, if he was maybe playing mid, would we see more Wraith bans? Would we have skipped the Midas, gone straight from Maelstrom Gleipnir?
No, I think this is actually the optimal build.
Okay, you think?
I think this is the optimal build, yeah.
I was just...
maybe you go... Yeah, now he's going Butch Travel, right?
Right.
I think this is the best build you can get on Arc Warden.
It's been a while since I've seen Thompson spam this hero mid, or since I've been able to catch one of his streams, but he always has very strong feelings about the correct build on Arc Warden.
Yes.
So I'm wondering, you know, and sometimes I see that trickle down. Nice little tumbler's toy out of the shards. Uh-oh.
Gleipnir again. Spark Wraith is only the clone, though, so the damage is a little bit reduced if he attacks him. And in fact, we have Icarus Dive, it's fine.
Yeah. But of course, the damage is not reduced on his abilities or his, especially items, right?
Yes.
Which is why you see the Gleipnir build being so popular these days.
Exactly. I don't think he's going to get Ags this game, though. You already have enough damage in the rest of your cores.
And I think Ags got kind of heavily over-nerfed.
Yeah,
because people were getting Fountain Farm for 8 years in pubs, so...
I mean, it's crazy. That's how they decide. Arcor did not pick in competitive. They're like, let's nerf him one more time.
Yeah, I mean, I think you only need to lose this hero a couple times and for you to want to nerf him.
Yes,
in very capable hands, this guy really does not pull any punches. He can really mess you up.
Well, the solution is get good.
Yeah, and the solution for now, actually, for Bleed needs to be BKBs.
Oh, Jackie's get BKB.
Yes, he's got his online now, which is basically the equivalent of Get Good. I promise you guys, if you're a core player, start buying BKB, instant plus 1,000 MMR.
FPZ, he's going to break the smoke now.
Yeah, he is. The only thing he's got to be careful for here is a static storm that would silence him. They can probably burst him in time.
Yes, he did swap to the Drunken Brawler's strength or the Earth just in case. They actually caught the poor Tiny. Playhard might just die in the middle of his own static storm. Walrus Punch. Oh, they even forced the Exorcism from Corden.
Yeah.
And they finish off Playhard first, and they now go for Corden next. But Playhard is quite tanky. Finally, the Ice Shards to kill him. As Corden leads the fray now, starts the Yo Scepter. He knows, he's quite confident. They glimpse back, who is it? Is X-Nova into the kinetic field. But a really nice Torrent catches 2, resets the fight. Yo Scepter used on the Mirana, who's now trying to run away with the leaps. Zephyr will be hit by one last hit from the TB, and that's going to be enough. As FPZ sets up more Cinder Brew, slowing everyone down.
There's still a boat. There's still a boat in double
There
blade
is,
here.
and Jackie got hit, but that's the BKB to prevent the X versus the spot. The Snowball still will hit Corden. Do we have a Walrus Punch? We do not. Corden, he's going to go back in. Natsumi is actually going to add to the Sunder instead. Natsumi has the clone trying to kill Du, but doesn't deal enough damage as FPZ is being slowed by, just hit by the Sunray. That was a final kill on Dubu. But not a good fight for Boom Esports.
Not a good fight, but really, really fun one. You can see just how many things that these guys are considering in every single fight. They see one thing come out, and all of a sudden they're all guns blazing. We're charging in. The BKB comes out. Boom, are like, let's get the hell out of here. I mean, it's really, really this is my favorite part of Pro Dota. I would really like to see a replay of that if we can, just because you can see when exactly Boom decides to change gears and try and get out. Jackie really, really nice and patient there. Great Sunder. He could trust his 9-second BKB. He could trust the Supernova at his back to make sure that he was going to be unhindered in finding the right kind of Sunder there onto the Arc Warden. That was really nice.
It's also the small things, right? Like the fact that Playhard survived as long as he did, and they forced one last bit of Ice Shards towards him, and the Kunkka BKB.
And even towards the start of that, right? They forced FBZ to ulti really early in the fight.
True.
He knows he's going to be glimpsed back into Static Storm. All these tiny little things.
The X could not find the TB, and I mean, fine, you lose Dubu, but who cares? You just saved your TV's life. Great wardings. Oh, great 6th Sense. Never mind. I thought Dubu had actually managed to put a ward up there, but it's just a 6th Sense.
This is slightly sketched from Boom. They're going to try and take this Roche, but there's 17 seconds left until this Phoenix has Supernova. Dubu can buy back. They have BKB, Sunder, but no meta. Okay, it's not that sus. Boom should be able to take this.
Yeah, they should. They don't want to fight without meta. Tag team is also very useful, especially with Brewmaster, because we crit off attack team damage, even if it's only level 1, which is
I would say, it does take Boom a while, right, to finish this off.
Yes.
Hence my initial concern, but the cooldown's just a little bit too long right now over on the side of Bleed.
He sees an illusion, he's like, all right, guys, I'm pretty sure they're at Roche. Why is this illusion here otherwise?
It's just not something they can look to contest at this stage. No. Masaros is going to have to deviate. Oh, hold on, actually. He might be dead? There's a blink on Natsumi. They weren't expecting that.
Yeah, there's potential Supernova. Use it in the low ground here. Plus the Static Storm. Caught the Brewmaster here. Masaros is dead. But so might be FBZ. Can he split in time? He's trying to use Magic Stick. He doesn't get the chance. Instead, Corden finishes him off as Dubu, almost like to the clone. But Bleed actually manages to trade evenly here.
Yeah, not bad. Really curious call, by the way, here from Masaros, who I know is a Phoenix spammer, so I'm really trying to wonder why he did this. He's level 12, right? Normally, of course, as most Dota players know, that's when you can put your second point in the ultimate. He's chosen not to do that here in favor of, I assume, for level 2 and Icarus Dive. It's only 2 extra hits, so I don't think it necessarily saves him there, but the mana cost is the same. So, I don't know. Oh, the mana cost is a little bit bigger, to be fair. So maybe that's the consideration that he has.
He went for Yules, right? Which is a pretty good mana.
That's a good point. Yeah, no, I don't. It's curious. I wonder what his thought process behind it is.
I am interested too, because I would say that it's just a. I mean, if you're going to use it, right? If you're planning on not using Supernova at all, which is the case in some Phoenix games,
sure.
Like against Snapfire, for example, sure. I guess this might be a pretty bad Supernova game too.
Yeah, and maybe that's what he's thinking. He prioritizes the move speed slow, the dive length, and of course that damage increase on Icarus Dive. It is pretty crazy. 15 to 35 is a really big increase for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am also quite fascinated, though. I would like to ask him in the post-game interview if he gets a chance to talk.
Oh, if they win right now, that's not, and it's not looking impossible for Bleed by any means, but certainly I would say a bit behind the 8 ball here, especially while Boom do conserve this Aegis on the side of, in the hands of Yopaj. He's actually got a full AC now online, so a little bit more survivability for the Arc Warden when he's in range of that.
I think if Boom start winning all their games now, it would be the most classic SCA thing ever. Where like at first there's a clear winner in the DPC and a clear loser, and then all of a sudden everything changes because one team just wakes up.
Right.
It'd be very, very fun. Everyone ends up 4-3, which is a classic CDPC move.
I think there's still time for that to happen, and for everyone to turn out 4-3, that would make for a very fun bonus Monday.
Yeah, will we have multiple days then?
Who knows?
When Valve writes the rules, they're like, oh, I forgot C exists. Oh, C and SA, and always the two regions that screw
We're
them
going to
over.
be stuck in the limbo eternal tiebreakers.
They found Play Hard once again, which seems to be the first target. This is, by the way, the best catch Bleed has for like individual targets, so it's important to finish him off early.
He's having just about an impossible game, isn't he? Feels real bad to be him. I mean, again, all the poke in the world out from Boom Esports, and it just really, really facilitates getting these easy, low commitment, and very low risk kills every time and time again. I really like Boom's idea with this kind of lineup. I think the fact that Bleed does have so much high commitment team fight makes it really difficult for them to just like be like, no, don't kill my support, you know? Because if you're going to do that, if you're going to force them to back away from killing what has been Play Hard this entire time, you're going to have to commit a bit of big ability. And then you're going to be at a disadvantage when Boom simply just walk away and then counter-initiate, you know? So I really, really like this idea from Boom. Rainbow TP's top lane.
Interesting. Oh, they're going to go for Corden. Let's see if Dubu can surprise them. He is going to get rid of the Tusk only for now. Corden trying to complete the TP, but there is the Cyclone here, and they actually dispel it in time for the arrow. What a play by FPC.
Yeah.
He was dead regardless, but that was very impressive.
Nice job there. The jump in a little bit too overwhelming there for Bleed. It's going to be a death now. Only the second here for Corden, but despite having a phenomenal early game, he is really struggling. I think as soon as these BKBs fell out, Dubu, even having max kinetic field here after the glimpse, they're really struggling to, you know, have enough catch, have enough lockdown for this team fight to really come together. I think it'll get a bit easier. Jackie has finished up his Eye of Scotty, so that debuff is really nice versus all these heroes, especially versus the Arc Warden if you can debuff him the once. You know, reducing his attack speed as well as his move speed, maybe more importantly in some matchups. You know, it's going to make the team fight and the control a bit easier. So I think Bleed still not without options here, but it's still very oppressive trying to fight into this Aegis. And now DD rune that's online for Yopaj.
It's also you're fighting into, even if Jackie is strong, you're still fighting into this promo Cyclone, or at least 4 seconds of Cyclone.
Right,
activate BKB
because the Ag is up now, right, from FPZ.
Exactly.
Point.
They're going to find a Disruptor, but he has a 4-step, so he's fine. Ice Shards no longer kill him. The Illusions now find Jackie a little bit scary, as we see the DD activated by Yopaj, starts to try to finish off this tower.
Okay, and this is where the Midas feels really good, right? Boom, FBZ especially is just getting item after item now. He's got his Ag Scepter, he has only the casual urn, right? But now the Blink Dagger already on his way. He's even holding on to this darn Philly Stone, man. These poor supports, it's nothing for them. He's eating good.
Yeah,
he's sure eating good, though.
I don't know about the Philly Stone, to be honest, but I guess he's been doing something really cool that the best Brewmasters do, which is summoning the Fire Brew, which is by far the weakest one in the Ags, but doing that to farm, because it triggers Cinder Brew and it clears waves like that.
I see.
It allows you to farm from Fog as well. Mind you, if you're a good Brewmaster player, you know, but a lot of these pro players are trying out the hero, haven't experimented fully with it yet.
And you can see that he's switched now to the Earth Panda, which does come with Demolish, right? 180 bonus damage. You can see that really, really, well, demolishing the tier 2 tower. And now you've got some pretty serious push to contend with. What was the TI4 had the strat, right? Alacrity on the...
No, this was post TI6 Wings. Wings came up with the stat. It was the Alacrity onto the Earth Ruling. You can still use Solar Crest, for example. So you can actually still do those kind of shenanigans with the Earth Ruling. And it's much more consistent now because you don't require an ultimate to do it.
Yeah, but I think if you really want to go all out for that, just pick Lone Druid.
Yes, I agree.
You can give him a lag, you can give him everything.
I think it's much better. Actually, I think Zoomers did that a lot.
They did. They did. And they would do that with, you're right, actually, good point. I saw them doing that with the Visage as well. And they would have this like Omega push draft that would like nothing could hold back pretty much. They would be like at your high ground at 20 minutes.
It was Marcy Visage and then
that's right.
Invoker Lone Druid.
Yep, that was pretty bonkers. That was a cute strat from them.
It was cute. I like when Gunnar comes up with things. He's like, what is, oh.
Okay.
MKB now for the Terrorblade, finally a way to deal with the bubble. Maybe now you can actually kill the Arc Warden.
Yeah, he's got some pretty serious items. Kaya and Sanj, and I think the big one, is, especially for Corden, is going to be this full BKB. Great pickoff too. Oh!
Very good.
Zephyr even popped BKB there. I didn't even know you had a BKB.
Yeah, me neither, but didn't save him. As they can limb spec the Kunkka. Will he BKB? Oh, he tries to be cheeky with the X-Mark spot combo.
Nice
and FBZ is saving him. That BKB still off cooldown for Yopaj. They actually yields the Bruling. If you kill it, 60-second cooldown on the ability.
Yeah, 80 I think, even a bit longer.
No, it's 60.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, 70.
We're both right.
Close enough. Yeah.
We average to be right. On average, we're generally right, which I think is very...
It's pretty good. It's more than most casters, right? Because we're all 2K.
Who knows?
If you go above it, they don't hire you for DPC anymore.
Yopaj, he's got himself now half of Kunkka's Water Park ready to be open. He's got this Torrent Storm.
Okay, it's just a clone now doing stuff. As Brewmaster is crazy. Yopaj leading us well with him. Play hard is once again the target. They'll close him with the Ice Shards. Beautiful Ice Shards by X-Nova.
Okay.
And they go for more. Yes, Natsumi with a Blink Dagger is capable of catching Masaros and Jackie. He's trying to force the egg here for Masaros. They dispel the Cyclone immediately, and Masaros is down as FPZ chase after Jackie. This is the promo split, so there is no distance that he can't cover. They do have a ward. They're cycling the TB. Are they going to buy back to defend Jackie, or are they going to accept Jackie's death here? It seems like they're going to accept that Jackie's going to die. Or not. Static Storm. That is a Sunder onto X-Nova. Just okay, but it does keep Jackie alive as Natsumi continues with his clone. He has played there for 4 more seconds. Finds Dubu instead. Dubu seems like an easier target. He blinks over. They found the TV. Jackie's gonna die to the ghost ship. The water park's been activated too as the Claymere stops Masaros. Icarus dive. He gets hit by Torrent. He's forced to Supernova. So they have the attack speed. Zephyr commits the BKB for this. And the egg has been scrambled. Yopaj's brains, though, are also about to be scrambled as there's too many ghosts trying to eat him up. He will fall. Corden in the BKB, though, about to end. FPC still alive. We have the Arc Warden to deal with, and there's nobody with enough damage to kill Natsumi. Nerf me now, says Natsumi, as Boom Esports takes one more fight.
And I think that's going to be the game-defining fight here, to be honest, in this matchup. Boom and Bleed, I think this one's all but over here. I think the push is going to be way too fast. There's no buyback here for Jackie. Even if he did, doesn't have BKB. Most importantly, does not have Sunder, which is why he commits so hard here. This base is about to get broken up faster than that Supernova egg. That's the BKB. Boom Esports with some incredible answers to this Bleed lineup. I'm really, really impressed by this draft.
Yes.
You can tell they knew that everyone was going to be buying Yule Scepters against this Kunkka. That's where this Brewmaster comes in. We saw him dispel twice there, mass dispel on the Yule Scepters, condemning heroes, right? They knew this Phoenix Supernova was going to be a problem. That's why this Mirana has BKB, so she can leap in and deal with that by herself. That bonus attack speed's no joke here.
Oh my god. Did you see what happened to Playhard now with the ads? He literally blinked in, and 4 Sparklets hit him. He died. He died to the Sparklets alone. Yeah, that's the tips. That deserves a tip.
Yeah, and this
that's incredible.
This Octarine and now, well, the Arcane is just oppressive here, isn't it?
In late game, the Ags becomes much better because the nerf is not that big a deal when it's late game.
Well, and you know, the biggest nerf to the Ags, I believe, was the cooldown, right?
Well, that was the the biggest nerf to the Ags was the second Sparklet that lasted 15 seconds.
Yeah, yes. Now
it used to last the same duration as the original Sparklet.
That's right. Well, now I mean he's got basically infinitely as many as he wants while his Arcane still online, and of course Octarine, like I mentioned. I mean he is. I think this has just now become way too oppressive.
I mean, they don't combo though, but yes.
I think there's just way too many problems for them now.
There are, and you haven't been able to deal with this Arc Warden. And the fact that this is why this build has been so popular these days is that, yes, he's kind of your win condition, but he's also your team fighting catch, which makes Brewmaster and Kunkka also valuable targets you need to kill. Like, they all went for a little bit of pseudo damage here. AC on the Kunkka, very, very good for that. The Brewmaster's not going for Scythe, but he himself actually carries a lot of natural damage with a Cinder Brew. He went for the damage talent as well on that Cinder Brew.
This is going to get real nasty soon. Double Gleipnir, double Overwhelming Blink, especially with that Enchanted Quiver auto attack. You can cover yourself now with the Shard upgraded Magnetic Field, which gives you magic resist, by the way.
Yes, huge, so, 40%, by the way.
That's really good versus this Phoenix, I have to say.
It also stops his Icarus dive because you push him out. If you actually put him on top of him, he goes...
Any forced movement will cancel Icarus dive. As we saw there, he got caught by the Torrent Storm. So, yeah, I mean, this game...
And the Gleipnir and the X.
This game, I just think it's writings on the wall. I mean, Boom would really need some miraculous tossbacks into fountains at this stage of the game.
Natsumi is just harassing the TV. This is just a clone, by the way. This is just the clone. And he's being the clone.
They're not even going to get the golds. They didn't even get the golds. Yeah.
Even if he did, it really does not matter that much in the late game.
I mean, it's 300 gold, but you're right. It doesn't matter at this stage. You're just here to force them back into fountain, to not let them out. You can see he's fed a couple of them. I've had a couple. It's only 1,000 gold though, so you know
it was
less
mostly
than,
DP who got him, huh?
I think it was. Yeah. So it's just, this game's so oppressive for them. Bleed looking for the miracle fight here at this stage. It feels real bad for Dubu this game, who just hasn't really felt like he's been able to get too much impact out with his ultimate, with anything really. Credit to Boom where it's due. They've been really fast on the crucial abilities. I think Xnova as well has been phenomenal this game. FBZ especially. Even if we did question the Hand of Midas build, it's obviously worked out for him.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. And he knew this game would go long enough, right, for the Midas to pay out. Satanic on TV is going to help a little bit against the constant Gleipnir. Comes with this spell. Yopaj, he's the tidal wave trying to play hard, but not to his different target. It's going to be Masros instead, as we hear the primal split as well. X marks the spot, play hard, avoids it with a blink dagger. Jackie trying to look for a Sunder target, just walking in. It's now Corden's turn to attack, and he's looking for Xnova first, as he actually sends him back thanks to the glimpse. Xnova will finally die. That's the first kill for Bleed. They do get hit by a lot of spark rays though. You gotta be a little bit careful.
Corden
and round 2 is still viable. There's no egg any longer. There is still Sunder, so Natsumi has to respect this TB. Tidal wave is ready, but Yopaj will not use it just yet. For now, just Torrents. Natsumi might lose his clone here. Will they try to bait him out? FBZ nearby as well. No, clone's dead.
And I think that's probably the sign to back up. You can see actually FBZ.
No, wait for the Exo though. They have a chance.
I think it's hard. They still actually have this. Oh, FBZ's still alive. It's the Tusk. My bad.
That's why.
I confused my walruses and bears for a second there.
That's a panda bear, I'll have you know.
My bad. Still a marsupial, isn't he?
No, pandas are bears. Bears aren't marsupials either.
What?
Yeah, you're thinking of koalas, mate.
Oh, that's right.
Where's Mike when I need him?
Wait, panda bears aren't bears?
Jonathan, can you explain to this man?
FBZ, he's just getting in there. They can just afford to send these expendable units up to the high ground. Nothing this Pipe of Insight Aura is going to do to help out here. And they're just constantly...
play hard. The Avalanche, it does catch FBZ. They toss him back as well. FBZ needs some space. He did get at least a Scythe of Vice, and he's lasting through the Static Storm.
My goodness.
The Tidal Wave plus Water Park now catches Dubu as well. They kill off Masros as if by accident. Jackie just a TP. Anything to cancel? Anything at all? They do! The X mark the spot. Come back to play, Jackie. GG is called, and Boom Esports, they'll take it. They'll take game number 1 against Bleed. They're actually looking very good now.
They really did. I mean, Xnova can barely believe it by the looks of it. I mean, they 100% earned that one. He was playing with a pillow. He was so comfy.
That's the best way to play. There's the shout out to their Boom manager as well. I hope he's finally found his clothes. I don't think so though. Judging by the jersey, he keeps on changing. But the fact that they woke up against one of the best teams, Bleed, which has been looking very good this season. Maybe not Execration or Geek Slate level, but up there for sure. And one of the contenders for going to the major. And now they win the first game of the series.
Yeah, I mean, it's an absolute do or die series right here for Boom Esports. And you can tell the way that they were moving around the map. Very deliberate in their actions. I think the shot calling was crystal clear. Like I said, being able to kind of tell when they felt stronger, weighing their ultimates against, or just their abilities against what Bleed had, and always coming up with answers. It was a really lovely series from Boom. They definitely earned the win here in game 1.
Yeah, cannot wait for game number 2 because this promises to be a really good series. As we go back to the panel, Tsunami, you know what's cooking.
Boom! Yeah, they've been cooking it up this game number 1, the last pick Arc Warden, and really the entire draft. I was also impressed to see how Kanka was also making Disruptor kind of useless with these X's against the glimpses. Every single aspect of Boom was finally on point, which is what we expect of this team. It's supposed to be what we've been expecting for the past 3 series, and they've kind of been failing to deliver on it. Like I had mentioned, they had lost to Talon, they lost to Execration, they lost to Geek Slate, but maybe they're on a path to victory against Bleed. Bleed, on the other hand, looked a little bit out of sorts this game. I don't know, were they waiting for timings? Was the draft just not working out?
So I think majority of us, like none of their heroes besides Tiny can initiate, and he didn't have a dagger early on. And you have to give credits to Boom, like the way they poke and cast spells from a distance. It made it so like infuriating for Bleed to play these team fights.
Yeah, they pick Phoenix off lane, so he doesn't provide any catch. And you're so reliant on the Tiny, right? And the Tiny he went face boots first, and he couldn't really get the gold coming in after that. He kept dying every single skirmish engagement, and their whole draft just crippled, because you have a DP mid, Phoenix off lane. TP is not going to do anything. So who's gonna be able to initiate? And it's just a glimpse, and the X mark is always there, to deal with it.
Yeah. No, Boom definitely played this very well, and they punished play hard every time he showed X, arrow, torrent, ice shard. He's dead.
I mean, don't you think he should be rushing dagger, like just brown boots dagger, in this scenario, because he has an offlane Phoenix?
No, for sure, but you can't really fault him for that because they were winning the early to mid game, right?
Yeah.
Until like the mid tier 2 fight where arrow hit the DP and they thought the DP can survive, and then the DP died. And I thought he almost saved the DP too, tossing him back.
Yeah, but doesn't that show that the drafts are very one-dimensional when you make like 1 or 2 mistakes in the game and the whole game just feel like it's impossible already, and you are not allowed to make that kind of mistake?
Yeah. No, I mean, and also it credits Boom's draft, right? Like they can't really fight into this boat, this Bruling, and all these poke. And Arc Warden's a much earlier fighting carry compared to a TB. Like TB without BKB, like he's useless.
Yeah, he came to like one early fight with a Gleipnir and he just died. Helped his team win the fight just with one Gleipnir. Yeah. Like that's the thing with Arc. You don't have to commit with your real hero, so you don't need a BKB to really join the fight. It's non-committal. Just use your illusion or clone. You initiate on someone, and your team follows up, and you get a kill, and then the fight just snowballs from there.
Japoy, our rivalry MVP for game number 1, and honestly, it feels a little weird because Boom. This is only the second game that Boom has won out of the 4. This is now the 4th series that they're playing right now. And so seeing a Boom MVP on the screen is something that has been a little bit of a while.
Yeah.
And so I'm happy to see that Yopaj is feeling comfortable, at least in this game number 1. Although for game number 2, I imagine you were especially critical of the Disruptor 8th pick. I would be very skeptical if Bleed go for that again.
Yeah, I don't think it's a very good idea. I think I see a weakness here with this team right now already. The way they are set up to play, they are very reliant on the mid hero being initiating hero like Puck, Ember, Pango there, because the way the offlaner play, he's very greedy. He wants to be on this kind of like a bit of a different kind of hero, like more greedy, like no stuns, no catch, but can win the lane and pressure the carry. So they are very reliant on the mid hero being those kind of catchers. So once they change their setup this time, they change it to DP, which makes a lot of sense. DP is really good against Kanka in the lane, but it showed that the team couldn't really adapt towards it.
I agree. I'm looking at Monstros' hero pool. Timbersaw, no stuns. Broodmother, no stuns. Bounty Hunter kind of has a stun. Night Stalker kind of has a stun. And so initiation really has to fall on Corden, which he did have the access to Pango this game, at least not before the last phase he did, but they ended up not converting on it. So perhaps Bleed have some solutions to look at for game number 2, which we'll return to after a break.
Three, two, one.
For a decent amount of time. Has to take up like the Flame Cloak. Does get a lot of damage, but here comes the Black Hole.
Yopaj is my idol. That's a ticker that I have not expected to see for a while, given Boom's performance through the first half of this DPC. But like I said, it's the halfway point. So what better way to start turning things around than when you're 50% done with the season? Because they need to start turning things around. And Bleed also, if they want to make their way to Peru, this is an important series for both teams. They are kind of on the brink. For Boom, they're on the brink between relegation and staying in the major, maybe a little bit far away from, they're on the brink from relegation and staying in Div 1. But for Bleed, they're kind of in the middle ground between going to the major and then obviously staying Div 1. So two sides of the same coin, but at least after that game number 1, I'm very encouraged with Boom's performance.
No, yeah, like it was very nice to see Boom play very clean and take fights very convincingly, and like they all were in the same page. And it's nice to see them do that again. What you, Winter? Anything?
It's definitely an improvement, but I wouldn't say I'm super impressed because I had higher expectations for them as a team, and I felt like in this game, Bleed couldn't really do much because of limitations of the draft and the itemization, the Tiny not rushing a dagger. I guess he also didn't expect the game to have gone down that route. So overall, I would reserve my judgment until I see a more solid game, a better game, so that I can decide whether it's an improvement or how much of a deprovement it is.
Yeah, but I think you're spot on in your analysis about Corden being this kind of like initiating factor. He played a very good DP early on, and you know, as soon as that Boom was able to stop that like steam going, killing him in mid, then they're like, well,
they're lost.
Yeah, and then the Tiny was never able to farm his dagger very, quickly, and they just got steamrolled ever since.
Why do you think they opted for the TB second phase? Was there something that Terrorblade was doing that, I don't know, other Jackie heroes wouldn't be able to do?
The only thing that I can think of is like just having that flexibility of putting the DP in the offlane.
Oh, right. That's right, what we were talking about.
Yeah, and I guess they're like, DP should just go mid and then give Masteros the overall last pick.
With the Phoenix.
Yeah.
I feel like if this team is gonna draft the same way, in this kind of junctions, right? If I have to blind pick, if I'm trying to save the last pick for the carry, the offlane, I probably would prefer to pick a cheaper carry hero, like someone who doesn't farm, so much, like a Chaos Knight or just good in the lane, so that I can allow my offlaner, which has this kind of like unique or exotic hero pool, to shine later, Or I just don't do that and I revert everything back to normal, and I play on the carry. But obviously it's difficult for the team to change so much in between series, and so I feel like they probably are going to just stick to what they are doing and pick Jackie, good laning heroes, cheaper heroes like Drow, or these kind of heroes are great for him, and just let Masaros be the crazy hero, the bounty hunters, the Venos, whatever it is,
I think that is them kind of going out of their normal comfort zone as we hit the draft for game number 2. Because you're right, I look at Jackie's hero pool, it is cheaper carries. They're not as greedy. It's Lina, Drow, Monkey King, Slark, Sniper. I guess Naga Siren is probably one of the more greedier carries that he's played, but otherwise, you're right. He's usually a little bit more willing to participate early mid-game. TB's not that kind of hero.
I feel like Masaros is very similar to Jabs. In the previous series, we were talking about how much Jabs is a polarizing player. He influences the things a lot in the draft and in the team. And it's the same for Masaros. He has a very unique playstyle where he needs a lot of farm. If you give him the farm, if you give him the lane matchup that he has, he's able to do very, very good things for the team. But if he doesn't get that, then the game doesn't feel like the same. He doesn't perform as well. He cannot go towards the normal off-lane playstyle where you sacrifice yourself for a team. So I think it's important for them try to tailor their draft around that and try to just allow him to shine.
Agreed.
They should just take Pango, like
right now.
No, I mean I feel like it's just so good with them.
Yeah, it has the flexibility. And it lets Corden potentially play.
Wow. Okay, this is
let's throw everything out the window.
Well, they had
Masteros first
problems, right? Like just stampede the whole team in.
Yeah, but this is something that I mentioned before during the draft. When your second pick, you pick like a sort of a combo, like a combo laner, and you just sack the offlaner. You don't give him any matchups. You try to go as neutral of a hero as possible. I wouldn't say Centaur is particularly neutral, but the combination with Rubik means that the lane is going to be somewhat strong with the lift into
laning.
Yeah, lift into the storm combo. You do a lot of damage. And
a potential card combination.
Wow, they pick
well.
MP when they see the Centaur.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Isn't Centaur
I wouldn't. Yeah.
Centaur is like pretty good against MP.
No,
you know,
we're on the same page here.
That's very strange.
But it's just funny for me because like Bleed should assume that no team is gonna give them Pango in the second phase, and you know I'm not taking anything away from Corden, but you know with a much younger and experienced player, you want to just get their hero out of the pool.
And also, Centaur's not going to get second phase banned. So what's the purpose of bringing him
I think the idea is you have to show something, right, in this second phase. And how are you going to decide where you are showing your cards and where are you hiding your cards?
I mean, pick the Tiny again. Tiny's You
mean Tiny plus Rubik?
Yeah.
I don't really like personally, I don't really like opening with 2 supports right away because it gives the enemy a pretty good idea on how your lane setup is going to be, and it's easy for them to pick the core. I prefer to either pick like off-lane duo, or you pick some teams will pick a pos 5 and off lane, or you pick a flex hero, a hero that can be mid / support or off lane or whatever.
Tiny can be, although maybe not the way that.
But not with Rubik. I'm not a fan with Tiny and Rubik. Tiny plus something else, I'm okay, but not with Rubik.
You know, one hero that I'm shocked is being ignored, and kind of like fits this mecha game style, Enigma.
Yeah.
It goes well with Tiny.
It's a Masaros hero.
Like
greedy.
I mean, it's not exactly. I mean, sure, it can be greedy, but you can also opt to like, if your team wants to fight, you go this mecha. You can also go pipe, but obviously he'd want to BKB.
What do you feel about the lane though? Like a lot of players are not playing him as much because the laning got nerfed with the Eidolons.
I can see the laning be bad against Selena. Against Furion, still okay because the treant movement speed's pretty slow.
But he has to be like some overall last pick hero, right? Or do you think that it's okay to like?
No, I think it's okay. Like,
as long as Rubik is taken out of the pool. I think if Rubik is still in the pool, then Enigma's quite dangerous.
Like, I mean, like I think for like an 8 pick, that can be really good.
Yeah.
Like, because it gives you team fight. You have multiple ways you can build that hero. And it's just funny to see it ignored.
Yeah, but back to the MP, it's rather strange. Like, can you come up with any other idea? Like, why are they picking the MP here against
the tree synergy? They're better in the lane because they're both trees.
I mean, I think they just value the hero so much. The hero. What's the win rate of the hero? Is he at a very high?
You want Southeast Asia or you want global?
I think Boom should have 0, like, because I think it's the first time picking.
In Southeast Asia, it's been picked 13 times, has a 69% win rate.
Yeah,
I see.
But that's like kind of skewed because Scam, I don't think, has lost with that. And then Raven, also, very high win rate. I don't
Globally,
think he's lost.
47 picks, 55% win rate.
And now they're like, again, Bleed's going to be like, oh, what do we pick for mid? Like Pango, Earth Spirit? Because I've been in teams where your mid hero pool is very, like the smaller one. So it's like
you just get it out of the way right away.
And I'm sure he can play more, but it's like you don't have the system yet to widen his hero pool. So
it's a short-term band-aid.
Like I'm sure he can do well in the laning phase, but it's like after the laning phase, like
but
how does the team flow?
Honestly, it's not just him, right? It's just it's just how the team is set up. Like Masaros, the heroes Masaros is playing, Jackie's playing this kind of hero, so it's just
you have to understand yourself, right? Like, and
maybe he's being too much of a team player. Do you think so?
Dude, based on his interview, that would definitely...
Yeah, like if the team wants him to do something, he feels like, okay, I'm just going to try to follow it, try to do my best. Because sometimes I feel like the newer players, they lack conviction when they think that something is bad, and they just feel like they don't want to say it because everybody else thinks otherwise, and they just follow with the team.
I mean, plus if you're like the youngest player, the
it's hard. It's very. I'm not saying he should do it, but it's hard, you know.
Because like ideally, you want every player to have like 3 go-to heroes that you can play at your best capability. And so far, I'll give Corden the Ember and the Pango.
Yeah.
He hasn't shown me like another one that he can take over games, control the tempo. he did pretty well with the DP, but again, the weakness of not having an initiation. And they're so used to him being this kind of like first move, this poke, causing chaos. DP doesn't really cause that much chaos. He needs BKB and goes in. But he's really.
I'm very excited about this pick.
He can't wait to play this tree lane.
Crystal Maiden gonna be the 5 position for Boom.
So grass plus water. Now they need like lightning or like
Zeus.
bleed to counter this water park. No, but Yopaj played a really good Kunkka, and they're opting to pick it again.
And it's against a Centaur, so another thing that makes Centaur kind of look bad. The Stampede not going to get you away from X.
Yeah, and I like how they finish up with CM.
No damage at all from Bleed right now.
Sorry?
There's no damage. Like,
yeah.
You know, like imagine the boat going in.
Oh, Bleed has no damage.
Yeah.
They're going to need some heavy DPS hero. Against MP, what cores are good against MP? I mean, Lifestealer is good against the Kunkka. It's pretty decent against the CM. I mean, the Trian kind of goes both ways, though, I would say.
So they're still... Okay, they think they can pull off the DP this time around.
With the Centaur.
With the Centaur. And I can agree with it. They just needed a first move. Because a lot of fights, they were just watching Boom throw all the spells and not be able to do anything.
Yeah.
So...
But they're still... I don't know, kind of lacking in stuns. They have Hoof Stomp and Telekinesis to keep people in fights.
Yeah, and their carry is going to be someone that has stuns.
Yeah, Jackie has overall last pick, so like this is ideal. Yeah, I'm gonna shoot. They're gonna
Grave
remove
King, something like that.
They're gonna remove Lifestealer and Monkey, because Monkey like seems really good with them.
Yeah,
the ulti to protect the DP.
How about Naga for Bleed?
Too expensive.
Okay. Well, I mean, Boom, they took out the TV. I like that terminology.
Don't have the budget.
Yeah, it's like whenever they're like
off back there.
Yeah. Alright, I like the Bloodseeker ban. Pretty nice against the Centaur and the DP.
Also a potential counter to a Lifestealer. You just keep him.
Also, they think the MP might be on off lane, yeah.
No.
Yeah. I mean,
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which I...
But have we seen FBZ?
No, I have not.
It's probably been years since I've seen him play this.
Probably not.
It doesn't seem like
he doesn't really
style.
divert from like his hero pool. Sure.
Centaur, Mars, Timber, those are FBZ heroes.
I think he's going to stick along those lines here. I feel like they don't have overall last pick. It's just better to have a very solid draft and
you already have a stable carry.
Yeah, you have a stable carry. Then you have team fight. You just like a solid laner, like a neutral hero. You know, like Mars is always a good
yeah, but
hero.
I wouldn't pick Mars into DP. It's just like more strength heroes for him to like suck the HP off.
I mean, what off lane hero that's not strength, that's neutral?
True.
Pango? No, they banned Pango. I forget. Yeah, all of his heroes are pretty much strength heroes.
Yeah.
I guess Beastmaster can kind of stay far away, and with the boars just
Beastmaster is good with this lineup.
It is pretty good against DP. You know, before he gets all these armor items, you just roar him. You can burst him down pretty easily. But then their bans don't really ban towards
a Beastmaster pick.
Yeah. No.
Like I can argue with removing the TB for like maybe
too expensive. Budget.
Yeah, but then why did Boom ban it?
No, and
they want Bleed to go into debt.
I wouldn't think that Bleed would go for a TB. Like, and they just beat it. Like, why would you ban a hero you just beat? Like,
as well.
So they really think it's gonna be an
off-lane profit.
Yeah.
I would be very surprised.
Because Zephyr's normally he loves this treant hero. And he rarely plays in the safe lane. So I don't know.
So you think it's the plan?
I guess.
Wait, Koto's the call?
Yeah, so Koto treant top.
Yeah, Call
So they don't get that buff synergy of trees working.
They
should have that kind of interaction in Dota. You know?
No, please no.
Add more mechanics to the game.
Looks like we're heading to a game tree.
What is Coddle doing in this game?
Not very sure.
I don't know. Like
it
speeds up the game.
Okay.
Chakra magic Tidebringer.
No,
spam.
for sure. It's like you get a mech fast. You know.
Yeah, they just want to ball together with the MP
We've
too.
seen SMG play a good Coddle, and did any other team play? Oh, was it Execration that pulled off?
It was Execration. Probably was.
I think it was Execration. Yeah, the first week.
I mean, then now it makes sense why they banned the lifestealer.
I mean, they're gonna ban the lifestealer regardless. Like, it's such a good lifestealer. Like, both all of Punka's arsenal negated, OG negated, CM negated, Ursa. It's definitely a cheap hero,
cheap hero, but
it's gonna be rough. It's gonna be a rough.
Something like mid Coddle.
Wait,
so we're gonna see some pew pew.
Wait, you're sending Kunkka offlane against Ursa?
Huh?
That's but it's with a CM, so you can apply a lot of pressure. Like pre-level 6, there's a lot of spam, and
yeah, but this is Ursa with an Enchantress also.
CM is really strong. Like
no, against ENG. I mean, at level 1.
What are you talking about?
What the hell, man? You're not gonna be able to fight.
He's not gonna have any creep. You just play the lane together.
He's gonna learn the heal and fight you. What can you do?
You know about the two of them.
Wow, they're gonna stand together. So easy, bro.
I mean, I think Kunkka CM is gonna.
No, we're gonna see a game 3.
Oh man, okay. I can't wait to see how this lane resolves now. I'm very excited. Well, let's get 2 more predictions in the mix. Avo, tell me, which lane are you taking? Are you taking CM's lane or are you taking Enchantress's lane?
I think the Enchantress lane here, to be honest.
Okay.
I've also learned not to ever question when Winter is that decided, you know? If he ever asks a question later into the draft, it's always bad. Oh, that's a Coddle mid? Oh, do you like that food? Is that how you dress, Avo?
Yeah.
It's never good.
Did you shower?
That's always, I mean, that's fair.
We call that leading the witness, I believe. Well, let's see how game number 2 goes. Avo and Richie, it's all you.
Thank you very much, Neil. Yeah, a little bit of quid pro quo from the panel there, right? Who knows? That's a non sequitur. I'm just throwing in all the other legal terms that I know because Neil set me up for it. And
I think
unfortunately,
these are just Latin words. I don't think they're legal terms.
Leading the witness, Your Honor.
That is one. But the rest of the other ones.
Well, they could be legal terms now, can't
Objection, Richie.
Okay. Let's get into the game then. I'm not
Phoenix
so sure.
right.
I think I also object a little bit to this off lane FBZ Coddle. Sorry, Kunkka. Pardon me. I think this Coddle maiden support duo is really weird.
That's cute.
It's. I mean, I guess it's a mid Coddle. I don't know. The train protector. It just.
Zephyr went good luck, H have fun, bang, like a bang, like brother to Jackie because they used to play together. Isn't that adorable?
It is. They did it as well in game 1 actually.
They did? I didn't notice that. Oh, this is a lot of cuteness.
Like I said, it's very PMA vibes, and for what again could potentially be a really long game. You know, I see a couple of heroes that want to take things really fast. I see the idea behind Boom's lineup.
I don't. I hope
really.
You tell me.
Let me try and walk you through it a little bit, right?
Explain to me why the mid Coddle. I'm on a winter boat here, so you know. Tell
me. It's 3 heroes that are gonna get online, maybe by 20 minutes. Right, I think that's the idea here. Lots of farm for Natsumi's Nature's Prophet. He'll get his first item, maybe even Witchblade. We'll see. Maybe we'll see the return of that. Who knows? Mid Coddle, of course, he gets online. We've all seen this plenty, very quickly. And FBZ basically just with a couple of bracers, maybe phase boots, and his spell kit, he'll be online as well with just experience. You know, and I think it's maybe not a death ball, but one of these lineups that's supposed to go really hard in the early game and kind of just choke out Bleed before they can get the resources and the items that they need to be able to fight back. That's what I'm seeing, because I've seen I think it's Boom who even tried this out earlier. SMG as well have really tried these kind of timing and tempo-based lineups, and they've looked pretty good.
Until they get to the high ground.
Until they get to the high ground, and that's a different story. We don't talk about that for now. But, you know, I think that's maybe the strategy here for Boom, because, again, it looked really good for SMG. It's just a matter of being able to close it out from there.
Yeah, I see your point, actually. I think that's. So you think that Nature's Prophet's gonna go for like the Witchblade build then to be aggressive early? Or do you think Midas is still viable here?
I don't know if you can afford to go for Midas. I think especially because you're a Nature's Prophet anyway. I hate to say it, but it almost feels greedy when the rest of your team wants you to fight this early. I just don't think the stats that Midas gives you. Because again, in my opinion, Boom are playing for this 20 to 25 minute timing. Really, as soon as Jackie gets like BKB and he's a little bit kiteable for that duration, I do think you take a really big blow to this perceived tempo that I have for them. So I don't believe that 55 attack speed is going to do you much good. Nor will the gold that you're going to accumulate in that by the 25 minute mark is going to pay off for you. I do think you probably want a faster item, and if it's Witchblade, then I think you want the Witchblade.
Okay. I'm sold on that. That seems pretty good. Let's tell me about the Bleed lineup then. I mean, if this is like a fast lineup for Boom, what is the tempo looking like for Bleed?
I think it's going to be a lot dependent here on Masaros's lane, pardon me. Maybe if you get a kill into X-Nova, that'll be, a huge help for him here, as he's just going to fight back, and he'll take the W there.
Don't worry, by the way, about his name. Cap has decided this whole season to call Masoros.
Masoros?
Yes, I don't know where that came from.
Masarosis?
Yeah, he just puts an O somewhere there.
There's an O in there.
It's a freebie.
It'll figure itself out.
This name is, it's the dyslexic killer.
But I think his lane is going to be super important here, right? If he can actually afford maybe to get those phase boots online first and be a little bit more aggressive, push with Retaliate earlier, and actually be a little bit of that immovable object in front of the towers that Boom are going to be wanting to siege in this early game, he can create a lot of space. Ursa maybe then does not have to go straight BKB. He gets a farming item. He scales a bit faster into that 25-minute window that we're looking at.
Okay.
I like the sound of that a bit better, right? Ursa is definitely still one of these earlier activated heroes currently in the game. He always is. We need someone to fight early. Here's the Ursa, right? Especially, if you can give him that cocaine. He'll be a little bit better, right? That's a deep cut.
That's a deep cut.
That's a deep cut right there for the CQs. We've seen how good this bear can be when you amp him up, right? When you give him a little bit of space for him to amp up himself. And I do think, especially with this kind of a start, Masaros can be that kind of a hero.
And what a nice tight burner.
That's even better. That's even better.
Okay, I guess we were wrong. The lane for Ninja Boogie's right? He said the Kunkka and CM, because of the help of the CM, the pressure is much higher, and Enchanters didn't seem to matter too much, and the Kunkka is doing really well here. Mind you, the Ursa still hasn't gone his peak, right? So he's also playing maybe a bit too aggressively early, but FBZ has been abusing this early level advantage.
I think what I'd like to see out from Boom to try and relieve a little bit of pressure now in these lanes, especially down bottom, is to see Yopaj gank super early. And of course, he's going to do that. He's a Coddle, first item BOTs. We'll see when he can get them. I remember in Coddle's heyday, 9 was getting them online at like 6 minutes or something ridiculous.
Here's a fun fact about 9 as well on Coddle mid. Do you know Yopaj was the first C player to retry Coddle mid?
Really? That is a fun fact.
Yes.
So I suspect then he's going to be able to imitate the timings pretty closely. You can see now he's double stacking his camps right now to make sure that he gets a little bit more efficient. So, and he has successfully done that. So he's definitely gone to the 9 school of Coddle training. He's got his certificate here, and that'll be good. He needs to be able to disrupt, especially this bottom lane. I think he can do a lot of work here in between that Nature's Grasp slow, setting up for, of course, that big old Illuminate Blast. It'll cut right through his armor, especially because he's going to have this early Vanguard online here from Masaros.
Also concerned that you have a hero that is just an okay creep wave clearer in the DP, right? His creep storm is nice, but it's not the level of, say, a Lina or a Puck, for example, or even a Tiny. And if you ever watched, I think there was no one actually, I loved how he played against mid Coddle back in the day, that he just cleared the wave and forced the Coddle, like essentially did what Coddle does, and then abused the runes and abused his killing potential.
No Fade Bolt here for a few more seconds. Natsumi has the option to TP away, actually running the opposite way.
Oh, he even got the last hit. Look at it.
They have been the move here. Yeah, they have a Fade Bolt, but it's not going to be nearly enough damage. Good movement there from Natsumi.
Very good. Telekinesis? No, not available.
Not available.
And because he has a TP back, he can always just do this trick, essentially like the Kunkka X marks the spot.
Very good play there for him. Again, I think this Boom lineup wants to play fast, so he does not want to be taking any avoidable deaths. Exactly what he does there.
Thought for a second he was actually going to go top, but Jackie's a little bit harder to kill now. He has Ring of Health now. This harassment is not going to be as impactful. However, double bracer FBZ is allowing him to go toe-to-toe with the Ursa.
Yeah, it's looking really good. On that midpoint, Corden eventually, I think, with enough points into the Crypt Swarm, can threaten with this Exo, but right now the Bleed supports are more or less seemingly focused on helping in the side lanes. Playhard will come mid, where unfortunately his ward is going to be scouted. But he does at least see the stack, so he can look to contest a little bit here when Coddle decides it's time to start farming these bad boys.
So I love this line. This probably might be the best line of C. He killed a courier, now that's why he did the line.
Dubu as well is being really annoying here. He's just taking big creeps and farming camps with them. Even, oh, he's going to accidentally stack this. I don't think he meant to do that.
Dubu keeps trying to enchant Zephyr. It's like, why is this wolf not enchanted?
That's right.
And then now comes Yopaj. Oh no, he's been frostbitten. Nice use of the whirlwind.
Hurricane.
Dubu, the Enchantress expert for a reason, huh?
Seriously. I was looking for, a reason to justify this Ench pick. This is certainly doing it. Oh yeah, slap him.
That is so much time wasted for Coddle that has a lot of things to do in the early mid.
Yeah, make Coddle look like he was a freaking horse on a merry-go-round there, the way he went around the Roche pit aimlessly, huh?
I mean, he had an attack of dementia there on the merry-go-round.
I think he even has the animation to taunt, right, from Coddle.
It's true. Jackie in the top lane. They found Natsumi. He's actually joining level 4, and he's already ganking. Jackie could be in trouble. That TP, it will not complete. FBZ even gets the last hit. Natsumi already aggressive. I think it is going to be a Witchblade this game.
Yep. Really good stuff. Masaros, though, I think he's doing the next best thing, though. He's already pushing down bottom, clearing this wagon, has Vanguard and 2 points in Retaliate. So even joining his Corden from the mid lane. Xnova's not going to be able to defend this. He does not have 2 points in living armor. Even if he did, wouldn't be enough. I think this tower is going to die.
Someone in comms told Corden, hey, this enemy carry is rotating faster than you are. Yeah. Hold my beer, Dubu.
Hold my beer. I'm exoing to get there even faster.
Okay. It's going to take a while for this tower to fall because of the Coddle, actually. It's only level 1 exo.
Yeah, he does have those BOTs up online. I didn't quite see the timing, but 7 minutes at the very least, he's had those things operational. Yeah. And that's obviously done a lot of work to keep this bottom tower alive. I still don't think they can look to defend it, but they have wasted plenty of time. There's going to be a second living armor for this tier 1 down bottom.
Yep. Xnova's still alive as well, which is pretty good for them.
This is super annoying, huh?
I mean, they can even get a deny. That would be absolutely positive.
So just got to be careful. There's, of course, this TP available on the Nature's Prophet. He switched up his build, by the way, going for Maelstrom.
Have they seen Zephyr TP in?
Oh, they will.
Oh, now they will. As they lead sheet Corden. Here's the help of the Coddle. Corden, he might have got a little bit too far. They're not going to get the last one on this tower, as it looks like. Yeah. Dubu not got frostbitten. They could kill him with Illuminate. Dubu avoids it? No. But he does have the infused raindrops to save him. Yep. Literally, they save him.
Infused raindrops doing a lot of work there. Corden as well, some nice pathing. Saw the Wrath of Nature probably around the map and quite wisely gets out of, or jumps into the trees, right? So he is not going to be hit by that. That might have actually killed him off. So a nice move there. Unfortunately, they're not going to get the tower. It's only a level, now level 2 actually, living armor online for this Xnova Treant Protector. So he is going to heal this tower up. It'll force this Masaros hero back into lane for a bit longer, but again, it's 3 points now in Retaliate. It really shouldn't take too long.
Yeah, but it's kind of stupid how long this tower has lasted. Masaros is done. He's like, please, attack me, tower. Yeah. You have to go down. They can still deny it, though, and deny a little bit of gold here. Let's see. No, not even going to risk it. Dubu will get the last hit, though, which is, again, not ideal for Bleed.
Not ideal, but just making sure that they get it either way. And they'll get it with the Potato Creep, this Hellbear Smasher. Oh, actually, he's just Hellbear, not Hellbear Smasher.
The Smasher is the tomato.
FBZ, quick little TP away. 9 stacks, 8. Pardon me, of the Fury Swipes, not enough to quite cut through the Kunkka in time. Living armor again, making a little bit of a difference there.
Yeah, for sure. I'm glad that he's now starting to deviate into this living armor build. This game, I feel like Leech Seed is just okay. The lane wasn't hard enough for you to max Leech Seed. Now just go for the living armor, try to defend your towers. Make sure... Bleed is currently doing much better in map control. Even though you've chipped mid and top a little bit more, perhaps, now that they've taken bottom, the map opens up for Bleed, and Boom doesn't really have the best skills to deal with this. They have to just D-ward best they can and try to avoid fights early until Coddle gets fully online. And fully, I mean, I think Vessel probably is the timing you need.
Yeah, Vessel, and of course the experience needed for those points into Solar Bind, which Vessel, of course, is amplified by.
Yes.
Which is why it's very good this game. So good, in fact, that I wonder if Masaros won't consider some sort of Dispel, but I don't know, what do you build on this guy? I guess a Lotus wouldn't be like that crazy, but you do really need Blink, and the Pipe of Insight, just that aura for the rest of your team seems really good too. He's got a lot of items on his wish list.
This is the typical Twitch streamer. Here's my Amazon wish list. If anyone wants to buy me any items.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
But unfortunately, the creeps are not his followers, so he'll have to kill them to get their gold.
Those creeps are definitely more in tune with the Ancient, which literally dominates them and has morphed their bodies into just literally running down lanes.
Is that true?
Yeah, it is true. That is what that is what the creeps have turned into.
Were they humans before?
They were whatever kind of the lore says they were, but now they are mindless creatures and have been morphed by the power of the ancients.
I feel like if you can morph creatures into this, you can do something better than just making them mindless.
Yeah, and I feel like if you can morph the creeps, you can definitely give Morph a remodel too, but here we are.
I think it's fine that Marcy's backpack has more polygons than Morph.
the hoodwink's tail.
Dubu has been caught here. The blinding light plus the illuminate will secure the skill. He's just trying to prevent ganks though right now. Yeah. So he's farming, he's also warding aggressively and actually got away with a pretty sneaky ward here if you can check it near the tier 2.
In the mid.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a nice one here.
It's a good rotation award.
And he'll just kind of throw himself there in the way. It's a little bit like, you know, discovering and code breaking a bit earlier. You sometimes still have to run into those ganks just to make it the ward not that obvious.
Exactly. You know? No, that's actually a good point. The mind games are important here. As a 5 especially, I think it's worth sometimes dying so the ward stays alive.
Yeah, so the ward stays alive because if he runs away there, Boomer like, it's a little sus. He must have some vision in this area, and maybe he gets dewarded. It's important to keep your wards up later, and Dubu certainly is always prioritizes the vision game for his team. Dubu as well, he's going to use a little bit of his own net worth to try and scale a little bit into the late game. Does have the power treads online for himself now, so a little bit more stats, and of course damage down the line.
I think this game against Akado, this important chat is going to have a really tough game regardless.
Yes.
Vessel and Solarbind are brutal against you. He has burst magical damage. So I like Dubu's build of let's just go Glimmer Cape, try to survive.
For sure. Natsumi even eventually at some point, regardless of what the build is, probably going to go into Silver Edge, which is just, I mean, there's just so many things. Like, everyone kills you, basically.
Can we talk about his build, though? Because he did not go for Witchblade or Midas. He went straight into the Maelstrom.
Yeah, he did go straight to the Maelstrom. This is the Dahak build, isn't it, I believe?
Oh, yes.
he really showed how good this hero could be at group stage on Bet Boom. Yeah, they were Bet Boom right back then.
Yeah, back then.
Stockholm Major. And yeah, I mean, it's a fast online build. We'll see if he TPs into this fight top lane as they do try and hit the boat on to play hard. Jackie thinking about going back on in, just kind of running circles, and is going to eventually commit.
Okay, that's Zephyr dead. Freezing Field.
Very dead.
Yeah, you Freezing Field a little bit to pretend like you're important, but it doesn't really matter. It's not going to be a useful ultimate anyway, early.
Yep.
What matters here, though, is being able to take the top tower, of course, opening the mat, and the fact that Yopaj keeps the lanes pushed. The less space Jackie thinks he has because of the lanes being shoved in, the harder it is for him to complete that Battle Fury.
Yeah, and for now, with the notable exception, of course, of that top tier 1 tower, you know, coming back to this Nature's Prophet and his playstyle, it does kind of seem like he's mostly just going from camp to camp on his side of the map, and then, of course, TPing to, you know, restart his farming cycle onto the enemy side of the map. Yep. Not really putting treants in lanes because he knows that there's really good wave clear between the Centaur and the DP. Hell, even honestly, this Rubik can probably clear your treants pretty easily. Good smoke, though.
Yeah, amazing smoke. We'll talk about this in a second because Yopaj is about to die, though. He is not fast enough. He has been slowed, now lifted up in the air, and one last Crypt Storm will kill him off. So they actually smoked there because they saw on this clever ward we talked about before.
Hold on, I think they can make a play, sorry, for Jackie.
Okay, they try. The torrent misses, though. Jackie hits a bunch of creeps. In comes Natsumi yet again. We have Sprout ready as well. First, it's going to be the X marks the spot, plus the Ghost Ship. He activates the Enrage to reduce the damage and the stun time. Jackie tries to jump over the Kunkka, but Kunkka's a little bit too large. Instead, he gets overgrowth and killed. But in exchange, the tower mid will fall to bleed.
Yeah, and again, to come back to your point, right, this ward that's about to expire, well, in a minute, it's about to expire that Dubu put down long ago. Like you said, it scouted the Coddle on the move, and they immediately stopped there.
It scouted the teleportation from Nature's Prophet. So they immediately knew he was going to Triangle because they've seen him do this play 3 times already.
Right.
So because of this information this ward provided, they went to Triangle hoping to find Natsumi, and they found the bonus of a Yopaj as well.
They did. Even better, right, because he's about to complete his vessel, and then at this stage, he'll be really online. For now, again, Boom playing a style very reminiscent of SMG in their series yesterday.
Yes.
Which is, we're not going to really focus on anything else but getting our first round of items up, and they're nearly there, right? FBZ, another 1K, and he's got himself his BKB. Yopaj has now the vessel on his way, and it seems like this Radavetos and Gleipnir combo is going to be in the quick buy for Natsumi. Radavetos nearly done. Gleipnir a bit further than that.
Nice hoof stomp onto 2. Blinding light to try to protect them, but it seems like Yopaj could be, sorry, FBZ could be in trouble himself. I send them back into his doom. Natsumi has been rooted as well, and he's going to fall. And Zephyr tried to at least kill a Centaur with that freezing field. Illuminate also hit him. but he's going to be saved by the Hood of Defiance. Zephyr now steals a bounty rune, tries to TP away, or he will soon. Playhard is chasing after him. Can you Frostbite? Yes, you can! And that's going to be Masaros in trouble, killed off as well, as as Boom loses 3 there.
Yeah, really punishing decision there from Boom to try and push up to the mid-tier 1 tower at that stage. I think they were probably looking at the cooldowns and thinking, well, there's no Exo. Jackie's gone Battle Fury. I'm not sure if that was something that factored in, but he's not really in fighting shape either here quite yet. So Bleed deciding to play the long game here into Boom's earlier, it's in my opinion what is an early tempo from them. I just don't think Boom were quite all in position at that stage, and they're so close to this first volley of items. Perhaps they thought that this Vessel on Yopaj was going to do a little bit more work there, especially against onto the, now the second tankiest hero in the game by strength gain, Masaros' Centaur.
Yes, Carl took that spot.
Of course, he usurped him.
Usurped him, yes, indeed.
Masaros is just on the ball right now with his initiations. The double hoof stomp there was just way too good of a start there for Bleed to lose that fight. And now maybe they catch Natsumi top.
Oh, they have an Atos on Natsumi, but that's not going to help him to save himself from the Rubik. The TP will, though, with the Illuminate trying to heal him a little bit, but Natsumi already dead. And Corden, dude, he is going ham. He's trying to hit the tower now with level 2 Exo. I believe that is level 2,
yeah. And that stolen Frostbite that's been maxed, by the way, here on the Maiden because, Zephyr kind of playing a little bit more of an aggressive Maiden, wants that lockdown, highly values it a bit more. Playhard's got his hands on that, and that is so punishing the amount of lockdown that they have. Careful, though. FBZ?
Yeah, FBZ versus Dubu, but FBZ unfortunately lacks the damage to kill his Enchantress. They need the Vessel for this. Playhard's already joining. We still have the Exorcism activated. That's going to be Zephyr dead already to the Spirit Siphon. Now chase after FBZ. Remember your lane, FBZ? Jackie wants revenge, and he's going to fight it.
Yeah, and it's Corden picking up the double kill, which I think is pretty much exactly maybe the second best hero that they want to give it to. Perhaps Masaros is first in that line, but Corden's not going to be too upset with that. He's now about to get his BKB finished up. Jackie is well on his way towards his BKB, needs another 2,000 gold and some change, but this Roshan's going to go down easily to Bleed, and that's going to give... I think it's a huge blow right now, actually, to Boom's kind of momentum here. They don't really take Roche that quickly, but I have a feeling that they wanted to try and take that around the 23-minute mark with, their kind of first set, maybe second volley of items and, seriously start to control the map. That's now gone from them. Instead, it'll be Bleed who's going to be looking to set the tempo and control the pace of this game for the next couple of minutes.
And this goes back to the point that you were making earlier about the SMG playstyle, right? Dubu. They're playing the pace of Doom. And they actually have given up on killing Dubu. They're like, this Enchantress. Help, Kato, help! Nothing can kill Dubu. Only NA can beat Dubu. Anyway, the point you were making about SMG, right? Back in that game, that 15-minute timing looked very scary. I believe it was it a Lina game I think they were running?
Yeah, so they had a Lina. It looked really good, especially when Midwin was on the Beastmaster.
Yeah, it was Beastmaster, Lina.
Yeah, and they had another really good push in here. I don't remember off the top of my head. Was it? It wasn't the DK game, I think.
Might have been. I'm not sure. The point is, it looked stronger than this Kato Konka timing, which I am not so sold on. We talked about it a lot, but there was a lot of questions from the panel, mostly from Winter, about this Kato, and I think he was right about that.
Yeah.
The hero's not played in any region as a mid laner anymore right now.
This might be what Boom needed, though. It's a little bit of like a kick in the pants and kind of a wake-up call that they're going to have to hit snooze on, because, again, they're not really in fighting shape yet. But with their next volley of items, if we take another hit of the Copium, I think they will be doing a little bit better there. BKB soon for Natsumi. He'll farm that up in a flash. Careful mid, though. Yopaj in trouble.
He has been found out. Spirit Siphon plus the silence. Yopaj, he can't use the blinding light like this, and he's going to get bursted by the Fate Bolt before he can
They cannot keep losing heroes like that. They need to get BKBs online like yesterday, but each death is going to stagger these. This vessel's empty, and it's soon to be filled with the ashes of X-Nova's body.
Oh, no.
It's just getting real. It's getting real tough now. Bleed are finding the right kind of pickoffs here, and I think it's because Boom are going to really struggle to get onto the enemy side of the map here too easily. Anyone but Natsumi, I suppose.
Yeah, FBZ has had BKB now, he was ready for this fight as well. But like you said, there's just no chance that they catch Coddle first.
And now I really think they need this triple BKB time in now. Coddle, as well as the NPs to pair with, or to trio really, with this Kanka's BKB.
And Natsumi's trying to farm it. As Vladimir went to the bottom lane. Right. But as soon as he reveals himself, there's lines drawn towards him. So even Bleed is keeping tabs on this Nature's Prophet. Boom. They TP mid. Yopaj at least is still good at defending this. They have good high ground defense. But Masaros, he's lurking in the shadows of the high ground. So he has a bird's eye view of the battlefield right now. And he's patiently waiting for that beautiful hope stop.
Big item here for Xnova. He's actually managed to farm up the Blink Dagger. Pretty respectable farming pace out from him. So he'll have that for the next fight.
Okay.
Still don't think that's something they want to use soon, though. Jackie, of course, with 2 lives and also with his own BKB now completed on this bear. He's starting to sniff out where the goodies are.
Bears actually have a really good sense of smell. If you don't put your food up in trees, they will come get it.
You know what's funny, actually? That's very true. They're very wise. Is the biggest way to know a bear is coming is based on their smell. They're stinky creatures.
Yes, that's true.
They're very stinky.
Here's another fun fact. When I went to Yosemite, they explained to us that they specifically really like Doritos. They can smell them from a mile away, and the spiciest ones are the ones they like the most. Yes. So if Doritos, you want to sponsor this broadcast for more bear facts about your brand.
I'll close it out with one last bear fact, is that when I went to Yosemite Park, a bear came out of a helicopter and stole my picnic basket.
Really? Was he on cocaine?
No, he could have been, though.
Xnova.
That's the cocaine, the Stampede.
That movie's soon to be in theaters, though. We have to go watch it.
I cannot wait.
We have a Greaves on play hard now. You talk about Xnova respectively getting a Blink Dagger. Once again, this Rubik mechanism build working wonders with his Greaves. This hero is surprisingly tanky. His base armor is not bad, has a decent agi gain as well, and now an extra 7 armor that gets doubled once you get the you fall below the certain threshold.
Let's talk more about damage mitigation while we're at it, right?
Okay.
You've got yourself that pipe aura, or the pipe aura and active barrier, right? That's finished for Masaros, so he's got that online. Of course, Enrage. It's worth mentioning only because it is more damage reduction. Vanguard on the Centaur, along with his passive, which dissuades you from hitting people. Corden's actually at his peak right now, I'd say, with the Spirit Siphon. As a reminder, they removed the percentage-based on this, so it doesn't scale, but it's really strong right now. Of course, actually, interestingly enough, Dubu actually hasn't taken a single point in Untouchable. I respect that. But Max,
really?
Yeah, but Max Nature's attendance with the power tread, so he's still a fairly tanky. Like, these guys are really hard to kill right now. It'll be difficult.
Interesting. So earlier, Kuka had just given up on him. It wasn't him being slow; just didn't want to attack him.
He just didn't have the damage straight up. Yeah, especially after the. I think the boat even hit. He just really didn't have the damage.
I guess honestly, against the Kato, who's the real kill threat for this Enchantress, there's no point in getting untouchable. If Natsumi is the one hitting you and killing you, then you're wasting Natsumi's time. It's a win for you.
I think the biggest downfall here for Bleed potentially is, especially without Aegis, their push is fairly slow outside of, committing the Exorcism or putting the Centaur in a bit of a risky situation. As far as, for him just getting wombo combo to death basically on the enemy high ground. So that's something at least Boom can now look to leverage here, especially as they have now at least waited out this first Aegis. I believe there's also, they've also kind of stemmed the bleeding. They're no longer hemorrhaging as far as the net worth goes, right? They've stabilized that. It's stayed at 8K, which means Boom, of course, is now getting their items online. And I believe, BKB for Coddle and BKB for NP are both finished. So this is a really good time to fight now for Boom Esports. The best, at least, it's going to be here for about the next 5 minutes.
But Masters is too difficult to target. You don't have charges in the vessel, right? No, you don't. No. So you just can't kill the Centaur right now, especially with the pipe that he's holding.
By the way, Masaros, I like his itemization. I brought up the Lotus early and how he needs other items first. Well, he's got those items. Now he's going back for this Lotus, and good luck killing him after that item, man.
Honestly. Even the extra armor here is going to be useful.
Oh, yeah.
Nature's Broth, I honestly don't think you can kill a Centaur.
2 armor on this hero, huh? Well, I guess the 1 agi game will do that, yeah.
Yeah, it is terrible.
No, real bad. Okay.
Is he really 2 armor?
Yeah, I know. That's what surprised me. I mean,
but he has 28 agi. So every 6 agi, that's not possible.
Oh, okay. 4.7 armor. We're getting Trollando right now a little bit.
Yeah.
So it's he's closer to like 7 armor, basically, if you round.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting. This has been a bug forever, by the way, where sometimes the armor doesn't show correctly.
With the move speed as well doesn't really...
Yes. It's only for viewers, though. They can see it.
Yes. And, of course, it works.
Yes, that's the most important part.
Yes, that is the most important part.
It's okay. Soon out of beta. Extra mark the spot from FPZ, just pushing out this wave. Can they catch him? Does anyone have a Yules actually on bleed? Just Corden.
Yeah, just Corden. Rubik actually could build one up. He's actually a really good Yules carrier, thanks to Arcane Supremacy, of course, increasing his cast range on items as well, which makes the 4 stabs, glimmers, and Yules, in this case, incredibly effective. But he's going to be prioritizing that Blink Dagger, I think, for the counter initiation that Telekinesis gives you, and I like that idea.
Yeah, me too. I think that Rubik being more useful rather than just like a utility item hero and letting Dubu pick those up seems like a better option this game.
So a couple of blinks, actually, quite a few blinks. I think everyone but Dubu eventually is going to have a blink dagger for bleed if this game goes long enough. And speaking of B items, if we continue this this barrage of alliteration.
Here's the evidence B, showcase B.
Yes.
What do they say in court?
I believe they say quid pro quo, because then they go for a fight. I don't know what they say.
Evidence B, Rubik is dead.
Exhibit B.
Exhibit, that's the one. Cap made this joke, but I am 6 years younger than him, so I don't know.
I think he was probably referencing the 2000s hit series Pimp My Ride with Exhibit, and not like the court thing, because he's old and he would have watched that show when he got home.
He is my favorite one out of the violent rappers of the 2000 era.
Well, speaking of violence, Jackie is going to be looking to get extremely violent here on them with this Skull Basher that he just finished up. That was the point I was going to be making.
Okay. Because of B, Basher.
Because of B, Basher. Yes, exactly. B stands for Basher. And soon, A will stand for Abyssal.
Oh, no.
And that means C, you're screwed. Which starts with an S, but don't think about it too much.
Okay. But the second letter is a C, so
it's close.
So the way to deal with the Basher is if Bear can't hit, Bear can't bash.
Very true.
Hence why Natsumi goes for the Heaven's Halberd. Yes, he's read Tsunami's shirt. He knows there's a first hit bash sometimes coming.
Right.
So with Halberd, you prevent this. However, this does reduce the offensive potential of Boom considerably. Because that Halberd doesn't help Natsumi at all.
Speaking of not hitting, of course, Overgrowth quite famously also disarms for its duration. So that's something that Jack is going to be aware about. Oh,
not if he's dead.
Oh my God.
Tsunami was right the whole time.
It was like Paul Bunyan. He got in there and cleaved that thing down in one hit.
I always knew Paul Bunyan. That was too much hair for a human being.
He must have been a bear.
The whole time. Jackie's just going to go for the Roche now. And this is going to carry the Shard. That will also add to this damage reduction you were talking about.
Right.
And Illuminate is such a slow spell that I guarantee you can Earthshock into it every single time and avoid the damage altogether.
Very likely so, yeah, very true. Down goes Roche. Number 2, incredibly quickly. This plays perfectly into the timings I think Bleed was looking for. Because yes, this Battle Fury is an item that helps you scale and farm, of course, in the early game. But the goal always for Ursa is to never have to pay for your Axe Shard.
He's being gone on in the trees. He's forced to TP here. They vision of him. They don't have it. That was a really good sprout.
Yeah, really
Gordon couldn't get over the trees.
And Jackie instead got aggro to the Treants.
Nice.
That works out there for him very nicely. The full Lotus Orb, by the way, now finished from Masaros. So he's really tough to kill. Even if you had Vessel charges, I don't think they'd be sticking too long on this guy. And the Blink Dagger for Play Hard is also finished. So Bleed at a very powerful time in here.
It feels also like Gordon is copying Masaro's homework because he's also going for Lotus Orb after that Blink Dagger. I don't mind the double Lotus Orb. It seems like the real problem you have right now is Kato plus Treant, right? Or the Overgrowth, mind you. So Lotus Orb deals with both. And frankly, with how little damage this Nature's Prophet has, the Plate Mail might just nullify this hero altogether. Stampede, they jump straight for FPZ, forcing that BKB. Gordon still has Exo if he wants to.
They have to get out. Natsumi, he doesn't have TP though.
He doesn't even have his own TP. It's on cooldown for 4 more seconds. BKB's about to run out, but Natsumi, he's too quick in the trees.
Okay. He's probably going to escape here, and that's a good call for him. I think another reason, by the way, that Gordon needs this Lotus is, yeah, he's got BKB, and he's got Yule, so he's got 2 dispels already, basically, but a third ain't bad. You know, you think about what counters DP super hard, and it's move speed slows, basically, especially percentage-based ones. And what's a percentage move speed slow that the Coddle has? It's the Solar Bind. You put a Solar Bind on DP in the fight, and she is going to basically crawl to a halt and be pretty much useless.
I'm sold.
The more dispels, the better here.
And I feel like this Lotus Orb, this plethora of Lotus Orbs also makes Yopaj not really a core. And if you've already nullified one of their heroes, you know, like not just the DP in general, what is Yopaj going to do for the rest of this game?
I have no idea.
He's going for Octarine Core.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Maybe EAGS is an option to like become a more team fight oriented hero.
This game already, it just seems pretty hard for... Oh,
it does.
Boom.
FPZ, oh, they still just grasp.
Doesn't have BKB, by the way.
Look, it's great when Rubik uses it. FPZ, he's also going to die here at Rage. They used a little bit too early, couldn't get the spell off, but FPZ was too slow.
Yeah, and they couldn't even force the BKB on Jackie either. He's got a pistol on the way.
Home stomp. They go for Natsumi as well, and tried to bash right through, but they didn't get it this time. Natsumi gets sent back by the X. That was Rubik's though, and poor Nature's Prophet will also die. Halberd or not, this man's not surviving.
Jackie actually pops BKB for that pretty early on his first life. Will secure them this tower here fairly easily. Actually, no, it's starting to be really annoying, so Saros is going to look to try and maybe initiate from a different angle.
What? Cord?
He just blinks up to the high ground. I respect that.
Yeah.
There's that solar vine being annoying, but it's fine. He's right next to the tower. Exactly where
Oh, look at Jackie as well. He tried to kill off Yopaj using that shard enrage, though. That was, sorry, the Earth Shock that gave him the magic resistance. Now uses the enrage.
I'll make it out of life. Oh, by the way, there's Guardian Greaves on Rubik, so the creep wave is fully healed, so it can tank up, and we're going to do some more pushing.
He has X, Zephyr. Be careful. Rubik has learned to play the base, and he knows it for 3 more minutes. Jackie will finally get it. That's the Kunkka X marks the spot, but he doesn't really care about these stuns because once again, you can just Earth Shock right through him.
Interesting call to back now. I guess they do recognize their pushes.
Exo's down.
Pretty slow, yeah, without the Exo. So they're just going to go ahead and take it easy and just continue to farm up the map, you know? They're not really feeling under any sort of pressure at this stage from what Boom is threatening them with. It's going to be a Silver Edge eventually for Natsumi, but not really anytime soon. Turn Protector's bought out at least for a Gem of True Sight, so the Vision game at least is going to allow Boom to eventually get outside the base and get a little bit of farm in. Yep. You're not really scared of FBZ's automation at this stage. What?
Oh, Stampede.
Oh, they're going bottom. They want Natsumi.
Yeah, they do. And this time Natsumi's once again escaping into the same place as before. Has Bleed learned their lesson? Doesn't seem like it. He has a Blink Dagger just in case.
Oh, but hold on. Play Hard's hunting him.
Wait, he is. Natsumi, don't breathe.
I don't think they can hear.
I think he's out.
Yeah. Natsumi's really just standing still.
He really wants to.
He knows that Rubik's,
okay, he's TP, he's TP.
Rubik's too ADHD, so if he sees any movement, he's going to go for that instead.
Oh, he just rough into the trees!
That's
what Rubik sounds like to me.
Never do that again.
FBZ, they bashed him. Now the Abyssal, Exhibit A, FBZ's dead.
Exhibit A for what?
For Abyssal.
Oh, yes, that's right.
You said this before.
That's right.
It's a callback. Then Rubik really destroyed your head, huh?
It kind of did. I was like, oh, I wasn't ready for that.
Okay, I'm sorry. We have X mark the spot still on Play Hard, so anyone that gets remotely close, even though Kunkka can't do his trick, right? Could you actually go too close, and then you X him, and then he's dead.
I feel like any other Rubik impression that is not, what is it, Elwano's Dota 2 reporter is absolutely cursed. Was it Elwano?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me. That's what I heard of that.
Think you need to give that another listen, my friend.
I have ADHD, hence I'm the only one that's allowed to
I guess so, right?
Yeah.
I guess so. But Bleed, you know, they're content to just sit back here and let us banter, honestly. I mean, they've got all the items they want. They kind of just kill anyone from Boom, to be honest, and they're not really scared of a team fight either. Good luck killing Jackie's level 22, continuing to scale, going into next Aya. Scotty, I mean, it's just item after. Look at how Play Hard's farming even, in case you're wondering how comfortable Bleed are feeling.
Yeah. I mean, the issue as well is that it doesn't seem like Boom has a turning point where like, right, this is when they start winning, right? Maybe eventually FBZ gets enough damage to become like a mid laner, right?
Yeah, I mean, let's look at their mid laner, right? I mean, the Coddle ship has sailed, I think. That thing is long gone.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure what more you can really hope to offer. I think he's building that Ethereal Blade, but that is still a pipe dream away here at this stage. Natsumi, I mean, this might end up looking like one of those very...
Oh, there's Abyssal on Masaros, dude.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
I was not expecting that. Another Exhibit A.
So many. This Court of Justice is really leading the Bleed side.
I mean, it's looking pretty one-sided as well, isn't it? 6-16, 17K up. I think that's the Rune. This is going to be pretty... Exhibit D for Jackie.
Double damage. This is looking very scary. Boom's public defendant has now left the courtroom.
Yes. Boom is now trying to defend themselves.
Oh no, that never goes well.
What's that? They're saying they're a sovereign citizen? Oh no, Avo, it's getting real ugly in here.
Oh, that's going to be a way too deep cut. Some Americans will get that. Play Hard?
Zephyr? Zephyr's like, oh
yeah, of course, Play Hard has a ward up in the high ground.
Guys, I think they have a ward here. Oh, Abyssalum, do it.
I don't want to reveal it yet. Maybe they haven't checked Masaro's inventory.
No. Just goes to show basically anything that touches their light is theirs, pretty much. I know he's the Lion King, but this is very much the Bear King.
Yeah, no, I agree. And there's no place for Boom to farm, there's no place for Boom to recover, which makes this transition from either Coddle or Kunkka into something useful very difficult. Because every farm you take is farm you're taking away from Natsumi.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's still finding a little bit of farm. I have to commend him at least for that. And he has now this 20 Sprout Leash's talent. This is not even the first match that Centaurs have gotten Abyssal, huh?
Oh, no, it hasn't. Wow.
That's impressive. It is faster than the average. Okay, never mind. Sorry, it is the first time this patch. Okay, never mind.
I thought Amar's played carry Centaur? I didn't know.
Honestly, right?
If there's someone that would buy Abyssal on Centaur. This game, mind you, it's very good because all you need is extra catch. Like, you are not in danger of falling off this game. It's just all about securing the kills that the enemy team is going to allow you to get, because Boom has to leave the map. Like, what they're doing right now, it's Natsumi mainly is doing this, allowing some of the safe farm to his second core. It seems like that's Yopaj.
You know, Avo, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think this build from the Saros is, I disagree, first of all.
Okay.
I think this is pure cowardice.
Really?
Yes.
What do you think you should be building?
The Ags cart.
But they don't have a ranged hero. I guess Enchantress.
I think you put DP in that thing and you say, to war, my lady.
I don't know about that one.
I think there's got to be like a Giuseppe Verdi opera on this about a centaur putting a demon lady on his cart and riding her into battle. There's no other way.
Last time we had a war where there was a side that used a wooden horse and they're fighting for a lady. They won.
They did.
But did that war ever happen? That's the real question.
Maybe that's how Bleach should get into the high ground here, right? They just leave Masaros there like as a gift, and they're like, hey guys, bring him into your high ground. Don't worry, it's all chill.
They're all fighting for Crystal Maiden's hand, actually.
Yeah, that's the lore here. Right?
Oh yeah, Jackie's fighting for Zephyr. It makes perfect sense.
Yes.
I'm coming for you.
There it is. I will say, they've turned you into a wolf. And he's enraged.
Masaros?
It's either that rage or all the cocaine in his system. I can't tell.
Oh look, the horse worked, and they're beating the old man on the horse.
No.
The Abyssal. They have another one.
Geez.
It's okay. They don't need it.
This is getting so bad.
But you see, they baited with Masaros. We're onto something here, Richie.
Jackie, nothing's gonna stop him now. Pupils are dilating. This bear is too strong, man. I thought he had something else queued up other than this nullifier, but the nullifier is the better choice.
Richie, in the distance you can hear character actress Margot Martindale. Jackie is now unstoppable.
Yeah.
The nullifier makes it literally impossible for you to survive.
Even Dubu's getting in there, man.
Yeah, why not?
Dubu, you're carrying it. I mean, I guess at this stage, it's not really.
He has Force Staff, he has Glimmer. We're also seeing a secondary fight from Playhard versus Tower, and Playhard is losing it. Okay, the Sprout, that's going to protect the racks for a little bit, from the creeps at least. Jackie, he can get through it though. He has a Battle Fury. There we go. There we go. Revenge of the Trees, not going to work on him. He's been disarmed and bleed. They played safely, huh?
Yeah. Without Masaros, you know, again, the strat doesn't work if the Trojan horse isn't allowed into the walls.
Right, so Masaros is the one that's constantly trying to defend from NP.
Well, I mean, more so by that, I mean, he is kind of their initiation right now.
No, but I mean, like, he's also the one that needs to deal with the MP, right?
Yes, absolutely.
So that's why they keep sending him back. This is the third Roche. It's going to come with a Refresher Shard. Probably Corden, right? At this point, double EXO, double BKB.
Give that to Corden, and I think look to stamp out this game now. I think there's no reason for you to let Natsumi get any more and more items. I don't think there's ever a point where you can solo carry this, not against an Ursa, especially the Ursa with, you know, this much net worth, item advantage, you know, and of course the unstoppable power that all the cocaine he's eaten has given him as well.
Oh, Valve is not listening to this broadcast.
Jesus.
Out of all the broadcasts.
Listen, it's a pop culture reference, okay? We're safe.
Oh, Natsumi? Natsumi? He TP'd in the middle of a center. Of course he has dust. And then
by the way,
an Abyssal.
Oh, he just bashed him. Oh my god.
Natsumi, he was not expecting Masaros to bash him twice. Tsunami was right. First hit bash. And that is going to be Natsumi dead for 80 seconds. That was a really weird TP, though. He didn't TP in the trees. He TP'd in the middle, like in the secret shop. I'm assuming he was trying to buy something. He was.
Yeah, Scotty.
He was buying Scotty.
Yeah, and I just think that has to be the nail in the coffin here.
Right.
I don't think there's just any way back. I mean, you can see he has no recourse against this Abyssal or not. There's just nothing you can do versus the Centaur, first of all.
Yeah, they got to push. Oh, they're going to actually fight head first up top.
Oh, bong. Oh, no.
No, it's not bong. It's FBZ. And I think FBZ is going to die here. Goodbye.
You know, they said Helen of Troy was the most beautiful woman in the world, which is why they fought the war over her.
That's what I heard too. But I don't know. I saw her Instagram. It was mid.
It was mid. It's all filters. I don't think so.
Can you imagine that guy Memnon? He breaks the towers. This is not what your pictures look like.
There's so many movies about that as well. Corden's, by the way, just solo exoing in the mid lane. This game is...
He has two, though, so it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, he has two, and honestly, Boom can't stop him. So, I mean, this game is just really hard.
Yeah. Yep, that's a dead Zephyr. And also, Yopaj, 4 steps. Maybe that's enough. Glaive Deer, counter attack from Boom. No, I gave him way too much.
They
have no damage.
They can't stop it. It's just way too hard. Someone's dropped a gem. What player has at least had his A on this proc? Maybe he's a kill.
Yeah, he could be.
But I don't see this scoreline moving from 6 to 21 that easily.
Okay, he's trying. And Jackie tried to go for the name Pac-Man as well. Didn't work out.
Level 25, by the way.
Jackie has been slowed a little bit. Lotus Orb saving him from the Frostbite. In fact, counter-attacking Corden. He's the one leading the fray now. Trying to finish off BZ, but BZ's quite tanking. Corden, he might have been off of him more than he could chew. He still has a cheese. Attacked the BKB first. That's BKB for Corden. Cheese still available. Gonna eat it immediately, and Corden's back to full HP. Jackie now attacks, and they finally get rid of Natsumi. That's the enemy carry done. No more damage to boot. With this, Zephyr should be in trouble as well as he gets Frostbitten himself. That was Zephyr who stole it. He's going to die. Another steal from Zephyr that gets the Frostbite onto this Kunkka. They keep breaking his towers. Monstros comes in with a Havoc Hammer, pushing them back, and they're going to find this Coddle. Goodbye to Yopaj. A silent stop FPZ, doesn't know what he could do, and they just call the GG.
Yeah. I mean, patience from Boom to play that out till the very bitter end. They will get at least one additional kill there, so the scoreline 7 to 24, not 6 to 24. But you can see Bleed feeling much better about that.
Yes.
They survived through what was maybe looking like a scary early game, but it felt like they knew exactly what Boom's game plan was. Credit where credit is due. I think Dubu played a phenomenal early game with his wards that really end up kind of shifting the path that this game goes down.
Yep, indeed. But at the same time, I feel like Boom's strategy, whereas in the first game I was like, yes, they finally found their identity, they don't seem so lost. Once again, it wasn't quite there, right? And it feels like this team hasn't quite found the identity as much as we expected in the first game. I'm hoping to see first game Boom yet again. Because Bleed, yes, they played really well, but I feel like they played game 1-2 very well.
Yeah.
It just so happened that Boom was absent here.
No, exactly. And now it's time for us to be absent, as we're going to throw it on over to Tsunami and our panel to break down game number 2 just a bit more.
That's right, Bojack Centaurman and the rest of the gang end up pulling through for game number 2 and Bleed to turn it into a competitive 3-game series. But how? How did this happen? What chain of events transpired this whole conclusion, Winter? Tell me.
Both games, the team that had the overall last pick won.
Okay, that's actually pretty fair analysis, but did the overall last pick influence what would happen? Because, wait.
Yeah, they both had like very weird overall last.
That's true.
I mean, the team that picked first, they finished their draft with in a very weird manner. In the first game, we had the off-lane Phoenix with the TB DP, and this time we had a Kotal with the Kunkka. I don't know, man. Like.
He never got a charge on his Spirit Festival.
No, he didn't.
Pretty sad. Like, you put like, how much is it's like almost 4,000 or 3,000 gold?
I get the idea, you know. They probably feel like, okay, we have this, we open a draft with 3N MP, and then we want a Kotal to facilitate a very, very fast game, you know, like a fast-paced game. But I just feel like they could have done the same thing, but with like just an offlane, like a Mars or like just something that can be an initiator, pseudo frontline hero. And just let because Kunkka itself is a semi-expensive hero, he needs farm. And then MP is a very expensive hero. And then you add a Kotal on top of that, you're totally out of budget. Like everybody wants to farm.
Like, yeah, imagine if you had the Kunkka network. Oh no, the Kotal's network
is the
Kunkka.
Yeah.
And then you had Kotal as another hero. That like it might still, the result might still be the same, but
the flow of the game is gonna be better.
I just feel like all that network in the Kotal didn't really do anything yet.
And you were even saying like probably it's better that he actually rushed Dagon.
Yeah, let's go pew pew.
That's what I thought that was going to happen, because the vessel was really just for death profit, and like I mean I
Centaur.
guess. Yeah. Is it even that critical against a Centaur?
I mean, it's just good against high HP regen heroes.
Yeah, but I thought it's like your Morphlings, your Necros, the ones that have like heals.
No, sure.
Yeah.
But
our MVP is indeed Masaros' Centaur.
And it's funny because like they saw this lane coming, and you know Masaros ends up with 0 death and
Rubik Centaur opening. You know, by the way, the draft.
Yeah.
And they
it was telegraphed from phase 1.
Yeah, they were confident enough to put the Fury against it, and Masaros was scaling pretty hard. Like he was the same network as the Kotal for majority of the game until like the final minutes.
Yeah,
that's why I feel like both teams when they're on the first phase draft, and I feel like the 8th pick is crucial. You know, if you want to have a better game during the when you have first pick, you have to plan your draft around it, and you have to be much more careful with your bans and what you're going into the next phase. What do you want to have? Because you already talk to your team. Okay, this is going to be our opening, right? Then you have to be really clear in the next phase, your bans and picks, everything has to be really good, really well planned. Because when you're in the second phase, it's much easier. You have the overall last pick. We're just going to chill, open with the off lane and the support, and just see what the opponent is going to pick. It's just easier to draft that way. But when you're in the first pick, you have to come in with more like a solid plan with your 8th pick and how you're going to play around it.
And in this one, Furion being the 8th pick, it seemed like you said, too expensive because Furion's expensive, Kanka's
The heroes later were expensive. I mean, I'm fine with the Furion.
Yeah. You can have the one.
Yeah.
But then they didn't stick to the plan.
Yeah.
The plan should be Furion's our most expensive hero, which if you're just now tuning in, you have no idea what this terminology is. We're talking about the greed of the carries, the greed of the cores. Furion's a very greedy core. And then Kanka offlane is probably...
Kanka itself is a hero that...
hero, but
he needs some money. You know? He needs some money. And then your offlane, to finish off with the MP and Kanka cores, you should have a cheaper offlane, like a Mars, you know, so that everybody is happy.
The kind of hero that just has a dagger and is happy.
Yeah. Yes, correct.
Sure.
Yeah.
Correct. That's a very good way of putting things.
Which... a coddle is not just a give me one item and I'm happy kind of hero.
I take everything.
Yeah, I know. Even when he's not even trying, he'll just be... I'm curious how many like Nature's Prophet ultimates versus Illuminates were just stealing farm from like the Kanka who's like tide bringing. He's like, oh great, you guys just killed my entire wave that I'm trying to farm. But I always love closing out the day with a 3-game series. So let's see who will be the winner of Bleed versus Boom after the break.
Three, two, one.
For a decent amount of time. Have to take up like the flame cloak. Does get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final game of the day here at the midway point of the DPC. Not just the Southeast Asian DPC, but all DPCs. It is only a 3-week season, and we are 1.5 weeks way through. And we're closing things out with Bleed versus Boom. Boom on a journey to pick up their very first series victory, lest they be in the same company as Fnatic, who are also currently fully... what's the opposite of undefeated?
Unwinnable.
Unwinnable, who are also currently in the unwinnable state as they are 0-4, and Boom is staring down the barrel of an 0-4 if they don't win this third game. Bleed, meanwhile, looking to get their third series victory. They are currently 2-1. So let's see who gets the last pick this time. Because according to Winter, last pick wins the game.
You should just do a coin toss and whoever wins, picks second pick.
You coin toss every game, right?
I think you coin toss at the beginning. And then I think in game 3, well, when I was still playing, game 3 is also like a coin toss.
So game 2 is the opposite of whatever game? Okay, I see. I haven't gotten a chance, I guess because the map hasn't really changed, but I know a popular question was like, oh, do you prefer Radiant or Dire, or first pick or second pick? But I feel like the map hasn't changed in so long that like at this point teams are just equally comfortable.
I saw a stat recently that first pick is the most picked, but I think second pick has the highest win. I think it was 58 last time I saw.
Whoa, actually.
But, okay, let me ask you right now, right? So if your first pick, right, what is the only hero or whatever hero that you want to get? Like, what's the strategy around? Like, is there any hero that you would really want to get?
It favors these teams that, like, maybe they have a lot of opening picks. Like, you have Brood, and you pull it off at a consistent, where the opponent can't ban all of your opening.
Yeah, because second pick is always like the last two picks. You get to counter the last two picks. That's why it's easier to draft
It's easier to counter pick when you're second pick.
Yeah,
because you get to see 2 cores.
I mean, this is why I always bring up during the draft. I look at who's first pick and who's second pick, and I look at how they're approaching the game when they are first pick and when they are in second pick, because I feel like it should differ. Every time you look at the pick order, you have to come up with a plan based on your pick order. And I feel like sometimes the teams, they're like, okay, regardless of the pick order, this is how we're going to do things. Jackie's hero is going to be last, or Masara's hero is going to be last, whatever it is. And I feel like to be able to do well across the board, regardless first pick or second pick, you have to come up with a plan based on that. Maybe in the first pick, because you don't have the overall last pick, so maybe it's better to put the carry under win condition. And then in the second pick phase, because you have overall last pick, maybe you feel like, oh, we can overall last pick off lane. It's easier for us to play the game that way,
That's also team-centric, though.
Yeah, so much words.
It's not always.
I was losing track.
Besides the pick order, also, maybe I'm underselling the difference between Radiant and Dire. Before we look at this draft, give me your prediction on the win rate differential between Radiant and Dire, do you think?
I would say Dire's higher.
Okay.
By like 5%.
Winter?
Radiant's higher, because I think Mike's wrong.
Well, you should have sided with Mike. Mike's a smart boy, but not as much as he thought.
Oh.
Globally, 193 matches of DPC Div 1 have been played. 60% win rate for Dire, 40% win rate for Radiant.
Oh my, 20% difference?
That is how 100% works, yes.
Like, I just assume Dire's higher because, like, the natural flow, it favors Dire because they open up the bottom map, and then you force someone.
Yeah, for outpost for Roshan.
You force Radiant to react to bottom, and then it opens up like the Roche.
You say that, but I thought that Radiant would be like, oh, they take over tier 1, and then they can take over the outpost.
They don't have an outpost there to TP to.
Yeah.
When there's
but they can claim the outpost,
but
and
that's
then
later on.
Yeah. Okay.
Like,
True.
Yeah, that's like so much later. Usually
that's insane, 20%.
And in Southeast Asia, it's 67% Dire, 33% Radiant.
Okay, Dire,
36 matches.
Dire auto win, so Bleed has Dire, but first. Okay, so this is balance, right? Bleed has Dire and
not last pick.
Boom has last pick.
Okay, there we go. Balanced game.
Like, I like Bleed's opening because
I agree.
like, Gordon's like, I'm ending the game, boys.
Yeah, and your first pick, you have to try to secure something, because we've seen so far, every time they leave his hero later, he doesn't get those comfortable heroes.
But I did like the adjustment Bleed made like to what's the word I'm thinking about? Like to play around the DP of Corden, you know, Masaros is this initiate. Yeah. And then you said you don't like when teams open with the two supports, which is potentially Tiny.
I mean,
and
Tiny could be a call, so it's still acceptable in some way.
Do they have to ban out Kanka now that Disruptor's on the board? Because I saw Kanka be quite effective against Disruptor.
No, I don't think so. Like, I don't think you want to, for Boom, you pick Konka 3 games in a row.
No. If Bleed pick it.
Oh.
Although, I mean, I guess it's more of a Yopaj hero. I don't really know if it's even in...
Corden is going to be playing Pango.
Like, I'm sure Masaros can play it, but, you know, it's going to change up too much. And I feel like they're just going to be copying Boom style.
True. Which Masaros did play Pango once. It was the very last pick, and that was a game in which Corden was Ember.
Here? What?
He was Ember.
Yeah, so it's like you got the best of both worlds. You can choose.
So they ban out the
It's
Naga?
like, how do you counter a 8-pick Pango, right? You just ban out Blood. Like, cause
you mean what bans you need to ban when you pick Pango, right? Yeah, just Bloodseeker. I feel it's just Bloodseeker.
And then Puck's not really a hero because you can also just get the roll up. And then we've seen teams, you know, pick Trient, but Corden was also like ahead of that. He's like, oh, I'm just getting the shard right
Honestly,
away.
it's just Bloodseeker. I feel the rest of the heroes, sure, maybe it's uncomfortable, but I don't think it warrants a ban.
And it's like, it's a hero that can deal with Brood. Like, what else am I thinking? Like, there's no matchup that really screws.
You mean the mid matchup?
Yeah. Like, I'm thinking maybe a Slark. Like, SMG which they tried to.
Yeah, Monkey King Slark.
Yeah, but they did, like, because you can never count out that roll, you know? Like, with a good roll and diffusal.
Yeah.
It just does so much.
I mean, it's mainly just like before level 6. Which heroes are you worried about before level 6 comes? Which maybe, well, actually even Bat Rider, you can swashbuckle out in most situations.
Bat Rider, so it's just like a mid Bat Rider anticipating the Pango mid.
Yeah, but is it that good?
I mean, Corden just needs to be smart about his spell usage. Like, he can't swashbuckle to get last hits because that's when he can go on you.
Yeah. So getting runes may be a bit...
Bleed actually learned from the SMG match. Ban on both Monkey King and Slark.
I mean, I'm not sure if Boom actually will go down that route because they're totally different, you know?
Why? Like, what else are they going to ban? Like, is there a Boom hero that you need to ban?
I mean, if there's nothing to ban, I'd rather ban Puck.
But they have Rubik.
Yeah, but if you're telling me that, what do I need to ban for this Pango, you know?
Okay.
I'm just looking at that. Okay, we saw Omni one time today, right? It was Geek Slate.
Yeah, Raji.
I don't know about this Bat Rider here though. I think the lane is gonna be A-okay for the Pango. It won't be so bad. Oh,
so they leave it open. You know, they can swap it around. The flex between.
Yeah, but which one lanes better against Bat?
Pango for sure. Like, I feel Brood. I mean, DP can get punished easier.
Siphon, like once you have enough stacks of napalm, Siphon won't save you.
And it's kind of redundant.
You have to learn one point in silence in that lane,
that's
maybe.
true.
I think I've seen people do it before.
Honestly, I'm shocked at how many Drow Rangers these days are also getting early points in Gust, because I used to never see that, and these days Drow Rangers are...
If you can greed it out, obviously it's better you don't have that 1 point.
Yeah.
But it's more often than not that there's a fight that happens in your lane that, you know, you need silence to push back.
And then same thing for DP. I think like occasionally a 4 position may come rotate and you're like, shut your mouth. Don't gank me.
Yeah, Winter, shut your mouth.
Shut your mouth.
Okay.
So Winter, tell me about Omni. I'm assuming they just wanted a strong dispel against Lasso. And then I guess a dispel in lane.
But it's going to be tricky, like, unless Omni gets Aetherlance, because the static, like Lasso pulling him back into a static storm, it could be...
Static storm?
It's going to be pos 5, right, most likely.
The Disruptor.
Oh, yeah.
And like when Bat Rider lassos, you know, unless he's really quick with his finger or he has that cast range to kind of...
So they picked the SF. I mean, SF is pretty decent against the DP.
can be both carry and mid.
Yeah.
Unless they really switch it up and
they have the overall last pick.
Yes.
What about making the Pango offlane now and making it lane against what I'm assuming is a safe lane SF, but maybe not?
Yeah, but then the DP doesn't lane well against Bad Rider.
Yeah.
That's gonna be like.
But you told me, Winter, someone has to have a bad game.
Yeah.
So who's it gonna be?
Not the DP.
Okay.
Fuck the Pango.
Okay, there we go.
Pango is the lower tier hero here.
Pango's cheap.
He's a cheaper hero.
Yes.
Cheaper hero.
Pango deserves the shittier game. DP cannot have a shit game, you know. You cannot recover as well. Pango is like, okay, I'm poor, but I TP in, I roll, I get a couple of kills, I'm back, man.
You're right.
Oh, let's see. What options are up for Jackie? The Dro's still up. There, no, Lina's banned. Sniper's banned. A lot of the carries are banned.
Morphling?
Yeah, but
I still like Chaos Knight. I've been suggesting it so much, but nobody picks it.
But Chaos Knight's TK looks really bad.
I mean, he needs some cheap hero like that. I mean, they can go for, what else they can go for, like
Wait,
cheap hero?
Bleed can afford another expensive hero. This isn't that expensive of a draft.
Yeah, it's not that expensive.
This is like a night out with your boys draft. This ain't a fancy dinner with your girlfriend draft.
Okay. It's kind of...
Seems like it's an offlane FBZ Bat Rider, then...
No, I mean... That must mean they're probably thinking... What is a good carry for... No, because I'm assuming SF's already carry.
Phantom Lancer?
I mean, they should just go Dro. Like, Dro Omni. It's not the strongest, but once they start grouping up and you have like Pango and DP causing a lot of chaos, Dro should be free. Fire from the back line.
And not super expensive.
Oh my god, I've started a thing, man.
I like it. So many times I hear about greedy cores, but really, like, I'm paying for
Or it's like, Dro, you punch them.
That look more like
clearly Bleed wants to pick Marcy. That's what I picked up from that webcam.
I see nothing wrong with a Dro, unless you see something better for Bleed here, Winter.
Not really though. I think I would like something like a draw, like a group up carry. You fight around the DP, EXO. I mean, it's like that's why I'm suggesting like the CK. You join the fight, you just play around the DP timing.
Sure.
You don't need too much farm.
You don't think they'll suffer if ever? Oh, I mean, they have Omni now.
Yeah, they have Omni. I feel like the Bad Rider doesn't want to go off lane.
Yeah.
He only wants to go mid.
Okay.
MP into
So
Bad
is
Rider.
this Bleed's turn for like their first time? Because I think we mentioned earlier that Jackie hasn't played.
Correct. So this is their first time giving Nature's Prophet carry a shot.
Double Prophet draft, man.
So one team also pulled it out for the first time, lost, and they were first pick this time.
A lot of layers to this analysis.
You know, first pick, but they also saved it all the way at the end. To boom, go for Centaur here.
I mean, why not? It's good against DP.
It's actually not bad.
It's good against Centaur.
But I don't know if that's what they need.
Well, who would you rather Bat Rider shut down? You want Bat Rider to shut down mid, or you want Bat Rider to shut down safe lane?
I mean, I think you just go
I
mid.
think you just go mid.
He needs to scale, get
Dodge
the BKB.
dodge
and
the
like,
Omni Knight.
Okay.
I mean, imagine you have Centaur, you lasso, and he Stampede, and you drag the hero 10,000 miles away.
That's a kidnapping case. But then Rubik steals the Stampede, and like, we're coming after you. Timber.
Okay. That's FBZ comfort, but...
Timber against Nature's Prophet Omni. Okay, it's very good for the lane. It's very good for the lane, but is it that good for the game? They need a frontliner, yes. I mean, overall, I think it's fine. I mean...
Would you want to put the Omni Knight with the DP at bottom? Since Omni Knight doesn't really do anything to Timber at top.
Yeah.
Like, at least Rubik can, like, last hit the range creeps.
And you can remove the Thunder Strike, right?
Eventually, you just leave...
actually, Omni plus Pango and Rubik and MP. I think those lanes are going to be better for them. I agree.
What? Gave like 4 heroes.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying you put the Omni bot lane with the Pangolier. The Rubik is going to lane with the MP. I know.
But those are the 4 heroes.
You gave me 4 heroes.
guy's-
Like, you're confusing me, man. Just say yes, no.
He's
maybe
smoking
so.
too much cigarette, man.
You're talking in tongues. Just give it to me. I'm a dummy. I can't understand all these things. Avo and Seek and Strike, though, they're geniuses. Tell me.
I wouldn't go to Fort Tsunami. That was
I also wouldn't go that far.
absolute Mensa students that I'm speaking to over here.
Yeah, that's
the
right.
upper echelon of the IQ. So
I
tell
am
me.
a card-carrying Mensa member. Actually,
can
thank you
tell.
for noticing.
I took the exam and I got bored halfway through.
No, but actually, what I
Because
was
you were
really
too smart.
No,
Right,
because I
right.
was too dumb. I was like, what are these questions?
Well, I wanted one very quick question for Winter. Winter, how come when we talk to you about food, it's all so simple and easy? Good, bad, salty, sweet. It's not worth it. And when you talk about Dota, look at Mike. Look at that look. He's so confused.
Like, you know, he said so many words earlier on. Like, I lost track of what he was saying.
I'm getting paid per word.
Okay, well, in that case, we are done with the analysis from this side. Please cast. I don't want Winter to get any more money.
We need to renegotiate that contract. That is the worst contract you ever
I
made.
didn't know that was how it was done. Oh,
Let's get to the game, guys, because we're about to see the typical SEA clash in the mid lane where they both meet to say hi.
Yeah, well, for now, Zephyr's going to get scouted. We're not missing too much, but Ward plants it down early on here. At least we'll see if actually Bleed are going to be able to find it. But we're going to...
Most panelists would be like, hey, you gotta relax, it's okay, don't worry about it. Winter would be like, hey, can you please not be this relaxed on our panel? What a wild man. I'm so glad to have him on the SCDPC.
He lives his best life, regardless of what you think. Oh,
he does. He's an example for everyone. You know he's a fish farmer now?
I did.
I know you know, but I'm talking to the chat. You guys know he actually now he like collects. He
does
breeds.
not collect them,
he
yeah.
breeds beta fish.
Yeah, beta fish.
So if you guys are in need of a beautiful fish,
especially in the KL area,
yes, ask Winter Dota.
Tweet at him at Winter
He is
Dota.
now sponsoring this broadcast.
He is sponsoring us.
That's why
Therefore,
he's-
we no longer have to pay him by the word. There it is. We're saved, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see now if Boom Esports are going to save their chances at, well, honestly, not being in that bottom 2 relegation zone.
Yes.
It's a real scary place for them to be. Like, let's just remind ourselves, Bleed, also, you know, with a win here, could very well set themselves up for maybe not first, but certainly a very, you know, contentious effort for second, third, which, of course, are all those all-important major spots.
Exactly. Is Geek Slate? I mean, I have to look at what their matchups they're missing, but I feel like Geek Slate to still drop 1 or 2. Like, Bleed is still doing pretty well, so they could force tiebreakers with them. It is SCA. Anyone can beat anyone. That's actually the end.
Right.
I know you're checking, so can you tell me what Geek Slate is missing? Are there any big teams?
Yes, they have to play Bleed and Blacklist International
Okay.
as well. And, you know, I'll mention it. And Talon, who did look pretty decent earlier.
Oh, that's a 3. Oh, okay. So they beat a lot of the... They beat like Fanatics
well, they beat the Execration today as well, right? Which was, I think, maybe a little bit of a shocker to some of the Filipino fans who were kind of riding the Execration wave. We'll see how long that continues to go, of course, because our first match tomorrow is also Execration versus Blacklist International. So an important match.
That is the Filipino derby.
It is. But refocusing here onto this match and who Boom Esports has up next, their road is a bit scarier. They have Fnatic, which is also going to be our match tomorrow before Blacklist International and SMG. So far, Boom winless in their 3 previous encounters. This is their 4th. They're hoping not to match Fnatic's winless streak of 0-4. No, I mean, it's relegation, you know, at this stage. I mean, sure, they're not actively thinking about it here in the laning stage, but it is going to be on the back of their minds when they do start team fighting a bit later, when they realize, oh no, Bleed has beat us to this punch on XYZ item time. And like, these things, I think at this stage, they probably start making a difference.
They do. The pressure starts to mount up, but this time it does seem like Boom has a pretty comfortable lineup with a much clearer idea, right? A good combination of team fight, a nice little tank in the offlane with a Timber Saw, in addition to a solid win condition in the Shadow Fiend. It might be, as most of Boom lineups, it feels a little bit less meta, right? It feels like you're just slightly behind the usual thoughts in the draft, but it has more identity than what we saw in Game 1 2.
That's true. And maybe even a little bit of identity theft, right? Because I feel like all the Timber Saws we've seen pop off have actually been for Bleed from Asaros.
It's true. That's a very good point. Yeah. Asaros has had the best Timber Saw performances this game.
Oh, by far. I think he almost went deathless in 2 games back-to-back. It was really impressive in one of Bleed's earlier victories. This time, of course, it'll be FBZ. I'm eager to see how he will get the ball rolling here. Also, a little bit of a popular pick today. Is this Omni Knight? I think I saw a stat earlier, and this could be incorrect, but it was the first Omni Knight picked in the last series, and here he is again. actually, this Omni hero in the hands of Dubu. Real excited to see what he's going to be able to get done.
I've actually been hearing really good things from the high immortal players that they're playing, like, they're spamming Omnight 5 because the hero's quite strong right now. That new Hammer of Purity makes him a really, really strong laner, and people are starting to discover how to abuse that a little bit better. Yeah, he's also great with ranged carries, right? Which is the popular thing right now, because he's melee. And there's very few melee supports that are being played effectively, because Ogre's kind of dead.
Ogre is pretty dead. Abba as well is not really in the pool too much anymore.
No, Dubu has tried it. It didn't succeed, I believe. It was against the Ricky Marana.
I'm trying to think of who else.
Ricky, right? Ricky support, obviously.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But he's very much the least melee support out of everyone we've just mentioned.
I think it's Ricky Tiny, though, the two melee, quote-unquote, melee supports that are being played more commonly.
Tiny's certainly melee, though, I would say, in the early... I mean, this is not the build that Zephyr's gone for, but remember, we used to also see that Shri grab at level 1 just to out-trade everyone else, so I feel like it's a bit harder to not call him a melee, but points taken.
No, I agree. And then the question is now, why not go for Tree Grab? It must be because it feels like he actually doesn't out-trade the Omni Knight.
Very good point. Yeah, bring it back full circle there, right?
Yeah.
And he's actually just being ran down. Dubu, he's a man on a mission here, and that mission is Smash Rock. Man's very first mission.
Yeah, that's a good point. Zephyr, with the Avalanche toss, he has a lot more kill potential, and he actually can secure the runes much more effectively, but he cannot be Dubu in the 1v1 like we're seeing here.
Yeah. It's just, okay, finally they will disengage.
Man did not smash rock.
Man did not smash rock, but
the wheel is so far away, Richie.
He's gonna level up through the tech trees here. He's rushed religion here on the Omni Knight.
Sure, yeah. Which is why his Hammer of Purity extends, and he's going back to the top lane, where he can do his best role, which is just securing this lane.
Yeah.
A little bit difficult against Timbersaw, though.
And I do believe this alone time has actually behooved FBZ a little bit more than Jackie. Timbersaw is still very much one of these supports, offlaners make that really wants a solo experience, and even in a lane matchup, which, you know, most other melee laners especially might be a bit more oppressed by the NP, he still wants his solo experience. He still wants to get his levels in that reactive armor online. He's doing a pretty good job here, I have to say.
I am wondering if FBZ will do something similar to Masaros, where he hasn't actually maxed the reactive armor. It takes only 3 points, which was the Masaros build, and instead goes for the Pointing Whirling Death now.
Right.
Or maybe the Pointing Timber Chain even, maxing that instead. Or if he will go for the more traditional build.
Yeah. On the other side of the coin, I also have to wonder, what is Dubu going to do in this lane then? Or rather, in other lanes, perhaps, is down bottom.
Yeah, X-Nova. He has the glimpse that might save him. In fact, with a toss, they can even get a counter kill here on Masaros. Nice telekinesis, putting Tatsumi away, but he does have Shadow Raise, the long one in a second. Masaros trying to get close to him because he knows which is coming off cooldown soon. But now the mid-range, they miss it. The short range, though, does hit. Masaros' infused range up will keep him alive, but not long enough for him to get the kill.
Okay, still got the kill, and that's kind of what I was referring to, right? Zephyr is able to join the fray here and make it a little bit of an imbalanced affair, and I'm wondering if Dubu isn't going to consider doing the same. You can probably only stack one camp at a time here on the Omni Knight. If he was something like, I don't know, a Shadow Demon or a Coddle, I could see a lot of sense in him just remaining in the jungle and stacking some big stacks for NP or Pango even perhaps, but well, I'd like to see him get a little bit more active as Rune is going to spawn into the top lane, DD for Corden.
Okay. He's an okay here actually early to use the DD, because you can Rolling Thunder for a single attack, right? And then you constantly, for a single stun, and then you constantly auto-attack the enemy. The only thing is, there's not really easy kills on Boom, at least not on the cores. Shadow Fiend is the only one. They should be obvious. So I'd expect Boom to just protect Natsumi as much as possible.
Toss back on the tower.
Yopaj is continuing, but Dubu, he purged those sticky naval stacks. Now the Flame Break, there's Stealth Lasso as well, but Kordak is double damage rune. There's a single bonk I was expecting. Up to the high ground he goes. Well done, Yopaj. He knew what the play was. He avoided it.
Dubu.
He has 4 sticky naval stacks and 10 seconds to the Heavenly Grace. Now 5. Yopaj wants to finish him with auto attacks. He'll succeed. Now the lasso comes in.
Let's have a toss.
But we still have, maybe not. The auto attack from Corden can't reach Yopaj, who still wants to go for Corden. Now as he comes back, they give him a Fairy Fire, and they're going to get the kill on this Mangolier.
FBZ got a solo kill top lane, though, onto the Nature's Prophet at the same time. 4 unanswered kills from Boom.
Look at this. They just needed the identity, and he did go for the 3rd point in Timber Chain.
Yeah.
He knows. He's a Timbersaw player.
They do be a Timbersaw player. Natsumi as well as a SF player, man. 28-12. Curiously enough, 3 games in a row where we've had DP in every single series in a patch where we don't see a ton of her.
Oh, Natsumi. This is the gank that I was expecting, right?
Oh, yeah. This is impressive. Nicely done. They needed to shut down Natsumi and get something somewhere. Jackie, though, will be glimpsed back.
Killed Playhard, by the way. he killed it with the raises. So he actually did get the kill out of it, not that bad. And really well played by Bleed, because they knew this gank was obvious, so they waited for the gank to happen mid lane for them to actually achieve this. So they couldn't support, they couldn't TP the supports them.
Pretty good siege ongoing, but SF respawning soon, and that's a toss underneath tower. Good avalanche to boot from Zephyr. Xnova has level 2 glimpse, but most importantly, has no desire to be right next to Masaros in this next team fight. TP out, and double raise will collect the souls of Dubu. As Masaros, he's going to be glimpsed back. Yep, no chance Dubu messes that one up, and that means another kill here onto the DP. She's even trapped by the creeps. Woo. Yeah. No recourse for her.
And while usually you wouldn't play in this bottom lane this early, right? Because you know Timbersaw is completely safe alone top. You play in the dead lane now, securing your Shadow Fiend's farm instead. They even completely forwent the mid lane. Losing a bunch of experience here, they didn't care. They just wanted to make sure Natsumi has a space to farm.
Yeah, very true.
Are scanning.
I think this is pretty decent for Yopaj as well. He's getting his BOTs with a pretty respectable timing here.
Okay.
And I think Corden, who otherwise is, you know, this Pangolier has been their go-to for bleed when I feel like they've, I don't know if it's wanted a win or maybe just wanted Corden on a comfort hero, but
yeah, comfort. Let's call it comfort.
They've certainly really gone to this hero in times of great need, right? I mean, the first game of the entire DPC, I believe they tried it again, not game 3 because it was banned. They tried it again in a couple of the other series.
Yeah,
you know.
It was Pango and Puck that seems to be his biggest comfort heroes, but Pango is good and Puck is kind of bad.
Yeah, exactly. And he's a smoke. He TP'd to the mid lane, and now he's smoked up now with Dubu. Ooh, Natsumi clipped here by a little bit of the swashbuckle. They're going to make a play for this.
Were they expecting this? Yeah, we already see a TP from Yopaj. Stunning Natsumi once. The bonk works, plus the purification, but Natsumi had a magic wand. That's going to help him last a little bit longer. Perhaps this settles for a counter kill as they go for Dubu next. Put him to the low ground. He heavenly graces those sticky naval charges, and the guy, he's quite tanky. When they glimpse him back, this is the second assault, and Dubu unfortunately has no more tools to survive. But it's still a kill on the carry. Bleed will take that.
Yep. In the meantime, we see a tower fall finally in the bottom lane as Jackie is going to get some alone time there. This also frees up FBZ to do the exact same, mirroring the play in the top lane, where he'll eventually take down this thing. Not nearly as quickly as the NP, but tower will fall eventually. So tower for tower, and FBZ certainly off to a pretty decent early game. That kill onto the SF is going to be his second in quick succession, but he finally does have the Mask of Madness online, so his farm game will start to normalize a little bit from here, and we'll get a little bit more gold online.
He also can do the thing that TB sometimes do, where you see a team fight that's lasting a little bit too long, they need a bit of damage, you walk towards it with Mask of Madness, movement speed bonus, and just gather 1 or 2 kills, right? The MOM really helps Shadow Fiend's just abhorrent mobility.
And should be mentioned that Fear also completely ruins heroes that have really good move speed. For example, this DP in the middle of an Exo. So if you can actually get off a decent Requiem, even just from trees that barely clips heroes, not even for damage, just for like the control, that might be good enough to get you out of a tough fight. You know, Masaros has not had the most phenomenal of games, and well, I suspect he is cursing the name of the Bat Rider underneath his tongue right now, as yeah, he's just gonna die here, honestly. It's that easy.
I don't think it was underneath his tongue. I think it was straight up screaming into the mic.
It very likely was in that instance, but nothing much he could do, and he's having a really tough game. So, you know, the more that they can do to keep down this DP, which I think they have a lot of heroes to do that, honestly. Disruptor in particular strikes me as a very strong DP counter here, especially before BKB or Yules. It seems really hard, honestly, for Bleed to have any fight in the early game. Corden really needs to get his defusal online, but he's still actually pretty far away from that item as we stand. And now Jackie, once again, going for a bit of an earlier build here. We've seen this last time, I believe, for Natsumi. This time for Jackie, heading first into the Maelstrom. So 2 games of no Midas here for the NP.
What did you think of that build last game? Because last game, they didn't really get to play, so we didn't really get to see the full power of it. What do you compare it to here with Witchblade and Midas? How do you see it?
I'm not so... Oh, well, this one's Maelstrom again, right?
That's why, like, compared to the Midas or the Witchblade build, like, how do you see this Maelstrom first build?
I'm not sure, right? Because I'm not sure what the difference is, honestly, between the difference in going between the Maelstrom and the Witchblade, right? Because I take a look at this lineup and I see lots of tanky heroes. You're an int-based hero, so you want some sort of magic damage to cut through the reactive armor stacks. Maelstrom and Witchblade both give you that. I have to imagine you just farm a bit faster with Maelstrom, honestly. Yep. And that would be kind of his priority at this stage, while still not just having Midas, because I think the way that he reads this game going, he'll be needed in these fights a bit sooner than he'd be more comfortable with if he went for with the Midas instead. So
here's a point for you to consider, though. It's interesting that they go for Maelstrom when there's not that much physical damage, right? Maybe the Witchblade armor is a really big reason why they also go for that, so they can fight earlier.
That's you know, I think actually you're onto something with that, because it's like 5 or 6 armor, isn't it, on the Witchblade?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent amount.
And here it's just Shadow Field as your physical damage. Right?
Yeah, and even then, early on, you're not that concerned with it. It's more of the magic burst or the pure damage, honestly, early from FBZ. That's going to be the bigger concern. So yeah, I guess this just gives you a little bit more, right? The farm speed, you don't really need the bonus armor early from the Witchblade. But most importantly, right, as far as why not Midas, well, it's because he needs to fight sooner.
Yes, exactly. Also, Midas is one of those items where it does feel bad if you're just farming with it, because it doesn't actually improve your farming speed. It's only useful when it's off cooldown, right?
Yep.
So Midas feels better when you get the gank and then use Midas in between. More so than, oh, I'm perma farming, doing nothing this game.
I also think it's not an item that he particularly benefits from as far as any attack modifiers. You know, I don't know, like a Viper, a Lifestealer especially, right? Comes to mind. Dubu, Giga Chad farming, doesn't care. You can't kill me.
Dubu, his aura is definitely very Giga Chad aura.
For sure.
Do you remember when KP used to do this when he was on TNC and used to play Omnet off lane? And he would not even...
Oh my god, yeah.
He would just taunt and follow enemies.
I do remember. He would just taunt at the tower and it would explode.
Yes.
Yeah, I do remember that when they were winning those national cups. Xnova is dead.
Ah, they won the major with that.
They did, actually.
Yeah, that was the Kuala Lumpur major, I believe.
I'm not sure. I thought it was one of the Chinese majors where they did their little morph faker, wasn't it?
Oh. I think so, maybe. I could swear it was the Malaysia major, but it could have been Chongqing that was right after.
Yeah.
Anyway, it is a very SEA hero. I've really got to see Omnite back into the menu for these guys.
Tower down here as Masaros is going to open up his menu now and finally get himself a tower with the first Exo he's cast. Interesting build here. No Yule Scepter like we saw last game on, I think it was also an offlane Death Prophet. Instead, straight Mechanism. So lots of heals here early on between the Purification and now the burst heals on the mech.
Interesting. I mean, we've seen a lot of this mechs. I guess this also liberates Playhard. They might think he's a more valuable hero this game because there's certainly better spells to steal. Well, not if he gets glimpsed though.
Nope. He's very dead.
They give him the Heavenly Grace. Play hard. Good luck. Survive.
Nope. Not happening. Nope. He will fall.
But don't you think the DP needs to scale this game, or are they just trusting the Pango to do so instead?
I think you're on the Pango and NP basket here, if I'm honest with you.
Okay.
I don't really know if DP can be the scaling hero anymore because, again, of the Spirit Siphon change no longer being percentage-based. I think you want a player for this early to mid-game spike.
Oh, that Illusion Rune saves him a little bit of the Avalanche, but doesn't get the Rolling Thunder off.
That's deep, by the way.
And he just got the Diffusal Blade, so they're stopping this timing. No smokes coming out for Bleed now.
This ought to be a Tier 1 tower here. There's no Exo. They don't quite yet have Rod of Atos. This is going to be a pretty hard defense from Bleed. A bold call, but they're not going to defend it too hard. And I think that's the right move. Maybe just looking for someone to overextend here. But Boom are not going to give him the chance.
Best use of the SF as well, right? Turret SF, he's not going to be really useful in like these long drawn-out fights, especially when any team has mobility. Just make him hit towers, right? Use his damage for something like that. That actually puts pressure on the map. So let's look at Bleed again then, Richie. I'm sorry, we're harping on them,
no,
but they're losing. So
they are losing, and in fact, they are, you know, at this stage set to get reverse swept, which doesn't feel very good for them, I imagine. I'm also
well, no, the first game was to Boom, actually.
Oh, that's right.
Yes. But what's the turning point then? Give me something about Bleed that's hopeful. The light at the end of the tunnel. Where does it reside? What item is it that they can play around here?
Well, Gleipnir's just straight up really good for this team, right? You have a lot of heroes that, you know, they thrive on being mobile in fights. Bat especially, Timbersaw, of course. That, you know, that item can really look to threaten them. You're going to have these Greaves up soon. Hold that thought. Dubu is dead, sadly for him. That's not how he wanted to start it, but the Gleipnir coming online soon. And Playhard also going for an interesting item. He's actually, I've never seen this on a Rubik. He's straight up rushing. No, I think he actually has Shard already.
Oh, he did Shard, yep.
No, sorry. It's not Pipe.
No, it's Hood.
It's Hood. Okay, he had Pipe in the quick buy, and I wasn't sure if he bought it, but it is a Pipe.
He's going straight for the Pipe, huh? I have also never seen this. I mean, maybe they think the Bat Rider is kind of getting out of control?
That could be, right? Because I think you take a look
good
at
against Tiny too.
Right. You take a look at what's upcoming for Bleed, and I think the answers are fairly obvious. Blink Dagger for Zephyr, BKB for this SF, as well as BKB for the Batrider, and you're in pretty good business, right? FBZ, he's at the stage where like he's already got Kaya and Sanj and Hooded Defiance. Like sure, he'll get a couple of like items that help him in his mobility and whatever, but like he's pretty strong as he stands right now. It's mostly about his other cores at this stage who are going to catch up to him and actually start doing their parts in fights. For Bleed, you know, I guess it's BKB on Jackie or whatever next item he decides is next. And with the Greaves about to be delivered, it's going to be basically up to Corden finding a good team fight, right? By the time he got this defusal, he was actually being picked off, so he never really got to flex the strength of this item in the fight like he'd really want to. Credit to Boom, because I think that has been really instrumental in Bleed's victories here, is Corden getting the ball rolling as he looks to do mid. FBZ's a hard target, but maybe not if you hit him with a Gleipnir.
FBZ, ooh, that was a nice sprout. Blocked his Timber Chain, so now FBZ is going to die. And the Stolen Chakram, like you mentioned, is very important. Look at Corden, he's not afraid of death. He's not afraid of Disruptor either, but one misbonked actually puts him in danger of a Static Storm.
That was close. I think he actually dies if he has a little bit more mana there on X Nova.
Yeah. Oh, right. He was actually down to 0 mana.
He might have died. It was pretty close, but he's going to be happy to live no matter what.
Masaro's just bought Graves as well. This might be the turning point that we're looking for this team.
Yeah, agreed. Like I was saying, that they're pretty strong. They just haven't really had the opportunity to flex it much. I think the only thing that they regret about that fight is, well, they only, quote-unquote, get a Timbersaw, who's right now, I'd say, the strongest hero in the game for Boom, at least. And they did use Exo. I'm not sure if they could have gotten much more. Perhaps they could have looked to pivot that kill into just a kill onto the Timbersaw and then immediately take Roche with the NP. But they decided to go for the +1 kill, maybe expecting a bit more of a commitment from Boom. Not really the case. Like I said, they're still waiting on their really big ticket items. Zephyr about to finish his Blink. BKB just finished for the Batrider. And I imagine Natsumi, has his complete. So here go Boom. Good patience there on not committing to the fight before they were ready. We'll see if Bleed, however, are ready for this.
Try to go up to the high ground here, and Masaros will be the one to block the smoke. Not bad, actually, because he has Greaves. So
very good.
He's probably the tankiest. FBZ, they kill an Illusion there, because I thought the Illusion was actually the one that broke the smoke. They didn't quite see Masaros do nighttime. Now they finally see him. He still has Greaves, though. Activates it. Might just die. Natsumi, however, activates his BKB, and he's just standing there hitting the Pango. Dubu might be the next to fall as the Whirling Death claims his life.
That ought to be Roche here. With Rolling Thunder use, he doesn't really have an easy way of getting into the pit. You can tell it's immediately on Bleed's mind as they do scan the pit. It turned hot for a second, but only just. As Boom Esports actually not feeling too confident going for this play either. Natsumi, even though he got the BKB off, not feeling great here as Play Hard. Has stolen Requiem, by the way.
So and he has the same amount of souls as the Shadow Fiend had when he casted it?
He does, and he also casts us instantly.
That's Static Storm.
Oh, no, he doesn't. Pardon me. I thought he used to.
No, it's a little channel type. You don't have the cast point, the stupid cast point.
Ah,
yes. But anyway, they got the kill on the Disruptor. I thought the Static Storm could be turned into something. It wasn't. And it seems like Bleed, they're interested in actually going for Roche now. They have decent minus armor and good physical damage, but will it be fast enough?
Yeah, kind of out of the ultimates now. Timbersaw as well, lurking in the area, might look to make a play here. Full HP and enough mana. That's Exo, still level 1 used here. With Jackie and Corden in the area, FBZ, he'll toss in that Chakram. Playhard's gonna maybe look to steal that. I don't think he really wants to wait for Requiem for another minute. But it seems like this will fall a bit too quickly. FBZ, another Chakram into the pit. Maybe he gets a kill here. No, not quite. The toss in, though. Dubu sent it to the front lines, maybe to just die, but he gives vision. In goes Corden.
Yeah, Corden covers his captain's escape, and now Corden himself is escaping. They got away with it, Richie.
Nice. That looked pretty good for them. They're going to be very happy to escape with their lives. Now they're very weak, though, and Boom, they're well aware of it. Make that Bleed, pardon me, wrong, B team. Use basically everything that they have at their disposal in their toolkits to take that. Masaros, once again, in position to break the smoke. That's exactly what you want.
Yeah, but you'll still get a cord. Not that bad for Boom if they can at least get Masaros, because right now they just lost Zephyr, but they can't kill him. Guardian Angel will keep him alive.
Wow.
He's actually healing off the Spirit Siphon. Masaros a little bit too tanky. X-Nova stuck in the high ground. Masaros still not dead. Heals himself up with the Greaves. Now FBZ does deal a lot of damage to Corden, but he doesn't quite get the Timber Chain off. He's been slowed, he's been tossed, and he's been killed.
Phenomenal spell casting by the Sports of Bleed there. I really have to give him a... Well, it was Dubu and Play Hard even. Play hard, I'm not sure what the first spell he casted was there, but it counter-initiated onto the Tiny, and then he stole Tiny's toss and condemned him. I think they were looking for that second volley of spells there, and the fight breaks down very quickly from there. Now, Tsui not comfortable enough to join these fights quite yet. Pat Ryder as well doesn't get the kill mid-lasso, and they completely turn that around, basically just off of the Greaves and the extra heals that Dude was able to apply.
Yeah. I mean, seriously, I actually cannot believe how long the TP lasted. And you were on point. Last game, I think you mentioned this, around 22-minute mark as well, maybe 25. Like, this is the peak for the Spirit Siphon, the new Spirit Siphon.
Yeah.
This is when it heals the most, and then it starts to fall off a little bit, but who cares?
Right.
You've already done your impact.
Right. So usually when Valve, like, nerfs the scaling potential of heroes, they give them a little bit back by saying, okay, we'll overbuff your ability for a little brief amount of time. You better make use of it.
And somewhere in the world, Kuroki goes, I can play as a support now.
Yeah, exactly. And lo and behold, he's tried everything.
He really has. He's actually played every single hero in competitive.
A blessing for the scene, absolutely.
It really is.
Another example of this is like on Slark, right? He used to have that percentage-based healing. Now it's just a flat number in the Shadow Dance. Thank you very much. Passive. Or active, I think, actually.
No, it's a passive.
It's passive. So you heal much quicker, much earlier in the game, that kind of stuff. But then, obviously, later in the game, you're hurting for that percentage-based heal.
Yeah.
It's the same concept that applies here, but in reverse, right? With damage from Masaros. So, and he's doing a great job of flexing it. And again, this is why, circling back to points I made on previous casts, I do think, if you're a talented offlaner player, if you're a talented offlane player, and you're thinking actively about your item decisions and what kind of impact your hero can have in these games, as we'll see him get tossed back.
You will try not to be sent flying unless you have the cover of Dubu, who gets the Heavenly Grace before he gets feared. Very impressive job. They have stuffed Corden, though. He's stuck in the kinetic field static storm, but there's no fall. Finally, Lasso comes out. The damage now is good. Corden's dead, but Zephyr dead as well. He stole the Requiem, and he used it to grab Natsumi, who's more than happy to keep on hitting him. Tries to kill Playhard, but it just seems like Dubu
just too tanky.
is saving everyone in these fights.
They're too tanky, man. They can't kill him.
They have to kill Dubu first, but he's tanky himself.
They killed Corden there, utilizing the Lasso and the static storm. That was a great catch there at the very least, but it looks like Bleed still trying to convert this to tier 2 tower.
Yeah, I think they can. The exorcism is about to end, but Jackie still has his treants. He also went for an Ags, interestingly enough, Richie, which we haven't talked about.
No.
Yeah. We've only seen this once in this DPC as an intentional item, as an early item, which
I think I've seen it a couple times, actually.
Really?
I've seen it a handful of times.
But like, as one of the first items?
Yeah, and on carried treants.
Okay.
Yeah.
I take it back.
I don't recall who's built it, but I do remember this not being the first. I don't remember how successful it was, but I can attest that we've seen this, maybe not this exact build before, but we have definitely seen an earlier Ags in the build.
I know Cuckoo did it as first item for sure, as an offlane MP.
So you're saying it's Cuckoo's fault that Jackie built it?
I would say so, 100%. In fact, Jackie's actually going to play carry Venom.
Jackie's going to try to go for a little cheeky TP play.
Yes, treants.
Yeah, but Yopaj is going to read that and get out of harm's way. This is an interesting one. I just think it's about the root, the control and the damage. Yep. Whoa, goodbye. And deleted to X-Nova.
Goodbye, yeah. That was interesting. I guess against the Timber Saws, he's pretty powerful. We've seen it against Ricky. I want to say it was Ricky that they used it against because the root's so great against him.
Right.
Maybe this game against Tiny or Timber Saw, it fulfills a similar role, or maybe you just think we have enough damage on the Pango anyway.
So my question for Bleed now is, how much are you looking to accomplish with this first Aegis?
Okay.
And how much do they need to? I reckon, especially with the buildup of this NP, especially with Ags, he can afford to scale. It's probably better than a Midas, honestly, for as much as he can farm.
Really?
Yeah, I think so, right? Because the cooldown reduction is pretty huge.
That is true. Do you spam this right now? Like when you know you're not going to fight?
Yeah, I think, well, we'll see here how he treats it while the Age is on cooldown. Maybe he's looking that they try to initiate again onto Masaros, and then they just turn the fight. You can see Dubu is well in position, and lo and behold, they're going to try it again.
But Dubu's here.
Yeah.
Once again, they know Masaros is not going to die. They have too many debuffs, which Heavenly Grace takes advantage of.
There's also a fresh BKB online for the NP. So I think now, specifically, you hold on to it and look to initiate here on a fight. But I do also think it gives you the potential to basically scale, because it gives you basically infinite farm, it feels like.
Right.
And while we look at the two offlaners kind of just clear waves right next to each other, I want to get back to that point that I was interrupted by, which is I think if you can play an offlaner right now and actively think about your item choice, but most importantly, play an offlaner who can dictate fights, basically. He can force issues, right? DP and Beastmaster are two of the biggest obvious examples. Beastmaster is going to push your towers, DP is going to force Roche or push your towers, right?
Sure.
She forces an issue, and she can build and benefit from these early items, as we can see. I think you were in a really good position to have a lot of impact in your games.
Right, so you're saying it's more so than just the traditional offlaner of I'm an initiate, I get a good stun. It's like, I am going to force you to fight here whether you like it or not.
You need to force them to fight, or they lose something pretty major.
Right. No longer about catching someone out,
right.
I would say.
And there's going to be, speaking of catch the roots, that gets the kill.
Yeah, they also found Zephyr. So that's going to be 2 kills. Corden turns around. Corden is keeping him busy for a while. Finally, Tiny does.
And you pair that kind of mentality, right, on the offlaner with, you know, and I think this is really where the drafter / coach, whatever, analyst mentality that teams have really comes to shine. Because you look at this draft and you go, well, Pango really pops off pretty early. He can scale late, right?
Yep.
He certainly has a peak right now, as you've just seen. Same thing for the NP with this particular build. Hey, all of a sudden, we've got an offlaner who's going to force an issue, who's really strong on their own right, with a support to back her up in this case, which I think is just a stroke of brilliance out from Dubu, or whoever called for it on the side of Bleed. In addition to a carry who's going to farm the entire map and pack a hell of a punch.
Yeah, I see your point. It goes back to the Tundra gaming of TI, the information gaming, right? The importance of shoving waves, the importance of towers these days, and how they've just been increasing the importance of these objectives, much more so than kills in the recent years.
And this might be, I'll have to wrap this up soon because we see a smoke from Boom. This might be a reason why we've seen so many games go late. It seems like a couple of teams are trying this kind of approach, and when it does fail, it's not as bad as an all-in in StarCraft, but it's very similar. We're like, well, we're going for this timing, we missed the bus, and now we've got to wait a long time till the next bus comes. Oh, good rolling thunder.
He did, and the telekinesis forces Yopaj back to BKB. He rolls right into the SF, does not want to hit him again. And
Masaros.
Natsume's afraid because the blink that was still off cooldown. Now actually TPs.
Wow.
Masaros was tossed back though. So maybe a little bit lack of coordination here from Boom. They went to 2 different directions.
They did.
Home and not home.
Well, and I think basically the gist of that is we don't feel strong right now.
Yes.
We do not like the way this fight is going. The BKB also, even out from Natsumi make it.
Also, they're uncertain as if they're strong, right? Which is never a good position to be in. There needs to be now a talk from the captain going, hey guys, this is what we are. This is what our objective is. This is what our plays are.
And to give them some credit, of course, not like you're really going hard on them right now. I think it's that you're right. That's a really awkward position for you to be in, for you to be like, okay, well, if they go on us mid lane and they commit this and we miss an ulti, what's the call? Like, teams will usually discuss certain things like, okay, if they use EXO, we do this. If we catch NP, we do this. You know, they'll go through some of the more basic iterations, but when it's such an awkward, haphazard kind of an engagement where Bleed just like kind of runs in, gets a decent rolling thunder. Oh no, our SF got stunned because he didn't want to commit BKB. It's like, what do we do?
Yeah. It's okay. Yeah, I would agree with you. The moment that a team is discussing these things and their language is more ifs than a first year's software code, I think you need to really reevaluate the state of the game. Oh my god. Okay, sorry. Richie, which is indisposed for a second. He got hungry halfway through the broadcast. And an insect helped him out. Anyway, Corden, he's gonna roll right in. Going for the disruptor here. Let's see if they can kill him off. The Chakram stolen by the Rubik as well. It's sufficient, and Corden actually gets out. Guardian Angel will be saving him. Masaros, he is not concerned. They actually canceled this TP on Natsumi. He TP'd in the middle of this with no BKB active, which means telekinesis just punishes him. Wrecking Souls fails, and once again, not on the same page. It's hard to tell if they want to retreat or not, but they keep getting caught with their pants down, Richie.
This feels awful for Boom. I really felt like they had this timing where they could have played together with FBZ's power spike, with the decent early game that Yopaj was having, but it just never came together, I felt like here. And now, Bleed with a 12K now Worldly just moving around the map, taking fights seemingly quite casually, and watching Boom just be routed in return.
Honestly, it doesn't seem like Boom also has a moment where like, we retreat when this happens. Let's bait out these ultimates. They're just getting caught left, right, and center, as now Yopaj does. He gets leashed in the bottom lane.
Oh no.
Observer, please. Yopaj is dying. Oh, Observer's a Japoi fan. It's okay. We understand.
I believe it's a fairly fast Roche spawn. Pardon me, I'm still recovering from that attack I've had.
Wasn't an attack? Well, maybe.
I don't know. I don't even. Let's take another look at that fight, shall we? While the Roche is going on, of course, it'll be falling quickly, but you can tell, I mean, it's really just Corden rolling around in these fights. And Natsumi BKBs, tries to Requiem for a second, panics, his TP runs out. It's just...
And even TP in the last 4 seconds of the BKB, like some people will do, right? They realize the bad fight. It was too late at TP. Yeah. And it's hard to say, like, is that blame of Natsumi specifically? Should you consider the rest of Boom? Like, who made that call? But they're losing their papers here. They need to go back on the same page.
They can still be a little bit like a Lucas Pope game and be a little bit more papers please here and still save it. Yes.
I don't know where that's going.
Yeah, yes, and I messed up the delivery, so it's not as good. But maybe next time I'll get it better. If they can still hold the high ground. I think it kind of sucks to Turtle in a game like this when NP literally farms all of the map visible to him on an ulti that has even shorter of a cooldown now.
Right.
Like, you are going to get outscaled here, but you do have the threat of Tiny toss back. You do have the threat of Lasso back into Fountain. Like, at this stage, those are very considerable and very meaningful catch-up mechanics.
Sure.
You kind of need something to that degree, the way that this game is devolving. And maybe even not that much. Maybe you just need someone a little bit out of position. Because this, this
no, Masa doesn't seem to be out of position.
Natsumi?
Yeah, they got the Wrath of Nature there with the Execration. That ward with Static Storm. Maybe they can at least kill the Rubik, but he seems to be too strong. The Pipe is keeping him alive. Static Storm just tickled him. Pipe and Dubu a little bit there as well. FPZ gets hit by the Chakram. Now bonk, bonk, bonk. Dead.
Yeah, and I think that's why they kind of want to take a fight out of the base. Natsumi and Jackie, they slapped each other with the white glove and accepted a noble duel, which Jackie was winning, at which point, as such as BKBs, and quite literally walks away in TPs, and Jackie doesn't chase him. It was a really weird fight while that was going on. And the point I was making is he has damage. He almost has Daedalus. His Casual Crystals, he's going to go out back actually for the Silver Edge, but that was pretty close there for a second. Whoa. Oh,
they saved him with the Heavenly Grace. The Fear barely did anything here because the Pipe.
What a gamer.
Someone stop this Omni Knight. They're sending Tiny back, and now they're sending him down to his grave.
There's buybacks, but this is starting to get real oppressive. Jackie's got very little reason to leave the base. He has Aegis. He's got almost twice the net worth of the next core. Not quite, but 10K up is quite the metric here this early on. This is a very Farm Nature's profit.
Yes, and the moment Natsumi gets close to them, it's just, he gets blown up, it's forced to BKB TP. There's Telekinesis, there's him getting close. Can they glaive near him? They do have a force step, his own Hurricane Pike actually, and the toss. Well, at least ensure that Natsumi doesn't die. But the racks cannot be tossed. The racks cannot be moved. This is not a Terran game, so they will be destroyed here.
It's true, they can't fly the build into the corner of the map and try and live. Even then, Jackie would chase them down. He is that far ahead. There's the toss back.
Zephyr does want to chase him now. Corden immediately rolls up, Rolling Thunder. And now they kill Zephyr, who committed suicide for this play. They even save Corden with that Guardian Angel.
FPZ has got Ags.
They glimpse him back. They need something to dispel it. That was enough magic damage to kill him.
They don't have Lasso for 40, though. They can't get anyone else into the fountain while Zephyr's dead.
Jackie he just wants to be left alone so he can hit the racks. He is going to kill FPZ, it seems like. Finally, with a root, a little more damage. FPZ is tanky enough to survive as Masaros makes sure to act like a stopper. But so nobody goes to Jackie, but the racks are done.
Yeah, they're going down.
Play hard, glimpse back. He has a pipe though, activated immediately. He might just die to the physical damage. Heavenly Grace helping him out. There's the Chakram as well from FPZ. Play hard, might have to accept death. One last telekinesis for the boys as he falls. All the racks though have fallen as well. Now they're going for Dubu, this pesky support. They'll get rid of him. But they have to face Mega Creeps next.
They need more. They need more. Jackie's going to BKB TP. Lasso is ready. They will commit it.
Okay, Masaros is also in trouble. He doesn't have the BKB TP himself. That his TP already got is spent. Like Jackie's fighting back. Masaros, though, he's going to go down. And Jackie, he's finally met his equal. Or maybe not. Maybe not. 4 people, not strong enough to kill Jackie.
No more
Jackie,
Titanic.
Showcasing why he should have never left Boom. But now they finally get rid of his first life. Corden is running. He's TPing to the tier 2. No, he's in a farm. He doesn't care.
Jackie, he's dead. Okay, that's
I got too excited.
That's the more that they needed, and that's not even that much gold, to be honest. It's only 700. I mean, plus 1142. It's 2K in a single kill, but I don't know. I mean, it's something here, but it's cost them just about every single one of the buybacks out from Boom. Mega's already going to be corralling them into the base here. Bleed. They may have, well, bled a little bit too much more than they intended on that high ground push, but their objective was secured. All 3 lanes. The Megas pushing them in.
Look at that. One last chance.
That's
one last breath of fresh air for this Disruptor.
Well,
which is the Ags, by the way. I showed it to you. But
yes, it is Ag Scepter on Disruptor. He finally has to get him online. It's a hope. It is a hope, and the hope is that you have to kill basically. Well, there it goes. I was about to say somehow we don't have buyback on the MP, but he's just now gotten it.
It's a new hope, right? It could either be the best move for Boom, or it could lead them to the prequels.
Well, or I would say the sequels, actually. This is personally where I would go with that.
Oh, okay, I see. That's not even worse, though?
Yes.
Oh, I haven't watched.
Listen, people like to complain about midichlorians, but you really need to. Somehow the Emperor returned. Maybe that's about how Boom's gonna get back in this game. Somehow Boom came back.
I didn't realize we were such a Star Wars nerd. I'm sorry.
Don't get me started.
All right, this is a
Panto bite.
This is the smoke. Find FPZ. Dubu's leading, by the way. He has a blink dagger, this man.
Yeah, as he should, actually. I think this allows him to stand further away from the fight so he doesn't get tossed back. Like, it's the right item build. You saw, like, Oracles back when Oracle was playable, or Winter Wyverns, right, going for this ability. I'm important. I am in win condition in this team fight. This is not just support affirmations for Dubu. This is facts.
Yep.
And it's been displayed time and time again, right? All of a sudden, when he's out of these big ticket items and spells, well, the team fight's not that hard for Boom anymore. Especially because we have items, we have breaks online for this SF and ways of canceling BKB TPs. Boom, I mean, I'm not sure what the chances are for them. Dota Plus giving them a 1% chance, and I think that's a little harsh, but I'd say that 1% chance is still very much alive. And Boom, playing for a miracle, but it's their only chance to not go 1-4 right now. This is important for them. I don't blame them for, giving this their all.
Okay, this was an anime. This would be exactly the moment where Boom comes back, right?
Yeah.
The only problem is Boom is usually that main character, like that side character who was always perfect, and now they're starting to fall from grace.
Right. Now, I've never seen an anime, but I assume that there's this one bullied kid every single time. It's the only way people like anime that much.
And that's Bleed.
And that's been X-Nova.
Oh, okay.
He's been bullied.
From China, it's true.
But he's, sure, I was going to just go into this game. But now, he is strong. He has Ag Scepter, and he is going to shut up all these bullies quite literally and mute them at the same time. Unfortunately, FPZ is getting caught.
Oh, no, their fat friend's dying, however. FPZ, you can't deal without him. He's going to fall at this rate. He is dead enough. FPZ? No, he got caught. At least he gets his revenge. Corden's dead. One of the boys is down. They're going for the Omnet next. That was a nice toss, but Dubu gets saved by the Aeon disc.
And now Tier 4 is exposed. There's Exo, Jackie getting to work as well. It's now or never for Boom.
There's no Static Storm. That is and no Lasso, actually.
No Lasso, no Requiem, and no BKB on this SF.
You're out of ultimates. Okay, why are you trying to deny your tower? Not to me. It's not the moment. Nah.
Toss back.
They do go Lasso. He's a tankiest hero, however, and he's getting the Exo heal. They try to time that perfectly with Zephyr. He's just going to die to this. There is no chance. Now the tower's starting to fall.
One Tier 4 left.
There's fire everywhere, but there's no impact from it.
But it's just the hopes of Boom going to Lima burning here. It's not enough. Boom, they need more, but Bleed relentlessly beating them back.
As Natsumi is desperately trying to defend against the Treants, now fighting Jackie head on. Natsumi, he's trying to do one last fight for the boys.
He's got buyback.
He will die.
He has
he had a second fight. He has a second win. Can he do it? No. X-Nova gives up. The bullies have won, Richie. X-Nova, he will not be able to win this series, and Boom will remain unvictorious.
And that's brutal. I mean, you can see the elation now and what this means for Bleed as their chances of going to Lima still very much alive.
I love that play hard always initiates.
Passing it down the line, and of course not missing Corden here, the youngest player, but of course different scenes here for Boom, who unfortunately 0-4. It's not quite yet that impossible 0-5 metric where you're kind of already playing for tiebreakers, but not very far from it. And I believe they've got their match set tomorrow, right, versus Fnatic.
Yes.
Where one team is going to be put in that zone, but certainly not a comfortable place to be here as we just passed the halfway mark of the DPC League.
Fnatic versus Boom used to be El Clásico of Southeast Asia, and now they're going to be fighting for their survival. The loser will most likely be relegated to Division 2, which is incredible. I would never have expected that. But we do have a team of experts that will always expect everything. Winter never fails. He is our true oracle. Let's see what they have to say as we go back to the panel.
Half and half for this one, because originally Winter's call was that the hero or the team that gets the last pick always wins. Didn't happen this time though, Winter.
Nope, did not.
But the team that was Dire did win.
I was gonna point it out. Dire too strong, man. Like
continuing to inflate the statistics, because if you missed our draft analysis, globally throughout the entire DPC, Dire has a 60% win rate. Radiant has a 40% win rate, and in Southeast Asia, Dire has like a 67% win rate, and Radiant has the other end. I don't remember what the math was. It's the minus 100.
It's rough.
It's rough. And it's rough for Boom as well. You heard it from Avo and Richie. They are now tied 0-4. Them and Fnatic are both unvictorious. Same total game score. They have won 2 games and lost 8 games, but the series score remains 0-4. And tomorrow, one of these teams will go 0-5, and one of them will go 1-4, because that is the last match of Friday. Or sorry, on Friday, not tomorrow. That is the final match of Friday.
Most intense match of the CDPC.
What a way to end week number 2. Meanwhile, ending the middle of the week here on Wednesday, Bleed picking up another win and doing it with their boy Corden on Pango. Is it that hard, Mike?
No, I don't see why they just don't pick this guy every time Pango when Ember's not up. Like, he knows he's comfortable playing from behind, and his impact is still there. And again, like him being on this initiation role, like I'll give credits to Dubu though. Like, he salvaged a lot of like early engagements with some timely Heavenly Grace. But again, Corden's Pango just popping off, dude.
Dubu does get our Rivalry MVP. I initially thought that it was just purely a pick to purge off Flaming Lasso, but Omni Knight seemed relevant all game long, Winter. I was surprised. He was asserting dominance in the enemy jungle, just standing there and no one could bully him out, and a useful lane support.
It's a little bit unfair. I feel like the duo, they are the MVP, the support duo. I think the Rubik had an excellent game.
Yeah.
His item choices, I felt like made the team fights really, really hard for Boom, especially the pipe or the magic damage from the Bat Rider, the SF, the Disruptor. They couldn't really do much damage in the fights. And I feel like together, they both did their job.
MVP.
Yeah, co-MVP this game.
Okay, that's fine. I can respect that, especially because I feel like I think the last support duo I really was encouraged by was Whitemon and Zephyr.
Whitemon
and
Tims.
Tims, yes. I think that was the last time that I was like, this is a support duo that was like consistently gelling every single time, every single game. I think both of them are delivering in equal parts. And this season, I haven't really seen that out of Southeast Asia. I've seen standout performances from 4s and 5s, but not both of them put together.
Yeah, they definitely have like an idea of how they want to play. Play hard's very selfless, and yeah, they're just gelling really well. And I give credits to Dubu, the way he's captaining this team. Mad props.
Yeah, for real. Especially because they were held in such high regard for many of the teams we asked them who are your top 3. Bleed was put there, but week 1 wasn't the best for them. It was kind of middle of the pack results, but it seems like they're getting into the groove now.
Yeah, no. And it's gonna start looking spicy. You know, like a lot of teams have already 3 wins.
Yeah.
So possible tiebreakers for that last slot, or potential 2 slots for Lima.
Winter's not amused.
I'm amused.
Are you amused? You must be thinking hard about a question that we can ask Play Hard, as he is our interviewee. Congratulations, Play Hard. You're holding your headphone. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear.
Okay, well, we can hear you too, and we can see your gameplay has been fantastic. I don't know if you got to hear any of the words of praise that we were giving, but you and Dubu are making sweet magic together. You guys look so good together. How does it feel for you to be playing with Dubu?
Dubu is teaching us a lot. That's why we're playing and with me. We just talk a lot about the game.
Even in the game and outside the game, or mainly your in-game communication, he's talking a lot?
Yeah, in-game, outside the game we're talking, and we're just so close also. Yeah.
Any lessons that you've learned over these past week and a half that you feel has improved your gameplay? Anything specific?
Yeah, I learned a lot from him, because last time I'm not so don't know how to play the game, and I just learned from him a lot. That's why.
I wouldn't go that far. You definitely know how to play the game, play hard, but I guess every little bit counts. Mike, any questions for play hard?
Are you roommates with Dubu? Like, is that why you guys are gelling really well?
No, you're not the same, bro.
Okay. No. So, a lot of your explain why you picked up pipe. This Rubik game.
Yeah. Because we're just playing as a team, right? And because we have DP and Pango, that's why I buy the pipe. So we just need to play as four, then NP can play alone.
Okay. How about you, Winter? Any spicy questions?
Hello, EJ.
Yes. Hello, sir. Long time no see.
What do you think is the difference between like Dubu and the other captains that you've played with?
I think Dubu is a lot of experience and he knows how to fix our mistakes and he's very good teaching. So that's why we're playing well. Yeah.
So I've been asking the opposite of this question, where a lot of Filipino players have rejoined full Filipino squads. For you, it's the opposite. You've usually been on a 5 Filipino squad. Now you're the only one. How does it feel?
Yes, for sure. It's like different. If it's so serious, if you go to other country, and if I just stay in the Philippines, it's different.
Do you think that's good for your growth as a Dota player, to be having this new experience?
Yeah, it's very good. I grew a lot. I learned from it a lot.
But do you miss speaking Tagalog in game though?
Not really. I just used to it already here.
Okay, there you go.
I'm fine.
Well, I mean, you're definitely getting into a comfort zone, and congratulations on this performance against Boom, and looking forward to how Bleed do with the rest of the season.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Our pleasure, Play Hard. Thanks for joining us. And yes, indeed, they pick up that victory versus Boom. And that was you were thinking of a question, Winter. I'm proud of you. You were thinking of that was a good question.
I like that he brought up like the whole he's not comfortable being in Singapore. Like, it's serious.
Yeah.
Like, all the distractions are gone, and I feel like that's where true growth happens, when you're out of your comfort zone.
Because you describing at the very beginning of the series your boot camp experience in like SMM, and I can't imagine that was like the traditional way to bring players in the Philippines.
Yeah, no one can survive that.
Yeah,
and like it's pretty brutal.
Yeah,
and like I said, like it took the fun out of the game, but a lot of growth came from that.
That's where champions are made.
No pain, no gain.
No pain, no gain. That's right. And so I'm sure it will be like a bit of an adjustment period. And I'm always kind of disappointed that like I see many of the players, like you said, it kind of takes the fun out, and so they become more business and less pleasure, but eventually you find the balance.
Yeah.
And you get the 50-50. But here, we are finding the balance between selling out of all of our merchandise. We're fresh out of all the games here. Nope.
You got it.
There we go. I got it. Sold out. Come back not tomorrow. You'll be coming back on Friday, hopefully, because that is the end of Wednesday here, the middle of the Dota Pro Circuit Division 1. But we can take a look at the results and see everything that happened for this Wednesday, because most of it was 2-0s, but the very end of our day was a 2-1. Geek Slate 2-0'd the undefeated Execration, and it took their slot as the other undefeated team. Now the two undefeated teams are Blacklist, Rivalry, and Geek Slate. Game number 2, series number 2, was Talon versus SMG, where Talon asserted dominance over SMG, and SMG weren't really able to get that momentum going from their Fnatic series on Monday. And the final series, you just saw it, Bleed versus Boom Esports. Bleed able to pick up the victory because they just gave my boy Corden Pango.
Yeah, no.
That's all you got.
Impressive. And like, it's crazy to think that today, not a lot of I don't think there was any back and forth games. It was all like decisive victories.
Agreed. Which is
uncharacteristic for C.
I know, but encouraging moving forward, because I think all these back and forth games, like I said, I'm looking at like Europe and China, and like these games are over in like 25 minutes. And I think that that's the kind of killer instinct you need to have if you want to compete internationally. Meanwhile, though, we can take a look at the culmination of the full standings. Geek Slate, as I stated earlier, fully undefeated, and now the best game score, 6-1. They've only dropped one game out of 3 series.
Jesus.
Hell of a performance. Blacklist Rivalry, hot on their heels, though. They are evenly placed, but 6-3 game score in the middle of the pack, but it's the bottom that I'm intrigued in. Boom Esports versus Fnatic. Now you may be wondering, when do I get to see the thrilling conclusion of 7th and 8th place be determined? Well, I'll tell you. When we return on Friday to the Southeast Asian DPC, you will get your answer at the end of the day, because we always put the cliffhanger at the end of the episode. But we can start things off in Act 1 and our appetizer of Execration versus Blacklist Rivalry, which is still like, Execration is still damn good.
Dude, all these games are spicy.
Yeah.
Like, you got all the teams with 3 wins fighting off against each other, and then you have Fnatic.
Yes, that's right. The 0-4s. And then like that will fully determine not relegation, but you're definitely
99.99.
Yes, and you're 100% not going to the major at that point. And so that is, I can't imagine how stressful of a series that is going to be. Which Winter, Boom Esports versus Fnatic, which one you taking for that one?
That's gonna be my favorite game, man.
I bet. I bet. I'm gonna ask you who your favorite carry is after that one. But after today's performance, which team are you giving the edge? Fnatic or Boom?
Still Boom. I think Boom.
Okay. Were you thinking about it for dramatic effect, or were you actually like giving them a pretty fair shot? Because I would have thought that like you were gonna say Boom in like a heartbeat and not give Fnatic a snowball's chance in hell.
I was about to give them some hope, but then again, I remember they're lost and they can't find themselves. Boom.
Yeah, but they've all had that many losses.
Yeah, but Boom, I feel the amount of lostness they have is...
Lostness. I like that.
Winter with his new
We're
word.
talking about expensive carries, cheap carries, and the lostness. The essence of loss.
But yeah, I mean, like, going to the lostness of Boom, it's not as bad.
Yeah, it's not, it doesn't look as bad as Fnatic. Fnatic look more like they're in total darkness.
Yeah, which is brutal to think, because you heard from Ava that used to be the El Clasico of Southeast Asia was Boom versus Fnatic. Not so much now, as
different kind of Classico now.
It's the Trashico, as I recall the old Alliance versus Na'Vi used to be. But every single region gets their peaks and valleys. And that'll be it for us here on this fine Wednesday evening in Southeast Asia. I'm so glad that you guys could all join me at my Mamak stall, and we will see you again here on Friday.
ground. He's actually able to do so for a decent amount of time. Has to take up like the flame cloak. That's getting a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole. Just